when human civilization liberated itself from the constraints of propulsion and ventured into the starry expanse. Mastering faster-than-light travel signified a complete entry into the interstellar age. However, conditions across various universes often differ. Amidst the stars, one must engage in faster-than-light travel to join the ranks of interstellar empires, yet the situation is distinct in Warhammer. The Human Federation has not acquired the ability for faster-than-light travel and can only rely on the subspace realm. What does the arrival of a level 10 scientist from the Union of Stars signify for Warhammer? Allow me to remain merely a scientist, possessing a seemingly insignificant power of 300 million tons with just one hand. Yet, do you not see that I require merely a few days, at most 2 months, to construct a Webway? Do you see the countless interstellar warriors behind me, along with the fleet that obscures the sky? Chaos? How many fleets does it possess? Merely a large charging device, nothing more. Humanity shall undoubtedly fulfill its manifest destiny to conquer the galaxy. All alien entities must submit to humanity or be eradicated. They may not comprehend, but they must obey. Chapter 71, The Battle of the Lion's Gate. Gil Lyman has been appointed as the Imperial Regent, while Zhou Qing has been personally designated by the Emperor as the Solar Lord. These two successive appointments were publicly announced under the aegis of the Imperial Guard to the entirety of Terra. This is a direct appointment from the Emperor of the Human Empire, corroborated by the Imperial Guard. Thus, although the High Lords harbored some dissatisfaction with this appointment, they were left with no choice but to acquiesce and submit. Gil Lyman became the Imperial Regent, and Zhou Qing assumed the role of the Solar Lord of the Empire. Yet the Human Empire they faced remained in a state of disarray. Under the influence of the Great Rift, the Human Empire is currently unable to establish contact with colonies elsewhere. They can only communicate within the confines of the solar system. Simultaneously, while Zhou Qing and Gil Lyman are conversing with the Emperor in the throne room, a conspiracy is brewing on Terra. The situation on Terra has further deteriorated. Deprived of the Emperor's light, supernatural atrocities are escalating. Although Zhou Qing has alleviated some of the Emperor's plight, reigniting the beacon of hope will still require time, and that time is rather prolonged. Zhou Qing's purification has not only restored some of the Emperor's energy and physical condition, but has also diminished the pool of psychic power at his disposal. After all, those unclean energies, if summoned again, would inevitably bring forth toxins. The Emperor needs time to consolidate. At this moment, the cries of anguish and death echo incessantly across Terra. Hidden among the populace, the agents of chaos have begun to spread corruption on a massive scale. When the guards defending the walls opened fire on the frenzied demonstrators, the soldiers were astonished to discover that signs of physical distortion and mutation had already manifested among these aggressively hostile civilians. The malevolent 8-pointed star emblem flickers ominously as waves of subspace begin to overflow. The pressure on the wall's defenders is mounting. Terra, once safeguarded by the Emperor's light, now faces the manifestation of chaos. The situation has drastically changed. In the fallen districts far from the palace, the followers of chaos have shed their disguises, erecting profane altars. Malevolent rituals of living sacrifice are being conducted in abundance, with blood-soaked skulls piled high. The wails of agony resound from every corner of the city, and the sky above the palace, torn asunder by the Great Rift, has been stained a horrific crimson. Throughout the annals of history, sacred relics of terror have been clandestinely brought to Terra. In a human empire that venerates death, relics crafted from human bones and corpses are not uncommon. Many remnants of saints are indeed held in high esteem. The followers of terror have exploited this fact to bring forth a series of profane artifacts into the throne world. And now, free from the suppression of the beacon, they begin to take effect. Accompanied by a torrential downpour of crimson rain, the bloodthirsty legions of the dark god tear through the fabric of reality, once again bringing the flames of war to sacred Terra. This army of demons, led by 8 great fiends of terror, consists of 80 battalions. These blood-soaked abominations, upon their emergence, immediately roar and charge towards the Lion's Gate of the palace. The fiends of terror revel in bloody, close-quarters combat, disdainful of ranged attacks and the very concept of firearms. Unless a powerful psyker intervenes, firearms have little effect on them. Even the Titan Legion's turbolasers and the volleys from the Astra Militarum can inflict only minimal damage. The image of the blood god has taken root in the most sacred territory of humanity. This is the reality that Zhou Qing and Gil Lyman confront as they step out of the throne room. Upon becoming the Solar Lord of the Empire, Zhou Qing had not yet formulated a battle plan when the demons arrived at their doorstep. Now, as the newly appointed Solar Lord and War Commander of the Empire, Zhou Qing will lead the defense of the Lion's Gate. Standing upon the grounds of the palace, he gazes at the sky, which has been tainted by the profane energies of subspace, casting a blood-red, unclean glow upon the Lion's Gate. Following his ascension as Solar Lord, His planetary defense forces have already received orders to proceed to the Lion's Gate in preparation for defense. 400 soldiers from the Psychic Legion have likewise been deployed to the Lion's Gate, ready to confront the approaching legions of terror. Zhou Qing, upon witnessing the blood-red sky, feels a surge of anger welling up within him. However, due to the depletion of his psychic energy in the palace, he finds himself unable to dispel this issue. Otherwise, he would have acted promptly to address the atmospheric disturbances caused by the fiends of terror, at the very least to restore morale. The defensive battle does not require Zhou Qing to oversee every detail. The Terra Palace possesses its own defensive systems and command mechanisms. Consequently, as the endless legions of terror emerge at the Lion's Gate, the artillery and turbo lasers commence their assault. Waves of combat air formations surge forth from the palace, delivering devastating barges upon the ravaged earth below. If one could observe closely, it would be evident that the demons are not suffering significant losses. They are merely knocked down or toppled. Those among the demons who fall are quickly consumed by their advancing brethren, who then continue their relentless advance. The firepower projected from the Terra Palace is akin to pebbles tossed into a flowing river, utterly incapable of halting the advance of this demonic horde. The artillery fire is not solely from the defenses of the Terra Palace. The planetary defense forces, led by Zhou Qing, are also firing at full capacity. The power of the Gauss rifles is consistently showcased, yet the results remain minimal. At this moment, Zhou Qing is unable to disperse the influence of subspace, and thus the fiends of terror, who reject the concept of firearms, sustain minimal casualties despite the onslaught. Under normal circumstances, a Gauss rifle should be capable of dispatching hundreds or even thousands of targets with a single shot, yet now it can barely fell a mere dozen. The only effective force against the fiends is Zhou Qing's Psychic Legion. Each bolt of psychic lightning that strikes the ranks of the terror fiends effectively clears a significant portion, obliterating them at their core. However, the number of members in the Psychic Legion is far too few to exert a substantial effect. The advance of the demonic legions may be delayed, yet it cannot be effectively halted. These creatures will soon reach the very foundation of the Lion's Gate and, akin to a swarming tide of ants, completely engulf the entire structure. Zhou Qing observes all that transpires on the battlefield. Although his psychic energy is insufficient to dispel all the subspace energy, he remains acutely aware of the unfolding scenario. Zhou Qing keenly discerns that the concept of firearms appears ineffective against the fiends of terror. In light of this realization, he turns to the commander of the Imperial Guard, Turajin, who is following closely beside him. Could you elucidate why those fiends of terror are not falling to our gunfire? I sense that there seems to be a law within the subspace that mitigates their damage from firearms. Could you elaborate on this matter? The Lord of the Sun, the terrifying demon, is not immune to firearms, but rather to their denial. Of course, Tullius was willing to elucidate for Zhou Qing. A frown creased Zhou Qing's brow as his gaze swept across the battlefield. The roaring, bloodthirsty fiends charged forward, enduring a relentless barrage of artillery fire. The scorching beams of turbo lasers seared their flesh, yet could not obliterate them entirely. While the Gauss rifles could effortlessly eliminate an ordinary demon, their once formidable penetrating power had diminished significantly. In contrast to the capacity to pierce through hundreds or even thousands of greenskins in a single blow, when confronting demons, they could scarcely take down a mere dozen with a single shot. Only the assaults of psychics could truly rend the very essence of their existence. It was solely the psychics who could, akin to a sweeping tide, eradicate these demonic hordes en masse. However, the psychic energy would inevitably deplete, rendering this approach impractical. Tullius continued his explanation. Terror embodies a loathing for cowardice and long-range slaughter. The very tenets dictate that his minions are most vulnerable in close combat. Ironically, this vulnerability marks their zenith of strength, for only in the face of steel and blade can these creatures be effectively vanquished. In that instant, Zhou Qing comprehended. Thus, the firearms are ineffective not due to insufficient damage, but rather because they do not conform to terror's rules? Precisely, Tullius affirmed with a nod. In the domain of terror, bullets are deemed base ambushes, whereas the roar of chainsaw swords constitutes a noble challenge. The more ferocious our firepower, the more frenzied the demons become, unless we wield a sufficiently potent concept to suppress their dictates. Zhou Qing nodded in understanding. If it was a matter of close combat, that was manageable. He could hardly fathom fearing anyone in such a scenario, especially considering his array of guardian robots. Could these wretched demons of terror withstand such monumental force, measured in billions of tons? Chapter 72 revealed that the demons could only rely on the long-range attacks they despised the most. Prior to his arrival, Zhou Qing had crafted numerous engineering robots to repair the dilapidated Imperial warships of Kilimanjaro. Given the necessity for close combat, deploying either bodyguard or military robots to this conflict would be a tremendous waste. Furthermore, their overwhelming strength posed a risk of shattering the entire Lion's Gate should they unleash their full might. Thus, Zhou Qing turned his attention to his industrial robots. Some of these industrial robots had been painstakingly assembled by Zhou Qing himself using materials from the Warhammer faction, and they were composed of merely secondary alloys, giving them a single-handed physical strength of only 100,000 tons. Although their combined weight of 280,000 tons was substantial, that was not the crux of the matter. The essential point lay in the fact that compared to the military combat robots, which easily exceeded billions of tons of force, these industrial robots were perfectly suited for the task at hand. They were economical, and their combat efficacy was just right. Why not employ them? Industrial robots were designed for industrial purposes. Thus, they were equipped with industrial mining lasers and phased disintegration blades. Zhou Qing was not overly concerned with the potential performance and role of the industrial mining lasers in this battle. His focus was primarily on the phased disintegration blades. As he beheld the hordes of terror demons surging towards the Lion's Gate, he hesitated no longer. He released all 200,000 industrial robots from his small backpack and subsequently issued his command. Open the Lion's Gate. All planetary defense forces are to cease fire at once. Arm your phase bayonets and draw your power swords. Prepare to engage the enemy in a life-or-death struggle. Zhou Qing utilized his psychic energy to broadcast his words throughout the entirety of the Lion's Gate defense forces. The troops were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the mention of a planetary defense force they were entirely unaware of. However, their confusion was swiftly resolved. Those who had been stationed beside them, perceived by the Star Realm forces as Space Marines, drew forth their weapons. Phase bayonets were affixed to their Gauss rifles, with a phase bayonet in their left hand and a power sword in their right. One by one, the troops unveiled their weaponry. While their confusion had been assuaged, the Star Realm forces gazed upon these troops and recalled the earlier command about the Planetary Defense Force drawing weapons. Very well, then. If they're the Planetary Defense Force, then what are we? Are we but beggars in this war? The Star Realm forces were not the only ones left flabbergasted. Even the Old Hundred and the Imperial Fist Battle Group stationed there shared in their astonishment. Among the throng, only the members of the Expeditionary Force maintained their composure, for they had been informed prior to their arrival that these troops referred to themselves as the PDF. Yet during combat, ordinary extreme warriors often required two to subdue a single PDF, for their equipment was exceptionally formidable. As the planetary defense forces readied for battle, drawing their power swords and raising their phase bayonets in preparation for a charge, the great doors of the Lion's Gate swung open, and 200,000 industrial robots were deployed at the forefront, launching a counteroffensive against the demonic legions of terror. These industrial robots differed markedly from the bodyguard robots. They lacked the sophisticated bionic skins. Each industrial robot stood a towering 9 meters tall, embodying a mechanical aesthetic reminiscent of miniature titans. Behind them loomed 10 battle-class titans. The loyal faction of the Empire had assembled 50 titans for the Battle of the Lion's Gate. Yet Zhou Qing opted not to deploy any beyond his own 10 battle-class titans. Although Zhou Qing had been directly appointed as the Lord of the Sun by the Emperor, he felt the need to flex his muscles. This was to ensure that his subsequent command of the troops would not result in any underhanded actions. Thus, for this first counteroffensive, he solely mobilized his forces and refrained from calling upon other imperial armies to join the fray. To guarantee the absolute victory of the war, Zhou Qing did not limit himself to deploying just these industrial robots. He also summoned 2,000 bodyguard robots and 100 military combat robots to await at the Lion's Gate. Should the tide of battle turn unfavorably, these specialized combat robots would also be thrust into the fray. As for the damages to the Lion's Gate, that would be a matter to be addressed later. After all, the human empire had ample personnel and resources at its disposal. Reconstruction was merely a matter of time. When the moment arrived, these formidable combat robots would demonstrate to the forces of chaos the true meaning of physical strength measured in billions of tons. In Zhou Qing's estimation, terror was the weakest of the 4 chaos deities, for it adhered to physical combat. Who among them could rival the mechanical legions under Zhou Qing's command in close combat? In the physical universe, aside from a few special beings, who could compare to the machine army he commanded? Who could effortlessly measure their strength in billions of tons? They were the most rudimentary engineering robots, yet they boasted a foundational strength of 100,000 tons. The war commenced, and as the mining robots surged into the throngs of terror demons, a merciless slaughter unfolded. With their single-handed strength reaching 100,000 tons, these mining robots encountered little resistance as they ruthlessly decimated everything in their path. In the very first round of skirmishes, the demons of terror melted away like snowflakes in a raging inferno, their charge utterly failing. The industrial robots even launched countercharges against them. Meanwhile, on the peripheries of the battlefield, the planetary defense forces also initiated their assault. These forces, boasting the name of planetary defense, yet resembling space marines in might, plunged into the demon horde, wielding their power swords with lethal precision. No demon could withstand their onslaught. As they surged into the fray, a mere flick of their weapons could obliterate entire lines of adversaries. A relentless tide of demons surged towards the Lion's Gate, only to be met with annihilation in return. The demon Lord of Terror encountered its most formidable adversaries. It was noteworthy that even the Emperor-class Titans weighed but a handful of tons. In essence, these industrial robots could lift an Emperor-class Titan with a single hand. Under such tremendous might, any entity daring to engage them in a physical confrontation or close combat was akin to courting death. The defensive artillery of the Lion's Gate continued to fire, yet their primary role was one of observation, witnessing the mechanical army push back. Ironically, the only effective counter to these units was the long-range attacks that the demons of terror had long scorned. The Imperial weaponry still possessed the capacity to inflict damage. Heavy artillery and the main cannons of Predator-class and Battleship-class Titans could still deal significant harm to these industrial robots. The Solar Wrath missiles could similarly inflict devastating blows, all of which were appropriated weapons of the human empire. In addition, the multitude of explosive weaponry consistently bombarded them, causing marginal losses, though these were negligible. These long-range attacks, once dismissed by the demons of terror, had now become their sole means of regaining the upper hand. Chapter 73. How can there be so many people? A multitude of terror demons is currently being repelled. However, due to the overwhelming armaments seized by the human empire in the wake of the demon incursions, even with Zhou Qing deploying his engineering legion, the sheer volume of low-grade metallic materials causes a gradual depletion in their numbers. Nonetheless, this attrition occurs at an exceedingly slow pace. After a grueling 8 hours of battle, merely 16 engineering robots have been lost. The siege of Lion's Gate seems to have reached its climax, and it is now prudent to leave the matter to the siege troops and the standard planetary defense forces, while the other units can proceed with their planned assaults. The command of the forces here is entrusted to you, Tullius. I hand over the leadership of the Mechanical Legion to you, granting you the authority to orchestrate their combat operations. Zhou Qing has lost interest in lingering any longer, turning his gaze towards the commander of the Imperial Guard and directly transferring command of the Mechanical Legion to him. Now, you may direct this force into battle. The command of the Imperial Army is also yours, with but one request. Eradicate these demons. Annihilate them utterly. After speaking, Zhou Qing placed a reassuring hand on Tullius's shoulder and departed from the command center of the siege of Lion's Gate, feeling that his presence was no longer necessary. In confronting these demons, Zhou Qing's attention shifted towards the pressing issues of human welfare on Terra, as the plight of his fellow humans is nothing short of appalling. Why do demons manifest so easily on Terra? Why do they appear within the capital of the human empire with such alarming frequency? Is it not a reflection of the abysmal living conditions faced by the populace? If the citizens of the imperial capital enjoyed a decent quality of life, would they not resist the demons instead of colluding with them? Such reasoning seems utterly foolish. Thus, continuing to slay demons in this manner is devoid of purpose. While dispatching these subspace demons may resemble mere dog slaughter on the battlefield, it does not address the root of the problem. As long as chaotic sorcery persists, these subspace demons will continue to emerge in droves. After all, aside from the Psionic Legion, few units possess the capability to completely eradicate these demons. Even if this mobilization of forces manages to eliminate those practicing heretical sorcery, what of the future? Unless conditions on Terra undergo significant improvement, such scenarios will inevitably recur. Can we truly rely on the divine radiance bestowed by the being known as the Emperor to ensure that no malevolent gods arise on this planet? Such an approach is undeniably flawed. Entrusting the survival of an entire civilization to a singular, formidable entity is hardly indicative of true civilization. Rather, it is but a vassalage. A genuine civilization ought to be a stalwart support for its leaders, not merely a subordinate to them. Presently, the human empire exists solely as a vassal to the so-called Emperor. Should that divine figure vanish, the entire empire would likely crumble. Simultaneously, the human known as the Emperor would find himself bereft of support from his own civilization, forced to sustain the vast empire through his own efforts alone. This course of action amounts to nothing more than a slow and agonizing demise. Having relinquished command to Tullius, Zhou Qing proceeded to the Ministry of Internal Affairs within the Terra Palace. At that moment, Gilliam was engaged in discussions with the High Lords in the High Lord Assembly. while Zhou Qing entered the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This ministry stands as the largest, most cumbersome, and crucial bureaucratic institution within the human empire. Zhou Qing had never witnessed an interstellar civilization's internal affairs department of such magnitude. Merely overseeing the operations and personnel of the palace required a staggering workforce of 10 billion. As Zhou Qing's psychic energy enveloped the entire Ministry of Internal Affairs for a personnel audit, he was astounded by the sheer inefficiency of its operations. He struggled to comprehend why a palace necessitated such an exorbitant number of administrative personnel. Surely, this is an affront to reason. Beyond this overwhelming realization, Zhou Qing also felt an immense pressure stemming from the sheer number of individuals. With so many mouths to feed, how could sustenance not become a pressing issue? The official personnel alone exceeded 10 billion, not to mention the multitude of civilians. After all, the human empire is notorious for its vast unofficial population, including petitioners, slaves, laborers, pilgrims, and illegal residents. When Zhou Qing's psychic energy swept through the palace to tally the population, he was left incredulous to discover that this relatively small area housed a staggering 800 billion inhabitants. For the first time, he experienced a sensation akin to being overwhelmed. Could it be true? 800 billion people in such a compact space? It is worth noting that after the destruction of the Earth Federation, the Human Federation successfully reclaimed Earth, which under a century of their governance maintained a population of merely 70 billion, an optimal figure determined through meticulous calculations. Even at its peak, Earth's population never surpassed 100 billion. Yet, here he stood, witnessing 800 billion souls crammed within a palace. This was nothing short of a cosmic absurdity. According to the Human Federation's estimates, such a population would require 80 units of food per month, merely for those residing in the palace. If one were to aggregate the entire population of the Sacred Terra, Zhou Qing surmised that it would necessitate at least 2,000 units of food monthly. In that moment, he felt as if he were being crushed beneath the weight of this realization. How could he possibly procure such an enormous quantity of sustenance to maintain the normal functioning of this planet? Though he is a scientist, it does not imply that he possesses omnipotent capabilities. While scientists may devise solutions to such problems, each solution inherently requires time. At that moment, Zhou Qing acutely felt the immense troubles posed by the colossal scale of the human empire. In the current phase, establishing any food production facilities within the Human Federation proves to be a formidable challenge. It seems all paths lead to the last resort, the only expedient means of acquiring sustenance, the Green Skin Farm. Chapter 74, The Green Skin Farm. The Green Skin Farm emerges as the sole effective solution Zhou Qing can conceive for the food crisis, as any production facility in the galaxy necessitates time for construction. This construction relies on the astonishing speed of the Human Federation's building capabilities. However, if applied to the human empire without his intervention, even a hydroponic farm would take them over a decade to construct, despite providing them with blueprints and construction methods. Even if he dispatched engineering robots to facilitate the construction of the hydroponic farm, there exists a saturation point for such resources. At the very least, it would take 200 days to complete. Consequently, the establishment of food production facilities proves excessively difficult. In contrast, the Green Skin Farm stands as a more fitting alternative. The Green Skin Farm is not a product of Human Federation technology, but rather a scientific innovation developed by Zhou Qing in this universe, composed of green skin spores. The green skin creatures can thrive in any environment. Factories equipped with phase weaponry can yield a substantial amount of green skin meat in merely weeks. Within a fortnight, one can cultivate a competent green skin lad, or even directly nurture a capable green skin leader. Their growth and development are significantly influenced by Wyak energy. The denser the Wyak energy, the swifter their growth. However, this is not a fixed rule. Through extensive research, Zhou Qing has also discovered various other aspects. The green skin farms prove to be exceptionally useful, prompting Zhou Qing to allocate some of his time and effort to investigate the farm's production capabilities. In his studies, he has formulated a growth nutrient that accelerates the rapid development of green skin creatures. Under the application of this nutrient, a green skin lad can mature within a single day, resulting in a greater yield of meat, transforming the original equal division of fungus and meat into a ratio of 2/3 meat to 1/3 inedible fungus. The automatic harvesting device of the green skin farm discards the fungus back to continue its growth, while the meat undergoes standard processing to eliminate any undesirable textures, leaving only premium quality for the dinner tables of the populace. Moreover, the potion that accelerates growth can be easily concocted by Zhou Qing himself. This entirely establishes a standardized production module for a rapidly growing greenskin farm. Most importantly, the greenskin spores in Zhou Qing's possession have undergone genetic modifications, enhancing their delectable qualities. He has made slight adjustments to their cognitive genes as well, considering that these greenskin beings are sentient. Slaughtering them could evoke discomfort among certain individuals. As a leading scientist of the Human Federation, he has certainly contemplated this aspect, ensuring that all humans can consume these foods without apprehension. Thus, Zhou Qing has also modestly modified some of the cognitive genes in the green-skinned creatures, ensuring that they will not exhibit any intelligence until they reach the age of 8. They will serve as excellent livestock, capable of rapidly producing sufficient meat while also facilitating large-scale production with ease. After all, Zhou Qing has retained 1/3 of their mass for the purpose of reproduction. Consequently, the green-skinned offspring spawned from these spores will yield exceptionally tasty meat. They will also function as high-quality livestock, lacking the formidable combat prowess and threat level typical of ordinary green-skinned beings. Zhou Qing has resolutely decided to construct a green-skin farm to alleviate the current food crisis faced by the Empire, at least to address Terra's immediate hunger issues. As for the ethical implications of such treatment towards the green-skinned creatures, Zhou Qing is utterly indifferent to such considerations, given that the Human Federation has previously transformed starfish beings into canned starfish. In truth, these extraterrestrial entities scarcely qualify as sentient beings to humanity. They are merely livestock. With this thought in mind, Zhou Qing strides into the Ministry of Internal Affairs, delegating this matter to Guilliman, the regent. Upon entering the Ministry of Internal Affairs as the Lord of the Sun, the officials take note of his presence. Though he bears the title of the Lord of the Sun, Zhou Qing essentially embodies the military commander of the human empire. The term military commander is simply too sensitive. Hence the emperor designated him as the Lord of the Sun. The High Lord Council is currently in session within the Ministry of Internal Affairs inside the Imperial Palace. Guilliman is engaged in discussions with several other High Lords. As Zhou Qing enters the ministry, attendants promptly guide him to Guilliman's side, recognizing him as one of the top figures in the human empire. Consequently, the attendants ensure that Zhou Qing does not have to wait outside, but rather leads him directly into the High Lord Council. As Zhou Qing himself is also a High Lord of the Empire by the Emperor's decree, when Zhou Qing steps into the High Lord Council, the conversations abruptly cease, and all eyes turn toward him, including those of the genetic primarch, Guilliman. Their gazes are filled with perplexity, as they cannot fathom why Zhou Qing, who is meant to be commanding the Imperial forces against the forces of chaos, finds himself here. As the newly appointed Lord of the Sun and the de facto military commander of the Empire, he should be leading the Imperial army against the abhorrent legions at the Lion's Gate, not appearing in this assembly. However, it is evident that Zhou Qing is disinterested in the other High Lords. He merely focuses on Guilliman, having been present when the Emperor issued directives in the throne room. Zhou Qing understands that Guilliman is currently the regent of the Empire. Rather than engaging in futile discussions with the other High Lords, it would be more effective to entrust matters directly to Guilliman. I require a parcel of land to establish a farm that will provide ample sustenance for the Empire's citizens. You handle the land issue, as you are the regent. Ensuring the well-being of the populace is your responsibility. I will send the relevant data to the personal terminal I provided you earlier. Please utilize that terminal to access this information and ensure the farm is constructed according to my specifications. It must guarantee a continuous supply of meat for Terra once established. Although a meat-only diet may lead to malnutrition, this is clearly not the time to address such concerns. Additionally, do not linger here. Take your forces to the Lion's Gate and initiate an offensive against the demons. This will aid you in gaining sufficient prestige. As the regent of the Empire, you too require ample prestige to affirm your primarch identity, which is essential for effectively governing this empire. After delivering these words to Guilliman, Zhou Qing turns and departs. With a capable regent like Guilliman at his disposal to resolve these matters, why should Zhou Qing involve himself directly? He merely needs to provide the technology to Guilliman, confident that the regent will handle it appropriately. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of Guilliman's position as regent? Rather than commanding battles and addressing public issues, Zhou Qing is far more interested in advancing his military technology. He must hasten to delve into the development of the psychic legions to prevent being limited to producing only the most archaic psychic units. The conflict at the Lion's Gate is not merely a matter of his mechanical legions overpowering the forces of chaos. He has also witnessed the formidable strength of the demons. He can feel the relentless surge of potent demonic energy. Thus, Zhou Qing's demand for advancements in military technology has intensified. If he can produce the true psychic legions of the Human Federation, then the abhorrent demons will no longer pose a threat. Moreover, given that he is here to assist the human empire in the Lionsgate conflict and resolve public issues, it is high time he attended to the matters he originally intended to address. Chapter 75. The Everyday Rations of the Imperial Citizens. Zhou Qing walks over, delivers his statement, and then turns to leave, leaving behind a group of High Lords, bewildered and uncertain about what had just transpired, while Guilliman too appears somewhat dazed by Zhou Qing's remarks. However, having spent an extended period in the company of Zhou Qing, Kilimanjaro had garnered a certain understanding of Zhou Qing's modus operandi and his myriad expressions. Turning to the assembled High Lords before him, he declared, "Let us conclude today's matters here. Whether it pertained to the data Zhou Qing was to relay to him for the agricultural production or the admonition Zhou had just given regarding the need to bolster his reputation through combat at Lionsgate. Kilimanjaro perceived these tasks as imperative. Zhou Qing was indeed correct. Rather than engaging in feudal disputes with these High Lords, it would be far more prudent to rally the imperial forces to repel the demonic onslaught. Furthermore, he could harness the arrival of his original body to invigorate the morale of the imperial troops, thereby facilitating a more effective resolution to the demonic threat. Ultimately, while Zhou Qing currently held the esteemed title of Solar Lord, appointed by the Emperor himself as the imperial war leader, Kilimanjaro was acutely aware of Zhou Qing's true identity as a scientist. Although he found it perplexing that a scientist could wield such formidable power, it was indeed the title Zhou Qing had presented during their introduction. Thus, it was evident that Zhou Qing possessed little innate talent for warfare. As the scion of vengeance, Kilimanjaro felt compelled to assess the battlefield situation firsthand and to thoroughly examine the technical documents Zhou Qing would eventually send him, as well as the farms he was to establish. This individual was an unparalleled scientist. The facilities he designed would undoubtedly exceed the ordinary and yield extraordinary results. Consequently, Kilimanjaro was not only eager to witness the battlefield dynamics, but also impatient to delve into the technological documents Zhou Qing had transmitted to him. The High Lords, who had been seated in a state of stupor, watched as the 13th Gene Original of the Empire made his exit from the Imperial Interior Ministry Hall after delivering his statement. He departed as gently as he had arrived, leaving the High Lords exchanging bewildered glances. They suddenly found the two Imperial high-ranking officials at this juncture rather inscrutable. The Solar Lord was somewhat excusable since they had yet to engage with him formally, but even from their brief interaction, it was evident that he was not easily approachable. After all, the Solar Lord had not exchanged a single word with them, conversing solely with Kilimanjaro, while the 13th Gene Original appeared even more erratic in their eyes. The meeting had barely reached its midpoint when he abruptly took his leave, intending to engage in battle at Lionsgate. Was the Solar Lord not present there? What need did the Gene Original have to be involved? With immense curiosity, the High Lords resumed their routine affairs. Finding time for meetings was already a rare luxury for them, and they had to attend to numerous other matters that had been set aside during this time. They had neither the time to ponder Kilimanjaro's actions nor to dwell on Zhou Qing's affairs, as they busied themselves with the Empire's various administrative duties. Despite the dire state of the human empire, their responsibilities remained plentiful. After all, there were still numerous issues from decades past that required resolution, and they had to proceed step by step. Kilimanjaro, accompanied by his honor guard and elite warriors, departed the grand hall of the Imperial Palace, making his way towards Lionsgate. As he walked, he received a substantial amount of data transmitted by Zhou Qing through his personal terminal. This data delineated the various metrics and construction methods pertaining to the greenskin farms, along with the necessary materials. For ordinary materials, the Empire's ceramic steel would suffice. It was not strictly essential to utilize materials sourced from the stars. Although Kilimanjaro felt a tinge of heresy and sacrilege at the prospect of directly employing the green-skinned entities, which were akin to chaos, he remained pragmatic as the scion of vengeance. Were he not pragmatic, he could not have achieved the creation of the 500 worlds of elite warriors. Thus, despite perceiving this endeavor as somewhat blasphemous, Kilimanjaro discreetly set it aside. Weighing the immense potential for food production this technology promised, he deemed the risk acceptable, even in the absence of Zhou Qing's rapid growth agents. If a standardized greenskin farm could be established according to specifications, it might alleviate the monthly food shortages for 600 billion inhabitants on Terra. Zhou Qing had calculated food consumption based on the standards of the Human Federation, which suggested that the farm could only produce enough sustenance for 3 billion individuals each month. The internal class standards were straightforward, ensuring that every individual received 8 dishes, half vegetarian, half meat, guaranteeing both satiety and quality. Such a standard was the foundation of basic living security, promising 3 meals a day. However, the empire's food supply was manifestly not aligned with this standard. The empire prioritized the meticulous utilization of all food resources. Therefore, according to imperial standards, the production capacity could indeed meet the needs of 600 billion individuals. After all, the Human Federation tended to discard and eliminate certain less desirable parts when utilizing food. The food produced by the Human Federation was of the highest quality, with unpalatable portions being discarded and reprocessed into nutrients, subsequently returned to the fields. The Empire, however, would not engage in such wasteful practices. The ordinary citizens of the human empire subsisted on corpse starch, derived from the recycling and reprocessing of human or animal remains. Some came as byproducts of rare earth extraction. Additionally, they sourced from plants, fungi, or other deceased biological materials. This type of food was typically tasteless and had a viscous texture, distributed in the form of nutritional paste or ration bars, serving as the daily allotment for both the starbound military and the common populace. Thus, for these ordinary citizens, having a meal was sufficient. They bore no sense of disdain or dissatisfaction. Edible delicacies were beyond their reach, reserved for the nobility. For the average citizens of the empire, the less palatable yet consumable items from the greenskin farms would not be wasted. Moreover, contrary to assumptions, the presence of greenskin meat did not guarantee access to meat. More often than not, the empire would repurpose them into corpse starch for distribution among the populace. Faced with such an overwhelming potential for food supply, Kilimanjaro compromised. He contemplated establishing factories to covertly produce these materials. This approach could sufficiently address a portion of the food scarcity on Terra, while the broader implications of such an initiative would necessitate further deliberation. Chapter 76, The Counterattack from Humanity. Zhou Qing had a plethora of tasks demanding his attention, such as establishing the network passage between Terra and his colonized planet. The challenges confronting the human empire at this juncture extended far beyond mere warfare and could not be remedied solely by the implementation of a greenskin farm. What he required was a substantial reserve of support. Given the deplorable state of the human empire's capital, it was unrealistic to expect assistance from other planets. Zhou Qing had no choice but to pin his hopes on his own world. During Zhou Qing's absence, the frenzy of food production on the colonized planet had intensified exponentially. Now, on one of his colonial planets, is capable of producing 480 units of food, 200 units of energy credits, 200 units of minerals, and 100 units of alloys each month. While such resources may seem trivial within the confines of the Human Federation, they are undeniably invaluable within the realm of the human empire. Furthermore, a more pressing concern is the overwhelming presence of cultists and rebels on Terra. Zhou Qing harbors doubts regarding the current Terra Defense Force's ability to suppress this rebellion. He requires additional troops. If he can establish a connection to his colonial planet and mobilize 20 million PDF forces, he could swiftly quell the insurrection. Thus, after departing from Kilimon, he returned to his office and commenced the construction of a Webway. An abundance of resources was continuously extracted from Zhou Qing's spatial backpack and funneled into the Webway construction system before him, along with additional supplies provided by the human empire. The Webway, connecting the Hazy Star domain directly to the imperial capital, would be somewhat lengthy. Even with Zhou Qing's expertise and capabilities, it would require a full 60 days for completion. As Zhou Qing busied himself with the Webway construction, Kiliman's arrival at Lion's Gate further invigorated the morale of the imperial forces. The appearance of a figure from legend, the son of the emperor ready to lead them, undoubtedly uplifted the spirits of the imperial army. Kiliman's arrival coincided perfectly with the triumphant return of Zhou Qing's forces to Lion's Gate. When the chaotic onslaught was repelled, the arrival of the avenging sun and the triumph only served to elevate morale to its zenith. The Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard, Turalian, approached Kilimon, his gaze softening. Were it not for Kiliman's intervention in bringing Zhou Qing, the human empire might have faced a catastrophic calamity, uncertain of its ability to safeguard the emperor. The two exchanged a prolonged gaze, and ultimately, Turalian knelt upon one knee, a gesture that spoke volumes. Kilimon promptly moved forward to assist him to his feet. After concluding their exchange, Kilimon took hold of the Aquila standard and ascended to the highest peak of Lion's Gate, clutching it firmly. He recalled Zhou Qing's assertion that he was a scientist. His task was straightforward: to command the troops in conjunction with the Imperial Guard to vanquish the demonic horde. In his estimation, Zhou Qing had bestowed upon him sufficient strength. He had witnessed the prowess of the engineering drones, bodyguard robots, and military automatons. Kilimon understood the formidable combat capabilities of these units, and thus, his objective was to obliterate the demonic forces. Grasping the Achilles standard, Kilimon refrained from delivering any stirring speeches. Instead, he merely unsheathed the imperial power sword at his side and gestured towards the chaos-infested demonic army. Attack! Attack! Turalian echoed, rallying 2,000 Imperial Guards to form the vanguard of the battle line. Flanking them were the Grey Knights and the Silent Sisters, performing anti-demon rituals to weaken the terror-inducing fiends. These experts in demonology were specifically crafted by the Emperor to counter such threats, well-versed in the nuances of demon combat. Alongside them, Zhou Qing's PDF forces had also positioned themselves on the left and right flanks, with 20,000 planetary defense troops standing resolutely beside them. The elite warriors and a cadre of Imperial Space Marines joined these planetary defenders. Judging solely from their appearance, it would be difficult for anyone to regard these PDF forces as mere PDFs. They were undoubtedly formidable Space Marines. Since Kilimon had issued the Astartes Codex, it had been rare for such a colossal force of Space Marines to assemble for combat. Currently, the assembled Space Marines numbered over 22,000. The Emperor-class Titans and the Warhound-class Titans loomed behind them, poised to join the assault. The Old Hundred and other mortal auxiliary troops, while not wielding close combat weapons, raised their arms in readiness for the impending attack. At the forefront stood the engineering drones left behind by Zhou Qing, undoubtedly the mightiest presence in this conflict. Beyond the bodyguard robots and combat drones, these engineering units were unparalleled. Each engineering drone could effortlessly lift and hurl an Emperor-class Titan, making their immense physical prowess the strongest ally in eradicating the terror demons. This was a formidable army. Even during the era of the Great Crusade, mobilizing such a force was no simple task for the human empire, as these robotic combat units were beyond the empire's manufacturing capabilities. Commence battle, with Kilimon's sword descending. The first to unleash their fury were the Emperor-class Titans and Warhound-class Titans, unleashing their wrath upon the demons. Despite the terror demons' attempts to deny the existence of firearms through their very nature, the overwhelming power of the assault exacted a heavy toll. As these units opened fire, the mechanical legions surged forward once more against the chaotic fiends. The bloody slaughter was imminent. None could withstand the might of the mechanical legions. Any demon daring to obstruct their advance would be effortlessly crushed, reduced to mere dust in the subspace. The Psyker Legion refrained from participating in this assault, instead joining the Grey Knights in their anti-demon rituals to diminish the combat capabilities of the subspace demons. The human empire's counterattack surged forth from Lion's Gate, spreading across Terra. After such a long hiatus, the sacred capital of humanity once again faced the flames of war. This conflagration would engulf all of Terra, all cultists, all miscreants, and every entity that posed a threat to the human empire would be eradicated in this conflict. Kilimon intended to seize this opportunity to cleanse all of Terra. Chapter 77. A webway leading to the Hazy Star domain has been constructed. Zhou Qing's assessment proved accurate. The number of demons and cultists was indeed overwhelming. Although the human forces currently outclassed the demons in quality, Terra, as a planet, housed trillions of souls. Once they succumbed to cultism, they transformed into a significant challenge for the human empire. This was the capital of humanity, where weapons of mass destruction could not be mobilized. Consequently, the forces could only reclaim territory inch by inch, plunging the war into a protracted conflict as the human empire lacked sufficient troops. Until the beacon was reignited and external reinforcements arrived to stem the tide of demons, the imperial forces on Terra would be compelled to engage in constant policing. For Kilimon, the only piece of good news was that he successfully established a factory, as Zhou Qing had instructed, which began producing green food on the seventh day. A verdant factory, under the vigilant watch of the Adeptus Custodes, harbors a secret of utmost importance to the Imperium. The greenskins, deemed as heretical beings and kin to chaos, must remain concealed from the public eye. The human Imperium, upon recognizing the bounties bestowed by greenskin sustenance, finds itself reluctant to dismantle this facility, as the benefits far outweigh the inherent risks. Consequently, the factory is preserved by the custodes, with access strictly limited to their servitors. An unending stream of nourishment flows from this green factory, undergoing numerous processes before reaching the populace of the Imperium. Although the majority consists of protein paste, a small portion of greenskin flesh is canned, offering a taste far superior to that of nutrient paste. This has granted the downtrodden of Terra a rare morsel of meat. The plight of the human Imperium is profoundly tragic. how absurd it is for an interstellar civilization to allow its citizens to suffer from hunger. Their existence has devolved to an unimaginable state, where even a mere taste of meat rekindles their fervent devotion. The corruption of chaos begins to lose its potency, with the ranks of cultists and demons visibly dwindling. While this may not compare to the Emperor reigniting the Astronomicon, it is indeed a positive development. Although Terra has not been entirely reclaimed by the Imperium, the threat of chaos is gradually being eradicated. All that remains is to await the rekindling of the Astronomicon, whereupon all will settle into place. This is the sentiment held by Guilliman, who has mentally prepared himself for the long haul, understanding that the situation on Terra will not resolve swiftly. He is ready to remain for several months, even over a year, until his father reignites the Astronomicon. However, a turning point arose in the third month. At the onset of the third month, Zhou Qing finally completed the construction of the Webway. A passage now directly connects to the colony world he once inhabited. Thanks to the advanced communication technology across the stars, even in his absence from his planet, he can still oversee developments here. With 2 colony worlds under his command, a formidable army has begun to take shape. The numbers of the PDF have surged significantly, as Zhou Qing articulated his need for forces to cleanse the traitors on Terra, prompting an expansion of the planetary troops. When the Webway was opened, the combined strength of the planetary defense forces on his 2 worlds reached an impressive 48 million. After reserving 20 million for garrison duty, Zhou Qing successfully mobilized 28 million Star Warriors. Naturally, the Imperium refers to these forces as the PDF, while Zhou Qing continues to call them by their original designation. In conjunction with these 28 million PDFs, the number of Titan war machines has also risen to 8,000. To effectively purge the forces of chaos, Zhou Qing activated a significant portion of the Titans at his disposal, deploying 6,000 of the Imperial-class Titans to support the 28 million PDFs en route to Terra. Undoubtedly, this formidable army boasts a greater number of Star Warriors than during the Great Crusade. As the newly appointed War Master of the Imperium, Zhou Qing possesses full authority to mobilize troops, and upon establishing the Webway, he made his way to the barracks within the Imperial Palace. The palace garrison is typically managed by the custodes. Thus, Zhou Qing intended to install the Webway here, holding a Webway energy cube in his hand. By placing this cube in a designated area, the Webway could be activated, powered by 2 zero-point cores that Zhou Qing painstakingly crafted over the past 2 months. While the Imperium's energy cores could provide some power, their output was insufficient. Consequently, Zhou Qing had to resort to utilizing his own devices. After 2 months, he emerged from his research laboratory for the first time. As he stepped out, the 2 custodes assigned to guard him knelt before him in deference. In the human Imperium, such honor is afforded only to Zhou Qing. Even Guilliman, the 13th son of the Emperor and a gene-sire, cannot command such respect from the custodes. My lord, you have finally emerged. The fires of war on Terra are gradually subsiding. Under the regency of Guilliman, even without the Emperor's Astronomicon reignited, we anticipate reclaiming all of Terra within 2 years. Moreover, the production facility you designed has commenced operations, consistently providing sufficient sustenance for the people of Terra. It is thanks to your farm that we can hope to reclaim Terra within 2 years, even in the absence of the Emperor's light. Upon Zhou Qing's emergence, the custodes dutifully reported on the developments within the Imperium during his absence, with a particular focus on the food situation. After all, the agricultural output Zhou Qing provided has alleviated the food scarcity afflicting Terra, striking a significant blow against the forces of chaos. Listening to the custodes' report, Zhou Qing nodded. Such scenes were hardly surprising to him. As a leading scientist of the Human Federation, he had encountered similar situations in the past, where military protection was a standard measure for his safety. I'm aware of this. However, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Zhou Qing's psychic energy lifted the kneeling custodes, and he instructed, one of you, escort me to the barracks. The other, inform Commander Terralion that I require his assistance. Understanding that Zhou Qing's command carried the weight of the Emperor's will, the custodes executed his orders without hesitation. Chapter 78, The Webway, Tears of the Custodes. The custodes led the way, and as they moved briskly, Zhou Qing followed closely behind. Although these custodes were ostensibly the pinnacle of the Emperor's alchemical metal creations, Zhou Qing regarded them with a measure of detachment. Not only did he trail behind the custodes, but he also took the opportunity to study this enigmatic imperial force. Despite his extensive research within his laboratory, his psychic abilities had kept him attuned to the battlefield. During the siege of Lion's Gate, he had observed the custodes' performance, noting their effectiveness in terrestrial combat. However, their numbers were somewhat lacking, prompting Zhou Qing to contemplate ways to augment their ranks. A mere company of custodes is insufficient for any meaningful campaign. Entire legions are necessary to conquer the galaxy. After all, in this galaxy, humanity cannot annihilate one planet after another as they did during the days of the Old Federation. Thus, while the custodes led the way, Zhou Qing's brilliant mind tirelessly pondered how to mass-produce these elite units. Given that both he and the custodes were superhuman entities, they traversed the halls. And after half an hour of walking, they arrived at one of the custodes' barracks. The military encampment was remarkably vast, with only 10 elite guards stationed there, accompanied by 2 formidable war mechs, and fortified by an array of defensive structures already completed. This training camp of the elite guards was brought to the fore due to Zhou Qing's expressed desire for a more expansive location, prompting the guards to escort him here. Upon his arrival, Zhou Qing surveyed the camp and spoke. The dimensions are adequate. Now, allow me to articulate my intentions. I aim to establish a network pathway. This pathway will facilitate the mobilization of reinforcements from my planet to support Terra. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's declaration, the elite guards were momentarily taken aback. Throughout their journey, they had pondered the purpose behind Zhou Qing's need for such an expansive military site, only to be astounded by the mention of a network pathway. The term network pathway was not one that elicited pleasant sentiments among the elite guards. Even millennia later, despite having replenished their ranks, they still exhibited a reflexive response to the notion of network pathways. The moment Zhou Qing uttered his words, the war mechs sprang to life, their gazes fixated on him. The veterans within these mechs were relics from an era when the Emperor still traversed the cosmos, and they had directly participated in the battles concerning network pathways. Thus, their reaction to Zhou Qing's statement was particularly intense. Even though Zhou Qing was appointed as the Imperial Warlord of the Sun by the Emperor himself, capable of commanding the elite guards, the war mechs remained unwavering in their scrutiny of him. Their instincts urged them to raise their weapons against Zhou Qing. The term network pathway was simply too triggering for the elite guards. Nevertheless, upon seeing Zhou Qing, they endeavored to suppress their inner turmoil. On one hand, Zhou Qing had eliminated toxins for the Emperor, granting him an opportunity for recovery. This situation presented the elite guards with a chance to atone for their past errors. Furthermore, Zhou Qing was the Emperor's personally appointed warlord of the Sun, commanding the elite guards to heed his orders. Thus, it was only reasonable and just that they should not turn their blades against him. On the other hand, the most crucial aspect was Zhou Qing's formidable prowess, unmatched within the Grand Palace of Terra. Unless the Emperor himself intervened, no one could hope to rival this newly appointed warlord of the Sun. Not merely his personal capabilities, but even the mechanical units he commanded were sufficient to obliterate the entire Palace of Terra. Faced with such an array of concerns, the elite guards and their war mechs, having briefly lifted their weapons, were reined back in by their overwhelming rationality. The guard responsible for leading Zhou Qing to this location contemplated for a moment before addressing him. Esteemed Warlord of the Sun, I lack the authority to provide you with a definitive response. Please allow me to seek out our commander, Terralion, for a discussion with you. You must understand that we hold a deep-seated apprehension towards network pathways, rooted in a battle from millennia past. Kindly grant us a moment. As he spoke, the guard gestured for a subordinate to bring forth a record of the battle concerning network pathways. Before our commander arrives, if you find yourself at leisure, you may peruse this account of the conflict. We hope for your understanding. The elite guards displayed remarkable politeness, and Zhou Qing, embodying a high moral standing, naturally refrained from proceeding with the network pathway until he received their consent. He accepted the book detailing the war of the network pathways and replied, I shall weigh your concerns thoughtfully. Go forth to seek your commander. Have him discuss matters with me. I will not commence the establishment of the network pathways until your return. Feel free to proceed. I shall examine the account of the network pathway war you mentioned. Zhou Qing's words provided reassurance to the guard. Several months had elapsed since Zhou Qing's arrival at Terra, and the elite guards were well aware of the nature of this formidable individual, who possessed an extraordinary moral character. Such an existence seemed almost inconceivable in this universe. Furthermore, he had earned the Emperor's trust, leading the guards to believe, despite their instinctual caution, that they could not help but trust him as they turned to leave. Zhou Qing, holding the book chronicling the war of the network pathways, entered the barracks, where the remaining elite guards knelt before him in a gesture of respect. Yet, as they knelt, Zhou Qing's psychic energy instinctively lifted them back up. As a scientist of the Human Federation, he found it difficult to accept his fellow humans kneeling before him. The thought of his human brethren bowing was something he found hard to reconcile. However, he could hardly fathom the idea of non-humans standing to converse with him. After departing from Zhou Qing, the guard promptly sought out their commander, Turalian. Rather than approaching Zhou Qing directly, Turalian turned towards the throne room to seek the emperor's counsel. The gravity of the situation was too significant for him to make a definitive decision alone. Fortunately, the emperor was now able to communicate with them, and thus, he sought the emperor's guidance. Half an hour later, Turalian received the emperor's directive. The emperor's message was unambiguous. Let Zhou Qing proceed with his plans. He trusted the judgment of his 13th son, recognizing him as a man of exceptional moral integrity. Moreover, he believed that someone who spoke of humanity's divine mandate could not be malevolent. Importantly, the emperor resonated with Zhou Qing's assertion of his humanity. He believed that such a person could never harbor ill intentions. The emperor had witnessed Zhou Qing's actions. He could not be tainted by chaos. Previously, the tyrant had attempted to bestow power upon Zhou Qing, yet the outcome was clear. The tyrant's influence could not touch him. To assert that such an individual could be exploited or corrupted by chaos was utterly nonsensical. Chapter 79. What you previously constructed was a dirt path. Mine is not. With the emperor personally issuing instructions, Turalian could not voice any dissent. To demonstrate his respect for Zhou Qing, he approached him directly. By this time, Zhou Qing had thoroughly reviewed the details of the Network Pathway War. He understood why the elite guards reacted so vehemently to the term Network Pathway. Having suffered significant losses in the past, their strong response was entirely justifiable. Thus, prior to Turalian's arrival, he extended his hand in a gesture of apology. I apologize. I had not anticipated that this term would evoke such profound distress in you, nor that you had endured such substantial losses concerning this technology. Zhou Qing's apology was sincere, and Turalian, who had come to explain the situation, found himself momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and extended his hand to shake Zhou Qing's. Though Kilimon had described Zhou Qing as a figure of exceptional morals, the elite guard commander was still taken aback by the presence of such a paragon of virtue before him. How had this profoundly moral individual emerged from a universe and a society so riddled with turmoil? It is indeed an unprecedented turn of events. Although such thoughts lingered in her heart, Tulligen nonetheless chose to sincerely apologize to Zhou Qing. No worries, it is not your fault. I have already received the emperor's directive. He has informed me that you are permitted to undertake any actions within the palace. Therefore, I must also apologize for any unfriendly behaviors exhibited by the Imperial Guard towards you previously. The two reached a mutual understanding, and after a firm handshake, Tulligen decided to follow closely behind Zhou Qing. Furthermore, Tulligen issued a summons to all members of the Imperial Guard, who were now hastily converging towards this location. Simultaneously, those guards who had been collaborating with Guillemon in battle left to protect him, while the remainder returned to the palace. The lessons learned from a war of the web path were still fresh in their minds. Previously, the Emperor had shielded them from the demons lurking there. But now he was unable to rise, although humanity had once again gained a morally upright leader in Zhou Qing, who possessed formidable psychic capabilities that seemingly could be harnessed to seal the web path. They felt that Zhou Qing's psychic powers ultimately could not compare to those of the Emperor. Consequently, Zhou Qing would need their support to buy time. In case of any problems arising from the web path, the Imperial Guard would be prepared to combat the demons. Zhou Qing sensed the Imperial Guard's actions, but chose not to comment. After all, this was a lesson learned by the guards following their previous misfortunes. It was not a matter of distrust towards him. Rather, it could be seen as a preparation to assist him. Thus, Zhou Qing felt inclined to engage Tulligen in conversation. He deemed it necessary to ameliorate the post-traumatic stress experienced by the Imperial Guard regarding the web path technology. Hence, as he was preparing to rise and stride towards the center of the military camp, Zhou Qing halted his steps, slowly turning his head to regard the Imperial Guard Commander Tulligen, who followed closely beside him. Commander Tulligen, I have witnessed your war of the web path, and I fully comprehend your apprehension towards this technology. However, I believe you need not be so wary. Tulligen initially intended to elaborate on the impacts of the war of the web path, but considering the profound stature of the individual before him, a paragon of moral integrity and technological prowess, he refrained from doing so and continued to listen intently. His gaze fixated on Zhou Qing, conveying a clear invitation. Please continue. I am all ears. Zhou Qing felt gratified that the commander, as the leader of the Imperial Guard, refrained from interrupting him. Your previous war of the web path was primarily triggered by an unfortunate incident, wherein the son of your emperor, a fellow human, breached the psychic shield. That individual, the original entity of the Thousand Sons Legion, Magnus, employed a potent psychic communication to inform the emperor of Horus's betrayal. thus penetrating the subspace and shattering the outer wall of the web path, resulting in a deluge of subspace demons. The outbreak of this war was fundamentally due to the breach of the web path's outer wall. Zhou Qing's words resonated in the ears of the Imperial Guard commander as nothing short of sacrilege and heresy. After all, it concerned either the emperor or his son, or a fellow human. The heretical nature of such remarks was self-evident. Yet, since Zhou Qing had articulated such thoughts in his discourse with the emperor, the guards understood the essence of his being and thus did not voice any dissent. Tulligen nodded earnestly, acknowledging Zhou Qing's insight. Indeed, as you have articulated, the principal factor behind the war's outbreak was the breach of the web path's outer wall, allowing a continuous influx of subspace demons. Excellent. I am pleased that you grasped this point. It seems you are quite capable of acquiring knowledge. A warm smile graced Zhou Qing's face as he affirmed Tulligen's statements and proceeded. Therefore, your greatest concern should be the potential breach of the web path's outer wall, which would lead to an incessant invasion of subspace demons, igniting a new war of the web path. However, my creation is distinct. It employs a wealth of resources and technology and is not akin to the web path you remember. I shall use terms you can comprehend. I have meticulously studied your web path. Prior to my arrival, I traversed this very construct with Guillemot. I have researched it extensively, and it has existed for a long time, akin to a dilapidated dirt road. No one has maintained this path, and thus its fragility is inevitable. It is not an eternal entity. Your web path embodies this existence. Its age is considerable, and prior to its utilization, you did not conduct thorough maintenance or repairs, rendering it incapable of fulfilling its intended purpose. In contrast, the one I have constructed is freshly forged, with an outer wall that remains resilient. Moreover, there is no need for trepidation regarding its potential damage. Even if it were to sustain harm, I have prepared 2 zero-point cores for it. The energy generated by these cores can restore any damage to the web path, and any impairment would be merely temporary. For this web path, as long as there is an energy supply, it can persist and continuously repair any damaged sections. Should you find it insufficiently secure, you may augment the energy supply to this conduit. With ample energy, I assure you, even if one of the 4 gods were to strike and shatter the conduit, as long as you provide sufficient energy, it can be restored. Confidence radiated from Zhou Qing's visage, while the Imperial Guard commander was left in disbelief upon hearing this proclamation. Is this what they call a paragon of moral integrity and supreme scientific prowess? Chapter 80. The Emperor indeed pales in comparison, and this is now understood. As a commander of the Imperial Guard, Tulligen possessed a breadth of knowledge. Thus, after Zhou Qing's exposition, he comprehended the situation. As someone personally appointed by the Emperor as a supreme commander, this individual had crafted a web path that was entirely distinct from the one previously created by the Emperor. The web path discovered by the Empire was a relic left behind by ancient beings. The Emperor could only utilize it, but could not maintain it. Even the psychic race itself could not repair it, and therefore, once damage occurred, the Emperor was left helpless, forced to resort to desperate measures to contain a breach. However, Zhou Qing's web path was an entirely different matter. It was supplied by energy, and should the web path sustain damage, it could self-repair as long as adequate energy was provided. This presented a stark contrast. While Zhou Qing's web path might still encounter circumstances akin to the War of the Web Path, the demons would not have a continuous influx of reinforcements. As long as they could endure for a time and then increase the energy supply, the web path could regain its integrity. The invasion of demons would be abruptly interrupted. This was fundamentally different from the previous War of the Web Path, where a relentless tide of demons could not be permitted to surge forth. The Imperial Guard would possess the confidence to withstand them. The only pressing issue remained the energy supply. There is no issue regarding energy. We shall have the mechanics here construct 2 ion cores to provide a substantial energy supply. Although Zhou Qing mentioned that the 2 zero-point energy cores he possesses are already sufficient, the Imperial Guard remains convinced that an additional boost is prudent, especially for the Emperor's safety. Tula Zhun remained silent. Zhou Qing sensed that he understood the situation, so he refrained from further idle chatter and proceeded with the final phase of establishing the astral pathway. After meticulously completing the last step, a psychic nexus manifested within the barracks of the Imperial Guard. Simultaneously, a vast passageway emerged in the vicinity of Tianjin's 4 governor's office. The local planetary defense forces were not at all surprised by this development, as Zhou Qing had previously informed them. Upon the appearance of the astral pathway and the opening of the Grand Marshal's conduit, they immediately set their plans into motion. Technical robots and scientists swiftly approached to conduct a thorough examination and validation of the pathway before authorizing the planetary defense forces to traverse it. Once confirmed, they declared it a functional pathway enabling the advancement of our troops. The transit through the astral pathway is remarkably swift. Despite the vast distance separating the mysterious star region from the central new domain, they would only require 2 hours of march within the pathway to reach their destination. This technology is undoubtedly among the most advanced within the Human Federation. Typically, for more distant star systems, the Human Federation establishes Stargate routes or astral pathways. In more developed star regions, both types of routes are commonly present. This is akin to the highways and high-speed rail systems of humanity in the 2K era. Ordinary hyperspace routes could be likened to highways, while direct navigation through the cosmos resembles regular roads. The astral pathways and stargates, on the other hand, can be directly compared to aircraft or high-speed trains. The wealthier the star system, the greater the number of stargates and astral pathways it possesses. To assess the affluence of a star system, one merely needs to observe the quantity of these two constructs, as their maintenance also incurs energy expenses. Reinforcements from Tianjin have already entered the astral pathway, while the Imperial Guard stands ready. They remain vigilant against the emergence of subspace demons, and their fearsome battle mechs have been activated, weapons trained on the entrance of the astral pathway. In light of their demeanor, which suggested they were preparing for an imminent battle, Zhou Qing simply waved his hand and gestured for Tu Lejun to step forward. Tu Lejun advanced, his golden power armor radiating an imposing presence under the ethereal glow of the astral pathway. Gripping the Guardian's spear tightly, he fixed his gaze intently on the depths of the pathway, as if bracing himself for a bloody confrontation. However, Zhou Qing merely patted his shoulder lightly. His tone is relaxed as if discussing the day's weather. Relax, Commander. My astral pathway is not the second-hand technology used by the Emperor in his time. Tu Lejun did not turn back, maintaining his vigilant stance without the slightest relaxation. Lord of the Sun, while you may have confidence in your technology, the threat of subspace should not be underestimated. Should demons invade, they would be incinerated to ashes. Zhou Qing interrupted him, gently swiping his finger, causing a ring of blazing white exterior walls to materialize at the edge of the pathway. Do you see this? This is a psychic firewall. Any unauthorized subspace entity attempting to breach will be disintegrated into fundamental particles. I've certainly accounted for the ordinary subspace demons. If they attempt to approach the pathway, they will meet their demise without concern. As he spoke, Zhou Qing led Tu Lejun to a machine that detailed the status of the entire pathway. The operations of this pathway will be your responsibility, Imperial Guard. I initially intended to deploy the extremist warriors of Guilliman for oversight, but since this is within the palace, it is best entrusted to your watch. This machine will inform you of the pathway's condition, should any damage occur. Simply press the button beside it to increase the energy output. This will facilitate repairs to the pathway and eliminate any intruders within. It will also notify you of any damage. Should you observe more than 40 deterioration or an overwhelmingly powerful presence within the pathway, do not hesitate. Press this button. Zhou Qing swiped the virtual screen to display a termination button. If the enemy proves insurmountable and there are no allies within the pathway, pressing here will immediately destroy it, preventing anyone from traversing to Terra. If it becomes unusable, we can destroy it, but do take heed. Do not press this button while our personnel are inside. If you destroy the pathway, those present will be thrust into subspace, and you must understand that ordinary individuals appearing there face certain death. To provide support to them, we would require the Psyker Legion, yet I have yet to cultivate such forces. Zhou Qing warned Tu Lejun earnestly, and Tu Lejun committed every word to memory. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's assurance regarding the termination of the pathway, Tu Lejun nodded sincerely, now acknowledging that the Emperor's astral pathway technology pales in comparison to this. Had the Emperor's pathway been easily destructible, it would not have permitted foes to enter Terra so freely, nor would he have needed to remain on the Golden Throne ceaselessly. Although the burning of the star beacon requires the Emperor's psychic energy, at least he would not be confined as he is now. Chapter 81. The Pitiful Demons and Cultists. Tu Lejun grasped Zhou Qing's intent. However, he did not withdraw all of the Imperial Guard's defenses, maintaining a contingent of 1,000 soldiers on standby for unforeseen circumstances. After all, necessary precautions must be upheld. Zhou Qing remained at the astral pathway, awaiting the arrival of his forces. Time passed slowly in their anticipation until the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from within the pathway, accompanied by the unmistakable noise of massive machinery. Although the exact nature of the machines could not be discerned, it was evident that formidable war machines were approaching. This time, Tu Lejun did not react hastily. It was clear even to the dullest observer that the chaotic entities could not march with such order. The source of these orderly footsteps could not possibly be the chaos demons, but rather the reinforcements Zhou Qing had previously mentioned. A smile spread across Zhou Qing's face. At last, the reinforcements had arrived, and sufficient forces could now be deployed to address the demons plaguing Terra. After all, he is the Lord of the Sun of the human empire, responsible for matters of war. With demons present, it was his duty to eradicate them. Amidst the expectant gazes of all present, 2 Titan-class war machines emerged, flanked by 20 venom blades. And this was merely the beginning. Following the 20 venom blades was an entire regiment of planetary defense forces, clad in standard power armor, wielding Gauss rifles, and equipped with energy swords at their sides. Simultaneously, each individual was equipped with 3 nuclear magnetic grenades as supplementary firepower. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Behind this planetary defense force lay 40 unique combat tanks provided by the Human Federation, known as the Annihilator tanks. This once principal battle tank of the Human Federation is capable of operating in any terrain and environment. More importantly, it is devoid of energy concerns. Should the tank's self-contained energy be entirely depleted, the 4 human occupants need only to enjoy a restful slumber for 4 to 5 hours, and the energy will be replenished. The technology employed within functions similarly to the bed previously issued by Zhou Qing, capable of harvesting the energy they emit and subsequently transforming it into the energy required for the tank's operation. The primary artillery of this tank boasts a myriad of options. When besieging a city, one may opt for the disintegration cannon. For precision strikes, it can be reconfigured to utilize spear-like energy weapons. Gravity cannons, plasma cannons, gamma-ray burst cannons, and rail plasma cannons can all be mounted on this formidable vehicle. It is safe to assert that this tank is akin to Zhou Qing's Riemann Russ tank, serving as a versatile chassis. Space Marines. The deployment of Space Marines here seems futile, as their numbers are insufficient to resolve the issues plaguing Terra, which currently demands a vast military presence. Tula found himself perplexed by the scene before him. What purpose would the deployment of Space Marines serve, even with the assistance of Titan-class warlords? It was evident that maintaining public order is not achieved through brute force. What is required in such operations is the precise elimination of resistance forces while safeguarding the integrity of structures. The introduction of large-scale destructive weaponry would serve little purpose. One cannot simply dispatch Titans to dismantle homes. Such an approach is clearly unreliable. Observing his forces, Zhou Qing also heard the words of the commander of the Imperial Guards behind him, yet he did not turn around. You misunderstand. These are not Space Marines. Merely some ordinary PDF troops, as you should well know regarding the planetary defense forces. He continued, I am acutely aware that the challenges faced by Terra necessitate a significant mobilization of troops, which is precisely why I have deployed my planetary defense forces, totaling 28 million. With these units, combined with Terra's original forces, the eradication of these cultists and demons will be far more manageable. Are you serious? Tula replied, his expression one of disbelief as he stared intently at Zhou Qing. You claim those clad in power armor wielding weapons are merely PDF? How can anyone mistake them for PDF? Zhou Qing's PDF troops had been witnessed firsthand during the Lion's Gate battle, where they fought alongside Space Marines, drawing their power swords to engage in fierce combat against the Chaos Demons. Ordinary elite warriors pale in comparison to their combat prowess. They slaughtered through the ranks of demons with ease. Now Zhou Qing insists these individuals are indeed PDF. Frankly, they bear little resemblance to planetary defense forces. If the planetary defense forces are this formidable, what then of the Astra Militarum? What the Space Marines? Tula struggled to regain his composure. Remaining lost in Zhou Qing's words as waves of troops continued to emerge from the Webway. Thanks to the power armor provided by Zhou Qing, these PDF troops swiftly received their orders. Upon exiting the Webway, they comprehended their respective missions, rapidly advancing towards their objectives in units of squads and platoons, aiming to eradicate all remaining demons and cultists. Typically, a single company of planetary defense forces faces thousands of gang members or traitors. Should demons emerge, even in numbers exceeding 10,000, Zhou Qing would mobilize an entire battle group of planetary defense forces. Titan-class warlords would accompany them to combat those formidable demon units that are otherwise insurmountable. As one contingent after another deployed, Tula observed the troops, noting they emerged in a consistent formation. Each formation comprised 3,000 planetary defense soldiers, 20 Venom Blade tanks, 2 Titan-class warlords, and 40 Annihilators. From this composition, it appeared that each unit was akin to a PDF infantry battalion. Nonsense PDF infantry battalions. Tula couldn't suppress his frustration, muttering under his breath as he watched the seemingly endless stream of troops. From the initial contingent to the present, he had witnessed the emergence of 30 battalions. And there was no sign of dwindling numbers. Could this truly be the 28 million planetary defense forces Zhou Qing mentioned? Had it not been for the Emperor's explicit warning to refrain from interfering with Zhou Qing's actions, he would certainly be alarmed now. He was convinced that Zhou Qing was a man of great integrity, posing no threat to the human empire. In fact, the Emperor seemed eager for Zhou Qing to take action regarding the empire. In previous discussions, the Emperor had directly stated that should Zhou Qing desire the human empire, he could have it all. Thus, Tula's mindset remained relatively stable. He was merely contemplating one question: 28 million space marines to exterminate those demons and cultists? The fate of the cultists and demons seemed grim. Chapter 82. The High Lord's Turn Against Zhou Qing. Battalions of space marines commenced executing their operational plans. On this day, even the soldiers in the capital of the Imperial Throne World, Terra, witnessed a spectacle unlike any they had ever seen. An Imperial Guard infantry battalion partnered with a PDF strike through alongside a battle company of space marines, advancing shoulder to shoulder against all resisting enemies. The Imperial Guards had never imagined they would be afforded such an honor. The space marines fought alongside them, annihilating any opposition. Their enemies, though slightly more numerous, were still limited in number. An Imperial Guard infantry battalion cooperating with a battle company of space marines was merely pitted against approximately 100 000 gang members or demons. Simultaneously, Titan-class warlords stood ready to assist in combat, providing the Imperial Guard with a sense of exhilaration they had never before experienced. The Emperor's angels, the demigods of the human empire, stood beside them, fighting alongside them as though they were ordinary comrades. Of course, while it was referred to as a battle company of space marines, it was evident that the units Zhou Qing had assembled bore little resemblance to the specifications outlined in the Codex Astartes. A battle company of 3,000 space marines hardly aligned with the Codex's stipulation of a company being limited to 1,000. However, Guilliman astutely refrained from seeking to enforce the Codex Astartes upon Zhou Qing, for Zhou Qing defined this force as PDF. After all, he had met the Emperor alongside Zhou Qing, who enjoyed the Emperor's unwavering trust. So why should he be troubled? The Imperial Guard was equally unconcerned. However, apart from them, there existed a faction that was exceedingly anxious: the High Lords. It was evident that the High Lords harbored significant dissatisfaction towards Zhou Qing's actions, particularly after the latter had disregarded them entirely during his previous visit to the Department of Administration in search of Guilliman. Although the mortal High Lords' councils were perceived as mere insects, they possessed redeeming qualities, having consistently served the Empire and absorbed valuable lessons from historical precedents, such as the Horus Heresy. At the onset of the Horus Heresy, Horus was appointed as the supreme commander of the Empire, subsequently orchestrating a grand celebration for his own elevation. The circumstances then bore a striking resemblance to the present. Zhou Qing had similarly been appointed as the Solar Primarch and supreme commander of the Empire. What implications did this hold? It signified the resurrection of a title once held by the Empire's former war leaders. Even more alarming was Zhou Qing's contravention of the Astartes Codex, as he commanded an overwhelming number of space marines. The appearance of such a multitude of space marines on Terra was a source of profound concern for the High Lords. One must not assume that these High Lords were tirelessly devoted to the Empire. In reality, they represented the vested interests of their respective families. Zhou Qing's emergence threatened their dominion, as he had not engaged in any form of mutual benefit exchange with them. He had descended directly from above, indicating no entanglements with the local nobility. This starkly contrasted the customary dealings of the High Lords. Furthermore, Zhou Qing's sudden appearance implied that he, too, sought a share of the spoils. How vast would the share be for a supreme commander of the Empire? The High Lords found it impossible to ascertain this, as they were unaware of the true extent of Zhou Qing's ambitions. What was certain, however, was that the benefits allocated to the Solar Primarch would be immense. Yet the existing advantages had already been extensively distributed among the High Lords, with the Empire's overall welfare having been appropriated by their families. Zhou Qing's arrival signified the potential for them to lose a portion of their gains. Moreover, alongside Zhou Qing, there was the presence of Guilliman. His arrival also threatened to strip them of their hard-won authority, with the loss of power equating to the loss of familial interests. The High Lords had begun to express their discontent. Even without Zhou Qing, Guilliman would need to utilize his formidable political acumen to suppress their opposition. Now, with Zhou Qing in the picture, the High Lords' resistance had intensified. The Imperial Guard could eliminate these dissidents with ease, yet the Empire could not afford to operate without them. Given the vastness of the Empire, A sufficient number of administrative officials was essential. Beyond their families, the empire could not muster such a multitude of bureaucrats. A single palace required billions of administrative personnel. Even if one were to extract every individual from Zhou Qing's entire colony, it would still not suffice. The empire could not afford to alienate these families, for the Imperium of Man was itself an abstract entity. They lacked a sufficient compulsory education system. Who would believe that a galactic empire still grappled with literacy rates? Certain High Lords had long felt discontent towards the duo of Zhou Qing and Guilliman. Now, as Zhou Qing mobilized his planetary defense forces to decisively eradicate the rebels on Terra, granting them a semblance of tranquility, the inherent flaw of human interfactional conflict was laid bare among these High Lords. On the second day following Guilliman's entry into the High Lords' Council to address an agenda, the Chief Constable of the Department of Justice, Avralisa de Lacma, stood up to confront Guilliman. My Lord Guilliman, I believe it is imperative that you impose certain restrictions on Lord Zhou Qing. He has grievously violated the Astartes Codex, as the number of space marines under his command has far exceeded the Empire's limits. The Codex stipulates that each Astartes chapter may only comprise 1,000 members. Yet here we have Zhou Qing, as the Solar Primarch, commanding over 3,000 space marines in a single chapter. Such behavior is undoubtedly in violation of Imperial law, and it is necessary for you to impose constraints. Despite their intent to target Zhou Qing and Guilliman, the High Lords were acutely aware that they lacked the capacity to oppose Zhou Qing directly, nor did they possess the requisite authority. Zhou Qing was personally appointed by the Emperor as the Solar Primarch and Supreme Commander of the Empire, a status far beyond their ability to contest. They required Guilliman's intervention. They needed this same figure, directly appointed by the Emperor and recognized as the Empire's regent, to take action against Zhou Qing. It was evident that these High Lords were mere mortals, lacking comprehension of Zhou Qing's true stature. They assumed that Guilliman, as the regent of the Empire, should have the authority to oversee Zhou Qing. After all, Guilliman was the 13th son of the Emperor. While they might be powerless against Zhou Qing, they believed Guilliman could succeed. In stark contrast to the myriad thoughts swirling within the High Lords, Guilliman regarded the dim-witted assembly before him with incredulity, his mind brimming with questions. At that moment, he began to doubt the wisdom of his earlier decree regarding the Astartes Codex, pondering whether entrusting mortals to govern mortals was indeed the correct course of action. Did these individuals possess even a modicum of intellect? The crisis on Terra had yet to abate. Had Zhou Qing not deployed his forces, who could fathom how long the conflict would persist? In the midst of this ongoing crisis, these individuals dared to target Zhou Qing, failing to consider that the military was under his command and whether they could even succeed in their endeavors. Guilliman felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at their naivety. Yet recognizing the necessity of these insects, he concluded that now was not the time to replace the High Lords. Therefore, he resolved to sidestep the issue for the moment. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, he declared, I shall treat this matter as if I have not heard it. Let's not dwell on it further. Instead, let us discuss other matters concerning food rationing. Chapter 83. Once again, the Empire is vast. Yet it is precisely because of its enormity that Guilliman sought to bypass this issue. He had little desire to waste time engaging in fruitless discussions with the High Lords. However, it was evident that Chief Constable Avralisa de Lacma completely failed to grasp Guilliman's intentions. Rather than adhering to his suggestion, she rose further, placing her hands on the table, embodying a figure of justice as she addressed Guilliman once more. She was determined to compel Guilliman to address Zhou Qing's situation. After all, what she represented was not merely any other interest. As the Chief Constable, she embodied the interests of the nobility on Terra. Prior to Guilliman's return, de Lacma had condoned the enforcement of oppressive measures against the commoners by the law enforcement units, misappropriating resources to uphold noble interests. At this juncture, the Department of Justice has long ceased to resemble the entity that Guilliman and his contemporaries once recognized. It has transformed into a body comprised of scions of the nobility, rampant with corruption throughout the empire. Their primary agenda is to safeguard the interests of the aristocracy while oppressing the downtrodden populace. Even the citizens of Terra, who possess little intrinsic value, are subjected to relentless subjugation. They endeavor to extract profit from the impoverished, those who are barely able to sustain themselves. Theoretically, such actions should not provoke any conflict with Zhou Qing. However, Zhou Qing, as a representative of humanity, embodies moral integrity and harbors a commendable attitude toward the underprivileged. Unlike traditional members of the empire, he eschews the aristocratic disdain for the lower classes. In his quest to provide for these individuals, Zhou Qing has significantly jeopardized the interests of the imperial nobility. The land on Terra is exceedingly valuable, and the empire's aristocrats control the majority of it. Thus, Zhou Qing's efforts to accommodate the common folk inevitably bring him into direct confrontation with them. Under his command, the planetary defense forces disregard the nobility entirely, demanding either the surrender of land to facilitate the relocation of these ordinary citizens or face annihilation. During his efforts to resettle the underprivileged, the number of Terra's nobility who have perished at his hands has exceeded 184 million. This figure is not insignificant. It underscores a profound implication. Zhou Qing regards these traditional nobles with utter contempt, executing them without a second thought. As a representative of noble interests, Avilisa del Rama has received joint demand from several prominent aristocratic families, urging her to teach Zhou Qing a lesson, to engage him in dialogue for a potential exchange of interests. The traditional nobles of Terra remain fixated on negotiating through the barter of benefits, entirely oblivious to the fact that Zhou Qing exists beyond the confines of their established rules. Avilisa del Rama insists that Kilimon propose a resolution to restrain Zhou Qing, which deeply displeases Kilimon. His brow furrows in response, visibly displaying his dissatisfaction, an uncharacteristic display for someone typically composed. This action signifies a clear warning. Yet, it is evident that even though Avilisa del Rama perceives Kilimon's change in demeanor, she remains undeterred. This moment represents her prime opportunity. Kilimon, unfamiliar with the territory, lacks the evidence to prosecute them effectively. At this juncture, Kilimon is unlikely to resort to lethal measures against them, making it the sole moment to compel him into submission. Given that Kilimon cannot execute her, what reason does she have to withdraw? Consequently, she not only stands her ground, but becomes increasingly assertive. Avilisa del Rama locks eyes with Kilimon, refusing to yield an inch. Such a scenario is exceedingly rare. A high-ranking representative of the Department of Justice confronts the regent directly. The other nobles do not intervene in this dispute. Instead, they observe intently, eager to ascertain how Kilimon will navigate this situation, as it will influence their subsequent attitudes toward him. Feeling the pressure from the surrounding nobles, Kilimon's anger intensifies, darkening his expression. Is this an affront to him, Kilimon? It is utterly absurd. He scans the assembly of nobles, attempting to interpret their expressions, though they are all seasoned politicians who skillfully conceal their emotions. After surveying the room and finding no answers, Kilimon sheds his pretense. He raises his hands and claps thrice. Following this, a multitude of PDF, elite warriors, and the Imperial Guard flood into the assembly. Upon their arrival, they swiftly subdue Avilisa del Rama, with several elite warriors pinning the Grand Marshal of Justice to the ground, while the Imperial Guard stands vigilantly beside Kilimon. This unexpected turn of events leaves the nobles in stunned silence. They had not anticipated Kilimon would act so decisively, bypassing dialogue altogether. Faced with the presence of the Imperial Guard, the nobles refrain from any further action, choosing instead to remain seated and observe Kilimon's next moves. Kilimon, of course, does not disappoint them. He steps away from his position and approaches Avilisa del Rama directly. Without uttering a word to her, he declares loudly, "Del Rama, you have permitted the police force to impose tyrannical rule over the citizens of the capital while misappropriating law enforcement resources to uphold the interests of the nobility. Such conduct has inflicted immense damage upon the empire. The chaos that led to the incursion during the Terra War was exacerbated by your actions. Therefore, you are charged with corruption, heresy, and treason. Your family shall bear the shame of your deeds. From this moment forth, you are expelled from the Council of Nobles, and your family will face a substantial fine as restitution. The Department of Justice will present a detailed protocol for your trial in 3 days, followed by a public execution." Kilimon's proclamation resonates with finality, and he refrains from engaging further with her, since she has shown herself to be ungrateful for mercy. He sees no reason to allow her to continue living. He possesses not only the elite warriors but also Zhou Qing's backing, alongside 28 million interstellar soldiers and the Imperial Guard with the Emperor's endorsement. If he were to fear a mere noble of Terra, he might as well perish. While the unwarranted elimination of a noble's representative might provoke discontent among the larger families, if he can present irrefutable evidence, they will have no grounds for protest. Accused of such numerous crimes, if her family dares to act, other families will willingly move to eliminate her. Political strife often requires nothing more than a plausible rationale. However, as previously stated, the empire is vast and possesses ample bureaucratic personnel. Yet, the empire's sheer scale means that, aside from select few individuals. The loss of others is inconsequential. Chapter 84. A turn of events observing the Imperial Guard escorting Avilisa del Rama away. Kilimon discards any pretense and lays his cards on the table. With the support of the Imperial Guard and Zhou Qing, he resolves to cleanse the slate entirely, ensuring that only his allies remain. Aside from the individual from the Department of Justice, both the two High Lords from the Tribunal and the Astral Court were similarly apprehended. One was directly accused of treason, while the other faced charges of extremism and abuse of power. Both were promptly executed by white phosphorus. Furthermore, General Lasky of Mars, who had previously opposed the Astartes assistance program for Kilimon, was forcibly relieved of his duties under the formidable Titan legions commanded by Zhou Qing. Kilimon intended to support an individual willing to aid the original Forge Astartes in ascending to power. What began as a modest meeting to discuss food rationing transformed into a sweeping purge of the entire High Lords Council of Terra on that day. Armed with talent acquired from Zhou Qing and his own accumulated resources, along with those promoted from within Terra, Kilimon successfully undertook a significant overhaul of the administrative system of Terra. Such actions undoubtedly cleared away all obstacles for the forthcoming indomitable crusade with the Martian Mechanicus, under the oppression of Zhou Qing's Titan legions, offering no resistance. After all, the incumbent Forge General of Mars was still alive. What issues could arise from appointing a new leader, given that factions existed within? Kilimon's decision to utilize political maneuvering rather than resorting to extreme measures eliminated any justification for betrayal against the Empire. One might ponder the consequences of treachery against the Empire. Would the 28 million Astartes not be airdropped onto Mars? Would the thousands of battle-ready Titans and the unparalleled small war machines showcased during the siege of Lions Gate not be deployed to Mars? By collaborating with Kilimon, they could benefit from Zhou Qing's teachings. It was evident that this new Solar Lord wielded technology coveted even by the Mechanicus. Conversely, should they refuse to ally with Kilimon, Zhou Qing's fleets and armies would airdrop on Mars, obliterating the entire Mechanicus stronghold. The Mechanicus could not contend with 28 million Astartes. This force surpassed the military units of the Great Crusade era. Had the Mechanicus' presence on Mars not been within the solar system, they might have mounted a defense. Regrettably, Mars lay just beyond Terra's borders. With the aid of the Adeptus Custodes, the 28 million Astartes could easily reach Mars and annihilate the Mechanicus headquarters. The bodyguard automatons that had previously dispatched demons during the siege of Lions Gate were duly noted by the Forge General and others on Mars. Such formidable power left no doubt that even the Forge General, faced with the onslaught of the bodyguard automatons, would likely be reduced to rubble with a single blow. Of course, due to the bodyguard automatons' use of the star's simulated skin, they appeared to these observers as mere infantry units. The Mechanicus, however, regarded these automatons as the Emperor's newly crafted Adeptus Custodes. They perceived them as a force that distorted the laws of physics. Thus, the political purge on Terra commenced. Yet, these matters were Kilimon's domain. Zhou Qing remained focused on guiding the development of several colonies under his command. Concurrently, he assembled a fleet that he had painstakingly amassed. Excluding the fleet he had brought from the Human Federation, he had managed to establish a functional fleet during this period. This comprised 2 cruisers, 12 destroyers, and 8 frigates, forming a modest fleet. Nevertheless, the mere fact of fielding such a fleet within this time frame was commendable. Zhou Qing prepared to command them in exploration of nearby star systems and to reclaim additional colonies, ensuring resources for future development. This operation remained undisclosed to Kilimon. Although Zhou Qing was a man of high moral standards, he harbored intentions of self-preservation. His noble ethics led him to regard the human brethren of the human empire as kin. He would exert every effort to save them. Yet as a leader of the Human Federation, he had to consider his own interests. It was untenable to solely assist the human empire without nurturing his own controlled military force. Thus, this campaign was conducted covertly from the human empire. Given the emergence of the Great Rift, the human empire had been irrevocably divided, one side representing the empire's dark aspect and the other its sacred domain. Within the dark aspect, Zhou Qing was insulated from detection by the empire, a benefit of technology. While Kilimon managed domestic affairs within the empire, Zhou Qing dispatched his forces to launch assaults on 2 neighboring star systems. The 2 imperial worlds within these systems were once again reclaimed, undergoing extensive construction and defensive enhancements. Crucially, planetary shield generators were established on each planet, utilizing superlative shields to isolate chaotic energies from the planets. Additionally, purifiers were employed to cleanse all subspace energies. restoring them to purity to prevent adverse effects on the psychics of the newly reclaimed planets. Zhou Qing had numerous tasks at hand and was exceedingly occupied. His days were dedicated to researching his technology, while nights were spent commanding his forces in battles between the stars. Though his planetary defense forces possessed formidable combat capabilities, ordinary demons posed little challenge. Nonetheless, Zhou Qing adhered to the principle of minimizing casualties whenever possible. Sacrifice may be the cornerstone of empires. Yet the Human Federation could not condone meaningless losses. The Federation accepted sacrifices and the willingness to lay down lives for it, but all such actions must hold significance. In the face of unnecessary and senseless sacrifices, the Human Federation could not acquiesce. Zhou Qing, a mere scientist, wielded a powerful intellect, enabling him to command even modest military engagements effectively. Under his command, after incurring over 200 PDF casualties, he once again brought 2 colonies under his jurisdiction. Thus far, he had secured 4 planets across 3 systems, providing resources and avenues for development. Following Zhou Qing's expansion efforts, Kilimon completed the purge of the High Lords of Terra. Concurrently, the Emperor's astral beacon shone anew, and with the aid of the PDF mobilized by Zhou Qing, Terra was restored to the grasp of the Human Empire. It seemed that all initial stages had been successfully concluded. Things are looking up once more. Chapter 85. The Failed Attempt of the Psyker Legion. 18,000 Enhanced Grey Knights. Terra had been reclaimed by the Human Empire, and the Emperor radiated his light once again. This signified a respite for the Human Empire. However, matters did not conclude here. With the issues on Terra resolved, the Empire now faced the vast expanse of territory lost on the dark side. Numerous planets believed the Human Empire had vanished, a challenge that Kilimon must now confront. In the absence of Zhou Qing, he now felt compelled to initiate an indomitable expedition to reclaim the lost territories and bring the Human Empire back under the Emperor's dominion. However, the circumstances had changed. The current warlord of the Empire was Zhou Qing. Therefore, Gil Lyman did not proceed immediately. Instead, he sought to establish contact with Zhou Qing. This thought guided Gil Lyman as he endeavored to locate him. Yet, each time he approached the threshold of Zhou Qing's laboratory, he found himself halting in his tracks. Zhou Qing had hung a sign on his door, declaring no entry and do not disturb, ensuring that no one would disrupt his research. Gil Lyman was well aware of Zhou Qing's dedication. The scientist's work was of paramount importance. Thus, despite numerous visits to Zhou Qing's laboratory, he refrained from entering. A mere greenskin farm had already transformed the dire food shortage on Terra. Consequently, Gil Lyman could scarcely fathom the nature of Zhou Qing's current research. Moreover, the elite guard stationed at the entrance made it even less likely for him to gain entry. Under such circumstances, Gil Lyman resolved to mobilize the Imperial warships to prepare logistical support for Zhou Qing's potential grand expedition. If indeed Zhou Qing was poised to embark on an indomitable campaign, the war machine of the Human Empire began to stir into action under Gilliman's direction. He commenced coordination with the Mechanicum of Mars, urging them to supply ample weaponry and maximize their production capabilities in preparation for the grand expedition. The state of the Human Empire was still far from favorable. Although Terra had been reclaimed, the situation remained dire. In light of this, Gil Lyman had to effectively mobilize every weapon of the Human Empire, compelling all arms and forges to exert their full might. Only then might they pull the Human Empire back from the brink of extinction. Of course, at this juncture, Gilliman's psychological burden was no longer as overwhelming as before. Each time he beheld the 28 million planetary defense forces stationed on sacred Terra, his spirits lifted considerably. Such a formidable contingent of space marines could undoubtedly alleviate the pressing challenges faced by the Human Empire. Furthermore, prior to entering his laboratory, Zhou Qing had already delegated command of this force to him, meaning Gil Lyman could now mobilize these troops. Yet, as he gathered fleets, he awaited Zhou Qing's emergence, and thus refrained from deploying the legions, merely stationing them on Terra to fortify the solar defense line. As Gil Lyman organized the grand forces for the indomitable expedition, Zhou Qing was diligently immersed in his research on a new generation of Psychic Legion technology. The vast array of technology within the Human Federation was staggering, with each set of technologies entrusted to its respective scientists for exploration. Although Zhou Qing was a triad scientist, he did not possess mastery over all the technologies within the Federation. Cutting-edge technologies, particularly those of military application, require the authorization of a Grand Marshal to unlock, a privilege Zhou Qing currently lacked. Thus, he could only endeavor to breach the formidable firewall established by the Federation to access this military technology. This endeavor was a protracted process, necessitating considerable time and effort. The firewall protecting the Federation's military technology had been forged through the combined efforts of 10 scientists. Though Zhou Qing had means to circumvent it, he lacked sufficient equipment to expedite the process, resulting in a sluggish pace. In addition to his military technology research, Zhou Qing was also investigating how to better integrate his psychic legions with the forces of this universe. Within his laboratory, he had gathered 60 psychics from Terra's Psychic Academy, attempting to mold them into competent members of the Psychic Legion. However, he faced failure. His supply of Zealot was depleted. Without a sufficient source of pure psychic core energy for infusion, he could not forge qualified members of the Psychic Legion. The 60 psychics from Terra's Academy ended up becoming mere Grey Knights under Zhou Qing's efforts. While Grey Knights appeared commendable on the surface, they fell woefully short of the Psychic Legion he envisioned. He required a force capable of consolidating all psychic energies into a colossal entity centered around him, poised to counter the malevolent gods. Instead, what he had created were merely enhanced Grey Knights. They exhibited formidable resistance to chaos, rendering them nearly impervious to its corrupting influence, and their potent psychic abilities granted them significant lethality against demons. Such a force could at best confront the demonic legions of reality. Yet it was impossible to drag them into the immaterium for a direct confrontation with the malevolent gods. Zhou Qing's research had reached an impasse. He had initially aimed to develop a psychic legion that did not deplete Zealot, but it now appeared he had failed. The current circumstances dictated that he must wait for the development of his colonial worlds, and subsequently construct Zealot synthesis equipment to create these high-grade psychic cores. Of course, despite this reality, Zhou Qing had not given up. He continued his research, summoning a substantial number of psychics from Terra's Academy. As 2 months swiftly passed, Zhou Qing ultimately abandoned his research, emerging from the laboratory accompanied by a legion of 18,000 failed psychics. Though these individuals had not become qualified soldiers of the Psychic Legion, Zhou Qing managed to transform them into competent Grey Knights. Moreover, despite their failure, Zhou Qing equipped them with specialized gear for the Psychic Legion. For instance, he outfitted them with Psychic Void armor, embedded with enhanced psychic matrices that augmented their combat prowess and psychic potential by 200. The armor's exterior was reinforced with hyper-energy shields to fend off the incursions of chaos and defend against any assault. Their armaments included Gauss rifles and power swords, with the notable addition of psychic disintegration cannons, a heavy weapon also assigned to these failed legionnaires. This force's combat effectiveness surpassed that of conventional PDF units, yet still lagged behind the Psychic Legions. In this moment, Zhou Qing found himself at a loss regarding how to name or organize them. The mere 18,000 members were insufficient in number to constitute a legion, prompting Zhou Qing to categorize them into 6 battle companies. Chapter 86. The Grand Expedition. You are tasked with managing these 18,000 Grey Knights. As Zhou Qing departed his laboratory, the first person he encountered was Gil Lyman, who visited Zhou Qing daily. Gil Lyman sought to discuss the intricacies of the Grand Expedition, and on this day, he not only met Zhou Qing, but also beheld the 18,000 replica Grey Knights emerging from the laboratory. Certainly, Gilliman may not have recognized those individuals who bore a striking resemblance to the Grey Knights. Yet the Grand Master of the Grey Knights, who accompanied him, was indeed perceptive. Particularly since their recall during the Lion's Gate battle on Terra, they had remained steadfast in their resolve to assist Zhou Qing in launching an indomitable expedition. Although the Grey Knights did not perceive a necessity for Zhou Qing's assistance, Gilliman implored them to stay, believing that the Imperium ought to contribute to the Great Crusade in some capacity. Despite Zhou Qing's command over a staggering 28 million Space Marines to initiate this grand endeavor, it seemed rather unreasonable for the Imperium to offer no support whatsoever. Was the sole purpose of the Imperium merely to mobilize the Navy to shield the Space Marines? Such a notion was certainly untenable. Hence Gilliman's entreaty for the Grey Knights to partake in the forthcoming expedition Zhou Qing might undertake. The Grey Knights, of course, acquiesced to Gilliman's request, thus leading to the current scene where Gilliman and the Grand Master of the Grey Knights stood at the threshold of Zhou Qing's laboratory. As Gilliman reveled in the prospect of discussing the timing for the Great Crusade with Zhou Qing, the Grand Master had already keenly discerned the soldiers congregating behind Zhou Qing. They exuded a certain aura akin to that of the Grey Knights, reminiscent of a cadre of specialists uniquely trained to confront the forces of chaos. Gazing upon the throng of nearly 10,000 warriors, the Grand Master was momentarily taken aback. In light of such a multitude, and an assembly of so many anti-demon experts. What then was the role of the Grey Knights? A profound bewilderment enveloped him as he grappled with their significance. In stark contrast, Gilliman was elated and hastened forward. At last, the Master of the Sun has emerged. Let us deliberate on the timing for the Great Crusade. I am currently mobilizing the Imperial forces, which is the extent of our available military might. As he spoke, Gilliman transmitted all pertinent documents to Zhou Qing's personal terminal. The convenience of processing and sending files through personal terminals was unparalleled, and Gilliman yearned for such technology to proliferate throughout the Imperium, though that was merely a fleeting thought. Zhou Qing, having just exited his laboratory, was unprepared for the immediate demand to oversee the Imperial forces in launching a grand expedition. I am merely a scientist. Must I truly command military operations? He internally lamented. While he possessed the capability to lead troops, the prospect was far from appealing. Typically, the Human Federation engaged in external conflicts to expand their territories, rarely necessitating the reclamation of lost colonies. To articulate it more precisely, throughout the Federation's ascendance, they had never relinquished a single colony, thus lacking any contingency plans for recovering them. In general, the Federation's approach to warfare involved obliterating celestial bodies. Upon identifying a planet of interest, the Federation would deploy titanic constructs to annihilate all life forms present, following the eradication of organic entities. The next step would involve transforming the planet to suit the Federation's needs. More often than not, this transformation rendered the planet into a Gaia-type world, as it had captured the Federation's favor. If the planet was of no interest, the solution was straightforward. Simply obliterate it and dispatch resource-gathering units to collect the necessary materials. The Federation's military ethos prioritized efficiency and was exclusionary, rendering the fates of alien civilizations irrelevant. Even if a few human compatriots resided on the alien world, they would merely dispatch a psychic legion to extract them before proceeding with the planet's destruction. However, the predicament faced by the human empire was distinctly different. The colonies in question had been lost by the empire, rendering the Federation's military strategies unreliable and impractical. Zhou Qing could not possibly command titanic constructs to unleash devastation upon their own planets, annihilating their human brethren in the process. Moreover, the Great Crusade diverged fundamentally from the tactics Zhou Qing had previously employed to reclaim colonies. In his earlier endeavors, he had relied on overwhelming forces to crush the opposition. Yet the sheer multitude of targets in this expedition precluded such an approach. The notion of relocating all human inhabitants from the planets before demolishing them was equally futile in the context of the current human empire. Despite extensive experimentation and dialogues with psychics, Zhou Qing struggled to comprehend how the human empire managed to house populations ranging from tens of billions to hundreds of billions on such planets. More crucially, with a significant portion of their planets now fallen, the question loomed: how long would it take to reclaim such vast territories? Consequently, Zhou Qing felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation regarding the impending conflict. Faced with Gilliman's enthusiasm, he hastily uttered a few words before retreating back to his laboratory. You can handle this matter, Gilliman. I am uncertain how to address it. You are the expert. With that, Zhou Qing returned to his laboratory, leaving behind 18,000 replicated Grey Knights. Upon re-entering his laboratory, an idea struck him, prompting him to open the door and address Gilliman once more. I entrust you with these 18,000 psychers. While they may not engage in direct confrontation with demons within the warp, they possess a modicum of combat capability. At the very least, their fighting prowess is comparable to that of the Grey Knight beside you. I bequeath them to you. They comprise 6 battle companies. Consider this my tithe to the Imperium's Astra Militarum. Additionally, I authorize you to command all PDF forces stationed on Terra. Ultimately, the authority to direct these troops rests with you, Gilliman. I shall not interfere. This declaration from Zhou Qing underscored his reluctance to command military operations. He preferred to focus on his scientific pursuits rather than grapple with the complexities of planetary warfare, a task he found exceedingly taxing. As a scientist, he yearned to delve deeper into his research within the confines of his laboratory and remotely oversee the development of his colonies. The chaotic predicament of the human empire could be entrusted to Gilliman. With that, Zhou Qing departed, once again sealing the door to his laboratory, leaving behind a bewildered Gilliman, who gazed at the now-closed laboratory door alongside the 18,000 psychers fixed upon him. What was I here to discuss? I believe I was to confer with Zhou Qing regarding the initiation of the Great Crusade. Yet it seems that before I could utter more than a few words, he vanished, leaving me with these 18,000 Grey Knights. As the Imperial Regent, Guilliman's mind operated swiftly, and upon Zhou Qing's assignment of these 18,000 individuals to him, he instinctively categorized them among the ranks of the Grey Knights. Well, it is not a wasted trip after all. I have acquired another 18,000 Grey Knights. Although Guilliman did not achieve his desired goals, he nonetheless garnered the allegiance of 18,000 psychic Grey Knights, which left him in remarkably good spirits. Comforting himself with this thought, he proceeded to lead the still-dazed Grand Master of the Grey Knights away, who had yet to comprehend the extraordinary events that had transpired. It was now time to deliberate on the matter of expanding the ranks of the Grey Knights. Chapter 87. The expansion of the Grey Knights. Guilliman departed slowly. He arrived empty-handed, yet left with 18,000 Grey Knights in tow, along with the bewildered Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Adric Vordos, who had come to aid the Imperial forces in their battles. Despite having heard tales of the absurdity of the situation from Guilliman, he could scarcely have anticipated such an extraordinary outcome. The Grey Knights are a unique elite force of the Imperium of Man, their genetic foundations rooted in the venerable figure known as the Emperor. This unit was meticulously crafted by the Emperor himself, and their expansion is fraught with difficulty. Unlike ordinary battle companies, they cannot simply augment their numbers. Their growth is painfully slow and tightly controlled. The criteria for recruitment are exceedingly stringent, requiring psychic potential at least at the beta level, along with unwavering willpower and an absence of chaos taint. Even if one meets these criteria, only 1 in a million can successfully undergo the 666 trials of repugnance to become a Grey Knight. This reality renders the replenishment of their ranks the most arduous among all Imperial forces. Following a high-intensity campaign, it may take decades or even centuries to restore their numbers to full strength. They do not expand their forces. They merely replace losses. The growth of their ranks is one of the Imperium's most meticulously managed resources, with each new recruit painstakingly selected from billions of souls across the galaxy. Now, the Grand Master of the Grey Knights sensed that the psychic soldiers before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his own Grey Knights. They possessed formidable psychic abilities and were equally resistant to chaos. The only distinction lay in their genetic lineage, which did not derive from the Emperor. Thus, in theory, they could not attain immortality. These newly forged Grey Knights, created by Zhou Qing, had a fleeting lifespan of merely 100 years. Unless subjected to further life-extending procedures, their existence would be limited to that span. This disparity in longevity was not lost on the Grand Master, yet in the grand scheme of things, such differences held little significance for the Grey Knights. The various wars they had endured inevitably led to casualties. In this chaotic universe, no one can guarantee their survival for long. Tomorrow and misfortune are unpredictable companions. Theoretically, they are immortal, yet when the Imperium calls upon them, they must respond, sacrificing themselves for the greater good. Sacrifice is the bedrock of this empire. As the Grand Master of the Third Brotherhood, Adric Vordos had yet to regain his composure. However, Guilliman harbored no such doubts. He had witnessed too many miracles to falter now. With Zhou Qing entrusting these psychics to him, it was evident that he could arrange their integration into the ranks of the Grey Knights without reservation. Zhou Qing had informed him that these individuals were also experts in anti-demon warfare, making them suitable candidates for incorporation into the Grey Knights' forces. The Grey Knights are an effective unit, renowned for their unparalleled capabilities against the forces of chaos. Yet their numbers are woefully insufficient. With Zhou Qing presenting them with a considerable influx of qualified candidates, the time to expand the Grey Knights was now. Guilliman led Adric Vordos back into a secure chamber, where they took their seats at a table. Grey Knights, he proclaimed, I believe the time has come for us to expand our ranks. Given that Zhou Qing has provided us with such a multitude of qualified psychics, it is high time we bolster our forces. During their journey, Adric Vordos had anticipated that the pre-march would propose such an idea. Thus, upon hearing Guilliman's words, he nodded in agreement. Why not? If the Grey Knights of the Imperium were to seek such numbers, 18,000, how long would it take to achieve that? It could take millennia. Yet here we are with 18,000 candidates before us, nearly all of whom are fit to be Grey Knights. However, despite the prospect of expansion, the elite status of the Grey Knights as the Imperium's final bastion of hope precluded any hastiness in their acceptance. Regent, I am aware of your unwavering faith in the scientific prowess of the Lord of the Sun, and thus you may not entertain doubts. Yet, as the Grand Master of the Grey Knights, I must consider the implications. To join our ranks, these individuals must also undergo the 666 trials. This is our baseline, a safeguard against the corruption of chaos, even if Zhou Qing assures us that these individuals will not succumb to its taint. Moreover, we must test their willpower. I recognize the scientific strength of Zhou Qing, acknowledged even by the emperor, and thus I too am a believer. However, the resolve of these psychics remains a question. Even the strongest fortress can crumble from within. If their will is not steadfast, it may falter. Gilliman readily acquiesced. Yet, your willpower assessment must take precedence. These individuals are powerful psychic warriors and formidable fighters, even if they cannot join the Grey Knights. Their resistance to chaos is sufficient to enable them to participate in any conflict. I cannot allow them to be squandered before they even engage in battle against chaos. I must ensure they are deployed to the Imperium's most urgent fronts. Adric Vordos nodded in agreement, acknowledging the undeniable strength of the forces Zhou Qing had provided. Even if they could not become Grey Knights, they could certainly serve as stalwart defenders on conventional battlefields. The Imperium of Man requires every ounce of strength available. There can be no waste. Chapter 88. War. I manage domestic affairs. You execute while Gilliman was preparing for his indomitable crusade. Zhou Qing was once again bringing 600,000 psychics into his laboratory. Very well. If the psychic legions cannot be created, then let us forge a new cohort of ordinary Grey Knights. Zhou Qing was not solely focused on research. He also perused the annals of imperial history, uncovering accounts of a conflict known as the Webway War. The subspace demons have audaciously struck the capital of the human empire, although it is the human empire that suffers the blows. It is ultimately humanity that bears the brunt of this affront, which leaves Zhou Qing feeling a profound sense of humiliation, much like the earlier encounter with Nagu, which had similarly shamed him. Witnessing the brutalization of his fellow humans fills Zhou Qing with indignation. What are these subspace demons? Such creatures daring to assault the very heart of humanity is nothing short of a contemptuous affront to the entire race. Zhou Qing deems it necessary to wage a war within the Webway against these demons to cleanse the humiliation endured by the human empire. What is required for combat in the Webway? Clearly, it is the psychic legions. Although the legions he previously crafted do not strictly belong to the category of psychic legions, their combat prowess surpasses that of the PDF in the Webway. This type of force cannot be mass-produced in colonies like a standard planetary defense army. Zhou Qing must personally oversee the creation of these psychic legions. Thus, a new campaign of expansion commenced, with Zhou Qing anticipating the need to muster approximately 600,000 Grey Knights over the course of the next month, alongside mobilizing around 8 million PDF troops to launch an offensive in the Webway. He intends to test whether he can purge the demons lurking within, fully aware that, despite their eventual resurrection, this act of vengeance and the restoration of dignity must be achieved. As Zhou Qing was fervently preparing his forces for a decisive strike against the demons, Gilliman had already received Zhou Qing's authorization. Zhou Qing entrusted the command of the troops to Gilliman, who now faced the monumental task of leading an expedition under his own direction. Although Gilliman longed to assert that this was Zhou Qing's responsibility and not his own, he could not refuse the task when it was handed to him. This was not Zhou Qing's domain. He was merely a scientist. And despite being appointed by the emperor as the Lord of the Sun, everyone understood that this was not his true calling. Gilliman must shoulder his rightful duties. And thus he began preparing for the grand expedition. The human empire urgently needed to launch a vast campaign to rescue those imperial worlds between the stars, currently under siege by enemies and affected by the Great Rift. Time was of the essence. Every passing hour saw more planets fall into despair and countless imperial citizens perishing. Yet, the immediate concern was stabilizing the subspace corridor within the solar system. Subspace navigation is the most crucial means of travel for the human empire, and Gilliman must secure the final subspace node on the planet Vorlis. If Vorlis were to fall, the solar system would be irrevocably sealed off. This planet is of paramount importance. With the aid of the terror-inflicting demon armies, the Chaos War Master Abaddon has successfully captured 7 of the subspace nodes. He has deployed suspected corrupted Blackstone artifacts on these worlds to obstruct the surrounding subspace routes. Therefore, the final subspace node on Vorlis must not be lost. Having resolved the political issues with Zhou Qing's assistance and reassembled over 28 million interstellar warriors, Gilliman decided to personally lead a fleet to Vorlis to support the local imperial forces. The number of fleets the human empire could gather was limited, and thus, Gilliman could only take a modest contingent of interstellar warriors. After meticulous calculations, he resolved to take only 1 million warriors. Among them are his entire cadre of Primera Space Marines, as he finds their commandability most convenient. He also wished to avoid any misunderstandings with Zhou Qing. ensuring that the presence of Zhou Qing's support forces would not dissuade the Empire from dispatching its own troops. He understood that Zhou Qing was humanity's last hope and the sole beacon of salvation for the human empire. 1 million PDF troops commenced boarding the naval vessels prepared by the human empire. Simultaneously, a portion of the Primera Space Marines from the Imperial Fists also boarded these transport ships, poised to launch the first operation of this grand expedition. Just as Gilliman resolved the troop movements and prepared to embark, Zhou Qing emerged from his laboratory once more. Leading his own planetary defense forces, Zhou Qing approached the departing Gilliman. "You must remain here, handling domestic affairs on Terra. This was the decision made by that golden giant when he arranged our identities. War is my responsibility, not yours." As a leading level 10 scientist of the Human Federation, Zhou Qing maintained an unwavering sense of duty and moral integrity. His profound sense of responsibility prevented him from shirking his obligations, even amid scientific endeavors. He would never concede that managing the political issues of the human empire was preferable to commanding troops in battle. "You understand the intricacies of the human empire's administration far better than I do. I have no desire to confront your over 100 billion bureaucrats in the Ministry of Internal Affairs." Speaking of this matter made Zhou Qing almost laugh in exasperation, as he clearly felt the urge to voice his frustrations, but ultimately restrained himself. "I sometimes truly wish to berate you. How is it possible to cram so many individuals onto this tiny planet? Even with just this one world, the Ministry of Internal Affairs requires a staggering 200 billion officials. Let the domestic issues rest with you. I shall handle the warfare. Although I am merely a scientist, in terms of sheer force, you cannot match me. As for military command, I cannot say whether I surpass you, but I can assure you that my intellect is superior." Zhou Qing spoke candidly, asserting that his mind was sharper than Gilliman's. This assertion was indeed accurate. As a level 10 scientist, his brain functioned akin to a super-powerful quantum computer. While he may not direct battles, he could simulate every detail of a small-scale engagement within his mind in under 2 minutes, provided he had sufficient data for analysis. With ample room for error, he feared not the command of any troop. If only Zhou Qing had arrived sooner, everything would have been different. Turning away, he prepared to board his cruiser. Why should he involve himself in this war? One reason was his cruiser. The warship he had brought to the Human Federation boasted combat capabilities that far surpassed those of the Human Empire's vessels, ensuring a significant advantage in battle. Just as Zhou Qing was about to step aboard his ship, he seemed to recall something and turned to Gilliman. "When I depart, remember not to allow anyone else into my laboratory. The programs I've set up will inform you of the resources they require. Please coordinate with the Ministry of Internal Affairs to ensure those supplies are delivered. In that realm, I must inform you that I have assembled a formidable force of 600,000 Grey Knights. Once this battalion is fully formed, I intend to proactively wage war against the malevolent deities of the warp, aiming to restrain their main forces and buy precious time for the grand expedition across the cosmos. Although scientists may not be adept in warfare, they undeniably possess a certain strategic insight. At this juncture, the malevolent gods are ubiquitous, unleashing chaos throughout the universe and invading human territories. Their numbers are overwhelmingly vast, and the scale of the human empire is equally monumental. To reclaim the lost lands of the human empire and thwart the incursions of the aberrant entities from the subspace, the human empire will inevitably find itself stretched thin. Zhou Qing's mind is saturated with the military status of the human empire. Through meticulous analysis, he comprehends the dire reality. The human empire lacks sufficient military strength to confront this large-scale catastrophe, as their adversaries are far too numerous. Even if Zhou Qing were to relinquish all his PDFs to the command of the human empire, the sheer size of the imperial forces would render such reinforcements insignificant. The paramount strength of the interstellar empire lies within its naval power. The contributions of the Space Marines, while noble, do not dominate the land forces. Zhou Qing, through the military comparisons within his mind, articulates that once the enemy decimates the Imperial Guard, Space Marines, Sisters of Silence, and Battle Sisters, they may as well congratulate themselves for dismantling the military might of the human empire. The colossal nation of the human empire does not fundamentally rely on elite units like Space Marines, Sisters of Silence, or the Imperial Guard. Instead, their true foundation rests upon the vast planetary defense forces and the innumerable personnel of the Astra Militarum. Among these, the Imperial Navy stands as the most vital force. Within the vastness of the stars, the Navy holds an unparalleled position, as it signifies the ability to mobilize various military factions. This recent incident of subspace navigation has inflicted severe damage upon the human empire, resulting in the loss of numerous warships. Consequently, The Empire lacks the requisite naval strength to transport its forces to the necessary locales. Frankly speaking, Zhou Qing harbors doubts about the utility of the ancient vessels that have served the human empire for millennia. He struggles to grasp how a civilization could still employ warships that date back thousands of years. Nevertheless, he can assert with unwavering conviction that the fleet surrounding the solar system is insufficient to reclaim the territories lost by the human empire. What then should one do in the face of inadequate military resources? What measures can be taken when transport capabilities fall short? Naturally, one must seek to delay the enemy's offensive tempo. After meticulously studying various star maps and strategic locations, Zhou Qing ultimately identifies the Webway. He dispatches forces to launch an offensive against the Webway, compelling the chaotic demons to deploy troops to thwart the advancing legions. As long as the scale of the battle in subspace is sufficiently grand, the demons will lack the manpower to mount a comprehensive assault on the territories of the human empire. This effectively buys time. As a human being, and one with a high moral compass, Zhou Qing feels a profound obligation to take action for the sake of humanity. He cannot stand idly by while his fellow humans perish innocently. He cannot watch as his kin are mercilessly slaughtered by the demons. Such a fate is not in accordance with the standards of the human empire, nor does it align with the principles of the human federation. Zhou Qing has meticulously documented all the hatred and bloodshed wrought by these demons. Sooner or later, he will eradicate these four abominations, ensuring they pay a sufficient price for their transgressions, becoming the very nourishment for humanity's advancement. Of course, achieving all of this will require time and development, which inevitably necessitates engagement with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. However, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the human empire, even now, as Zhou Qing resides aboard his warship, he cannot suppress a shiver at the thought of this peculiar entity. The reluctance of the human empire to employ AI has rendered its internal administrative system exceedingly cumbersome. Zhou Qing once endeavored to propose a motion, only to have the Ministry of Internal Affairs mired in bureaucratic delays. From the moment he initiated the construction of the Webway to his current preparations to support Valis, 5 months have elapsed, and the ministry has yet to process even the preliminary paperwork. This is predicated on his status as the Solar Lord. At least the paperwork is underway. Zhou Qing's formidable intellect informs him that to navigate the entire bureaucratic labyrinth, even as the Solar Lord, and despite his persistent urgings to this infuriating ministry, it would require at least 5 years. Were he not the Solar Lord, were he merely an ordinary planetary governor, the process could extend to 2 centuries, if not longer. The prospect of governing the human empire alongside such inept entities is utterly unthinkable to Zhou Qing. Thus, rather than remaining within the empire to assume Kiriman's responsibilities, Zhou Qing is far more inclined to lead his forces into battle to reclaim the lands of the human empire. After all, conducting experiments is feasible in both laboratories and aboard starships. For a level 10 scientist, the distinction is inconsequential. Zhou Qing departed with his expeditionary fleet, for he is indeed the true Solar Lord. Consequently, his orders encountered no dissent. The 28 million Space Marines constitute Zhou Qing's most significant leverage. While the human empire ultimately heeds the Emperor's command, true authority lies in one's own might. It is only when Zhou Qing and his forces directly departed, vanishing from the orbit of the sacred Terra, that Kiriman, bewildered, began to process the barrage of astonishing news he had received. After assimilating a succession of messages, Kiriman astutely grasped the most critical tidbit. Within the laboratory, a full 600,000 Grey Knights were currently in the process of cultivation. Splendid. If only Zhou Qing could emerge during the epoch of the Great Crusade, what monumental achievements could the human empire not attain? Chapter 90. Calculating precisely, bring the ship over. The support fleet of the human empire sets sail from the sacred Terra. The total configuration of warships included an Emperor-class battleship, 6 strike cruisers, 2 assault boats, along with Zhou Qing's contingent of 4 transport vessels, 1 cruiser, and 4 destroyers. Due to the inclusion of the human empire's naval fleet, their speed could not achieve hyperliminal travel at hundreds of thousands of times faster than light. They could only traverse the subspace routes at a leisurely pace. However, this posed no significant issue, as Valis was relatively nearby. When Zhou Qing's expeditionary fleet arrived at Valis, everything aligned fortuitously, as the chaotic fleet transporting the Blackstone pylon also happened to arrive simultaneously, resulting in a direct confrontation between the 2 fleets. The chapter master of the Extreme Warriors, Calgar, upon sighting the chaotic fleet, quickly assessed the comparative combat capabilities of both fleets, discovering that their respective sizes were in a similar state. He hastened to Zhou Qing to volunteer his services. "Commander, allow me to lead the elite warriors in a surprise assault against the enemy. I assure you, I can eradicate all the heretics and traitors aboard their warships." Zhou Qing stood before the observation window on the bridge, gazing intently at the fleet shrouded in chaotic energy in the distance. The distorted waves emanating from the black obelisk rendered the entire star system's subspace unstable, as if the very fabric of reality trembled. More crucially, he had received detailed reports from his cruiser regarding the enemy's hostile vessels. He now clearly understood which ship was transporting the defiled black obelisk. Slowly, he turned to face Commander Calgar, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Calgar, your bravery is commendable. Yet this time, we shall employ a different strategy. Simply jumping aboard their ships to engage in skirmishes proves futile. Allow me to instruct you on how to fight." He reassured the commander of the elite warrior battalion before preparing to convey the true naval combat strategy to the adversary. The Particle Lance's main cannon was primed to obliterate the enemy flagship, the largest among them, even with the fleets still at a considerable distance. Merely having discovered each other's presence, Zhou Qing issued his command. This time, he utilized the subspace route to manifest directly on the planet, allowing the enemy a chance to detect his warship. Otherwise, in a conventional engagement, he would have already annihilated the fleet from light years away. The particle lance of the 10,000-ton cruiser began to charge, and 2 minutes later, a massive beam of luminous energy surged toward the flagship of the chaotic fleet. The Imperial Navy watched in astonishment as their warship initiated the attack. The Imperial Navy had yet to enter the effective combat zone, and they had not opened fire. Yet Zhou Qing had already ordered his cruiser to engage. In that moment, the chaotic flagship erupted into a spectacular display of fireworks, disintegrating in the cosmos. The void shields of the flagship held for merely a few seconds before being utterly destroyed. The entire ship was now nothing but cosmic dust. This spectacle left not only Calgar in a state of shock, but also the remaining Imperial Navy personnel. They had never witnessed such a decisive and overwhelming naval engagement. For Zhou Qing, however, this was merely routine. The Human Federation had, indeed, engaged in evenly matched battles against ordinary enemy nations in the initial 50 years. Yet, after another century had passed, the Federation had not encountered battles of such magnitude. Their warships now delivered crushing blows to any foe. Even after ascending to a new universe, few adversaries could challenge the Federation's fleet. Thus, this scene felt immensely comforting and familiar to Zhou Qing. Conversely, the Imperial Navy was bewildered. Naval engagements in the Empire rarely concluded swiftly. Not only were the Imperial Navy still reeling from shock, but even the chaotic fleet was taken aback. They had just encountered the enemy, and their flagship had been obliterated in an instant. What was happening? In that moment, the chaotic fleet plunged into unprecedented confusion, unsure of how to execute their naval strategy. The enemy's combat prowess exceeded their expectations. Their lead battleship had been destroyed by the human empire, rendering the remaining vessels akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of significance. Their primary objective for coming here had been to place the black obelisk on this planet and disrupt the human empire's subspace routes. With the black obelisk destroyed, what purpose remained? The chaotic warships felt the shock of the day's events as if they were a culmination of their past lives. Who could fathom such absurdity? Logically, even if they were to be obliterated by the human empire's warships, remnants of their ships should have persisted. They should at least be able to continue executing their battle plans to salvage the black obelisk, rather than being completely erased, leaving not even a trace of dust. However, while they were lost in confusion, the Imperial fleet was resolute, for their commander was Zhou Qing. "Advance! Annihilate this chaotic fleet," he commanded. "Now, execute your battle plans and seize their warships." The initial shot that had destroyed the enemy battleship was intended to completely sever their operational capabilities, ensuring they could no longer achieve their objectives. Now, the aim was to commandeer the enemy vessels. As the human empire lacked sufficient warships and could not rely solely on traditional naval tactics to eliminate them entirely. For the time being, Zhou Qing required these ships, even if they appeared to him as mere flying bricks devoid of combat capability. Nevertheless, he needed them, for even if they were just bricks, they could still serve as transport vessels for the ordinary Imperial troops. "Charge! Seize the ships!" With Zhou Qing's command, the entire Imperial fleet surged forward like ravenous wolves toward the disordered chaotic fleet. The main cannon array of the Emperor-class battleship, Steel Justice, began to charge. They understood their Solar Lord's intentions, and this time, their target was the enemy's engine matrix. Destroy the enemy's warship engines and drag those vessels back. Remember, Zhou Qing's voice echoed across the fleet's communication channels. Only target the engines and weapon systems. Do not obliterate the ships. Drag them back. We have ways to cleanse their chaotic corruption, and they will become capable warships serving the Empire in its forthcoming expeditions. Zhou Qing's words instilled confidence in the Imperial Navy soldiers. They trusted this solar lord as they trusted the 28 million interstellar warriors he had brought along. Moreover, not to mention the 28 million interstellar warriors, they were currently accompanied by an additional million. Chapter 91, Kilimanjaro. On the brink of being completely overwhelmed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs documents, the main cannon array of the Emperor-class battleship unleashed devastating energy lances, precisely piercing the propulsion array of a chaotic cruiser. The warship immediately began to flail helplessly in space, as if its neck had been grasped. Splendid. Zhou Qing snapped his fingers. Mechanized priest, prepare the tow cables. At once, my lord. It is my honor to receive your praise, replied the mechanized priest, filled with excitement at Zhou Qing's commendation. Who is this? A top-tier scientist. Their technological expertise was unparalleled, akin to the embodiment of omniscia on Earth. For transport vessels opened their bellies, unleashing dozens of shimmering energy beams that ensnared the immobilized enemy ships like lassos. These warships, corroded by chaos for centuries, were now as defenseless as rabbits caught by their ears. The interstellar warriors boarded their Thunderhawk gunships and headed straight for several chaotic vessels. Upon getting close, they used their melta weapons to breach the enemy's armor and surged inside with fervor. There is no need for further elaboration on the remaining matters. As the 1 million star-class warriors executed the jump assist tactic, everything was already predetermined. The battle reached its definitive conclusion merely 4 hours later, with Zhou Qing's forces successfully seizing the chaotic fleet of warships. The conflict in space had come to a close, and the planet Varelis, which was meant to be the central battleground, witnessed no significant events. Observing the planet beneath his very eyes, Zhou Qing contemplated for a moment before arriving at his resolution to station 10 battle regiments on this planet, with plans to mobilize additional troops to fortify this world into a bastion. The remaining personnel were to accompany him back to the Holy Terra, as there were many tasks yet to be accomplished, and time should not be squandered here. Comprehending the order, Karga adhered to it. Since Zhou Qing had decreed the presence of 10 regiments for garrison duty, that was to be the case. Soon, 10 small transport vessels were dispatched, carrying 33,000 men of the PDF to the planet below. The Imperial Navy stood in a daze, witnessing the scene where thousands of space warriors were deployed, a sensation that felt surreal. It invoked a fleeting sense of nostalgia for the grand expeditions of yore, as if such a multitude of star warriors could only exist in dreams. However, this feeling dissipated quickly as the fleet began its return, re-entering subspace, shattering Abaddon's plans. Upon Zhou Qing's return to Terra, 10 days had elapsed. Guilliman was entangled in protracted discussions with the High Lords. Although he had utilized Zhou Qing's formidable military strength to purge these lords, the administrative efficiency of the Imperial Ministry remained woefully inadequate. The cumbersome bureaucracy provided Guilliman with a sense of relief. Upon becoming the regent of the Empire, he grasped a crucial truth. The inefficiency of the ministry, while frustrating, was not entirely detrimental. The ministry's actions were indeed sluggish, yet this pace only felt burdensome to someone with a mind as extraordinary as Zhou Qing's. For Guilliman, who, despite possessing a superior intellect, lacked Zhou Qing's unparalleled cognitive abilities, the administrative pace was, in fact, just right. The daily documents requiring his approval were manageable, preventing him from being overwhelmed like a ship lost at sea. Nevertheless, the discipline faced a quandary. The documents he had to sift through were from over a decade ago. The pace of processing was adequate for him, yet the lack of timeliness was a source of concern. This was untenable. The Empire had been cleaved in twain due to the emergence of the Great Rift. Yet the ministry continued to address documents dating back 10 or even 20 years. How could such administrative sluggishness keep pace with the current state of the Empire? Faced with this predicament, Guilliman felt profoundly vexed. Upon Zhou Qing's return to Terra, he found Guilliman overwhelmed by the deluge of ministry documents. Even with his gene-enhanced intellect, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, he still felt fatigued managing the vast bureaucratic machinery of such a colossal nation. Moreover, while sorting through these documents, Guilliman had to constantly ponder improvements, as the current methodologies were utterly insufficient. After nearly drowning in a sea of paperwork, he glanced up, only to find Zhou Qing returning. An idea flashed through his mind almost instinctively. The Great One has returned. I must inquire if he possesses any solutions. It seemed that, Perhaps due to Zhou Qing's unwavering reliability or the acknowledgement from his father, Gilliman had begun to depend on Zhou Qing for certain issues. While he did not rely on Zhou Qing like a helpless child, whenever he encountered conundrum he could not unravel, Zhou Qing would typically come to mind. Though Gilliman could not resolve the matter himself, he believed Zhou Qing could. This was not merely a subconscious impulse. Rather, Zhou Qing's consistent performance fostered this reliance. Thus far, none of the dilemmas faced by the human empire had proven insurmountable for Zhou Qing, not even for his father. Such a person was bound to inspire a sense of dependence. Consequently, upon seeing Zhou Qing's ship re-entering the orbit of Terra, Gilliman decisively pushed aside the documents cluttering his desk and stood abruptly. He needed to seek Zhou Qing's counsel. He could no longer endure the paperwork for even a minute longer. Only 2 minutes after Gilliman stood, his desk, which had been cleared of half its burden, was once again inundated with the ministry's paperwork. The human empire was vast, whether one sought to save or destroy it. One remained insignificant in its presence. Unless one could attain power rivaling that of the emperor of mankind, commanding a grand expedition, or possess a mind like Zhou Qing's, an almost limitless intellect paired with formidable technology capable of resolving every issue, one was left feeling inconsequential. Gilliman departed the ministry's hall at a swift pace, fearing that should he linger, he would return to find his desk once again buried beneath an avalanche of documents, drowning in the sea of bureaucracy. Even if this outcome was fated, he was resolute in his thoughts. To delay even for a brief moment was worthwhile, a reprieve of sorts. Chapter 92. Prepared and poised for the war of the Webways. When Zhou Qing encountered Gilliman again, he could immediately discern the regent's profound exhaustion, a testament to the arduous labor he had endured during this time. Zhou Qing stepped forward, producing a syringe to administer a dose that would alleviate some of Gilliman's fatigue. The super restorative fluid could mend any bodily harm, akin to a universal remedy in the Warhammer universe. This substance was typically a staple for citizens of the Human Federation, capable of repairing physical injuries, though it could not restore the fatigued mind. Yet, with the body restored, restful recuperation would naturally follow, revitalizing the spirit. Before Gilliman could utter a word, he felt the effects of Zhou Qing's injection, and soon his body began to rejuvenate. Ah, the relief was palpable. Gilliman could not suppress a soft hum of satisfaction, emitting a sound of pure comfort. Zhou Qing was accustomed to such reactions from him. After retrieving the syringe, he hastily made his way toward his laboratory. Uninterested in hearing about the myriad troubles plaguing the human empire, he was keen to ascertain the progress of his own plans. Once the 600,000 Grey Knights within his laboratory completed their rigorous training, the war of the Webway could commence. Gilliman cast a somewhat melancholic gaze in the direction from which Zhou Qing had departed. Without uttering a single word, Zhou Qing had taken his leave, rendering Gilliman's earlier efforts utterly futile. With a heavy sigh, Gilliman resolved to return to the fulfillment of his duties. As the 13th son of the Emperor and the 13th Primarch, he would not shy away from his responsibilities. After all, this excursion had indeed aided in the restoration of his physical condition. Thus, it was not entirely in vain. At that moment, as Gilliman decided to turn back and attend to his affairs, a combat automaton, sent by Zhou Qing, appeared at his side, bearing a small box. The Grand Marshal has instructed me to deliver this to you. Inside are 400 vials of restorative fluid, which you may utilize when fatigued. Additionally, the Grand Marshal has prepared 800 vials of concentrated, special restorative coffee for your mental rejuvenation, to assist with your administrative fatigue. The Grand Marshal has also assigned 10 senior officials to aid you. You may delegate some of your responsibilities to them, thereby both honing their skills and allowing yourself a respite. Very well, it was indeed a commendable gesture. Zhou Qing had chosen to address Gilliman's current dilemmas. He mobilized 10 administrative officers, trained under his own guidance, to assist Gilliman, thereby allowing them to familiarize themselves with the bureaucratic systems of the Imperium. Moreover, he provided Gilliman with ample supplies, ensuring that he could maintain peak condition for the next several years, tirelessly managing all affairs. Importantly, he had also considered the matters of the Imperium, refraining from directly integrating AI into Gilliman's operations. Gilliman accepted the small box, and upon opening it, discovered it meticulously contained 400 vials shimmering with a soft blue glow. He picked one up and noted the thoughtfully inscribed usage instructions, effective within 30 seconds of injection. Recommended for use in conjunction with the special coffee for enhanced results. A twitch of Gilliman's lips betrayed his amusement. The combat automaton continued. Furthermore, the Grand Marshal has asked me to remind you not to overexert yourself, for the Empire currently has no second Primarch capable of labor. Gil Lyman, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words. Initially moved by the automaton's speech, he was now overwhelmed by the urge to retort. So there exists no second capable Primarch, does there? How I wish I could summon my brothers back. Yet this thought was fleeting. Contemplating his brothers again plunged Gil Lyman into silence, as he grappled with the uncertainty of their fates, whether those who had turned traitor might ever be redeemed. Ultimately, Gil Lyman quietly took the box offered by the combat automaton and returned to the Department of Internal Affairs, where the 10 bureaucrats Zhou Qing had arranged for him awaited in his office. Clad in robes of red and black, their attire was impeccably tailored, unmistakably befitting of noble etiquette. They stood ready, anticipating Gil Lyman's instructions as they prepared to acclimate themselves to the administrative processes of the Imperium. Though Gil Lyman harbored no grand expectations regarding the bureaucratic matters, acknowledging the inherent complexity of the Imperium's affairs, he recognized that Zhou Qing would not have assigned capable individuals without reason. Thus, he resolved to assess the specific capabilities of these officials. Casually, he tossed a towering stack of documents before them. Begin with these. Familiarize yourselves with the process. The officials accepted the files, merely casting a cursory glance before furrowing their brows in unison within mere seconds. Regent, this taxation proposal is 37 inefficient. The approval process for this conscription order is burdened with 14 redundant steps. This one, Gil Lyman was taken aback. He had merely intended to gauge their capabilities, yet they had pinpointed inefficiencies that he had long overlooked. Certainly, identifying such issues indicated potential for them to become competent bureaucrats. Yet Gil Lyman wished for more than mere identification. He hoped for solutions and strategies. If they could offer such, then his burdens would be greatly alleviated. The lead bureaucrat adjusted his glasses and stated, Regent, may we propose a re-optimization of these processes? Gil Lyman responded, very well. It was an unexpected delight. He had not anticipated that they could indeed achieve such a feat. His spirits lifted anew. The advantage of having a top-tier scientist lay in their ability to preemptively resolve any challenges encountered. It was exhilarating. Was this the feeling of having a significant ally to rely upon? In high spirits, Gil Lyman unreservedly entrusted a plethora of departmental documents to these 10 bureaucrats, allowing them to employ their formidable intellects to address the issues while he focused on what they had already resolved. Thus, Gil Lyman's workload was significantly reduced. He would no longer be a Primarch overwhelmed by the relentless tide of bureaucratic paperwork. Meanwhile, within Zhou Qing's laboratory, the 600,000 new Grey Knights were undergoing their final adaptive training. Their psychic waves coalesced in the subspace, forming a resplendent silver nebula, drawing the attention of the Emperor seated upon the golden throne. Zhou Qing stood upon the observation platform, nodding in satisfaction. Almost there. Though there remained a considerable gap between these newcomers and the seasoned psychic legions, they were sufficiently prepared to engage the demons of the subspace in battle. Chapter 93. It was time to explore how to expand the elite forces. After countless years, this marked the first occasion the Imperium of Man began preparations to counterattack the demons of the subspace. Historically, the Imperium had been unable to mount an effective counteroffensive against these entities, relegated to a state of passive defense. Even though the Space Marines had thwarted many of the demon schemes, one truth remained undeniable. The Imperium could not launch a direct assault against the demons residing within the subspace. Now, as Zhou Qing's 600,000 Grey Knight forces approached their final adjustments, the moment for retribution was drawing near. It was time for the demons of the subspace to experience the overwhelming tide of Space Marines advancing upon them. The only lament Zhou Qing harbored was the absence of Zealer, which hindered him from enhancing the combat prowess of these Grey Knight forces. He could only rely on his 400 psychic legionnaires to serve as the vanguard. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Zhou Qing had no intention of solely deploying his Grey Knights and the 400 psychic legionnaires. He planned to commit an additional 8 million Space Marines to this war effort. The military strength of the interstellar warriors is, at this moment, a seemingly inexhaustible resource for Zhou Qing. Even if all 8 million were to perish, he could issue a command to summon more interstellar warriors from his colony world to engage in the conflict. Thus far, he has proactively issued a conscription order, and an increasing number of interstellar warriors are being trained on his colony world. Of course, due to the influence of the Astartes Codex, these forces are still designated as PDF, Planetary Defense Force. Zhou Qing's fleet is in the process of reclaiming several Imperial worlds across nearby star systems, with the vast populations of these Imperial worlds capturing his keen attention. Even in the interstellar age, where population is a precious commodity among the stars, Many empires find themselves lacking in numbers. However, within the grim darkness of the Warhammer universe, population holds little value. For Zhou Qing, he possesses sufficient technology to transform this population into combat strength. Hence, the immense scale of the empire and its large human populace becomes his greatest asset. In extreme circumstances, with the full support of his 6 colony worlds, Zhou Qing can effectively produce millions of interstellar warriors each month for the war effort. Although such an endeavor would inevitably halt other production activities, it is indeed a necessity in times of total warfare. As time gradually passes, Guilliman has found himself increasingly adept at managing the situation following Zhou Qing's resolution and assistance. The efficiency of the Ministry of Internal Affairs has been compelled to accelerate, thanks to the 10 internal officials Zhou Qing brought along in Guilliman's oversight. Zhou Qing's 1st Regiment of Grey Knights, numbering 600,000, has completed its conscription and armament, standing ready for war. Additionally, he has once again requested a new batch of volunteers from the Psychon Academy on Terra, totaling 1 million. These individuals will be trained by Zhou Qing to become Grey Knights of this caliber, in order to address any potential troop shortages during the Webway War. The figure of 1 million is not the limit of the Psychon Academy, but rather the maximum Zhou Qing can manage simultaneously. After all, he has a multitude of tasks at hand and cannot devote all his efforts to training these Grey Knights. The Imperium of Man seems to have entered a phase of flourishing prosperity once again. As for how many Imperial worlds have fallen victim to the atrocities of Abaddon during this time, that is beyond the purview of Zhou Qing and Guilliman to resolve. For the human empire at this moment, the greatest reliance lies in Zhou Qing initiating a war against the 4 gods within the Webway. This will compel the 4 gods to deploy more demons into this conflict, thereby slowing their assault in the material universe and buying time for the Imperium. Having completed the formation of his 600,000 Grey Knights, Zhou Qing once again departed from his laboratory. As he emerged, the 20 elite guards stationed at the entrance knelt simultaneously, paying their respects to him. As the warlord of the Solar Empire, Zhou Qing has never felt the need to conceal his intentions. They were made clear upon his return to Terra with his army, indicating his preparation to wage a new war in the Webway. His reliance rests upon the existence of the 600,000 Grey Knights he has forged in his laboratory, a fact already known to all on Terra. The Psychers at the Psychona Academy in the capital take great pride in being candidates for Zhou Qing's Grey Knights initiative. As elite guards, upon hearing Zhou Qing's intention to launch an offensive against the 4 gods via the Webway, they too harbor a deep respect for him. Thus, when Zhou Qing departs once more, the implications of his laboratory are unmistakable. The Webway War is imminent. Rise and dispense with such formalities. Please inform your commander to send a contingent of your elite guards, capable individuals, to my laboratory in 5 days. I wish to see if I can enhance your chances of becoming elite guards, Zhou Qing instructed. The current number of elite guards is insufficient to meet the demands and consumption of war, necessitating an increase in their ranks. This point has already been thoroughly discussed with that individual seated upon the Golden Throne. For the first batch, send 100,000 to my laboratory for assessment. I will see if I can produce more elite guards. Zhou Qing's words detonated like a bomb in the ears of the elite guards, who found it hard to believe what they had just heard. This formidable warlord of the sun, having completed the large-scale expansion of the Grey Knights, now set his sights on the elite guards for a similar endeavor. With the Grey Knights as a precedent, the elite guards exchanged glances, some turning their gaze towards the Grey Knights regiment, which was beginning to depart the laboratory to assemble at the barracks. The fact that 600,000 Grey Knights could comfortably reside in Zhou Qing's laboratory is a testament to its vastness and his technological prowess. If the Grey Knights can be mass-produced to such an extent, could the elite guards not also share in this potential? If such a possibility exists, it would be a tremendous boon. After all, it took a millennium to replenish the elite guard battalions lost in the Webway War. The ability to rapidly bolster their ranks would be immensely beneficial. They would stand ready to assist the Emperor upon his Golden Throne and this Zhou Qing in subduing any rebellious interstellar warrior factions. Undoubtedly, under the influence of the Emperor and Zhou Qing's own performance, these elite guards have begun to regard Zhou Qing as a second emperor. After all, the Emperor consistently instructs them to treat Zhou Qing with the same reverence as they do him. How could these elite guards, loyal as they are to the Emperor, not entertain such thoughts? Does Zhou Qing not appear as a second emperor? Such remarkable capabilities, who else but the Emperor could manifest them? With equally potent psychic powers and formidable scientific prowess, does this not render him a reflection of the Emperor? Chapter 94. I truly am a slacker. Learning is not for me. With the assistance of the elite guards, most affairs no longer require Zhou Qing's direct involvement. His army has commenced its assembly and is preparing to advance toward the throne room. The throne room, no longer resembling its former self, has undergone multiple expansions to accommodate Zhou Qing's preparations for the impending Webway War. Upon his arrival, the Grey Knights have already gathered, while a full contingent of 6,000 elite guards stands ready for battle. Together, they will enter the Webway to cleanse the disgrace of the past. Additionally, across the Imperial Palace on Terra, a total of 8 million interstellar warriors have made their preparations. Coordinating their efforts are 4,000 Warlord-class Titans and the latest production of 200 Emperor-class Titans, all poised to engage in the Webway alongside them. Furthermore, on Zhou Qing's colony worlds, more Titan war machines are being continuously assembled. His production capacity has significantly increased. Under optimal resource conditions, the output of Titan war machines has risen from 10 Warlord-class Titans per day to 5 Emperor-class Titans and 50 Warlord-class Titans daily. In order to compensate for the deficiency of small-scale combat units, Zhou Qing additionally established several production lines for battle-class Titans. Although the production capacity of this particular Titan model is limited, yielding only 100 units per day, Zhou Qing's total Titan production at this juncture amounts to a mere 155 units daily. The matter of Titan pilots is relatively straightforward to resolve. With the allocation of basic combat AIs and a portion of knowledge instilled through DNA, the recruitment of Titan pilots proves to be quite manageable. One of the most renowned characteristics of the human empire is its abundant supply of personnel, resources, and weaponry. While the empire may not be able to provide everything one might desire, when it comes to manpower, it can furnish as many individuals as one requires. This reality far exceeds Zhou Qing's expectations. Within the Human Federation, there exists a reluctance to squander the lives of its citizens, each of whom is considered invaluable. The military stands poised, with the gaze of every soldier fixed upon the Emperor and Zhou Qing, the two most illustrious figures of the human empire, engaged in earnest dialogue. Neos, I am prepared to activate the portal beneath you, commencing a war. You are aware that the human empire is currently confronting an unprecedented dilemma. The most effective strategy to thwart the onslaught of the chaos demons is to strike at their very heart. I have heard it said that you are an immortal, a guiding force in humanity's evolution, having traversed myriad experiences. You should be familiar with the principle of surrounding the way to rescue Zhao, the emperor seated upon the golden throne. Nodded in acknowledgement. I am fully aware. Proceed without hesitation. I now occupy this throne, and should we falter, I shall remain here regardless. The emperor harbors a profound love for humanity, yet his affection is directed towards humanity as a whole. In the absence of Zhou Qing, he would not hesitate to make sacrifices among individuals to ensure the survival of the human race, as he is unacquainted with the ordinary citizenry. Faced with a multitude of strangers who pray and beseech him incessantly, it is already a considerable favor that he bestows protection upon them. However, Zhou Qing's emergence has illuminated an alternate possibility. He seems capable of safeguarding these humans. In instances where it is feasible, the emperor is willing to save more of his kind, for he is already ensconced upon the golden throne. He is not averse to lingering a while longer. If the portal war fails, he can merely continue to obstruct the way with his presence. Thus, after their conversation, the two reached a consensus. Zhou Qing, having established this agreement with the emperor, no longer lingered but swiftly set to work, orchestrating a vast array of resources and materials under his psychokinetic control, arranging them in a specific order. Simultaneously, 2 secondary singularity cores were placed within the throne room, emanating formidable energy. Unlike the zero-point core previously utilized, Zhou Qing was now employing singularity cores to prepare for energy supply, indicating the monumental scale of the portal he intended to construct. Zhou Qing did not shy away from the emperor. Rather, he commenced the creation of a new portal right before him. This would serve as a new entry point, one that did not require the emperor to vacate his position. The rationale for Zhou Qing's approach was straightforward. He sought to establish an entrance that could be closed at will, should the dynamics of the portal war exceed his expectations. An immediate cessation of hostilities could be enacted. Zhou Qing's actions unfolded without reservation before the emperor, who observed him with a gaze of awe, absorbing specific scientific knowledge. The emperor, once an ordinary academic during the Federation era, lacked a robust foundation in technology and knowledge. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much time tinkering with the portal since the inception of the human empire. In summary, while the emperor recognizes the existence of the portal and its potential applications, he remains ignorant of its construction, maintenance, and repair, hence the prolonged endeavor beneath the golden throne. Nevertheless, His capacity for learning is commendable, and through his persistent efforts, he has indeed made progress. Now, as Zhou Qing constructs the portal's entrance before him, the Emperor is presented with a rare opportunity for knowledge acquisition. Even though he understands that the Empire can operate independently of his direct involvement, he continues his fervent studies. The Emperor perceives himself as human, and so does Zhou Qing. Thus, he aims to embody a human trait, to never stumble twice in the same place. His prior inability to manage this technology led to its destruction by his son, resulting in his current torment upon the Golden Throne. This predicament has become a source of shame for him. To expunge this dishonor, he must master this technology, for doing so would equate to redeeming himself. With unwavering focus, the Emperor scrutinized Zhou Qing's deft movements as he constructed device after device. The Emperor endeavored to learn, yet the outcome was disheartening. Zhou Qing's operations eluded his comprehension. After he finally grasped the first concept, the portal's gates swung open. Indeed, I am but a poor student. Learning holds no significance for me, he lamented. Chapter 95. The Portal War. A victorious dawn. As the portal's gates opened once more, potent subspace energies began to permeate reality. Yet the Emperor's psychic prowess adeptly sealed them back. Zhou Qing gazed into the portal, where the subspace demons surged forth with an appalling presence, akin to being struck in the face by a foul wind. This spectacle underscored the sheer number of adversaries lurking beyond. In a bid to carve a path for his forces and secure advantageous positions on the battlefield, Zhou Qing unleashed a surge of accumulated psychic energy in the form of a devastating bolt of lightning. This formidable discharge struck the portal with ferocity, decimating a substantial number of demons before the others could even breach the threshold. Advance, annihilate those wretched beings. Let them tremble beneath the glory of humanity. Zhou Qing roared, shedding his guise of a scientist to embody the essence of a true military commander. Under Zhou Qing's command, the Imperial Guard surged forward with 6,000 soldiers charging into the portal to unleash havoc. The Imperial Guard sought to atone for their past humiliations and avenge their fallen brethren. Accompanying them were 400 psychic soldiers from the Psionic Legion, who flanked the Imperial Guard, wielding their formidable abilities against the surrounding rabble while simultaneously vanquishing the demons. As the most formidable vanguard surged into the Webway, an additional force of 600,000 Grey Knights commenced their offensive. An unrelenting tide of Grey Knights began to pour into the Webway, wielding their advanced weaponry to unleash a merciless slaughter upon the demons. At the moment when Zhou Qing initiated the assault, the demons remained in a state of bewilderment. Previously, they had lived in tranquility beneath the Emperor's dominion, content in the knowledge that they could not breach Terra, and thus treated this realm as their sanctuary. Here, the demons bore no martial spirit, they merely existed. On this seemingly serene day, as the demons pondered whether to pledge their fealty to their dark god in the material universe, an unexpected calamity unfolded. They had been living peacefully when Zhou Qing unleashed a powerful psychic lightning bolt, obliterating the demons surrounding the Webway and rendering a substantial swath of land desolate. Initially, the demons perceived this as a mere reprimand from the ancient god, possibly a result of boredom, and interpreted it as an understandable assault, as it did not threaten their own lives. Moreover, the fallen common demons would serve as sustenance for the others, which momentarily pleased them. However, their elation was short-lived as an overwhelming force of 6,000 golden corns surged into the Webway, accompanied by 400 formidable psycheers. Thus began a massacre. The demon forces stationed near the Webway were struck down as if by a cataclysm, completely eradicated within mere minutes. The instantaneous reactions of the Adeptus Custodes, coupled with the Psychic Legion's ability to utterly annihilate the demons, left these lesser fiends with no hope of survival. Even the greater demons offered no resistance. Over 30 were swiftly reduced to mere pulp by the Custodes. Subsequently, the Psychic Legion executed their eradication, draining the essence back into the body of the Chaos God. It is essential to elucidate the nature of the greater demons. They are in essence the very embodiment of the 4 Chaos Gods. Consequently, eliminating these greater demons entirely is tantamount to erasing a concept from the universe itself. This is the primary reason why the Chaos Demons and their malevolent deities are so formidable. For the Chaos Gods, greater demons can be summoned in abundance. They merely need to relinquish a portion of their power and infuse it with energy to create more. When the human empire faces such entities, they typically resort to the methods of the Grey Knights and ordinary Psycheers, exiling these greater demons. However, This merely drives them back into the subspace. Although their physical forms in the material universe may be vanquished, their consciousness and experience endure. Undoubtedly, after prolonged warfare, greater demons become increasingly difficult to confront, as they amass extensive experience. In contrast, the actions of Zhou Qing's Psychic Legion are distinct. Their assault obliterates the greater demon's energy and authority, rendering them completely non-existent, which means that the original greater demon ceases to be. Even if the Chaos God employs this power to forge a new greater demon, it will not be the same as the one that has perished. Thus, the methods of the human empire in vanquishing greater demons starkly differ from Zhou Qing's approach. One merely deals with them temporarily, while the other eradicates them permanently. While new greater demons can be resurrected, they will lack the battle prowess of their battle-hardened predecessors. Moreover, since the greater demons are entirely obliterated, the newly revived entities will not be the same. As news of this spread, even the greater demons could not suppress their burgeoning fear. The Chaos Being's notorious immortality had been subtly undermined by Zhou Qing's cunning stratagem. They could still be resurrected, yet the new incarnations would not embody the essence of their former selves. The resurrected greater demons would emerge as entirely new entities. What significance does resurrection hold if one is no longer themselves? As the Adeptus Custodes, the Psychic Legion, and the Grey Knights systematically eliminated the ordinary and greater demons occupying the initial segment of the Webway, an astonishing 30 minutes elapsed without a single demon daring to venture further. The greater demons sensed that the adversary they had previously taunted had been utterly expunged, and the newly resurrected would never be the same. Consequently, the greater demons found themselves gripped by trepidation, hesitant to advance, with the greater demons reluctant to charge, and no commands issued for the lesser demons to engage. How could the ordinary bloodletters and trickster demons possibly be compelled to attack? The situation descended into absurdity. Yet Zhou Qing was not about to squander such a golden opportunity. A steady influx of Grey Knights and Space Marine forces began to surge into the Webway, accompanied by colossal Emperor-class and War Master-class Titans, all poised for combat. The recently vanquished Chaos Demons were but an appetizer. The true feast had yet to arrive. Chapter 96. The plan unfolds. Demons prepare to assault the line. The demon horde, lacking the courage to continue their relentless assault into the Webway against the Imperial forces, found Zhou Qing seizing this moment to mobilize vast numbers of Grey Knights, Space Marines, and Titan legions into the fray. As the ranks of these forces swelled, the four Chaos Gods in the depths of the subspace began to perceive the unfolding situation. The complete annihilation of the greater demons, with their essence and power returning to their bodies, was a sensation they could certainly sense. However, initially, due to their relatively small numbers, they did not regard it with urgency. Yet as the forces Zhou Qing dispatched into the Webway multiplied, the psychic power emanating from the assembly of 60,000 Grey Knights became an undeniable beacon, akin to a 100-watt bulb illuminating a pitch-black room. Such a glaring phenomenon could not escape the notice of the four gods. In the depths of the subspace, for ancient gazes turned simultaneously towards the Webway. The slothful god of desire languidly plucked at the strings of his instrument, exclaiming, "Oh, what are those golden corn cobs doing in the Webway?" The god of war, however, directed his gaze towards the Webway with palpable excitement. For him, war was the very essence of his being. And what battle in the galaxy could be more exhilarating than the gathering of Imperial forces within the Webway? None. This promised to be a splendid conflict. The god of war began to exhibit signs of exhilaration. Blood for the blood god echoed through the subspace, as if to herald the impending carnage. "I am Robledorn." However, this declaration was uttered with a voice so delicate that only the fearsome tyrant could discern it. Yet, it was evident that the excitement of tyrant, who had uncovered the dawn of an epic war, had significantly diminished at this moment. Among all present, the most composed was the cunning Jagatai, who gazed toward the Webway and simply stated, "Everything is proceeding according to plan." As for Nurgle, he remained the same indifferent Nurgle, utterly uninterested in the events transpiring in the Webway, as he busied himself brewing his grand concoction. However, as the other three shifted their focus to the Webway, he was reluctantly compelled to cast his gaze in that direction. And once he did, he found himself unable to tear his eyes away. What a splendid army! How delightful it would be to corrupt them all! Nurgle, too, began to feel a thrill. The four Chaos Gods had not even conferred among themselves. They had simply dispatched their respective legions of demons. As for the few greater demons that had already been vanquished, they were of no consequence. The gods of chaos straightforwardly redistributed their dominion and forged new greater demons. Charge! Puncture the old man's rear, as the chaos gods finally began to withdraw their demonic forces. Preparing for another battle in the Webway, Zhou Qing continued to execute his operations unabated. The advance within the Webway was relentless. Zhou Qing stood at the command platform, observing the ever-expanding blue territory on the holographic map, indicating that human-controlled zones were advancing at a staggering rate of 5 kilometers per minute. Report. Left flank clear. Right flank has captured the demon fortress. Central forces have breached the third designated position. Victory reports cascaded like snowflakes. The psychic matrix composed of 600,000 gray knights functioned like a colossal vacuum, forcibly purging the subspace energy in its wake. Those demons fortunate enough to escape the lethal onslaught of psychic lightning were obliterated by the main cannon of the Titan Legion as they dared to show themselves. Even the few small demons that survived the Titan Legion's assault were swiftly crushed by the tidal wave of Space Marines. Zhou Qing, wielding his superhuman intellect, commanded this nearly 9 million-strong force, ensuring that each soldier received his clearest orders and directives. The brain of a scientist is an invaluable asset. Zhou Qing's mind was exceptionally formidable. This superlative intellect provided him with ample computational power, allowing him to effortlessly simulate battlefield scenarios in advance. Simultaneously, he could devise countless tactical strategies based on the evolving battlefield dynamics, selecting the optimal solutions. There was no need for subordinate officers to direct troop movements. As he personally orchestrated the Webway operations, it meant that every soldier would receive Zhou Qing's most detailed commands. Under such a command structure, no demon could hope to survive. The forces of the Imperium advanced steadily toward the breach in the Webway. Zhou Qing aimed to coerce the demons into a frenzy, compelling them to unleash their legions against him in the Webway. Furthermore, numerous Space Marine units were gathering, preparing to support this battlefield. As it stood, under Zhou Qing's command, his strategy was proving successful. The 4 gods of chaos had been effectively drawn into his web of distraction and had actively dispatched their demonic legions. A veritable tide of demons surged toward the human forces under Zhou Qing's command, facing an initial onslaught from the Titan's divine weaponry. A multitude of Emperor-class war machines and Titans lined up, opening fire to intercept the charging demons, while ordinary Gauss rifles continued to rain fire. The Venom Blade and Annihilator tanks relentlessly unleashed their fury upon those demons. Had not the tyrant's demons outright denied the concept of firearms? Very well. Let us deploy the disruption cannons. Regardless of whether they were psychic entities or otherwise, before the might of the disruption cannons, they could only meet with destruction. The demon horde faltered. Their prime opportunity had slipped away. Zhou Qing had already committed all first-wave forces into the Webway. Behind them, a continuous influx of Space Marines surged forth. Among them, the Gauss rifles inflicted the least damage. Yet, even these rifles could obliterate several ordinary demons with a single shot. The Chaos Demon's favorite tactic of overwhelming numbers seemed futile against this formidable force. The relentless demons charged forward, yet they could scarcely advance a single step across the fire line. However, the forces of chaos showed no signs of concern. They continued to deploy ordinary demons to assault the defenses. Where was this? This was the subspace. Within the subspace, demons could manifest ceaselessly. They were unafraid of such warfare, for the death of ordinary lesser demons mattered little to them. As the ordinary demons surged toward the human lines, this relentless onslaught caused the chaotic energies spilling forth from the Eye of Terror to begin to diminish. Concurrently, due to the sheer number of troops mobilized by Zhou Qing, the attrition rate of ordinary demons escalated rapidly. The Chaos Gods were compelled to withdraw their demons from the material universe to reinforce the battle in the Webway. No conflict in the galaxy held greater significance than the war unfolding in the Webway. Here, there were a full 600,000 Grey Knights, 8 million Space Marines, and a plethora of Titan legions. The souls of these Grey Knights and Space Marines had long been coveted by the gods of chaos. They were eager to seize these souls for themselves, intending to turn the Grey Knights into their own greater demons. Chapter 97. The Subspace Chaos God in a State of Extreme Excitement. The relentless onslaught of demons could be described as an unending tide, crashing against the defenses of the Imperium, only to be repelled time and again. The demons, coveting the souls of the psychics, were unwilling to relinquish such a rich prize. They persisted in their efforts, continuously deploying ordinary demons to charge the line. However, in matters of the soul, Zhou Qing harbored no fear. Little did they know that within the civilizations the Human Federation had obliterated lay necromantic and sinful societies. Among these two civilizations existed a remarkable device known as the Post-Mortem Employment Center. This device could directly harvest the souls of living beings. When the sinful society was destroyed by the Human Federation, this technology was transferred to the hands of various scientists, and Zhou Qing had thoroughly mastered it at that time. The Human Federation had no need for such an inhumane device as the Post-Mortem Employment Center. Yet, the technology contained therein held some utility. At that time, the Federation was pioneering a new realm within the virtual domain to house human souls, allowing all to transcend and achieve the goal of immortality. This was the vision of the Human Federation. Thus, the Post-Mortem Employment Center became a reference point. Zhou Qing had been appointed as the supervisor and lead of this project. At that time, he was merely a level 8 scientist, yet he comprehended this technology with remarkable depth. Upon his arrival in the Warhammer universe, he unveiled a remarkable technology to counter the demon's penchant for tormenting human souls. With the Emperor's assistance, he successfully established a new realm within the subspace of this world. Human souls, especially those extinguished in the throes of war by the demons, would no longer be subject to the vile machinations of these fiends. Instead, they could return to this sanctuary. Their souls would be safeguarded by humanity, free from the malevolent influence of those damned demons. Although the expanse of this realm was not yet vast enough to encompass the entirety of the Imperium, it was sufficient to cover the entire solar system. Consequently, Zhou Qing harbored no concerns that his troop souls would be desecrated by the accursed subspace demons upon their demise. He would ensure their souls were preserved. The notion of souls returning to the Golden Throne was perhaps mere fantasy before Zhou Qing unveiled this technology. Yet, with its introduction, this idea transformed from mere illusion into a tangible reality, allowing souls to genuinely return to the Golden Throne and receive the Emperor's divine protection. The war within the Webway raged on for 8 grueling days. By the 8th day, the forces of chaos continued their relentless assaults, while the Imperial troops matched their fervor with unwavering firepower, annihilating the advancing demonic hordes. Observers could even discern the Imperial forces making headway, exerting considerable pressure upon the demons. The spatial confines of the Webway limited their maneuvers, and the Imperial army had successfully forged a formidable defensive line throughout, particularly in the more vulnerable areas. The Adeptus Custodes were diligently reinforcing any weaknesses. Even if some demons managed to slip past the barrage of fire, they were invariably met with the executioner's blade of the Custodes. Moreover, the battlefield was largely devoid of regular soldiers, with the least among them being the Space Marines. How could ordinary demons pose a threat? The Space Marines proved exceedingly effective against individual demons, wielding their might with devastating efficiency. Furthermore, the presence of Zhou Qing and the Emperor effectively eradicated the potential for corruption. Thus, over the course of 8 days, the demons achieved nothing but fruitless assaults, expending vast numbers of their kind without any success. Such outcomes were precisely what Zhou Qing desired, though they were far from the aspirations of the Chaos Gods. Yet, the Webway conflict was devoid of subterfuge. It was a straightforward contest of raw power. The demons could either breach the Imperial defenses or face brutal annihilation. This brutal confrontation inflicted profound suffering upon the Chaos demons, particularly the greater demons, while the lesser demons charged forth, lacking any true awareness. The greater demons were acutely conscious of their fate. They could accept perishing at the hands of titans or other weaponry, even if it meant being slain by the Custodes. However, they could not abide being obliterated by psychic lightning from the psychic legions, their very essence erased in the process. Newly resurrected greater demons bore no connection to those who had fallen. Perhaps their authority and power remained, yet they were no longer the same beings. The greater demons felt trepidation, yet the Chaos Gods grew increasingly fervent. Why did these deities exert such effort in their assaults? Beyond their desire for the souls of the Space Marines and Custodes, they yearned most fervently for the souls of the 400 psychic legionnaires. The purity of these psychic souls was something the Chaos Gods coveted, a purity that also bestowed formidable martial prowess. Capturing a single soul and transforming it into a demon would yield a powerful combat unit. More importantly, they sensed that absorbing the soul of a psychic legionnaire would enhance their own strength. This enhancement was not merely a transient shift in the cosmic balance, but a profound and fundamental augmentation. Even if the increase appeared trivial for these Chaos Gods, there was nothing else in the universe that could fundamentally amplify their essence. Thus, even the slightest enhancement offered by the souls of psychic legionnaires was irresistibly attractive. The potential for a fundamental strengthening, once authority was augmented, promised exceptional outcomes. The catalyst for this influence was the zero brought by Zhou Qing from his own world. This substance was not of the Warhammer universe. Its existence was a fortuitous anomaly, the remnant of a perished race. To produce such a substance within the Warhammer realm would require capturing the ancient saints or the starborn and incinerating them into this material. However, simply possessing this element would not suffice to enhance the essence of the Chaos Gods. Yet, the Human Federation's in-depth research and refinement of these materials transformed their very nature. The zero that Zhou Qing brought could amplify the essence of the subspace demons, rendering them more formidable. Naturally, the psychic legions forged by Zhou Qing also inherited this characteristic. The Chaos Gods now fixated intently upon this prospect. Were it not for the battlefield being situated beneath the very shadow of the Ancient One, they might have been compelled to intervene personally in a bid to seize it. Chapter 98. The Imperium's New Space Marine Forging of the Space Marines. A vast tide of chaos demons was mobilized, incessantly dispatched into the Webway by the Chaos Gods. As the first month of war drew to a close, the demons finally began to breach the lines of fire, posing some measure of threat. Although each soldier was superhuman, they too would eventually succumb to fatigue after a month of relentless combat. As the conflict entered its second month, some demons managed to reach the forefront of the Imperial forces. However, this was largely ineffectual, as the custodes wielded their weapons to cleave them into mere fragments. Under Zhou Qing's command, the demons continued to be methodically eradicated, and the phenomenon of demonic incursions into the real world began to diminish, as more demons were diverted into the Webway to engage in battle. This strategy afforded Guilliman precious time to address domestic affairs, allowing him to assemble the Imperial forces for an unwavering expedition. With the numbers of the Chaos Army dwindling, only the Black Legion remained to assail the Imperium's territories. Guilliman found his task significantly simplified. He could leisurely and methodically rally the Imperial forces back to Terra without facing the dire scenario of a full retreat, which could lead to the fall of several Imperial worlds in Zhou Qing's absence. He could effortlessly withdraw some of the less urgent Astra Militarum and Navy fleets. Guilliman began to amass forces above Terra, with an unceasing stream of warships making their way to the planet. Under the guidance of the God Emperor's progeny, the Imperium of Man unleashed its latent potential and profound heritage. The Imperium was indeed vast, encompassing a colossal human empire spanning 1,000,000 worlds within the galaxy, a scale so immense that it instilled a sense of despair in anyone wishing to annihilate or defend it. However, this magnitude also endowed the Grand Empire with tremendous martial potential, provided that someone could mobilize its myriad forces. Thus, this seemingly unimpressive and underdeveloped human empire was capable of overwhelming any adversary within the galaxy through sheer numerical superiority. Nevertheless, even so, each weapon in the Imperial armory could not operate in isolation. They needed to unite and coordinate under the direction of the Primarch or the surrounding Imperial commanders to achieve maximum efficiency. Through the rekindled navigational beacons and the re-established astropathic communication, Guilliman successfully summoned the diverse military forces of the Imperium. Simultaneously, to address the current dilemma of having troops without weapons and a lack of warships, he issued directives to resource-rich Forge worlds to increase the production of warships and various war machines. Forge worlds, such as Mars and Jupiter, promptly joined this initiative, though this was far simpler than Guilliman's solitary return to Terra. With a formidable deterrent force comprising 28 million Space Marines and numerous Titan legions, the Forge worlds of Mars and the Mechanicum swiftly chose to heed the Primarch's commands. For the Forge worlds and the Mechanicum to oppose such a multitude of Space Marines and Titan legions would be tantamount to courting annihilation. They began to operate with the efficiency reminiscent of the Great Crusade. After issuing this series of orders, Guilliman proceeded with his most vital second command, the creation of new Space Marines. Indeed, while the surrounding Imperium provided a significant number of Space Marines, this did not imply that the original creation technology for Space Marines had become obsolete. The Imperium equally required its own Space Marine forces, rather than relying entirely on the surrounding Imperium. Although the surrounding forces were formidable, relying solely on them might risk alienating this great ally. To demonstrate that the Imperium was not merely a burden, Guilliman sought out his attendant, Calgar, to implement these plans. The newly created Space Marines would far surpass the existing ones from the original Warhammer. With the arrival of the surrounding Imperium, new technologies were integrated into these Space Marines. enhancing their combat effectiveness to levels that even exceeded the current PDF forces under the command of the surrounding Imperium. Although their strength was limited and there remained a noticeable gap in weaponry, in direct confrontation, they would still struggle to prevail. The Gauss rifles wielded by the PDF were not something the current Imperial weaponry could contend with. Nonetheless, some of the newly created Space Marines would excel in height, capabilities, and various other aspects compared to the older generation of Space Marines. They possessed larger physiques, stronger bodies, and greater agility. Particularly after the surrounding Imperium intervened in the creation of these Space Marines and reinforced them, they could even take on 2 or 3 of their former counterparts. Beyond physical superiority, Calgar also developed an array of new weaponry and equipment tailored for these Marines. The powered armor they donned was named Mark Tactical Armor, which occasionally drew inspiration from all previous Space Marine power armor models during its design, employing a modular approach. This powered armor was not a singular model, but featured a multitude of interchangeable modular systems. The newly created Space Marines could select the optimal armor type based on battlefield requirements. It can be said that, aside from minor discrepancies in defensive capabilities, the overall specifications of this powered armor were theoretically comparable to the ones equipped by the surrounding Imperium's planetary defense forces. In other words, from this moment forward, the newly created Space Marines would become qualified members of the planetary defense forces, solidifying their role as a bastion of strength for the Imperium of Man. As for the tanks, there was little more to say. Even Calgar's newly designed Space Marine tanks would be easily obliterated by the surrounding Imperium's annihilators. The disparity was simply too vast for comparison. Of course, Calgar did not limit himself to merely these developments. He also innovated in ways the surrounding Imperium had never conceived, such as the Indomitable mech. The newly created Space Marines could be equipped with the upgraded Redeemer model of the Indomitable, far surpassing the ironclad models currently utilized by the Imperium Space Marines, thanks to superior size, defensive capabilities, and firepower, all attributed to Calgar's newly designed reactors and intricate power fiber bundles. The output power became exceptionally potent, capable of accommodating a variety of devastating weaponry. Moreover, due to the integration of a more refined neural connection system, those once buried in the Redeemer's confines could manipulate these machines more effectively. It can be said that this grand sage, Calgar, had directly prepared a new cadre of Space Marines for Guilliman, including the weapons and equipment they would use in battle, as well as the coffins they would utilize in death. The emphasis was on meticulous care. Chapter 99. This is pure numerical domination. In summary, throughout this millennium, the Grand Sage Calgar, following Guilliman's directives, had prepared hundreds of thousands of accompanying Space Marines based on the genetic sequences of 9 loyal legions. Among these individuals were many who were originally destined to join various battle companies, while others were potential recruits identified through Calgar's data analysis. These individuals had been secretly taken from their respective worlds by Calgar in the past and had undergone extensive physical modifications during their prolonged slumber. They had also engaged in repeated combat training while remaining in a hypnotic state. This legion-sized army has now been awakened, solely to prepare for the forthcoming Great Crusade, even if it may seem that such a small contingent of forces was unnecessary. However, Guilliman made his stance clear. The Imperium could not remain idle. It was their duty to contribute. Even though the surrounding Imperium was currently the solar sovereign of the Imperium of Man, Guilliman held firm in his belief. He felt that the Imperium could not simply watch the surrounding Imperium do all the heavy lifting. Guilliman was rather fair-minded, perhaps due to having had normal parents. In the 5th month of continued warfare against chaos, the surrounding Imperium witnessed the depth of the Imperium of Man. This empire, boasting millions of planets, showcased its unprecedented heritage. Countless warships of the Imperium converged within the solar system and its surrounding star systems, directly mobilized by Guilliman and organized into combat units to advance into other regions. As previously stated, the combat forces of the Imperium included Space Marines, who represented one of the apex martial forces of the Imperium. However, this does not represent the entirety of humanity's military might. Special forces, such as the Space Marines and the Silent Sisters, are merely a fraction of the combat strength available to the human empire. Their total annihilation by the enemy would only account for a mere 1% of the overall fighting force. The true military strength of the human empire lies in its countless naval fleets and innumerable astral legions, alongside an unquantifiable number of planetary defense forces. The Department of Military Affairs is incapable of ascertaining the exact number of warships, astral legions, or planetary defense units possessed by the human empire. While the construction of warships may proceed at a leisurely pace, the locations where these vessels are built are manifold. ensuring a continuous production cycle amidst the relentless destruction of countless ships. No one can keep a tally of this quantity. Just as the Department of Military Affairs cannot account for the number of astral legions, it remains equally unable to enumerate the warships. Some of the mainstay battleships, such as the Emperor-class and Glory-class battleships, can be partially accounted for. However, smaller vessels like destroyers and frigates elude any form of quantification. Thus, in the eyes of Zhou Qing, the human empire appears exceedingly abstract. Who would dare believe that an interstellar civilization is unable to confirm the extent of its armed forces, or even the precise count of its warships? In the intervals between commanding his forces to vanquish demons, Zhou Qing utilized his psychic prowess to conduct an inventory of the destroyers and cruisers amassed around the solar system. Merely within a solar day, the number of Imperial destroyers and frigates that appeared in the vicinity of the solar system exceeded 100,000. By the following day, this fleet would depart directly to other regions of the human empire, only to be replaced by a fresh influx of warships. Zhou Qing's Wanli-class cruiser was similarly engaged in scanning the surrounding human Imperial vessels within its detection range. However, the conclusion reached was that this wretched empire is indeed vast, rendering any attempt at enumeration futile. At least a cruiser cannot achieve this. It would require the resources of the Federal Star District's Department of Affairs. Zhou Qing felt a sense of exasperation, though this sentiment quickly dissipated as the frenzied onslaught of demons in the subspace network drew his attention once more. After 5 months of relentless combat, the Chaos Demons had made no headway whatsoever, inflicting only minimal casualties on the human empire, predominantly consisting of minor injuries that were swiftly treated, allowing the afflicted to return to the battlefield the very next day. Zhou Qing's command was undeniably extraordinary. The intellect of the scientists exceeded even the expectations of the Master of Change. He could intricately direct each soldier's maneuvers, even predicting the next move of an ordinary lesser demon under his command. This meant that Zhou Qing, through his formidable computational abilities, was able to foresee the immediate future, a feat that bordered on the absurd, surpassing even that of the Master of Change himself. Though the deceiver could also manipulate the threads of fate, he could not achieve the same level of simultaneous calculation for such a multitude, let alone the trajectory of a single ordinary enemy demon. This was not merely a psychic prophecy, it was a straightforward accumulation of numbers, a manifestation of the unparalleled command capabilities exhibited by a powerful intellect. Even in battle, the most fearsome demons would find themselves astonished and incredulous at Zhou Qing's command style. It was a pure display of beautiful numerical precision, devoid of any technical complexity. Relying solely on his unmatched computational prowess and numerical acumen, he could effortlessly crush anyone before him. While the number of chaos demons was indeed limitless, it seemed their energy attacks were equally boundless. The Grey Knights and Space Marines appeared to be inexhaustible as well. What the Chaos Gods found utterly intolerable was that, after 5 long months, only a handful of their number had sustained injuries, with not a single one slain. For the Chaos Gods, this was not merely a disgrace. It was akin to a slap in the face, a public humiliation of the highest order. Among the Chaos Gods, it was Nagar who harbored the greatest dissatisfaction with this predicament, having been directly provoked by Zhou Qing. Upon discovering that it was Zhou Qing commanding the forces in this battle, he was immediately incensed. Uncharacteristically, Nagar had unleashed the greatest number of demons in the network war, and naturally, his losses were the most substantial as well. After 5 months of conflict, Nagar had lost count of how many of his demons had perished. All he knew was that he wanted to eliminate Zhou Qing, but it felt like chasing a dream. Continuing in this manner seemed futile to break through the network. The Chaos Gods contemplated new strategies. They planned to combine the powers of the 4 gods, using portions of their dominions to forge a formidable chaos demon. Terror would bestow upon this demon an immense immunity to ranged attacks, while the other 3 gods would augment it with their own unique attributes, thereby creating a being second only to the 4 gods themselves. This would serve as a heroic unit to breach the defenses of the human empire. This exemplified the most shameless aspect of the Chaos Gods. They could effortlessly conjure great demons at will. The strength of the great demon would largely depend on the extent of their invested power. Chapter 100. The Colossal Battle Demon Crafted by the Chaos Gods. The 4 Chaos Gods concentrated their energies into a new subspace entity, simultaneously granting it a small portion of their dominion. Under their intensive nurturing, a powerful great demon was born. It towered far above the existing great demons, possessing the authority and power of the 4 Chaos Gods, endowed with their collective blessings. Terror generously bestowed sufficient energy upon it, Now, even if this great demon were struck by a Titan turbo laser, it would remain unscathed. Only close combat could hope to bring it down. However, eliminating it in melee was no trivial task. Nagar provided his dominion and blessings, granting the demon formidable regenerative capabilities. This regeneration was far beyond anyone's imagination, unless it were to be instantaneously reduced to its molecular components. Its form would continuously self-replicate and revert to its original state given merely a short span of time. The blessing from the Slainish was even more terrifying, as it inverted pain and pleasure. Any harm inflicted upon this great demon during battle would serve as a source of ecstasy for it. In other words, the more one struck it, the more invigorated it would become, enhancing its combat effectiveness. The Deceiver imparted wisdom to this great demon, enabling it to effectively utilize the demon legions below and command those demonic forces and ordinary great demons in battle, making it a leader endorsed by the four Chaos Gods. The Chaos Gods, hand in hand, presented this self-fashioned great demon unit, aiming to achieve their desired outcome in the network war. Normally, such a powerful unit would not be constructed by the Chaos Gods themselves, as it would serve no purpose for them. A great demon of this magnitude would be instantly pulled back into subspace upon its emergence in reality. Even now that the Eye of Terror had been opened, this great demon could only remain in the real universe for a few hours at most, and its inherent abilities would be severely diminished. Such units were not typically within the realm of possibility for the Chaos Gods to create. Yet the battlefield of the network presented a different scenario. It exists as if within a subspace, thus devoid of many concerns and complications. For malevolent deities joined forces to forge this unparalleled combat entity, far surpassing other great demons, and prepared to unleash an assault. Upon the creation of this extraordinary demon, the chaotic gods bestowed upon it a name: Kai, Nai, Sla, the fourfold world destructor. It is a battlefield's battle cry, the extreme radiance of corrupted blood, the terrifying crimson, the peculiar azure, the tainted verdigris, and the sinful violet shimmer simultaneously flicker across its surface, resembling a walking blasphemy of the aurora from afar. A demon inscribed with the true names of the four gods. Its very existence serves as a final judgment upon reality. This fearsome demon embodies all that its name signifies. It is a dreadful war machine crafted by the chaotic gods, designed as a weapon to breach the unyielding defensive line of Jotion. In the middle of the 6th month of warfare, the forces of chaos dispatched this unit. It was of such immense stature that, while traversing the nether pathways, its dozens of meters in height rivaled that of a Titan, an Emperor-class Titan. Perhaps sheer size does not equate to formidable strength, yet a being of such magnitude cannot be deemed weak. The emergence of a demon of Emperor-class Titan proportions within the nether pathways was unmistakable. Any observer, provided they were not blind, would easily perceive it. Thus, Jotion promptly laid eyes upon this colossal entity and felt the malevolent and terrifying psychic energy emanating from it. The chaotic god's psychic prowess indeed warranted the title of formidable, and the combined blessing they conferred upon a demon stone unleashed a power that was far from trivial. To gauge this demon's combat capability, Jotion commenced the command of his own Emperor-class Titans. 10 units, equivalent to the Emperor-class Titans of the human empire, activated their laser weaponry, unleashing a robust red-blue beam toward the advancing demon. Although the Space Marines and Grey Knights continued to engage the other demons, persisting in their relentless fire at Jotion's behest, their gazes could not help but drift toward the demon under assault by the Titans. When the powerful laser struck the demon, an array of special effects erupted, yet the demon remained unscathed, standing resolutely within the nether pathways. Even a fleeting glance was enough to unsettle the Space Marines, who, despite their formidable resistance to chaos, found themselves shaken. What manner of unit was this, capable of withstanding the might of an Emperor-class Titan's assault? It is worth noting that the combat prowess of the Emperor-class Titans manufactured by Jotion exceeds that of the Empire's own. The sight of such a formidable entity enduring the Titan's onslaught without sustaining any damage was alarming. It became abundantly clear to all present that a significant threat had emerged. It seemed that something extraordinary had arrived. Not only did the ordinary Imperial forces and Jotion's planetary defense troops sense the gravity of the situation, but even Jotion himself felt a twinge of headache. This unit was not to be trifled with. At the very least, the conventional combat units he had on hand were ill-equipped to contend with it. Unconventional forces would need to be deployed. For instance, his combat robots and bodyguard machines, units that were undoubtedly invincible in ground warfare. He resolved to release them, believing that even a demon of this caliber could be vanquished. Yet, such an operation required time, and that time was sufficient for the demon to commence its charge. The immense demon unit began a heavy assault on the Imperial forces' defensive line, and the Emperor-class Titans could not simply stand idly by as the enemy advanced upon their infantry. Two of the Emperor-class Titans transformed their laser cannons into massive hands, subsequently drawing forth colossal phase-powered swords. These Titans, crafted by Jotion, were not the cumbersome war machines of the human empire. They were mechs, characterized by their agility, eschewing the bulkiness of their Imperial counterparts. With a swift change of weaponry, they charged toward the demon, preparing for a titanic clash. While the hive missiles within their launch bays were fired, initiating the first round of bombardment against the chaotic demon. As the hum of the phase-powered swords and the shriek of the hive missiles tore through the air of the nether pathways, the fourfold world destructor's surface radiance suddenly collapsed into a vortex. The missiles detonated 30 meters from their target, the shrapnel twisting into a swarm of violet-green butterflies that fluttered back toward the Titan's armor seams. The pain reversal granted by the Sin's blessing transformed lethal damage into sustenance. The two Titans' colossal swords met the demon's chitinous armor, only to encounter a triad of blasphemous barriers upon contact. The terrifying crimson shield ignited with dazzling sparks as the blade struck, while the tainted spores corroded the power field generator. And the bizarre subspace runes wove spiderweb-like cracks along the blades. As one Titan staggered backward from weapon overload, the demon's six-fingered hand seized the head of the other Titan, viscous, copper-green fluid oozing between its fingers. This was the sevenfold regenerative touch of decay, and the corroded Titan armor visibly sprouted foul growths at an alarming rate. In the mere first exchange, the two Emperor-class Titans were utterly dismantled under the demon's onslaught. At least, that was how it appeared to the Imperial forces. Even the elite troops watched in disbelief as this scene unfolded. The combined might of two Emperor-class Titans had been so easily shattered by this great demon. The elite troops, alongside the Space Marines and Grey Knights, began to concentrate their fire upon the demon, although trepidation had already begun to take root in their hearts. With some soldiers even experiencing a flicker of fear, this sensation was swiftly suppressed. They raised their weapons and unleashed a furious barrage of firepower. Yet, all this firepower unleashed upon the chaotic demon bore no consequence. This was the embodiment of the power crafted by the four gods, an unstoppable force. A torrential downpour of fire met the demon, yet all attacks within a 10-meter radius were effortlessly thwarted. Even energy assaults dissipated against an invisible shield. Heavy weaponry often followed the law of no harm with smoke. The colossal Kai, Nai, Sla, the fourfold world destructor, paid no heed to the attacks directed at it. Instead, it reached down to grasp the two Emperor-class Titans in its grasp. It noticed that within the Titans, two PDF soldiers still survived, glaring defiantly, seemingly plotting something. This demon, newly birthed within the subspace, found great amusement in observing these insignificant creatures. It did not perceive them as a threat. However, in the next moment, a warning from the bizarre deity prompted it to hastily attempt to cast the Emperor-class Titans aside. Regrettably, it was too late. The pilots within the two Imperial Titans exerted a fierce grip on the Chaos Demon before them, and soon, unnatural crimson light emanated from the Titans. For humanity, the two pilots declared, triggering the detonation of the Imperial Titans, designed by Zhou Qing. The superlative engines within began to operate beyond their limits, preparing for self-destruction. Two massive mushroom clouds erupted within the Webway. At the moment the smoke dissipated, the once dismissive demon found its arms grievously injured. Indeed, the self-detonation of the Imperial Titans had inflicted significant damage upon it. This spectacle allowed the Imperial forces behind to exhale a sigh of relief, and soon, more Imperial Titans readied to emulate this audacious act. However, what unfolded next shocked their very souls. As the smoke cleared, the four-crowned exterminator's arms writhed and reformed like boiling pitch. The blessing of Nurgle enabled its flesh to regenerate in defiance of the laws of physics. Broken bones intertwined like vines. Muscular fibers stitched themselves together with a life of their own, and the surface of its skin erupted with countless faces of tormented demons. Quickly obscured by a newly formed layer of keratin, a futile struggle ensued. The whispers of the demon echoed through the Webway. A cacophony of four distinctly different tones. The roar of terror, the sinister chuckle, Nurgle's phlegmatic voice, and Slanish's moans. At this moment, the psychic communication of the Grey Knight's Grand Master blared through Zhou Qing's tactical network. Subspace pollution index soaring. Its regeneration is not a physiological phenomenon, but a conceptual reconstruction. As if to validate his warning, a copper-green mycelium spread from beneath the demon's feet, causing any metal debris it touched to mutate into twitching masses of flesh. This was Nurgle's corruption altar, the destroyed Titan's remnants twisted into dozens of lesser demons, which, dragging tendrils formed from mutated cables, roared toward the human lines. Switched to anti-psychic munitions. The roar of the Imperial commander reverberated through the tactical network, reaching the ears of the surrounding warriors. The Grey Knights immediately switched to explosive weapons loaded with anti-psychic warheads, while the Space Marines readied their melta weapons. However, the sinister blessing had already anticipated this. The demon suddenly opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of azure flames. This was no ordinary fire. It was the flames of fate paradox, causing the future possibilities of those scorched to collapse into certain demise. 3 Terminator warriors had just raised their storm shields when their armor disintegrated into fundamental particles without warning. The blessing of Slainish reached its zenith. Whenever a shell exploded against the demon's hide, sparkling amethyst light erupted from the wounds, and its roars transformed into euphoric tremors. A whirlwind missile struck its left eye with precision, but what erupted was not flesh and blood, but a surge of pearlescent mist. This mist transformed into whips, shredding 5 nearby Sentinel war machines into metallic spirals. The one blessed by the 4 gods was indeed formidable. This demon embodied the combined divine authority of the Chaos Pantheon, a culmination crafted by the 4 Chaos gods. They succeeded, for the damage inflicted by this demon's assault far surpassed that of several months prior. Over 100 PDF soldiers perished in this onslaught, along with the loss of 2 Imperial Titans. Yet, the destruction wrought by this demon had reached its limit. Zhou Qing's deployed combat robots had entered the fray, and the disintegration cannon mounted on their arms had already fired. A beam of light shot towards the demon, and despite its possession of the 4 gods' blessings, it was pierced as if it were gossamer. All 4 blessings were unraveled, vanishing in a manner incomprehensible even to the gods. The beam struck the demon with tremendous force. Had it not been for Slainish's blessing, which granted it foresight, the demon might have been utterly obliterated in this round of assault. Nevertheless, even with its survival, it had lost half of its body. Combat officially entered its second phase, as the demon, forged by the 4 gods, faced off against Zhou Qing's own combat robots, developed by the Federation's Level 10 scientists. This battle robot, enhanced by countless cycles of Federation technology, now stood before the demon created by the Chaos Gods. Chapter 102. The hope of the Chaos Gods was extinguished within an hour. The 4-crowned exterminator, Kai, Nai, and Slan, was in the midst of continual recovery, and when the combat robot stood before him, his form had been restored. However, this time, he refrained from charging forward as he had before, instead regarding the humanoid combat robot with trepidation. The wisdom of the malevolent power and prophecy warned him that if he dared to charge recklessly, he would likely be banished by an attack akin to the one he had just endured. It was a blatant warning. To move recklessly was to court death. Thus, he dared not act impulsively. The combat robot, too, did not immediately engage. It stood in a tense stalemate with the Chaos Demon. Erasing such a being in the subspace was futile. It had to be dealt with fundamentally to impede the Chaos Gods. This entity was a creation of the 4 gods. Merely killing it would not suffice, for its essence would remain, allowing it to resurrect in this form. Zhou Qing sought to avoid such an outcome, so he commanded his 600 Grey Knights to perform an anti-demon ritual. The moment this ritual succeeded, the combat robot would be able to annihilate the demon selected by the 4 gods, effectively erasing its very essence. At that point, the authority that originally belonged to the 4 gods would return to them, and the gods could not directly revive such a being. They would need to recreate it, a process that would take them at least another month, allowing Zhou Qing the opportunity to continue his extermination of lesser demons. The combat robot stood at an average human height of merely 1.9 meters. This stature appeared insignificant compared to Kai, Nai, and Slan, who towered like Imperial Titans. Yet no one dared underestimate this combat robot. The previous attack had demonstrated its potential, nearly banishing the demon. Thus, one should not underestimate its combat prowess, which was undeniably top tier. Time flowed slowly as the 2 combat units faced each other, but as the minutes passed, the malevolent predictions grew increasingly accurate. A perilous prophecy surfaced in the demon's mind. Charging forward now would lead to an immediate death at the hands of the opposing force. Yet such a death was transient. It could return within days. However, should it delay, its demise would become absolute, beyond even the salvation of the 4 gods. Though it had just come into existence and did not fully comprehend the gravity of this distinction, The wisdom of Slaanesh guided it in discerning its choices. Total annihilation was unacceptable. Temporary death was something the four gods could tolerate. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Kale, Kai, Nai, and Sla, the four-crowned exterminators, suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, the terrifying scarlet energy overwhelming the blessings of the other three deities in an instant. His form swelled to its utmost limit, and what flowed beneath his epidermis was no longer blood, but the boiling essence of the subspace. He opted for a charge. The optical sensors of the battle robot flickered slightly. After a nanosecond of computation, its right arm's disintegration cannon recharged. However, this time, the barrel did not aim at the demon's body, but rather at the dome of the network. Tactical adjustment. Target locked, subspace anchor point. The disintegration beam did not directly assault the demon, but instead pierced through the very structure of the network. In that fleeting moment, the entire battlefield warped like a shattered mirror, the boundary between reality and subspace momentarily torn asunder. Grey Knights now. The souls of 600,000 Grey Knights resonated in unison, the anti-demon magic circle beneath their feet flaring to life. Countless silvery chains extended from the void, ensnaring the demon's limbs. These chains were not physical entities. They were manifestations of rules, materialized from the negation of chaos. The four-crowned exterminator emitted a chilling scream, a cacophony of four distinct tones: the terror of anguish, the confusion of cunning, the wailing of filth, and the quivering of vice. His form began to disintegrate, not through physical destruction, but through conceptual erasure. Subspace essence detachment detected. The battle robot's logic core reported coldly. The demon's scarlet aspect, terror, evaporated like lava. The azure cunning wisdom transformed into drifting pages of a magical tome, igniting in the void. The verdigris of filth decayed into ashes. The violet radiance of vice shattered into countless crystalline fragments, falling into the abyss. As the last vestige of chaotic energy was consumed by the magic circle, the entire network fell into an eerie silence. This great demon, crafted by the four chaotic deities, was utterly obliterated under the concerted assault of a vast army. For the network, which had only just manifested into reality, the Emperor's power swiftly intervened, sending them back to subspace, while Zhou Qing initiated the repair protocol. A substantial amount of energy manifested above the dome, transforming into subspace energy, mending it to prevent further demons from descending and disrupting the formation. As a level 10 scientist, he possessed a mind that transcended the imagination of ordinary beings in this universe. Consequently, his intellect had already simulated various scenarios, including the one currently unfolding. During the battle, Zhou Qing had made ample preparations, equipped with contingencies for diverse situations. Even if the four deities themselves intervened, he had plans in place. He was no longer alone in subspace. Moreover, after expending a significant amount of Zhe Lu, his own psychic ability had been greatly enhanced. While it may not rival that of the chaotic deities, it had certainly become much more formidable. In Terra, the presence of the Emperor made it impossible for the four chaotic gods to intervene directly. Therefore, Zhou Qing possessed both the strength and the means to exhaust the demon army of the chaotic four. Their grand demon, which had barely appeared, was utterly annihilated. And once again, authority and essence returned to their hands, leaving the chaotic deities bewildered. Even the Lord of Change, Cunning, displayed a shift in his sagacious gaze. He had never anticipated that the formidable demon they had jointly forged would be eradicated within less than a day of its emergence. While the adversaries appeared delectable and enticing, they were, in truth, treacherous. The enemy's strength exceeded the chaotic deities' expectations. Their once hopeful demon had merely exchanged itself for over 100 stellar warriors on the opposing side. Just look at the boundless numbers on their side. Although they could not directly probe the battlefield due to the Emperor's interference, they felt the number of interstellar warriors present certainly exceeded 1,000,000. The loss of 100 warriors seemed trivial, akin to a cow losing a single hair. Did it not? The chaotic deities fell into silence. Chapter 103. The foundation of the human empire's legacy lies in faith, yet their greatest adversary is also faith. So, do we continue this battle? Terror inquired. Although his authority as the god of war would enhance his power, could this current conflict truly be labeled as war? The ordinary chaotic demon's charge could only be described as a slaughter. He yearned for a face-to-face, blood-soaked confrontation, not for his troops to be mercilessly slaughtered without even having the chance to engage. Even the formidable demon unit they had crafted together had not survived beyond an hour on this level of battlefield. What nomenclature could be ascribed to such warfare? Apocalyptic level? Perhaps not. The units deployed in this conflict could have engaged in countless apocalyptic-level battles. Terror now wavered, contemplating whether to persist in combat. The god of war was acutely aware that this conflict could hardly be termed a war for the forces of chaos. It was merely a massacre. The opposing side possessed an exceedingly powerful war god, and under his command, their army moved with greater agility than his own hands. No matter how many chaotic demons charged forth, they could only be slaughtered, dying in vain, only to be reconstituted as energy and reborn in subspace. While terror held no interest in these ordinary demons, their rebirth was a matter of indifference. However, the sensation of it was decidedly unsettling. There was but one means to break this deadlock: to mass-produce the caliber of demons they had just created. Only sufficiently powerful units could shatter the stalemate of this battlefield. That had been their hope when they originally forged such demons. Yet the ultimate result was evident to all. The demon infused with the blessings of the four deities was obliterated in less than an hour. This was somewhat disheartening. Such demons could not be mass-produced, and it seemed they had lost the war of the network. The delectable feast they had anticipated was slipping away, and they had suffered significant losses of demons, the rebirth of which from subspace would require considerable time. The Chaotic Four had already lost track of how many demons had perished on their side. They only knew that this war had inflicted grievous losses upon them, without yielding any useful rewards. The military strength of the human empire had not been significantly diminished. In response to Terror's inquiry, Cunning's avian eyes darted around before articulating a phrase. "Everything is according to plan." Vice rolled his eyes at Cunning, remarking that this fellow only knew how to utter that line. If everything was indeed according to plan, why did he not directly dismantle this defensive line? Was it truly part of their plan that the chaotic deities could not breach the line? Filth wore an expression mirroring Vice's. Among the chaotic deities, he had suffered the most significant losses, having dispatched a considerable number of demons. He felt profound sorrow for those who had been sent forth, only to perish in vain, accomplishing nothing in the process. As the chaotic deities engaged in fervent discussions about whether to cease the ongoing war, the infernal legions relentlessly pressed their assaults. The mighty sorcerers charged forward, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Under the relentless strikes of Zhou Qing, they struggled to inflict any losses upon the human armies. Under Zhou Qing's command, the human forces not only slaughtered these demons with impunity, but also managed to withdraw during meal breaks on a shift basis. They would then indulge in a delightful lunch before returning to the fray. This epitomized what one might call a scientific way of life. The act of combating demons transformed from what was perceived as a terrifying war in everyone's minds into a venture as simple as a leisurely outing. However, the crisis confronting the human empire was not one that could be resolved through sheer military might. Even though Zhou Qing mobilized a formidable army and engaged in bloody carnage against the demons within the Webway, restraining the majority of their main forces, it was insufficient. Both Gil Lyman and Zhou Qing could perceive that the contemporary human empire had degenerated into a mere heap of refuse. From Gilliman's perspective, the present human empire had utterly strayed from the future they had envisioned. It had become a desolate ruin, where superstition overshadowed reason, filled with suffering and lamentation. For the individual, living in such an era was a calamity. There was no future, no ideals. People could only gather in despair, irrationally praying for redemption to the emperor, who was venerated as a deity. The organization that gathered billions of worshippers for adoration was the state religion of the empire. It could be said that Gil Lyman harbored a profound disdain for these zealots who clung to the orthodoxy of the emperor's faith and used it as a pretext to burn what they deemed heretics. If Gil Lyman held such views, Zhou Qing's opinions were, naturally, self-evident. Born within the Human Federation, he was an early member of that entity. During the Federation's ascendance to psychic elevation, numerous sects emerged, attempting to manipulate the populace through religious beliefs. Ultimately, however, they were completely extinguished under the resolute actions of the Federation's Grand Marshal and its people. There had indeed been significant sects proposing to unify the Federation under divine authority, but they were ultimately eradicated by the Federation's military. All ideological factions within the Human Federation expressed vehement opposition to any notion of sectarian rule over the entire Federation, leading to their complete destruction. Prior to Zhou Qing's arrival, the Human Federation underwent transformations. The concept of divinity, under the Federation's influence, ceased to be exalted. Rather, it became an organized existence, akin to civil servants obligated to serve the populace. Should they fail to fulfill their duties to the citizens of the Human Federation, they would be expelled from their ranks. If expelled and still daring to engage in superstition, the Federation's military would eradicate them entirely. In Zhou Qing's view, Deities could indeed exist, but their significance and necessity must be sanctioned by the Federation government, with a mandate to serve the people. If one did not serve the populace, they were a false god. Should a false god dare to contravene the laws and regulations of the Federation, engaging in proselytization, they would be deemed a criminal. Humanity takes such offenses very seriously, for superstition is inadmissible. Although the Human Federation has embarked on the path of psychic ascendance, what it requires is normal development, not the propagation of so-called superstition. The rationale behind pursuing psychic elevation is straightforward: to attain extraordinary power and self-empowerment. Without this, the Federation would not have embraced such a path. The crux of this choice lies in the ideal that everyone should be as powerful as a dragon. If someone emerges as a formidable being, yet fails to serve the people, they must be eradicated. It is precisely due to such religious convictions that Zhou Qing felt a creeping dread as he observed the human empire succumb to fervent superstition. He contemplated whether to eliminate the emperor, only to realize that the emperor bore the weight of the race's survival. Superstition was not his desire. He was merely powerless to alter the course. The human empire could not be mended by brute force alone, nor could it be rectified through ordinary domestic affairs. The greatest adversary of the human empire was superstition, yet paradoxically, its continued existence relied heavily on that very superstition. It was akin to a festering wound. Chapter 104. The Grey Knight's additional task of overseeing the state religion. Though both Zhou Qing and Gil Liman felt discontent with the current state of faith within the human empire, they simultaneously recognized that, in this critical juncture, they could not outright dismiss it. The belief in the emperor had become the very foundation of the empire. It was this faith that united the fractured galaxy, defining modern humanity. On an astronomical scale spanning countless light years, it stood as the singular absolute consensus among the human populace. Should Zhou Qing or Gil Liman begin to undermine this consensus, especially with Zhou Qing aspiring to mold the human empire akin to the Human Federation, regarding the deities as mere tools, they would be deemed criminal for destroying the very foundation of human civilization. Moreover, Gil Liman realized that he himself required the blessings of the state religion. Only in this manner could he better consolidate the strength within the empire. While Zhou Qing had indeed provided him with a significant number of space marines, beyond those already engaged in the Webway conflict, there remained a staggering 20 million available for deployment. Such a number was utterly insufficient against the vast scale of the galaxy. The primary military force on any planet was not the Space Marines, but rather the planetary defense forces, followed by the Astra Militarum, and then the Space Marines. Despite the current total of Space Marines within the Empire exceeding 30 million, under Zhou Qing's guidance, this number constituted less than 1% of the Empire's overall military strength. To unite this vast empire, the reliance was not on the elite Space Marines, but on the Astra Militarum, akin to a tidal wave of forces, more numerous than grains of sand. From where does the Astra Militarum emerge? It arises from the billions of imperial worlds, where the inhabitants worship the emperor and continuously fight in his name. Should the foundation of the emperor's rule be shaken, it would undoubtedly lead to grave troubles. Without a steady stream of Astra Militarum, could the front lines be sustained solely by Space Marines? Absolutely not. In order to effectively mobilize the most crucial military force of the human empire, both Gil Liman and Zhou Qing found themselves in need of the state religion support. Only then could they freely deploy the primary combat forces of the human empire. After all, although the emperor had personally appointed Gil Liman as the regent of the empire and Zhou Qing as the warlord of the solar empire, the only entity capable of disseminating this information throughout the human empire was the state religion. Only with the state religion's endorsement could this information be communicated, as its position was nearly unassailable. While Zhou Qing might navigate this situation with relative ease, it was Gil Liman who faced greater complications. Should Gil Liman directly repudiate his identity as the emperor's son, it would be viewed by the faithful as a self-imposed curse that undermined the emperor's authority. If he were to proclaim himself a deity, such words would transform into damning evidence in the eyes of those who wield power yet harbor lingering doubts about his actions. Had it been the previous Gilliman, the concern might have been somewhat diminished. However, the current Gilliman embodies a far more significant issue. Zhou Qing has provided a staggering 28 million Space Marines, a force ample enough for Gilliman to initiate a rebellion surpassing Horus's in scale. Despite the endorsement of the Adeptus Custodes and the Emperor's explicit words, the majority of imperial nobility remain unqualified to hear such pronouncements, thereby sustaining their skepticism towards Gilliman and attempting to thwart his endeavors. Thus, the most prudent course of action for Gilliman is to sidestep the matter, while Zhou Qing refrains from purging the ecclesiarchy. Even when Zhou Qing encounters the members of the ecclesiarchy, his eyelids twitch with indignation, wishing fervently to see them flayed alive. Yet, for the sake of preserving the human race from total collapse within this galaxy, and to spare the innocent from a tragic demise, Zhou Qing chooses to endure. Of course, inaction is not in Zhou Qing's nature. He has begun to seek a new ecclesiarch, preparing to dispose of the current one, while simultaneously dispatching a significant contingent of space marines to eradicate the corrupt. Zhou Qing's extraordinary intellect has nearly foreseen the impending conclusion of the Webway War. The Chaos Gods evidently find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, if those four entities have not completely lost their wits, halting the war would undoubtedly be a sagacious choice. As for their subsequent declarations, Zhou Qing's mind has already anticipated that these Chaos Gods will strive to incite conflict across the entire span of the Imperium. They will employ such tactics to compel him to dispatch the Psychic Grey Knights and Space Marines to suppress the emerging chaos forces on various planets, ensuring humanity's tranquility. In clustered combat, the Chaos Demons, when charging, can be effortlessly dealt with like refuse. However, in the absence of coordinated assaults across the galaxy, the Chaos Gods still hold the upper hand. While individual Psychic Legionnaires are formidable, should they unleash a host of 40 or 50 greater demons in an offensive, even the Legionnaires would find themselves facing dire consequences. Zhou Qing has commenced his next phase of planning, with the Webway War nearing its end. The Grey Knights can assume the role of overseeing the ecclesiarchy. The ultimate edict for the Black Knights can now be amended, as the Emperor is now capable of being healed, his humanity restored. Thus, their final command no longer requires them to restrain the Emperor upon his revival. Zhou Qing intends to negotiate with the Emperor regarding the possibility of altering the Grey Knights' responsibilities to encompass the supervision of the ecclesiarchy. Simultaneously, he will endeavor to continue utilizing the psychics from Terra, training an even greater number of Grey Knights. In order to adequately oversee the ecclesiarchy and prepare for the million worlds of the Imperium, Zhou Qing aims to cultivate at least 3 million Grey Knights. Groups of 3 Grey Knights will patrol the ecclesiarchy across various worlds, and upon detecting any signs of corruption, they will swiftly act to slay the local ecclesiarch priests. These priests of the ecclesiarchy are not averse to employing their defined doctrines to enact white phosphorus executions, burning heretics alive, if the accused are indeed guilty. Such actions may be deemed acceptable. However, the ecclesiarchy has undeniably wrought countless injustices throughout their prolonged reign. Regardless of who or what faction it may be, all must ultimately bear the consequences of their actions, should it be discovered that they are deliberately orchestrating false accusations. The Grey Knights will not hesitate to eradicate the ecclesiarch priests alongside the Chaos Demons during their purges. In any case, while a sweeping transformation of this religious fanaticism is unattainable, targeted strikes are certainly warranted. Chapter 105. The Victory of the Webway War. Zhou Qing is a man of action. Upon conceiving this thought, he immediately set about executing it. He beckoned an official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and addressed him. Take my orders to the Psyker Academy and arrange for 3 million psychics to be dispatched to my laboratory immediately. Additionally, ensure that the materials I have listed are delivered to my laboratory as well. You are responsible for arranging accommodation for those psychics, as our laboratory cannot possibly house them all. Remember to extend the boundaries of my laboratory to include the surrounding buildings and have the walls breached. I require a more expansive experimental space. Upon comprehending Zhou Qing's directives, the official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs nodded vigorously, committing the tasks firmly to memory and swiftly setting about his arrangements. The Adeptus Custodes had previously warned the Ministry that Zhou Qing's commands take precedence. Even if Zhou Qing and Guilliman were to issue concurrent orders, they must prioritize Zhou Qing's commands, executing Guilliman's at their discretion thereafter. Thus, upon receiving Zhou Qing's orders, the official immediately set to work, proceeding without even seeking Guilliman's counsel regarding the alterations to the palace structures. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing immersed himself once more in the Webway, meticulously directing the hunt for demons. As long as the Chaos Gods do not issue a ceasefire to their demonic onslaught, these subspace demons will continue their relentless charges. However, the battles have become somewhat simplified. Zhou Qing has deployed one of his combat robots, which, having already been revealed, he does not intend to retract. With the support of a disintegration cannon from the robot, all units experience at least a 20 to 30% reduction in pressure, as the demons are systematically annihilated and evaporated in droves. The alleviation of pressure also allows for training opportunities. Thus, within the firepower web, Zhou Qing gradually began to let some demons through, allowing them to charge towards his PDF for close combat. those who have been molded into Grey Knights at the Psyker Academy, the weakened versions of the Psychic Legionnaires, have been deployed to the front lines to engage in direct melee with the demons. Although the Grey Knights are equipped with powerful weaponry specifically designed to counter demons, Zhou Qing has prioritized close combat on the front lines. Initially, Zhou Qing was perplexed as to why a spacefaring civilization would still engage in melee combat. However, he has come to understand the reasoning. This interstellar civilization is excessively abstract, with its supply and transportation capabilities stretched to their limits. Furthermore, the weaponry provided to these ordinary Grey Knights can only be produced on his end. Thus, once these Grey Knights are deployed throughout the universe, they will be unable to receive effective resupply. In the absence of viable replenishment, they can only rely on their melee prowess for survival. To enhance their chances of survival, Zhou Qing has begun to consciously train them. Such actions undoubtedly rekindle a flicker of hope for the demons to achieve victory once more. While they do not believe they can triumph against the imperial forces commanded by Zhou Qing, the Chaos Gods are reluctant to conclude the war in such a dismal fashion. The war within the subspace has garnered the attention of numerous subspace entities, particularly the two green-skinned beings who have been closely monitoring the conflict. Should the conflict conclude in a lackluster manner, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputations of the four malevolent deities involved. Although their lips remain sealed, their hearts are undoubtedly filled with discontent over such dismal outcomes. Indeed, the four of them reign supreme in the subspace, yet they are not without rivals capable of challenging their dominance. As the four merchants observed Zhou Qing commencing training to enhance his troops' close combat abilities, they escalated their efforts. More demonic legions were summoned from the subspace, launching a fervent charge. Notably, the entity known as Terror mobilized its formidable demons and dark forces for an assault. When it comes to melee combat, none are more adept than Terror's legions. Thus began a frenzy of battle, with both armies engaging in direct confrontation, much to Terror's delight. As he began bestowing his blessings upon both sides of the conflict, Terror cared not whether the recipients were his own demons or the opposing humans. He treated them all equally. He showered blessings upon those who displayed valor in battle, for Terror is the epitome of impartiality, deriving joy solely from the vigor of the conflict and the bravery exhibited by the combatants. The blessings from the chaotic deity began to rain down evenly upon both Terror's demonic forces and the human army. Amidst this turmoil, the old man Huang also intervened, his blessings descending upon the human forces as well. This was a stronghold, after all, with his essence residing there. The psychological scars and losses inflicted by the war within the subspace weighed heavily on him. Thus, as Zhou Qing's troops sought vengeance, he was more than willing to lend his assistance. As he witnessed the demonic legions being systematically harvested and the human forces relentlessly exterminating the subspace demons, Huang felt a profound sense of joy. The war continued unabated for over a month. Under Zhou Qing's astute leadership and comprehensive strategies, the demons once again suffered catastrophic losses, particularly Terror. He had committed a substantial portion of his faction's demons, anticipating a spectacular clash. However, after a month of conflict, he awkwardly discovered that the human empire had sustained almost no casualties. Zhou Qing's extraordinary command skills continuously directed the human forces to wreak havoc upon Terror's demons. Each time a Terror demon was on the verge of slaying an interstellar warrior, a timely intervention would rescue the intended victim. Thus, after more than a month of warfare, the chaotic demons faced the uncomfortable reality that despite their frenzied efforts, they had inflicted fewer than 20 losses upon the empire, while their own casualties were staggering. Eventually, the four merchants exchanged glances and, after some deliberation, reached a consensus: retreat. They would no longer engage, let others fight if they wished. The opposing forces resembled machines, executing their strategies with meticulous precision. Continuing to fight here would be sheer folly, rather than persist in combat with the human empire within the subspace. It would be wiser to seek out a location in the galaxy to reignite the struggle. They would select their own battleground and conduct a subspace descent ritual, drawing their foes into a domain where they excelled in combat. Additionally, they aimed to position themselves at the Empire's fringes to avoid encountering as many troops as they had faced today. Terror, the god of blood and war, possessed commendable military acumen, and thus decided to engage in a strategic contest against Zhou Qing. The galaxy was vast, and the human empire had numerous territories to protect. In contrast, the chaotic deities had no realms in need of safeguarding, and Zhou Qing could not promptly invade the Eye of Terror. In light of this, Terror devised a new tactic: guerrilla warfare. He would wage a guerrilla campaign against Zhou Qing throughout the half-human empire enveloped in chaotic energy. Regardless of how Terra chose to proceed, the war undeniably ended in victory for the Empire, as the demons within the subspace began to retreat like a receding tide. The Imperial forces stood in stunned silence for a few moments before erupting into jubilant cheers. They had avenged themselves by decisively defeating the demons in the subspace. And it was not just the soldiers. Even the Emperor seated upon the golden throne joined in the celebration. Victory! Such a lavish term it is. The triumph in the subspace war meant that he could now sit upon the golden throne and merely provide stable energy without enduring torment. At the very least, the suffering was far more bearable than before. Chapter 106. As long as Zhou Qing remains unharmed, Gil Liman bears the brunt of the fallout. The victory in the subspace war was far from the simplistic narrative it appeared to be. The implications of such a triumph were profound and manifold. Upon receiving news of this victory, Gil Liman promptly ordered the military affairs, internal affairs, and state religion departments to disseminate this information throughout the empire. Gil Liman aimed to utilize this victory to bolster the morale of the entire human empire, encouraging those in the dark corners of imperial worlds to steadfastly resist. He sought to instill belief that the human empire would undoubtedly prevail. However, this was merely a small facet of the victory's significance. The most crucial outcome was that once the news of this triumph spread across the human empire, no one dared to question Zhou Qing's identity as the Solar Primarch. Who would dare cast doubt upon Zhou Qing? Who would dare claim he was unworthy of being a Solar Primarch? Who would assert that he was merely an airborne soldier? Should anyone harbor such doubts, they were welcome to lead their own troops into the subspace for a battle. Of course, the Empire would not provide them with forces, since Zhou Qing's troops were not supplied by the human empire either. They could take their own family soldiers. After all, the passage to the subspace could be opened at any time from Terra. Anyone wishing to enter the subspace and engage the demons was welcomed by the current empire. To venture forth and battle the demons would contribute to the empire's cause while simultaneously staving off other incursions elsewhere in the cosmos. At this juncture, the human empire, with Zhou Qing's assistance, had established a formidable fortress line within the subspace to monitor the demonic entities. They would periodically dispatch troops to sweep the enemy away. It could be succinctly stated that the roles of offense and defense had shifted. Under the protection of super-energy shields, the corruption inherent in chaos had effectively vanished within the control zones established by the human empire. As for the soldiers engaged in warfare within the chaotic realm, as long as they maintained their timing and returned promptly, they too could be purified by the cleansing devices and remain uncorrupted. Eradicating the demons brought Huang a sense of solace, as it represented boundless glory. Consequently, the nobles of the human empire on Terra flocked to this cause. It was a splendid opportunity for them to pledge their loyalty to the emperor. Faith can often be a toxin, yet at times it transforms into a valuable asset. As is the case now, were it not for the fervent devotion to the emperor, it is unlikely that anyone would willingly engage in combat within the Webway. However, such is the nature of this war, and for Zhou Qing, the benefits are rather meager. The relentless strain of commanding troops in battle, coupled with the mental rehearsal of all possible strategic shifts, has become a considerable burden for him. An hour after the cessation of hostilities, Zhou Qing vacated his command post and returned to his laboratory, dismissing the psychics from the Psyker Academy that the Ministry of Internal Affairs had dispatched to him. As their arrangement had already been delegated to his robotic assistants, he headed straight to his personal chamber within a laboratory. After retrieving his sleep essentials from his spatial backpack, he succumbed to a deep and restorative slumber. It was not that he required rest to rejuvenate his spirit. Rather, after such a prolonged period of toil, it was high time he afforded himself a well-deserved respite. During Zhou Qing's repose, the Chaos Gods remained far from idle. Their humiliation in the Webway conflict was already considerable, compounded by their ignorance regarding the source of their disgrace. While the galaxy buzzed with talk of a new solar lord of the human empire named Zhou Qing, the Chaos Gods scoffed at this narrative. Who were they? They were the Chaos Gods, among the most formidable beings in the universe. If Zhou Qing were indeed a real individual, how could they be oblivious to his existence? Even if Zhou Qing was cloaked in the Emperor's protective aura on Terra, their combined powers should have allowed them to perceive him. Yet, upon collaborating in this endeavor, they concluded that no such entity existed within the cosmos, rendering them unable to locate this individual. Thus, they dismissed any speculation about how the universe might be disseminating information. The fact remained that they could not see him. Could there truly be anyone capable of eluding the scrutiny of their united forces? None can withstand our investigation. Therefore, the only conclusion is that it is Gilliman's doing, declared Korn, his insatiable desire to corrupt and witness the true might of such a talent after their fall to chaos evident in his fervor. Following Korn's assertion, Sinch chimed in, "He must belong to me. His martial prowess is exceptional. Such a talent must be mine." Sinch's tone bore a warning, cautioning against any intentions to claim Guilliman for themselves. Thus, a dispute arose between the two concerning ownership, while Nurgle, harboring a singular and uncomplicated thought, sought revenge. Nurgle's sole desire was to retaliate against Guilliman, as for which Chaos God ultimately claimed him. Nurgle was indifferent. He merely wished for Guilliman to pay a price to restore his lost reputation. In the depths of the warp, a plot against Guilliman in the Ultima Segmentum was brewing. Except for Slaanesh, the Chaos Gods began to quietly devise plans to ensure that Guilliman would feel the consequences. The Emperor observed their actions with keen interest. Initially, he had felt a twinge of anxiety when they speculated that Zhou Qing might be the source of their distress. However, upon realizing that these four entities could not uncover Zhou Qing's whereabouts, and ultimately attributing the matter to his son, the Emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as Zhou Qing remained unharmed, he believed in his son's capability to confront any challenges. The Emperor remained steadfast in his belief that as long as Zhou Qing was safe, his son would find a way to navigate the situation. Thus, he refrained from intervening, continuing to channel energy from his golden throne. As for the activities of the Chaos Gods in the warp, the Emperor merely sent his son a word of caution. At that moment, Guilliman, engaged in the final preparations for the unyielding expedition within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, suddenly sneezed vigorously. A stream of mucus flowed from his gene-enhanced nose, compelling the illustrious regent to procure a tissue to wipe it away. Yet, he felt an unusual sense of disquiet. After all, he was a Primarch. How could one of his stature succumb to illness, particularly something as trivial as a cold? Such thoughts flitted through Guilliman's mind, but he quickly became submerged in the deluge of documents from the Ministry. Under Guilliman's insistence, the Ministry had ramped up its efficiency, and he returned to his previous state of busyness. The silver lining was a reduction in the backlog of paperwork. They had progressed to addressing matters from 12 years prior, and with continued effort over the next 5 to 6 years, they might catch up to the present. Such progress could not be understated. Chapter 107. This is my shame. Nurgle shifted his focus towards the Ultima Segmentum, intent on launching an assault against Robot Guilliman, the 13th Primarch, and his 500 worlds. The Chaos Gods possessed a degree of awareness regarding the situation within the Imperium. They could not fathom that the human empire could muster such a substantial force of Grey Knights and Space Marines to engage in bloody conflict within Webway. They were incredulous that the Imperium could mobilize such a vast army. Yet, the truth remained. The Imperium had indeed summoned a considerable military response against them. Thus, from this perspective, Nurgle undertook a shrewd analysis. The regions within the human empire capable of generating troops en masse, particularly vast numbers of Space Marines, were limited to the 500 worlds centered around Ultramar. Only in this prosperous area of the Imperium could such large-scale troop production occur. As the absolute core of Ultramar, the homeworld of the Primarch, Makridge, was naturally in Nurgle's sights. He sought revenge against Guilliman, mirroring the war Guilliman had waged against him in the Webway. He intended to deliver a crushing blow to Guilliman, ensuring that the Ultima Segmentum would suffer irreparable losses. A grand conspiracy was afoot, while Zhou Qing grappled with his own challenges. With the capability to produce Grey Knights in bulk and the inability to manufacture the Psyker Legions, Zhou Qing redirected his attention towards the Custodes. A mere 10,000 Custodes appeared exceedingly feeble in Zhou Qing's eyes. Such a paltry force could hardly defend Earth, let alone engage in battle. The next step involves the mass production of the Forbidden Army. To this end, he engaged in a thorough discussion with the old man Huang, delving into the intricacies of how he crafted the Forbidden Army. After acquiring a plethora of disorganized materials from Huang, Zhou Qing immersed himself in research, promptly discarding the documents after merely 5 minutes of scrutiny. It became evident that the so-called technology was less about skill and more a result of his formidable psychic abilities, forcibly sculpting something that exhibited an alarmingly low success rate. If presented to the Human Federation, it would scarcely warrant attention from scientists, let alone surpass the efforts of elementary school students. The feasibility was abysmal. Should this method of creation be employed, the toll on human life to produce a single member of the Forbidden Army would be catastrophic, a scenario utterly unacceptable. Within his laboratory, 20 members of the Forbidden Army collaborated with him on experimental research. After a month of diligent study, Zhou Qing proposed an alternative plan, the upgrade method for the Forbidden Army 20. This innovative scheme promised to significantly enhance the production capabilities of the Forbidden Army, drastically accelerating their manufacturing process, potentially enabling mass production akin to that of the Grey Knights. However, despite the increased quantity of the Forbidden Army, Zhou Qing found himself at an impasse regarding their combat effectiveness. He had entertained the notion of endowing the soldiers with superhuman strength, yet upon implementing this trait, a volunteer tragically met a disastrous fate, exploding in the process. The reason for this failure perplexed Zhou Qing, especially since the superhuman strength trait was successfully utilized by the Human Federation but failed to manifest in the Imperial soldiers. Ultimately, he could not revive the volunteer, who had sacrificed his life for the advancement of the Empire's technology, leaving Zhou Qing in a state of frustration and guilt. The sight of a volunteer perishing before him, unable to be saved, weighed heavily on his conscience. For 2 days following the incident, Zhou Qing refrained from further research, lost in introspection. Had he perhaps been too abstract in his approach, or had he grown overly ambitious upon arriving in this universe? Why had he hastily applied an unrefined technology to humanity? Logically, he ought to have conducted preliminary trials on prisoners before subjecting human subjects to such risks. How could he have so naively trusted the words of that scoundrel, Tullius, thereby applying them to the subjects of the Forbidden Army? In the solitude of his office, Zhou Qing pondered whether he had been assimilated or unduly influenced. He rationalized that the technology should have first been tested on death row inmates, but Tullius had vehemently opposed this notion a month prior during their discussions. Upon proposing enhancements to the Forbidden Army, Zhou Qing received immediate support from the old man Huang, and Tullius, as a devoted ally, readily endorsed the idea while generously offering a multitude of candidates for experimentation, individuals prepared to undergo the transformation to become members of the Forbidden Army. Zhou Qing, confident in the maturity of the technology brought from the Human Federation, acquiesced to the request, allowing these volunteers to become his experimental subjects. Perhaps due to the arrogance typical of a 10th-level scientist, or perhaps because the technological advancements were well established, Zhou Qing initially suggested using a death row inmate for preliminary trials. However, Tullius swiftly dissuaded him, arguing that such powerful technology should not be wielded by convicts. He contended that the superhuman strength trait represented a breach of physical laws, akin to Zhou Qing himself. If an ordinary criminal possessed the strength to exceed 3 billion tons, the Empire would face insurmountable challenges in containing them. If Zhou Qing were deceived by such an individual, the consequences for the human empire would be dire. Thus, Tullius implored Zhou Qing to confine the experiments to the candidates for the Forbidden Army. Zhou Qing remained baffled as to why he had allowed himself to be swayed by Tullius's rhetoric, which seemed devoid of any convincing logic. Perhaps the prolonged simulation of large-scale warfare had dulled his faculties. This lapse in judgment ultimately led to a catastrophic failure when the superhuman strength gene was introduced to the candidates, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The experiment ended in tragedy, as the candidate was obliterated, a gruesome spectacle of failure. Such a grave mishap had not occurred in the past 350 years. In his 400-year career as a scientist, he had encountered only one similar incident. As a 10th-level scientist of the Human Federation, he should not have committed such an egregious error. This was a stain on his honor. Chapter 108. Mass Production of the Forbidden Army. The Terra Expedition concludes. Zhou Qing reflected in self-reproach within his laboratory, endeavoring to understand the reasons behind the experiment's failure. Meanwhile, Tullius, the instigator of the situation, felt no remorse for Zhou Qing's misfortune. In his mind, the loss of a single human life, a mere candidate for the Forbidden Army, was inconsequential. The process of creating a competent soldier inherently required sacrifices. Sacrifice was the cornerstone of the Empire. Tullius perceived this incident not as a tragedy, but as a normal attrition of research. After all, one could look at the mechanical Cult-S experiments and see the countless lives lost. And Zhou Qing? He had lost only one individual thus far, hardly a significant toll. Thus, Tullius dismissed the death of one person as trivial. He also did not believe Zhou Qing was genuinely reflecting on his actions. Rather, he assumed Zhou Qing was contemplating why he had failed to enhance the Forbidden Army. This stark contrast between the two civilizations, one valuing its citizens and the other viewing them as expendable, underscored a critical divide. The Human Federation cherished its citizenry, while the Human Empire regarded humanity as a mere concept. Influenced by the state religion, individuals within the Empire were imbued with a spirit of sacrifice. This discrepancy was a primary reason Zhou Qing and Kilimanjaro sought to abolish the state religion. Such a civilization held no hope. A society that glorified sacrifice as a badge of honor was devoid of future prospects. They disregarded the value of individual lives, focusing solely on the overarching existence of humanity as a race. While this perspective might not be entirely erroneous, it inevitably heralded dire consequences. The continued stability of the human empire hinged on the presence of the immortal emperor. Without his existence, even the concept of valuing humanity as a race would eventually dissipate. This was not a condition any civilized society should endure. The recent failure left Zhou Qing feeling somewhat remorseful. However, he promptly recalibrated his mindset, abandoning the notion of merely reinforcing the Imperial Guard and instead embarking on large-scale production of the elite forces. Within a mere month, his laboratory produced an astonishing 790,000 Imperial Guards. Concurrently, the radiant golden armor, under Zhou Qing's technological prowess, was swiftly mass-produced, and numerous specialized power armors began to be outfitted on these freshly minted soldiers. Tullius was elevated to the rank of instructor for 800,000 Imperial Guards. Yet, alongside this promotion came Zhou Qing's inaugural directive. In the near future, I shall provide you with approximately 3 million Imperial Guards. You are to disperse them throughout the galaxy for patrolling duties. The task of the Imperial Guards is to scrutinize the Mechanicus. Should the Mechanicus engage in chaotic and large-scale vivisection, resulting in the sacrifice or senseless demise of countless human citizens, the Imperial Guards must eliminate them, irrespective of their identity or status as a high sage of the Mechanicus. Should the Martian Forge Master object, let him come to me. Such a grotesque cult as the Mechanicus ought not to exist if he continues to defy orders. Then let Kale assume the position of Forge Master of the Mechanicus. This marks Zhou Qing's first unequivocal command to the Imperial Guards following his ascension as the Solar Lord of the Empire. Logically, this order ought to be issued through the Ministry of Internal Affairs directly as an edict of the Imperial Code. However, as is well known, the inefficiency of the ministry is notorious. The time it would take for them to process such a decree is simply too prolonged. Thus, Zhou Qing decided to simultaneously navigate the bureaucratic procedures while directly issuing the command to the Imperial Guards. Within the human empire, few factions possess the audacity to oppose the Mechanicus. Presently, aside from the Imperial Guards, only Zhou Qing himself stands capable of defying them. In Zhou Qing's eyes, the Mechanicus is merely a collective of ordinary fools toying with scrap metal. Their technology is so woefully substandard that he finds it unworthy of his attention. During this period of introspection in the laboratory, the Imperial Guards presented him with the Mechanicus's research reports. And it was through these revelations that Zhou Qing arrived at his resolute decisions. He firmly believes that science must adhere to ethical standards. The reckless behaviors of the Mechanicus are utterly absurd. If subjected to the scrutiny of the Human Federation, this cult would not survive a second day. Understood. We shall execute your orders, Solar Lord. Tullius expressed unwavering commitment to Zhou Qing's directives. Only after the Imperial Guards affirmed their compliance did a semblance of relief wash over Zhou Qing's countenance. The matter is now entrusted to your capable hands. This laboratory will be sealed, accessible solely to Kale when necessary. I must depart from Terra. My tasks here are complete. As for that individual seated upon the golden throne, I must seek solutions to his issues throughout the galaxy. Thus far, my mission on Terra is largely fulfilled, and Zhou Qing prepare to leave. The unyielding expedition can be entrusted to Gil Lyman. Zhou Qing yearns to return to his colonial world to guide its development. The troubles facing the human empire are numerous, and they cannot be resolved by merely remaining on Terra. Moreover, the inefficiency of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is intolerable. Rather than linger here, it is more prudent to return and foster growth in my domain. Most matters are already in place, and returning to my planet merely requires traversing the warp lanes. The connection between both realms has grown sufficiently robust, making it imperative for Zhou Qing to return to his colonial world to continue his endeavors. Tullius did not oppose Zhou Qing's subsequent statement. Understood. Might I inquire whether the Solar Lord requires the protection of the Imperial Guards? Tullius posed the question with utmost seriousness, displaying no hint of discomfort despite Zhou Qing's evident superiority. Do not question why. The Imperial Guards have grown accustomed to such dynamics. Their previous charge was the Emperor, who was indeed more powerful than they. Their current charge, Zhou Qing, is equally superior, yet what of it? The Imperial Guards are well versed in these matters. The essence of their existence has evolved. It is no longer merely to safeguard their charges, but to manage those they must protect, particularly in matters inconvenient for direct intervention. just as Zhou Qing recently commanded, they're to oversee the Mechanicus in the galaxy. No need, with the warp lanes as a conduit. I shall relay my commands directly to you, Imperial Guards. Your focus should remain on monitoring those foolish Mechanicus. The current number of Imperial Guards is still insufficient. I have already transmitted the technology from mass production to our compatriot upon the Golden Throne. You may request the promised 3 million Imperial Guards from him. Upon concluding this statement, Zhou Qing exited his laboratory and traversed the warp lane, returning to his long-abandoned colonial world. Chapter 109. The formation of the patrol fleet completed. Zhou Qing crossed the warp lane and stepped onto his colonial world. At last, he could truly relax. The situation within the human empire had stabilized for the time being, and the human race faced no significant issues. Now, he could commence the creation of a decisive weapon, the Titan-class warship, the largest among the conventional vessels of the Human Federation. In Zhou Qing's eyes, the warships of the human empire were woefully inadequate, and in the age of interstellar warfare. The paramount assets are not ground troops, but rather the vast fleets of warships. While size does not guarantee strength, one cannot be weak if their vessel is sufficiently colossal. To address the intensifying warfare and to protect the colonial worlds under his command, ensuring that the citizens of the Human Federation can continue their lives in peace and engage in productive endeavors. Zhou Qing resolved to allocate substantial resources to the production of Titan-class warships. The standard Titan-class warship measures 160 kilometers in length and 36 kilometers in width, armed with an ion cannon capable of obliterating a planet with a single shot. Further details on the weaponry are unnecessary at this stage, as it will include a suite of armaments such as Gauss cannons, ancient collapse guns, arc generators, calamity missiles, point defense systems, and various other complementary weapons. The Titan is the second largest among the conventional combat vessels of the Human Federation, surpassed only by the Dominator-class warship. Constructing a Titan requires 3,000 units of standard interstellar alloy. This resource depletes approximately 2/3 of Zhou Qing's alloy reserves. Furthermore, the alloy utilized to manufacture the Titan-class warship is a level 4 nanocomposite alloy, second only to zero-sum armor in terms of quality. This represents genuine military technology, readily accessible to Zhou Qing's mind at this juncture. The Obliteration-class Titan warships are not mere vessels. Typically, while they cannot serve as flagships within the primary fleets of the Human Federation, they are more than capable of assuming flagship roles within sector defense forces. In the star sectors of the Human Federation, each sector comprises approximately 16 stellar systems. Within each stellar system, a patrol fleet is organized, consisting of 1 Titan-class battleship accompanied by 4 battleships, 8 cruisers, 16 destroyers, and 32 frigates. Some fleets are tasked with repelling potential invasions while serving as a mobile force. Should any enemy breach the interior of the Human Federation, these vigilant fleets will engage first. Moreover, they carry the grave responsibility of combating cosmic piracy. To ensure the continued prosperity of the Human Federation's commerce, the fleet is naturally entrusted with the duty of quelling the scourge of pirates within the stellar seas. Any pirate fleet will inevitably face the onslaught of these Federal patrol fleets. Although the armor utilized by the Federal patrol fleets consists of basic zero-element armor, which, when compared to the more advanced nano-armor, significantly lacks in combat prowess, this fleet is nonetheless regarded as a competent patrol unit within the Warhammer universe. At this juncture, Zhou Qing's aspirations were remarkably straightforward: to establish a patrol fleet of this caliber to safeguard the stellar systems under his purview. Recently returned from Terra, he was acutely aware of his current location. It was the dark side of the Empire, a region where even the fleets of the unyielding expeditions would not venture lightly. Unless he issued a direct order for the Imperial fleet to patrol this area, he could only rely on his own resources. Acknowledging the limited combat capability of the Imperial fleet, Zhou Qing opted for self-reliance. With the issuance of periodic commands, the Titan factory within the Fortress of the Sky commenced production. A Desolator-class Titan entered active production, while the patrol fleet, still lacking a flagship, began its duties. The numbers of battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and frigates reached the requisite standard for a patrol fleet. Their only deficiency was the absence of a Titan-class flagship. As for Zhou Qing himself, he once again immersed himself in his laboratory, with much research still ahead, particularly focused on cost reduction and the restoration of human genetics within the Warhammer universe. The genetic tampering experienced by humanity in this cosmos was severe, prompting Zhou Qing to investigate methods to revert their genetic lineage. While the existing technology of the Human Federation could theoretically achieve this, The prohibitive costs necessitated a more economical approach, utilizing available resources. Thus, after transmitting the manufacturing techniques of Titan-class battleships to the Titan shipyard, he re-entered his laboratory to embark on a new research endeavor. As time passed, a span of 120 days swiftly elapsed, culminating in the emergence of a desolator Titan from the fortress of the sky. From this moment forth, the patrol fleet was complete, now boasting its own flagship and poised to undertake the defense of its colonies. On the day designated for their patrol, the fleet assembled at the starport, and Zhou Qing emerged from his laboratory to behold the warships he had meticulously crafted. One Titan-class battleship. For battleships, 8 cruisers, 16 destroyers, and 32 frigates. Though this fleet might lack significant combat prowess by the standards of the Human Federation, it was a different scenario now. Zhou Qing gazed upon his fleet with immense satisfaction, as even the star of this stellar system paled in comparison before them. The radiance of the star illuminated the armor of the fleet, an exhilarating sight that filled Zhou Qing with joy. Having grown accustomed to the antiquated vessels of the human empire, witnessing the ships of the Human Federation ignited his spirits. As the fleet initiated its patrol, its velocity accelerated first to 10 times the speed of light, then to 100 times, ultimately reaching thousands and tens of thousands of times the speed of light. To maintain optimal patrol efficiency, the fleet stabilized at a cruising speed of 280,000 times the speed of light, deemed the ideal pace for patrolling. This fleet could traverse between stellar systems, ensuring swift response to any threats that might arise within the star domain, ready to provide aid or engage hostiles at a moment's notice. Zhou Qing, seated comfortably, observed as his fleet embarked on its designated patrol. Thus far, the power he sought to establish was beginning to take shape. Yet, he knew it was not enough. The human empire was an immense entity, and it was clear that the individual seated upon the golden throne wished for him to assume control of this empire. To govern such a vast domain would undeniably be a formidable task, necessitating a sufficient fleet and army to facilitate the takeover of the entire empire. Consequently, Zhou Qing recognized the urgency of military expansion, which required the continued augmentation of his colonies. With the patrol fleet now operational, the prospect of further expanding his stellar systems began to form in Zhou Qing's mind. However, before this thought could fully crystallize, alarms blared within the fortress of the sky. The AI of the fortress commenced reporting enemy activity. An enemy fleet had appeared beyond the borders of our eastern region, identified as the forces of the Chaos God Nurgle. They were poised to attack a world within our fringe stellar system. Zhou Qing had not yet planned to confront the enemy when the chaotic fleet arrived unbidden at his doorstep. While they did not intend to launch a direct assault on Zhou Qing himself, assaulting humanity at his doorstep was akin to striking him personally. Chapter 110. The Nurgle-S Chaotic Warband. Since the destruction of Cadia, the chaotic energies of the Eye of Terror have spilled forth, cleaving the galaxy in two, leading to incessant assaults on the dark side of the Empire. Zhou Qing's location, while distant from Cadia, had previously remained untouched by the chaotic forces. However, the time had come for the chaotic onslaught to reach him. This prolonged duration had afforded the chaotic armies the opportunity to discover Zhou Qing's position, preparing to launch an offensive against the surrounding Imperial worlds. This time, the attention of the Nurgle warband was drawn towards the stellar system adjacent to Zhou Qing. Known as the Rotting Embrace, warband tenets. Decay is the truth of life, and plague is the gift of a benevolent father. Formerly known as the Iron Serpent Warband, a fictional subgroup of the Iron Hand, they encountered Nurgle's bioweapons while suppressing the border world of Scab. The warband leader, Galros, was ensnared by Nurgle's whispers as he lay dying, believing that only by embracing decay could he save his brethren. Thus, he led his entire warband to drink from the well of plague, becoming favored of Nurgle. Nurgle's blessing. Members of the warband experience bodily decay, yet remain vibrant. Symbiotic bacteria thrive within their wounds, transforming agony into twisted ecstasy. Their power armor is corroded by living plague, exuding pus from their joints, while their weaponry mutates into biological armaments. Core combat strength and tactics. The Plague Giant, a chaotic egg modified through Nurgle's sorcery, standing 5 meters tall. Its exterior covered in hardened pus scabs, releasing suffocating clouds of toxin upon charging, having once single-handedly destroyed an armored company of the Astra Militarum. The Withering Spore Cluster. The flight units powered by the filth spirits unleash corrosive spores, capable of transforming a city into a slime mold marsh within a mere 72 hours. They incapacitated the Titan Legion's airdrop pods during the Battle of the Black Pus Galaxy. The Decay embrace virus bombs within their warheads. They enclosed the sevenfold corruption plague of the Filth Gardens, which, upon detonation, subjects surface life to a horrific transformation from flesh to blossom to liquefied bone, ultimately becoming a hatching ground for filth demons. The warband has achieved numerous victories and glories. The fall of the Pus Belt. The warband exploited a treacherous planetary governor, tuning the defensive fields to a frequency of corruption, causing the internal organs of the Imperial garrison throughout the belt to rot. Following this battle, the belt was repurposed into a sanctuary for filth, continuously spreading the plague to neighboring star systems. The Rust Expedition. In their quest for the eternal forge of the mechanized cult, the Decay embrace allied with remnants of the Steel Warriors, using rusted sorcery to incapacitate the Faith Protectors, ultimately transforming the forge into a plague manufacturing facility, mass-producing corrupted night mechs. Organizational structure and symbols. The warband's emblem features an infinity symbol composed of green pus, with a rotting Imperial Aquila embedded at its center, symbolizing a mockery of loyalty. Power structure. The father of plague, Galros, the warband leader and a scion of filth, wields a decaying staff capable of releasing the breath of the father. The corrupted prophets, transformed from former apothecaries into filth sorcerers, they specialize in flesh alchemy, able to convert captives into chaos eggs. The Pus champions, elite plague warriors, host to filth spirits, who rally the demonic engines with cries of pity from the father. The Decay embrace has established a stronghold on the fringes of the rotting nebula, having corrupted 9 Imperial worlds and transformed 4 into plague paradises. They now set their sights on a new Imperial world. With the emergence of the Great Rift, they prepare to seize yet another Imperial world and embrace it within the Father's fold. It must be noted that Zhou Qing and the Filth are indeed fated to clash. Since their confrontation in the subspace, every chaotic demon Zhou Qing encounters is invariably linked to the Filth. As a formidable interstellar warband, their combat prowess is not to be underestimated, possessing a notably robust naval fleet. The Plague Barge Rotten Paradise class, modified from the Imperial Retribution class battleship. The hull has been corrupted into a living bio-warship by filth sorcery, its surface adorned with pustules and fungal carpets, while its internal chambers teem with plague cultivation pods. Weapons. The Breath of the Father virus launcher fires torpedoes containing the 7-fold plague of filth, which upon impact causes grotesque flesh mutations within the ship's interior. Living Spear Array. Biomechanical spears powered by demonic engines that spray corrosive pus upon firing. Tactical Role. The fleet flagship and plague manufacturing hub, capable of releasing spore clouds to obscure the battlefield and shield other vessels during their advance. The Abomination class heavy cruiser blade of carries. Features. Its broadside cannons have been replaced with rusted spore cannons, the shells containing mechanical corruption viruses capable of incapacitating enemy ship engines. History. Originally an Imperial Carinos class, captured and corrupted by the Decay embrace during the Rust Expedition. Cruisers and support vessels. The Assassins class cruisers, Pus and Rotten Throat. Modifications. The Prow Spear has been replaced with a Filth Spirit Ejector, capable of unleashing swarms of filth spirits for boarding actions, infecting enemy crew members. The Annihilation class cruiser Withering Wing. Role. Carries Blight spore swarms for atmospheric plague bombardment. Escort Fleet. The Unfaithful class Raiders 8. Tactics. High-speed assaults on isolated Imperial vessels. Launching boarding torpedoes containing plague warriors to incapacitate enemy ships for the main fleet to harvest. The Corrupted Scimitar class frigates, 3 Origin, imitated from the Imperial Scimitar class. The torpedo launchers are filled with corrupted flesh warheads, causing biological mutations upon impact. Special vessels. The Plague Supply Ship Pus Pool. Function. A mobile plague factory that recycles battlefield debris and corpses into chaos eggs or materials for demonic engines. The Subspace Rift Generator Rotting Stargate. Purpose. Temporarily tears a rift in subspace, summoning filth demons, such as the Great Unclean One, to directly intervene in naval battles. It is precisely due to their formidable naval fleet that they have consecutively conquered several Imperial worlds. To put it bluntly, even the unyielding expeditions detachments would find themselves at a loss against this filth fleet, resorting to the loyal jump to escape. They cannot rely on their slightly superior numbers of interstellar warriors to directly engage the enemy. The Imperial Expedition fleet may not necessarily be their match. Now, they have turned their attention towards the colonies surrounding Zhou Qing. Although they have not yet targeted Zhou Qing's colonies, it must be acknowledged that they are alarmingly close, prompting Zhou Qing to adopt a more vigilant stance. Subspace travel possesses a remarkable characteristic of uncertainty, allowing them to appear directly within Zhou Qing's colonies via subspace routes. While Zhou Qing's naval fleet can arrive for timely support, the enemy's tactics indeed provoke some distress. To prevent being caught off guard, Zhou Qing resolved to initiate a naval engagement. Must he wait for the enemy to come knocking before retaliating? Such a notion is utterly contrary to Zhou Qing's nature. A command was issued from Zhou Qing, redirecting the patrol fleet, which had originally set out on a scouting mission, towards the location of the filth fleet. Striking first is the key to avoiding calamity. It is imperative to eliminate these filth entities without delay. Chapter 111. The decisive blow of the Chaos Warband against mortals. Due to the intervening distance of several star systems, the human fleet requires at least one standard Terra-hour to arrive. This hour affords the filth army an opportunity to assault the Imperial world, with the Eye of Fear's chaotic energy already encroaching upon the dark side of the Empire. The Imperial forces there lack the strength to withstand such an overwhelming assault without sufficient fleets. Moreover, this is merely one Imperial world facing such a massive incursion from the Filth Warband. Upon the arrival of the Decay Embrace fleet in orbit around the Drella Imperial Industrial World, the governor of the Imperial world finally became aware of the Filth fleet's presence. In the next moment, the diligent Imperial governors promptly began announcing the impending threat from chaos to the entire world and summoned the planetary general to prepare for defense. The Drella Imperial Industrial World is an industrial core of the Kelshite family, capable of producing a vast array of Imperial industrial equipment and weaponry. Although this planet cannot construct naval warships, it can indeed produce a multitude of other essential items. Their capacity includes manufacturing Lehman Russ tanks and even managing to cobble together a few toxic blade tanks. Consequently, upon recognizing the chaos threat, the planetary governor did not hastily contemplate fleeing. Instead, he prepared the planetary general for resistance. On one hand, given the planet's ability to produce a wealth of weaponry, engaging the chaos forces here is preferable to fleeing. On the other hand, the Empire is currently under a mysterious influence. The unfolding of the Great Rift has rendered these planetary governors unable to communicate with the Star Council of the Empire. The sole void ship of this world, after venturing into subspace, has tragically discovered that it has lost the light of the astral beacon. They are left in uncertainty regarding the existence of the human empire and whether they can escape to other worlds within it. Thus, rather than using that void ship to flee with their family, only to be annihilated amidst the vastness of the galaxy, they would prefer to stand their ground on this familial planet and fight to the death against the encroaching chaos as a demonstration of loyalty to the God Emperor. In this manner, at least when they return to the Golden Throne, they can face the Emperor with dignity, rather than bowing their heads in shame to confess their sins. In this malevolent and shadowy galaxy, many dwell on the hope of mere survival. Yet, the human race, despite the decay of the once mighty empire, continues to endure. What sustains them? It is the countless souls willing to sacrifice their lives for the Empire, willing to fight for humanity and survival, adopting sacrifice as their highest creed. While some seek to cling to life in this wicked galaxy, many choose to confront the challenges head-on. They will carve out sanctuaries for their fellow humans. Even if the ultimate fate is death, they shall strive with all their might until the end. The arrival of the planetary general was remarkably swift, reaching the governor's palace within just 10 minutes. A mere 5 minutes later, the two reached an accord. Soon thereafter, a joint directive issued by the planetary general and the governor echoed throughout the Empire's worlds. Prepare for battle. For the God Emperor, humanity shall never capitulate to the foul deities. The governor and the Empire's Ministry of Internal Affairs illustrated the terrifying potential of humanity when faced with crisis with remarkable efficiency. Yet, this was merely the precursor to the preparations of the general and governor. The human empire, as previously stated, is undeniably in a state of decay. The common folk have been left with no avenues for survival, and thus, when the forces of chaos arrived, the lower tiers descended into chaos and mutation. The call for war mobilization had barely begun when the underbelly fell completely. Numerous followers of the ruinous powers emerged, and blasphemous rituals ran rampant throughout the underbelly. The demons of decay began to manifest upon the surface from the chaos-infested warships. Garros, the warlord of the Decayed Embrace, wasted no time as chaos erupted in the underbelly. He led over 600 space marines in an orbital drop upon the planet. Meanwhile, the warships commenced their assault on the human hive. Decay is the truth of existence. Pestilence is the gift of the Father. The space marines did not come as the Emperor's angels, but rather as the claws of the foul gods. The Chaos Warbands, chanting their battle creed, surged forth from the drop pods, unleashing a bloody massacre upon the local Imperial PDF. These once semi-divine protectors of humanity displayed overwhelming dominance against the ordinary PDF forces. The streets of the underbelly were shrouded in a stench-laden fog. The first wave of drop pods crashed through the hive's dome, landing squarely in the slums. The hatches exploded open, unleashing a spray of green ichor that corroded concrete and steel. For the Father, 600 warriors of the decayed embrace surged forth. Their power armor was infested with maggots, pus seeping from their joints, and toxic fumes spewing from their breathing masks. The PDF soldiers barely had time to fire before being enveloped in suffocating clouds of poison. Their lungs dissolved within seconds, and the blood they coughed up writhed with the essence of decay. Fire! Fire! The PDF commander screamed, his voice drowned out by the roar of explosive rounds. The beams of lost fire struck the Chaos Warrior's armor, scorching only a few blackened craters. The blessings of decay allowed these wounds to heal rapidly, pus filling the gaps once more. A Lehman Russ tank turned the corner, its main cannon aimed at the charging Chaos Warriors. Boom! The shell struck a Chaos Warrior in the chest, obliterating him into two halves. Yet, his upper body continued to crawl, maggots pouring from his severed abdomen, entangling the tank's treads. 5 plague giants emerged from the drop pods, each step causing the ground to tremble. The toxic mist they exhaled enveloped the entire block, causing the skin of PDF soldiers to rot and their muscles to peel away from their bones. Retreat. Fall back to the inner city. The commander's voice had grown hoarse, and it was evident he too would soon succumb. The plague of decay was that terrifying. Simultaneously, the path of retreat was severed. Withering spore clouds descended from the heavens, raining spores that caused fleeing soldiers to collapse, their eyes melting away as fungi sprouted in their throats, choking them to death in agony. A whole Chaos Warband had launched an assault against an Imperial world, a catastrophic blow for the Empire. In less than 20 minutes of conflict, the entire underbelly had fallen. Now, under the leadership of the Chaos Space Marines, they advanced towards the Mid-Hive. Chapter 112. Hunting Demigods with Mortal Flesh. Garros, the warlord of the Decayed Embrace, personally led the charge, unleashing a crushing assault upon the populace and the Imperial PDF. The PDF stood no chance within moments. They were reduced to mere fodder as the Chaos Space Marines unleashed their explosive rounds, each shot claiming multiple PDF soldiers. Soon, the starborn legions of this planet joined the fray, becoming the second line of defense against the Chaos Space Marines, prepared to continue the fight in the Mid-Hive. Although often appearing as mere fodder, the starborn legions were, in fact, the most elite troops among billions or even trillions of the planet's populace, with the most elite few tens of thousands referred to as the starborn legions. Each member is a paragon of martial prowess, selected from among millions, if not tens of millions. They simply found themselves on a battlefield not meant for mortals, thus appearing feeble. Yet, they are undeniably one of the most formidable military forces within the human empire. The 83rd Detachment of Draelar, the 86th Detachment of the Draelar Empire, and the 113th and 139th Legions returned to their homeworld for reorganization. They came back to receive reinforcements and prepare to continue executing the Empire's combat missions. Unfortunately, just as they completed their reinforcements, the Great Rift unfolded. Fortunately, the emergence of the Great Rift occurred while they were still on their homeworld, granting it some semblance of protection in this dark universe. Behind the 4 Astral Legions lay an impressive assembly of over 2,000 regiments, poised for selection. At this moment, as the Chaos Space Marines launched their invasion, these astral troops were deployed to the Central Hive, exerting every ounce of strength to repel the chaotic onslaught and safeguard their home planet. The Chaos Space Marines, of course, had their sights set on the largest hive of this world, while other hives were under assault by various other chaotic units. An unrelenting tide of plague demons surged into the other Imperial hives. The PDF fought valiantly, with PDF soldiers, ecclesiarchal priests, and silent sisters all pouring their last efforts and blood into the defense of the Empire. Yet the most critical stronghold remained this largest hive, guarded by the Astral Legions and the PDF. It housed the most sophisticated industrial capabilities. Should this hive fall, the fate of the planet would be sealed. It is worth mentioning the absurdity of the Imperial Industrial Organization, where much of the vital industry was concentrated within a single hive rather than distributed. This concentration facilitated defense, as holding this hive allowed for continuous production. However, the downside was stark. Losing the hive would spell disaster for the entire planet. The advantages and disadvantages of this industrial arrangement were simultaneously unfolding. The alloy gates of the central hive twisted and warped under the impact of the Plague Titan, as PDF soldiers, armed with meltaguns, retaliated, incinerating the leading plague demons into bubbling ichor. Yet, more Chaos demons poured through the breach, followed closely by the Chaos Space Marines. The thunderous roar of blast weapons tore through ranks of PDF, reducing them to mere shreds of flesh. The lumbering gun teams of the Astral Legion's 83rd Regiment quickly filled the gap, their heavy lumbering guns unleashing a furious barrage at a rate of 1,000 rounds per minute, pinning the charging Chaos demons to the rusted steel framework. Even so, some plague demons, their lower halves obliterated, crawled forward with grim determination until they were dispatched by the engineers' shovels. The 113th Regiment of the Astral Legions deployed landmines through the intricate piping of the central hive. When the Terminator squad of the Death Guard stepped into the narrow industrial corridor, a chain of explosions inflicted minor, yet notable, damage on the Space Marines clad in Terminator armor. Ichor filled the drainage systems. Targeted by the Space Marines, the PDF soldiers retaliated, their blast weapons loyal in their fire, annihilating the ambushing Astral troops. After dispatching the first wave of Astral Legion attacks, the Chaos Space Marines moved forward, but after only a few steps, they were ambushed by flamethrowers and meltagun teams. The accompanying plague bearers shrieked in the intense heat, carbonizing. The PDF retaliated with the main cannon of their toxin blade tanks, obliterating the decaying spore clusters that tried to flank them, with a rain of slime cascading onto the armor of both forces, corroding it with hissing white smoke. Although the Chaos Space Marines were deemed demigods, formidable foes indeed, the efforts of the Astral Legions were not without merit. Dozens of Astral soldiers coordinated with the toxin blade tanks to launch a death charge against a single plague Chaos Space Marine, and this assault proved effective. The fire from the toxin blade tank breached the Terminator armor of the Chaos Space Marine, followed by a flurry of Astral soldiers plunging their bayonets into his chest. Among them, the squad commissar, fierce and unyielding, charged forward with a meltagun, driving the weapon directly into the Chaos Space Marine's torso. In the ensuing chaos of loyal meltablast and the full might of the Astral Legions, a Terminator-clad Space Marine met his demise, or perhaps it was the end of his wretched existence. As a demigod of the Empire, he failed to defend humanity and instead betrayed it, annihilating countless worlds. Such treachery warranted his death. After suffering losses of over 100 men, the Astral Legion succeeded in slaying one Chaos Space Marine, while the gulf between mortals and demigods appeared insurmountable. When the former summoned their courage to counterattack the Chaos Space Marines, the Empire's loyal weapons would respond in kind. The battle hymn of humanity is one of courage. Do not cease your resistance due to the enemy's might, nor falter in your bold assaults. Only through action will you reap the rewards you deserve. The Astral Legion's success in slaying a Space Marine naturally invigorated the morale of the surrounding PDF and Astral forces, empowering them to continue defending their home planet. This was their homeland, and they would fight to protect it. The laser weapons of the Astral Legions, along with the PDF's automatic firearms, erupted in a frenzied barrage, annihilating the incessantly charging Chaos demons. The industrial nature of this world provided the planetary governor with ample weaponry to arm the PDF, enabling them to resist the demonic onslaught. In addition to the military's desperate fight, the inhabitants of the Central Hive had been organized by the planetary governor, aside from those continuing production in factories. The remainder were issued weapons, preparing for a last stand against the Chaos demons. The human empire may be flawed, but it was preferable to perish under its banner than fall into the hands of chaos. Chapter 113. The Titan Fleet arrives. The slaying of a Terminator Space Marine by the combined efforts of the Astral Legions incited the wrath of the Chaos Warband's commander, Galros. He personally plunged into the heart of the industrial zone, and with a wave of his rotting scepter, the insides of the entire Astral Legion assault squad erupted into a shower of blood. The 86th Regiment's Draelara Astral Legion initiated a suicidal countercharge, attempting to sever his power pack with meltabombs. The dying Draelara soldier clung desperately to his legs until he was reduced to paste by the approaching plague champion. At this moment, the defenses of the Central Hive had contracted to the last 3 layers of the industrial zone, with the Astral Legion's welding Lehman Russ tanks shut at the corridor entrances as fixed emplacements, while soldiers carved the words until death into the walls with bloodied bayonets. Even in the warp, the terrifying gaze of the Great Eye was drawn to these mortals, turning its attention to this planet. Engaging in battle against the Chaos Demons and Chaos Space Marines would undoubtedly result in devastating losses for the mortals. However, not a single Astral Legion or PDF soldier retreated or compromised, as Astral Legion soldiers fell to the ruthless onslaught of the Space Marines. Their reserves surged forth to fill the ranks. Once the reserves were exhausted, elite PDF units would step in to bolster the forces. The PDF troops fought with fervor. When their numbers dwindled, ordinary citizens armed themselves to take their place on the battlefield. In summary, the Empire's humanity would never yield nor retreat. The ecclesiarchal priests raised the holy insignia high, their chants echoing through the communication channels, temporarily dispelling the whispers of the plague. A PDF officer, riddled with wounds, detonated his last crock grenade, taking 3 chaos demons with him, the explosion toppling barricades piled high with corpses. The snipers of the Astral Legion's 139th Regiment targeted the corrupted prophets, their armor-piercing rounds piercing the skulls of the sorcerers, interrupting their summoning of plague demons. The blessing of decay enabled the fallen chaos demon to rise once more, its entrails trailing along the ground as it charged forward. The battlefield remained exceedingly brutal. The Star Realm Army, the PDF, and the human resistance fought with unparalleled fervor. Amidst such madness, a flicker of crimson light coursed through the bodies of certain human soldiers. A divine gift and blessing from the god of war bestowed upon these valiant warriors. Terror and cruelty were impartial. As long as one exhibited a courage deemed worthy of admiration, a blessing from terror might be granted. Yet, the onslaught of the chaos demons was equally relentless. The decay demons, having endured a severe beating at the hands of Zhou Qing during the War of the Netway, now unleashed their pent-up fury upon the Imperial world. In this conflict, they faced an unending barrage of firepower from the human empire. Powerful Psycheers and formidable Grey Knight squads launched their assaults against them. The demons fell like mere stalks of straw, effortlessly harvested by the Imperial forces. Now, they sought to unleash their wrath upon the Imperial world, where they believed they could exact revenge. Although the demons suffered catastrophic losses during the War of the Netway, leaving them with insufficient numbers to continue their assault across the galaxy. Whenever summoned to the cosmos, they would exert themselves to attack with fervor, fearing the direct wrath of the dark gods that could cast them back into the Netway to confront the fearsome Imperial army. The Netway, once a venue for the chaos gods to incessantly harass the Emperor, had become a place where these dark deities exiled those demons they deemed unworthy. Of course, it was not the dark gods themselves who executed this task. It was the greater demons that, disapproving of certain lesser demons, would send them directly to the Netway. Once a sufficient number were gathered, they would periodically launch attacks against the Imperial forces within the Netway. Such assaults were patently futile, ultimately resulting only in reckless charges leading to death, demonstrating to the Imperial army that the subspace was the realm of their demons. The initial hour of the Chaos Demons' assault had proceeded remarkably well, but that hour allowed Zhou Qing's fleet to reach the periphery of this stellar system. As the patrol fleet under Zhou Qing arrived at the edge of the solar system, their sensors had already locked onto the demon warships. In the next instant, the ion cannons aboard the Titan battleship fired from across an entire stellar system. The ion cannon unleashed a massive ray that obliterated a Chaos battleship and simultaneously destroyed a nearby cruiser. The destructive force was enough to shatter an entire star. And now it merely struck a battleship, showcasing its overwhelming might. The void shields of the battleship overloaded within seconds, crumbling under the assault, leaving nothing but wreckage in its wake, collateral damage extending to the adjacent cruiser as well. The sudden attack bewildered the Decay fleet. Their augurs failed to detect any signs, nor did they foresee the impending strike. The surviving warships hastily attempted to contact their battle group leaders. As the blue light of the ion cannon tore through the void, the communication channels of the Decay fleet erupted in chaos. Report: the Decay Paradise has been destroyed. Repeat: the Decay Paradise has been destroyed. Galros, raising his staff to eliminate a line of Star Realm soldiers, exclaimed, What manner of weapon is that? Enemy ship location unknown. Augurs malfunctioning. Upon hearing this, Galros was rendered momentarily speechless. The Chaos fleet, faced with such an unprecedented attack, descended into further disarray. They had never encountered such firepower from across an entire stellar system. A single shot had evaporated a battleship and severely damaged a cruiser. The remaining half of the cruiser, though still visible, was effectively destroyed. The cacophony of confusion from his subordinates made Galros acutely aware of one crucial truth. He must return to his fleet immediately. Only by doing so could he stabilize the morale of his men and prevent further panic. Although this course of action risked his own demise aboard the battleship, he felt compelled to act. In interstellar warfare, naval engagements were paramount. A naval fleet constituted the very essence of an interstellar empire, as ground forces were merely tasked with seizing colonies. For an interstellar warrior order, this was vital, should they lose their naval vessels. The enemy fleet could arrive in orbit without deploying ground troops, effortlessly annihilating them with orbital bombardments. Recognizing the significance of naval power, he resolved to return to his fleet and lead them into battle. Such an attack capable of obliterating his battleship could not be frequently employed. The opponent would surely require time to recharge, and this interval presented the perfect opportunity for him to decide between retreat or counterattack. Galros's reasoning was undoubtedly sound. The Titan's main cannon could not fire a second shot in rapid succession. However, he was unaware that, aside from the Titan's main cannon, the battleship's primary weaponry was also operational. This was something he could not possibly know, for the battleships under Zhou Qing's command were fundamentally different from those of the Human Empire and the Warhammer universe. Galros hastily returned from the ground battlefield to the orbital sector, boarding the remaining cruiser, the Decay's throat. Chapter 114. Your opponent is me. Just as he reboarded the warship, the battleship's firepower struck, reducing all cruisers save his to mere fragments. Galros swallowed hard. The violent explosions roared around him, and in an instant, the vessel he occupied became the last remaining ship of the fleet. In the silence of space, he could only witness the complete annihilation of several nearby warships. Everyone, evacuate the ship immediately. We must reach the planet's surface swiftly. Naval vessels were doomed to remain no longer. They would be mercilessly reduced to debris. Staying aboard was perilous. Survival lay upon the planet's surface. Only by reaching the planet could they hope to persist. After issuing this command with fervor, Galros swiftly dashed towards the shuttle that had brought him, once more directing it toward the planetary surface. His decisive actions allowed him to survive. As his vessel plummeted towards the planet, a massive ion beam struck his craft. Escaping the attack range, Galros gazed in trepidation at the devastation unfolding before him. The entire fleet had been utterly obliterated before even engaging in battle. It was terrifying beyond measure. The raving gunship accelerated once more, carrying him toward the planet's surface. Once safely back on the ground, Galros patted his chest, still shaken from the experience. The PDF and the Astral Army, facing their adversary, have already launched a counterattack. The events unfolding in orbit have alerted both the PDF and the Astral Army. The colossal Chaos warship was obliterated, signaling the arrival of reinforcements, a belief steadfastly held by both the Astral Army and the PDF. The arrival of these reinforcements instilled a sense of opportunity, prompting the PDF and the Astral Army to mount yet another offensive against the Chaos warriors. As the Astral Army and PDF witnessed the Chaos fleet being instantaneously vaporized in orbit, an exuberant cheer erupted among them. Reinforcements have arrived. For the Emperor, the remaining soldiers surged from their cover, unleashing a torrent of fire from laser rifles and heavy explosives upon the Chaos warriors. A Lyman Russ tank, its tracks blown off, saw its gunner persist in loading, ultimately shattering a Chaos warrior skull with a final round. The demonic onslaught was unexpectedly interrupted by this ferocious assault, even suggesting a potential counteroffensive from the forces of the Human Empire. Galros stood amidst the ruins, the pustules on his corrupted power armor bursting with rage, oozing yellow-green fluid that hissed as it met the ground. This spectacle was a testament to his current fury, tinged with a hint of impotent wrath. You insignificant ants! Dare you defy the benevolence of your benefactor? He raised his decaying scepter, the gifts of Nurgle boiling within him. His face, half scarred by an ion cannon, rapidly healed. Yet the twisted muscles remained exposed, resembling a grinning mask of decay. Annihilate them. Leave no one alive. Their Warband's fleet had been obliterated, stripped of their vessels. The Warband could no longer roam the galaxy. The only option before them was to engage in further acts that would please Nurgle, hoping that this malevolent deity would cast his gaze upon them, bestowing further blessings, even granting them Chaos warships. Otherwise, their fate was sealed. A mysterious army manifested itself in this arena. As their warships were annihilated, the Warband leader failed to discern the identity of their foes. But it was clear they were enemies. The commands of their own Warband leader, coupled with the losses sustained in orbit, made these Chaos Space Marines acutely aware of their precarious situation. Consequently, their madness intensified. The Plague Titan advanced with heavy steps into the ranks of the Astral Army, spewing toxic mist that caused the skin of entire rows of soldiers to rot away, flesh peeling from their bones. The Tallyman descended, showering spores over the PDF's defenses, melting soldiers' eyeballs as fungal growths erupted from their throats, leading to agonizing suffocation. The plague bearers crawled from the piles of corpses, gnawing at the wounds of the injured, transforming dying soldiers into warped chaos spawn. The commander of the Astral Army's 83rd Company cleaved 2 Plague Marines with his power sword, only to have Garros shatter his spine with a blow from his scepter. His body was trampled by Chaos Warriors, ground into the sanguine mire. The last toxic blade tank of the Astral Army was overturned by the Plague Titan, its gunner struggling to escape the hatch, only to be melted into a puddle of pus by the sorcery of the corrupted prophet. The Ecclesiarch raised the holy insignia, the recitation of the Emperor's sacred texts echoing through the sea of corpses, momentarily driving back the plague bearers. A soldier of the Astral Army, riddled with bullets, detonated a Melta bomb, taking 3 Chaos Demons with him. Yet, all of this proved futile. The defensive line was utterly shattered, the core factory district succumbing. The onslaught of the Chaos Warband far exceeded the planetary governor's expectations. The mortal forces were incapable of repelling the assault spearheaded by the Space Marines. Meanwhile, the reinforcements, ships and fleets, had yet to arrive in orbit to conduct orbital bombardments in their aid. The endless tide of demons was now poised to breach the defenses they had dismantled, ready to desecrate the capital and transform the military factories. Perhaps it was the taste of victory, however minor, that brought a semblance of satisfaction to these Chaos Space Marines. One among them even addressed an Imperial citizen. Plague-bearer Space Marine, do you believe in the ruinous powers, my lady? Lady, if gods truly exist, then I have surely been forsaken. Why else would I be plunged into such profound sorrow? She cradled the child, their sobs intertwining, a poignant lament filling the air. Plague-bearer Space Marine, look at your body. You are blessed by chaos. You yet live. You have been chosen, yet you doubt the ruinous powers. Lady, I still believe in the Emperor. Haha. Perhaps out of disdain or some final madness, the Chaos Space Marine chose not to slay the lady outright. Instead, he lifted her and set her down. Then run. See if your so-called Emperor can save you. The released woman, clutching her child, ran frantically forward, her desperate cries echoing, "Save my child! Save my child!" As she fled, she glanced back at the Chaos Space Marines, who, like cats with mice, toyed with her plight, until a massive warship appeared in the planet's orbit, followed by a deluge of drop pods being deployed. The moment the drop pods opened, 6 Space Marines emerged from each. The forces of Zhou Qing had arrived, dispatched to eradicate these Chaos Space Marines. Over 100,000 Space Marines were airdropped onto the planet to rescue the Imperial populace. You face me, traitors. Chapter 115. The battle for the industrial world of the Draelar Empire concludes. In mere seconds, hundreds of Space Marines clad in silver power armor materialized before the plague-ridden Chaos Space Marines. Come to us, my lady. Traitors, your adversaries are us. The Space Marines unsheathed their power swords, their anger palpable, demanding the blood of their enemies to cleanse it. A blue energy field enveloped the power armor, and hundreds of Space Marines surged forward, the lady weaving her way through their towering forms. As the Space Marines appeared, the Chaos Space Marines snapped back to reality, one of them opening fire. A bullet struck one of the advancing Space Marines' armor. He merely leaned back slightly before continuing his charge, to allow the lady to pass through. A Space Marine deactivated his shield. As she navigated past them, the Space Marines seized their Gauss rifles. A barrage of Gauss fire erupted towards the Chaos Space Marines, who retaliated with their own shields and Nurgle's blessings, wielding chainswords as they charged at the Space Marines from Zhou Qing. At that moment, the reinforcements from the PDF and the Astral Army finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Emperor's angels had arrived. Salvation was at hand. The priests of the state religion fell to their knees with a resounding thud, raising their holy seals and fervently chanting the Emperor's proverbs. The arrival of the angels signified salvation for this planet. Indeed, salvation. Hundreds of silver-armored Space Marines unleashed a volley from their Gauss rifles, sending the charging Nurgle warriors staggering backward. The corrupted power armor disintegrated under the onslaught of antimatter warheads, with pus and blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wounds. Yet, the blessings of Nurgle allowed the injuries to heal rapidly, and the fallen Chaos warriors, dragging their shattered forms, rose once more, their entrails entwined with chainsaw swords as they continued their relentless charge. For the Father of Compassion roared a champion of disease as he crashed into the silver-armored line, his chainsaw axe attempting to cleave through a Marine's shoulder guard. Alas, the damage inflicted by his axe merely resulted in a feeble rebound, insufficient to breach the armor. In the next moment, 3 power swords simultaneously pierced his chest, and the ion field detonated his body into fragments. The disciplined Space Marines executed a methodical slaughter in squads of 3. The assault team brandished power swords and ion shields at the front, their shields emanating a blue light that incinerated the Nurgle spawn to ash. The fire support team precisely targeted the corrupted prophets with their Gauss rifles, every beam and bullet tearing unhealable rifts into the demonic flesh. The demolition team hurled thermite bombs at the joints of the Plague Titan, the intense heat severing the tendons of these colossal monstrosities. And indeed, if the forces of chaos possessed massive combat units, how could the Space Marines be without their own? Following the airdrop of 100,000 Space Marines, the Titan Legion also descended alongside the fleet, with over 400 Titan-class war machines landing upon this world. The Titans began their march upon the ground, their immense presence causing the lines of Chaos Space Marines to utterly collapse. Confronted with these titanic adversaries, the Nurgle warriors faced annihilation, as the sheer scale of the Titan-class units rendered them insurmountable foes. Only Titans could contend with Titans, particularly for the Emperor-class and Warlord-class machines. Though a few knightly houses possessed war machines designed to combat Titan-class foes, they were but a minority, not something the Chaos Space Marines could claim. The Hellbrutes charged forward. Yet against the Warlord-class Titans, they proved utterly futile. The Hellbrutes unleashed a furious barrage, only to be seized by a Titan and hurled skyward, ion beams sweeping over their forms and vaporizing them entirely. Chapter Master Garros swung his rotting staff, caving in the helmet of a silver-armored Space Marine. However, as he raised the staff to summon the plague, a power spear crackling with lightning suddenly pierced through his palm. Your dark god cannot save you. A soldier of the Psyker Legion appeared behind Garros, cleaving him in twain with his weapon. A surge of potent psychic energy erupted forth, purging the blessings of Nurgle and rendering any possibility of recovery from them impossible. Although Zhou Qing's forces were part of the Human Federation, the soldiers within were locals of the Warhammer universe, fully aware of the conflict between chaos and humanity. The PDF troops, equally cognizant of their similarities to the Space Marines, felt a surge of righteous fury upon encountering the Chaos Space Marines. The traitors must be eradicated whenever they had the capacity to do so. Powerful psychic lightning struck once more, vaporizing Garros's form, his essence obliterated entirely. With the destruction of the Chaos Space Marine warband, the remaining demon found itself at its wit's end. How could mere lesser demons stand against the might of the Space Marines? The squads of 3 began to clear away the chaotic lesser demons. Confronted by the relentless assault of power swords and overwhelming numbers, experienced the agonies reminiscent of the Webway Wars. Before being dispatched by the Space Marines, the lesser demons recalled the tales of their predecessors regarding the Webway Wars, wherein the enemy boasted a vast number of Space Marines, rivaling their own. They surged forth in endless waves, only to be ruthlessly annihilated by the enemy, unable to mount any semblance of resistance. They desperately strove to prove themselves, hoping to avoid being sent to the Webway to meet their demise. Yet they found themselves ensnared in circumstances eerily similar to those of the Webway Wars. One could not help but view this as a peculiar fate. Just as the forces of chaos could rapidly seize a planet with the aid of the Chaos Space Marines, when Zhou Qing dispatched his patrol fleet with 100,000 Space Marines, supported by the Psyker Legion, the planet was destined for swift liberation. Eventually, the last of the Nurgle demons fell to the local PDF's assault, and the surviving PDF soldiers knelt upon the ground, gazing in awe as the silver-armored warriors incinerated the remnants of the demons with flamethrowers. A woman cradling an infant was attended to by medics, the chaotic green glow fading from the child's eyes under the influence of the purifying agent. Chapter 116, The Trail of Lion King Ryan. Without a doubt, while Zhou Qing had managed to delay the advance of the Chaos demons during the Webway Wars above Terra, the forces of chaos encompassed more than mere demons. They also included a significant number of traitorous Space Marines. These traitors indeed constituted a formidable force, serving as the vanguard while the Chaos demons were unable to launch assaults on the territories of the human empire. It was under the influence of these traitors that Zhou Qing, having returned to his colony, recognized the necessity of eliminating these Chaos traitors. Although the Imperial world had not succumbed to the Chaos Space Marines due to Zhou Qing's timely deployment of support troops, the losses suffered by the human citizens were unacceptable to him. When the battle concluded, the governor of this Imperial world was brought before Zhou Qing by the patrol fleet. The news of Zhou Qing's elevation to the rank of Solar Lord and Warlord of the Emperor's Empire had been disseminated throughout the galaxy by the Star Council, representing the Emperor's decree. Thus, the governor was well aware of Zhou Qing's identity. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, he first performed the Aquila salute before kneeling. I have met the Solar Lord. I am profoundly grateful for your deployment of forces to support the world of Keltaros. The Solar Lord and Warlord of the Empire embodied the will of the God Emperor. and particularly with Zhou Qing being personally appointed by the emperor as the Solar Lord and Warlord. It held significance akin to the emperor's own presence. Consequently, not merely a planetary governor, but even the governors of the nebulous star realms were compelled to show Zhou Qing the utmost respect. There's no need for such formalities, Zhou Qing replied, disliking the sight of his fellow human kneeling before him, regardless of how abstract that individual might appear. Since you are human, I shall assist you. Take pride in your identity as a member of humanity. To prevent your world from facing another onslaught from chaos, I shall dispatch 2 battle companies of space marines to garrison your planet, effectively aiding you in safeguarding both your world and its human populace. In addition to this, I have comprehended the matters pertaining to your planet. Henceforth, regarding the issue of the tithe, you shall submit directly to me. There is no need for you to pay taxes to the Department of Internal Affairs, nor will they impose any further levies upon you. In return for your tax contributions, I shall provide you with a supply of sustenance. My sole demand is to ensure the well-being of your planet's human citizens. They must not endure lives akin to those they previously led, but rather be assured of ample nourishment. With a few succinct words, Zhou Qing articulated his directives to the governor of the planet. Truth be told, he is a rational individual, and it is precisely this reason that he refrained from imposing the demands of the Human Federation upon the governor before him. Zhou Qing opted to temper his requests, aligning them closely with the current realities. Thus, his stipulation was straightforward. Ensure that the human brethren are sufficiently fed and do not revert to their former plight. As for other matters, those may be arranged gradually in due course. After all, according to the standards of the human empire, merely allocating 40 units of food monthly would suffice. Yes, understood. The planet's governor chose to comply with Zhou Qing's arrangements and commands. The disparity in their standing was immense. Confronted with the directives issued personally by Zhou Qing, he found himself devoid of any grounds for rebuttal or resistance. However, following the conclusion of their dialogue, the governor did not immediately take his leave, remaining on his knees as if grappling with unspoken words. Is there something you wish to convey to me? Zhou Qing inquired, sensing the hesitation of the governor. There is no need for such timidity. Simply express your thoughts. My time is precious. Zhou Qing, discerning the governor's reticence, encouraged him to speak openly. Efficiency was paramount. Such hesitation was a mere waste of time. Under Zhou Qing's prodding, the governor's mind raced, ultimately resolving to share the information at hand. On my planet, there once appeared an entity suspected to be an original body of the empire. He should be the Lion King, Lionel Johnson, though I cannot ascertain his identity. A common PDF soldier discovered him, and I had previously dispatched personnel to invite him. However, when our forces arrived, there was no trace of him, as if he had never existed at all. The governor's expression bore a tinge of confusion as he relayed this news, uncertain of its implications. I am aware of this information now. You have done well. The empire requires more original bodies to contribute labor, and I hope this one possesses capabilities akin to those of Gil Lyman. I shall command the troops to search for this so-called original body, and if feasible, I will personally retrieve him and bring him back to Terra. Zhou Qing was quite pleased with this news. The emergence of an additional original body signified the potential for shared burdens with Gil Lyman. To be candid, he had gleaned the abstract inefficiency of the human empire's administration through the individuals he had dispatched, and he harbored concerns that this 13th gene original might perish beneath the weight of paperwork. To prevent such an occurrence, Zhou Qing resolved to procure some assistance. It was impractical to continue dispatching his own administrative personnel to Gil Lyman, given the multitude of colonial worlds that equally required bureaucratic officials. In this context, there was no better solution than to capture another original body and send him back to Terra for administrative duties. As a reward for your valuable information, I shall arrange for a shipment of food to be transported to your location, enabling you to initiate the process of pacifying the populace. Ensure that you adequately placate your human compatriots. Otherwise, do not blame me for personally seeking you out. Zhou Qing opted to grant a commendable reward to the planet's governor for his report, simultaneously indicating that he could take his leave. Having spent this considerable time in audience with the governor, it could be said that he had extended a considerable courtesy. For planetary governor, this meeting had indeed become a matter of personal honor. The governor was escorted away by his accompanying PDF, and once he departed, Zhou Qing rose once more. Returning to his laboratory, he intended to continue deciphering the military technology of the Federation while also delving into the production of more Zello. Only through this endeavor could he forge a formidable psychic legion to retaliate against the Chaos Gods. Although victory had been achieved in the Webway War, delivering a blow to the Chaos entities, Zhou Qing deemed such an impact insufficient. Regardless of its intensity, the strike had not fundamentally harmed the Chaos Gods. It had not inflicted any real damage upon them. This outcome left Zhou Qing discontented. Thus, he resolved to further his research into military technology and Zello production. Chapter 117. The Unyielding Expedition is underway. Thanks to Zhou Qing's presence, Gil Liman was afforded ample time to mobilize a vast fleet of Imperial warships. Concurrently, due to Zhou Qing's influence, the number of PDF troops, namely the Space Marine forces, at the Empire's disposal, surged dramatically. Over 20 million Space Marines collaborated with the Imperial fleet to provide support across various regions of the Empire. During Zhou Qing's execution of the Webway War and his year-long research in the laboratory, the Unyielding Expedition progressed vigorously. Wherever the forces of the human empire tread, be they heretics or discontented Imperial governors, immediate surrender to the Imperial troops ensued. Various expeditionary forces relentlessly pressed forward in diverse directions throughout the galaxy. And the original body himself led the First Fleet, navigating through tumultuous subspace waves between numerous star systems. The Imperial Regent's army swept through the demonic forces ravaging the systems of Gasalum, Ragus, and Talon, obliterating them entirely. On the planet Ophelia 7 in the Storm Zone, the expeditionary forces liberated the remaining inhabitants from the clutches of vile demons. Following the opening of the Great Rift, many hive worlds descended into chaos, with Necromunda igniting a large-scale rebellion. Yet, upon receiving news of the impending arrival of the Gene Original's expeditionary forces, these rebellions swiftly quelled. When the Imperial army arrived at the infamous death world of Catachan, the expeditionary forces were astonished to discover that the Chaos enemies intending to invade had already been vanquished by the formidable jungle fighters of Catachan. Gilliman's fleet was granted an opportunity for rest and resupply here. Many of the Imperial citizens who survived the Eternal Night catastrophe felt invigorated upon witnessing Robert Gil Liman, the leader of the Unyielding Expedition. In him, they beheld a reflection of the glorious human history that resided only in myth. This is why Zhou Qing did not intend to personally lead the Unyielding Expedition in reclaiming the territories of the human empire. For Gil Liman is deemed the so-called son of the god. While Zhou Qing does not subscribe to such a religion, nor does the Human Federation recognize any deity as exalted. Within the Federation, these so-called deities are merely civil servants, obligated to serve the populace. However, in the universe of Warhammer, Zhou Qing could not deny the influence of faith, which indeed surpassed his expectations. Belief, at times, proves effective, especially for the absurd interstellar empire of humanity. Faith serves as the binding thread that intricately connects humanity within this vast universe, augmented by the vigorous promotion of the state religion. The proclamation that the God Emperor's divine son is valiantly leading armies in the defense of humanity has rekindled hope in countless hearts. Such intangible influences far surpass the mere conquest that Zhou Qing could personally instigate, for this is the esteemed reputation of the Old Man Huang in this cosmos. However, the arduous journey of the indomitable expedition is not solely composed of victories and glory. Although Zhou Qing's influence, coupled with Gilliman's inherent tendencies, led them to a mutual understanding to save as many lives as possible, this noble resolve necessitated the sacrifice of numerous planets. In the name of honor, Gilliman has condemned countless souls to death. The expeditionary fleet has traversed worlds that succumbed to the complete corruption of chaos. In these utterly tainted realms, even Zhou Qing cannot resurrect them, leaving only the option to dispatch titans for cleansing before attempting ecological restoration. On these irredeemable planets, Gilliman can only seek vengeance against the enemy. In some perilous war zones, the enemy's overwhelming power has thwarted the Empire's immediate retribution. This is not due to a lack of space marines, but rather the inadequacies of the Imperial fleet in strength and numbers. Warfare among the stars does not hinge solely on formidable soldiers. The paramount factor remains the vast fleets that can obscure the heavens. When the opposing fleet possesses sufficient might, even the most numerous of space marines may find themselves unable to approach. The Titans, walking upon the Earth, are perceived by many as nearly invincible. Yet, when confronted by an orbital strike cruiser poised to unleash devastation, they are met with inevitable annihilation. In such circumstances, the indomitable expedition finds itself compelled to forego certain enemy strongholds, avoiding entanglement in protracted attrition or stalemate. Thus, even in the regions traversed by the expedition, countless Imperial citizens remain ensnared under the chaotic grip. The scar that now bisects the galaxy has irrevocably transformed the nature of warfare among the stars. influencing the future actions of all factions. The orcs refer to the Great Rift as Gork's Grin, while the Eldar name it Dastidian in their tongue. The Tau call it the Devourer of Hope. As the human indomitable expedition presses on, the rekindled light of the Astronomicon, though gradually waning amidst the subspace storms of the southern galactic edge, casts a flickering glow. Yet, on the opposite side of the galaxy, where Zhou Qing resides, the status of the Imperial worlds obstructed by the Great Rift remains uncertain. Were it not for Zhou Qing's presence on this side, the circumstances facing these Imperial worlds would undoubtedly be far more dire. Simultaneously, Zhou Qing's existence has provided the Imperial forces with a navigable route toward the Great Rift. The Webway's traversal has indeed proven invaluable for the Imperial military. Without it, they would find themselves unable to reach the other side of the Great Rift. Thus far, aside from directly utilizing the Webway established by Zhou Qing, the Imperial forces have but one remaining path, which leads through the Bastion world of Cadia. There exists a corridor known as the Nakmun Corridor, offering a relatively stable passage to the far side of the Great Rift. Undoubtedly, aside from the Webway, this corridor has become the most coveted strategic position for the human empire and across the galaxy. Forces from various races and factions vie to seize control of this route. Although the human empire possesses alternative paths to reach the empire's shadowy domain, nevertheless, both Zhou Qing and Guilliman deem this corridor indispensable. Under such circumstances, a series of large-scale clashes is poised to erupt here. Presently, however, Guilliman's primary focus must remain on reclaiming the sacred domains of the empire, re-establishing their dominion over these territories. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing continues his research into the mass production of Zealot, aspiring to construct his psychic legion. He must strike and punish the malevolent entities of the subspace. To permit these four dark gods to roam freely before him would be a source of profound disgrace for Zhou Qing. In all honesty, had these dark gods materialized in the physical universe for a duel, Zhou Qing's battle robots could easily vanquish any one of them. After all, within the physical universe, these dark gods stand no chance against the elite combat robots of the Human Federation. These are the Federation's most advanced combat robots, whose prowess transcends that of ordinary deities. Yet therein lies the predicament. These beings prefer to lurk within the subspace, greatly diminishing the effectiveness of military combat robots against them. Furthermore, the environment of subspace augments the power of chaos deities, compelling any confrontation to rely solely on the Psychic Legion. Chapter 118, Abaddon. Struck senseless during the assault on the industrial world. A year can pass in the blink of an eye. After more than a year of research, Zhou Qing has finally managed to produce a small quantity of manipulable zealot. Though Zhou Qing possesses immense strength, the creation of cutting-edge resources necessitates a comprehensive industrial system. It is impossible for even a level 10 scientist to achieve this alone within such a time frame. Even with Zhou Qing's direct involvement, it would require 2 decades. Faced with this reality, Zhou Qing had no choice but to resort to small-scale production and manual crafting. After a year of diligent study, he has finally made some headway, utilizing the remains of peculiar creatures discovered during this period, alongside his available resources, to commence small-scale manual production. Consequently, the first Psychic Legion was completed in 4 months following this year of research, a force of 1 million capable of clashing head-on with the dark powers. These Legion soldiers, when their psychic energies converge, can even contend with the likes of Nurgle based on Zhou Qing's existing data models. The first chaos deity to provoke Zhou Qing is Nurgle. Thus, Zhou Qing has set his sights firmly on him, pursuing Nurgle relentlessly. Through the data gathered from a human empire and his analysis of prior encounters, Zhou Qing has constructed a battle model specifically tailored to Nurgle. While the model cannot perfectly simulate Nurgle's combat prowess, it remains the only available database for comparison at this stage. Whether this model is accurate and complete will only be revealed through further confrontations with Nurgle. At present, the first phase of the Psychic Legion remains insufficiently powerful. However, this is of little concern. It will only grow stronger over time. The strength of the Psychic Legion is determined not by technology, but by the quantity of zealot infused within it. As long as Zhou Qing can continuously supply more zealot, the combat capabilities of these Psychic Legions will undoubtedly escalate. To ensure the stability of the Webway and further vex those chaotic deities, Zhou Qing has opted not to station the first Psychic Legion in Tianjin 4. Considering the significance of the Golden Throne, he has dispatched the first Psychic Legion to Terra, where they will be tasked with purging all the chaotic demons surrounding the Webway. Utilizing the Psychic Legion to provide them with greater bait and more formidable lethality serves a dual purpose. It not only strengthens the Legion itself, but also enables the Psychics to enhance their own powers through personal cultivation. Aside from the augmentation provided by Zealer, Under the crucible of warfare and the trials of life and death, the psychic's abilities will experience rapid growth. For the training methods of the Psychic Legion starkly contrast with those of other psychics in this universe. They absorb energy from the subspace while transmuting this energy into their own, and the resolute intent within their hearts manifests as their psychic prowess. Their attacks do not merely draw upon the energies of subspace. They are entirely self-generated. The only comparable practitioners of such a methodology are the Emperor himself and the immortal beings. When 1,000,000 psychics arrived at Terra, the Emperor felt a profound sense of reassurance. He settled more comfortably upon his golden throne, finding entertainment in observing his forces engage in brutal combat. Witnessing the psychics unleash devastation upon the chaos demons. As his elite forces multiplied and were deployed across numerous battlefields, the situation for humanity steadily improved, filling the Emperor with immense satisfaction. Since ascending to the golden throne, he had seldom experienced such elation, and now he relished that feeling once more. It was truly magnificent. Beyond their daily extermination of demons, the Psychic Legion had another critical task: purifying toxins for the Emperor. Although these psychics were not particularly powerful, their sheer numbers were considerable. Under their purifying influence, the Emperor's toxin levels, while still steadily increasing, had diminished in their rate of escalation by a full third compared to before. A reduction in toxins signified a significant alleviation of the Emperor's suffering while seated upon the golden throne. The lessening of pain by a third was a source of great joy for the Emperor. Should Zhou Qing manage to dispatch 2 psychic legions to assist him in purification, sitting upon the golden throne would no longer feel like a punishment. Life would improve considerably, and his body would also find greater comfort through the evolution brought about by the psychic legions. The human empire appeared to flourish. Even amid the disruptive influences of the Great Rift, which had split the empire in two, yet this was of little concern. The human empire was on an upward trajectory, but Abaddon found himself in a state of deep frustration during this period. Over the past year, he had endured a tumultuous existence, with cries of alarm echoing across the front lines. The indomitable crusade, led by Gilliman, had relentlessly pushed the Black Legion back. If that were not enough, he encountered an utterly absurd planet, the industrial world of Palos Defin. Situated within the dark side of the Empire, upon witnessing this world, his immediate thought was to bring it under his dominion, for the output of an industrial world is undeniably bountiful. The Black Legion required resupply. Relying solely on the dark mechanized cult could not suffice. Thus, when Abaddon laid eyes on this industrial world, he was left salivating. However, inexplicably, as he launched his assault on this world, he found himself engaged in a protracted battle against over 10,000 space marines. The conflict raged for a full 2 months. The Black Legion's fleet maintained air superiority in orbit, yet they could not penetrate this seemingly insignificant industrial world. Subsequently, it appeared that the enemy's space marines only multiplied, as if they were spawning endlessly. Had it not been for his instincts urging him to retreat, he would have genuinely feared that these space marines would board his vessels and enact a righteous vengeance upon him. Yet this was not the most exasperating experience he had faced in the dark side of the Empire. Similar occurrences had befallen him on numerous occasions. He harbored a deep resentment for the space marines clad in silver power armor. However, upon integrating all the information, he tragically discovered that the number of space marines on this planet alone exceeded 200,000. Furthermore, he received reports from other factions and chaos forces, revealing a staggering total. When he aggregated the numbers from other forces that had encountered these space marines, he arrived at a disheartening figure: 11 million. Yes, 11 million space marines had been detected, deployed within the dark side of the Empire to engage in combat with him. With such a vast army, Abaddon had every reason to suspect that had they possessed sufficient warships, he would have faced utter annihilation. Even after calculating this figure, he instinctively sought to dismiss it. Yet it was futile, for numbers do not lie. He had indeed calculated a total of 11 million space marines. Now, as the Chaos Warlord of the Four Gods, he was acutely aware that this figure was indisputable. This meant he would now confront at least 10 million space marines within the dark side of the Empire. According to his plans, following the completion of the Black Crusade, the human empire should have been fracturing and gradually declining. However, what was this? The current state of the human empire eluded his understanding. Yet he could ascertain that it possessed a substantial number of space marines stationed in the dark side. Even if these forces had yet to be deployed across all planets, Abaddon still found himself taking a sharp breath in disbelief. Chapter 119, The Astral Marine Astartes. The information regarding the Black Legion's primary assault on an industrial world was bound to reach the upper echelons, And so, following the retreat of the Black Legion, Zhou Qing received this news. Are you telling me that a commander named Abaddon from the Black Legion led his forces to assault one of the Empire's industrial worlds? Coincidentally, we had dispatched a contingent to garrison that world, and they engaged in combat. Zhou Qing was somewhat bewildered by this news, repeating it to confirm with his soldiers. Indeed, Grand Marshal, on that industrial world, our forces encountered Abaddon of the Black Legion, who personally sent troops to attack, only to be intercepted by our planetary defense forces. Zhou Qing felt a peculiar sense of beauty in his inability to articulate a response. To date, his core colonial planets numbered 28, all under his careful development and transformation according to the standards of the Human Federation. Furthermore, over the span of more than a year, he had incorporated 108 imperial worlds into his protective domain, surrounding them with 4 sectors of imperial territory. The patrol fleets of the Human Federation did not traverse these imperial worlds, yet to ensure their security, Zhou Qing had deployed approximately 4 battle companies of space marines across these worlds. These battle companies were not organized according to Guilliman's Astartes ceremonies. Rather, they were structured according to Zhou Qing's own design, each consisting of 3,000 warriors. Although the 108 imperial worlds on the periphery have not been incorporated under Zhou Qing's direct governance, their reputation has spread throughout the Empire's shadowy domains, collectively referred to as the 108 worlds of the Nebula Star region. Rumor has it that within these 108 realms, the planetary governors exhibit remarkable wisdom. In these worlds, even the most destitute individuals are assured of shelter and sufficient sustenance. Legends suggest that each of these worlds boasts a contingent of 10,000 interstellar warriors, with the Emperor's angels providing unparalleled protection. This is the information that has circulated regarding the imperial worlds surrounding Zhou Qing. Undoubtedly, under Zhou Qing's aegis, these 108 worlds have become the aspirational benchmarks for the shadowy realms of the Empire. In the span of a year, Zhou Qing's patrol fleet has only increased by 1 unit, dispatched to the solar system to oversee the solar star domain. Nonetheless, the war within the Webway is of utmost importance, serving as the critical front against demon incursions. Therefore, Zhou Qing has chosen to deploy a patrol fleet to the solar system to address any potential disturbances. Should any entity emerge within the Webway that even his military automatons cannot confront, the Titan fleet shall utterly annihilate the enemy. In comparison to Terra's strategic significance, the 108 extraterritorial colonial stars reclaimed by Zhou Qing seem less critical. This explains why Abaddon, after assaulting an industrial world, did not immediately encounter the patrol fleet's retaliation. Abaddon's attack was merely a minor episode. Once this matter was resolved, Zhou Qing shifted his focus to another priority. Has this year's tithe been collected? Have the various planets dispatched their astromilitarum forces here? I require an expansion of our military ranks. The triviality of Abaddon is clearly overshadowed by Zhou Qing's greater concern regarding military augmentation. Report, Grand Marshal. The tithe recruitment has been completed across all planets, yielding a total of 12 million astromilitarum troops, reported the Minister of Internal Affairs, standing beside Zhou Qing. Excellent. Transport these astromilitarum recruits to the gene clinics for genetic enhancement, transforming them into competent Imperial Guards. Zhou Qing responded with satisfaction, knowing that the astromilitarum ranks had swelled by an additional 12 million. Although Zhou Qing possesses the technology to convert ordinary Imperial citizens into planetary defense forces suitable for Astartes combat, the cost of such transformations is exorbitant. Ordinary individuals remain just that, ordinary. While their modifications may meet Astartes standards, their combat resolve pales in comparison. Furthermore, their combat efficacy lagged behind that of Astra Militarum troops converted into interstellar warriors. Consequently, with sufficient Imperial worlds at his disposal, Zhou Qing revised the recruitment standards for the PDF. After all, in the realm of interstellar warfare, a plethora of interstellar warriors is not particularly necessary. After much contemplation, Zhou Qing adjusted his criteria. Henceforth, all candidates for genetic enhancement will be selected from the astromilitarum. The most crucial aspect regarding the 108 worlds is their provision of high-quality personnel. Do not underestimate the astromilitarum on the battlefield, as they may appear akin to mere cannon fodder. Such a perception is a grave insult. The battlefields they endure are far too brutal, unworthy of their presence, which accounts for their poor performance. In truth, the astromilitarum represents the elite combat forces of a planet, akin to special operations forces or elite soldiers of the 2K era. They are selected from the billions, the pinnacle of excellence. Just like those under Zhou Qing's governance, even the least populous among the 108 worlds boasts a population exceeding hundreds of billions. Yet from these billions, each world can provide only a meager contingent of around 100,000 troops annually. Each Astra Militarum soldier is a rare gem, chosen from millions. In this context, transforming ordinary Astra Militarum troops can elevate their combat prowess to a level comparable to that of mid-tier interstellar warriors. Indeed, a few exceptional individuals may even emerge. Akin to Titus, among the interstellar warriors, there will undoubtedly be some exceptionally formidable fighters as well. Such standards are unattainable through the modification of ordinary PDFs. Only through the rigorous selection process of the Astra Militarum, amidst a world's population of hundreds of billions, can a few thousand elite warriors be unearthed to achieve such miraculous results. Once these 12 million Astra Militarum troops are upgraded to interstellar warriors, Zhou Qing's total military strength, excluding the PDF forces commanded by Gilliman, will reach 60 million. As their numbers swell, Zhou Qing feels compelled to fulfill his responsibilities as the Imperial Solar Lord. For instance, should he not deploy forces to protect more of the Empire's shadowy worlds? With a total military strength of 60 million interstellar warriors, he could once again safeguard 60,000 Imperial worlds. From the current perspective, combined with the planetary defense forces he possesses, deploying 10,000 interstellar warriors should suffice to ensure the protection of each Imperial world. Chapter 120. The Punitive Expedition Against Abaddon. Although Zhou Qing intends to fulfill his responsibilities as the Solar Lord by dispatching forces to protect more Imperial worlds, he has set his sights on Abaddon first. Abaddon's assault on the industrial world has successfully drawn Zhou Qing's attention. Upon returning to Terra and acquiring extensive information regarding Abaddon, Zhou Qing marked him for execution. Regardless of his justifications or grievances, the tangible damage he has inflicted upon humanity and the Empire is undeniable. Countless human lives have perished at the hands of this executioner. His demise is assured. Such a being cannot be allowed to exist within this universe, nor can he remain in this world. He must be eradicated, completely obliterated. To address this chaos-wrought warlord, Zhou Qing has afforded him due respect. He mobilized an entire patrol fleet, accompanied by approximately 4 million PDF troops. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, he also brought along 2,000 Emperor-class Titans and 6,000 War Master-class Titans. This fleet, composed of a patrol squadron and numerous transport ships, is sufficiently formidable, representing Zhou Qing's earnest regard for Abaddon. Just as the great enterprises previously deployed 36 Titans to suppress a planetary rebellion, Zhou Qing, despite current military limitations, has summoned a patrol fleet and a substantial ground force to ensure due respect for Abaddon. As the military mobilization commenced, the planetary governors of the 108 worlds began to rally additional troops. With 4 million soldiers being redeployed, it necessitated the recruitment of an equal number to maintain defensive integrity. Zhou Qing himself took his place aboard the flagship of the expedition fleet. After all, Abaddon does have a penchant for black expeditions, does he not? Thus, following this departure, Zhou Qing designated this expedition as the Retribution Expedition. His intent was to exact punishment upon Abaddon, compelling him to pay a sufficient price for his transgressions. However, despite Zhou Qing preparing meticulously for the confrontation against Abaddon and mobilizing a formidable army, there remained a crucial task at hand. To administer retribution upon an adversary, one must first ascertain their location and the territory they occupy. Following the completion of the 13th Black Crusade, Abaddon's movements became increasingly elusive, even with Zhou Qing's advanced technology. Tracking this individual proved to be a formidable challenge. Although Abaddon had previously assaulted one of Zhou Qing's industrial worlds, the adage that he vanishes like the wind held true. Sensing impending danger, Abaddon had already retreated into the warp. The human empire's mastery of warp technology, albeit lacking warp drives, still afforded them the capability to engage in guerrilla warfare. As a traitor to the human empire, Abaddon too possessed knowledge of warp technology, complicating Zhou Qing's efforts to locate him. Even though Zhou Qing's fleet could scan vast expanses of hundreds or even thousands of light years, such searches remained painfully slow. As Zhou Qing's fleet ventured into the galaxy in search of Abaddon's presence, the latter remained hidden within the warp. Commander, why must we conceal ourselves within the warp? Why not emerge and strike at this decaying empire? Farkas Kaibwa expressed his confusion regarding the Black Legion's decision to hide in the warp after completing the 13th Black Crusade. Upon hearing his subordinate's inquiry, Abaddon turned to face him, beads of cold sweat still forming on his brow. Kaibwa, I cannot articulate the issue. I merely feel as if I am being hunted by some ferocious beast. a sensation I have not experienced even prior to the Great Crusade. As a Chaos War Master selected by the four gods, Abaddon had undoubtedly received their blessings. The forewarnings from the Changer of Ways had alerted him just as Zhou Qing prepared to strike. The crux of the problem lay here. Ordinarily, prophecies would provide some form of announcement that the recipient could comprehend or speculate upon. Yet, Zhou Qing's existence exceeded the chaotic god's expectations. Even a unified force of the four chaos gods could not perceive Zhou Qing, let alone the mere fragment of foresight granted by the Changer of Ways. As a result, Abaddon could only feel a chill run down his spine, devoid of any further prophetic insights. Commander, could you elucidate the nature of this sensation? Your cold sweat is rather excessive. Beings of our caliber should not experience such feelings. Abaddon shook his head, gathering his thoughts before responding. I cannot articulate it well. All I know is that a voice within me warns against leaving the warp. Should I exit, it would lead to my demise. I sense a terrifying presence fixated upon me, yet the prophecy from the Master of Change cannot reveal what precisely stalks me. Farkas Kaibwa found himself at a loss for words to comfort Abaddon, as the latter had already expressed a premonition of death should he leave the warp. In this universe, one should not disregard their instincts. Sometimes, such premonitions prove remarkably acute and effective. If one foresees death upon entering the material universe, it is a certainty that it will come to pass. So, Commander, shall we remain hidden within the warp indefinitely? Are we to cower here due to these prophecies? If this continues, the war bands drawn from the four gods will inevitably grow restless, potentially abandoning the Legion. While Farkas Kaibwa understood the terror of prophecies, the dilemma remained pressing. Although Abaddon was undoubtedly the Chaos War Master, he still faced an insurmountable quandary. His subordinates, hailing from the four gods, were not a unified force. They had merely coalesced within the Black Legion under Abaddon's balance. Each sought to fulfill their obligations to appease the Chaos gods. Now, with Abaddon and the entire Black Legion concealed within the warp, dissent among the war bands was mounting. The Great Rift had already been established. The human empire posed no immediate threat to them, so why could they not launch an assault to please the four gods? Then, Farkas Kaibwa, do you have any insightful suggestions to propose? You are well aware of the accuracy of prophecies, and this is a blessing bestowed by the Master of Change. Yet, despite this, I have received no forewarning, only threats of death. Should I rashly depart the warp, I would undoubtedly face annihilation. I am not yet ready to perish. My objectives remain unfulfilled. To speak candidly, Abaddon was reluctant to enter the material universe, for the specter of death echoed continuously in his mind. This did not imply that Abaddon was afraid of death. He was not such a man. Had the Changer of Ways prophecies been more precise, enabling him to understand the situation he faced, he might have devised a counter-strategy. Yet therein lies the issue. Even the prophecies from the Master of Change could not elucidate the precise nature of the threat confronting him. The unknown is invariably the most terrifying, and even Abaddon, who had commanded the Black Crusade, found himself gripped by fear. No, Farkas Kaibwa, too, wished to offer some constructive advice to alleviate Abaddon's dilemma. But he found himself equally bereft of solutions. Abaddon felt a threat to his life, but lacked further insights, rendering them incapable of formulating a response. As the two contemplated their strategy, a Chaos Space Marine from the Black Legion entered, bearing news that caught Abaddon off guard. Commander, the Devourer's warband has departed the Legion. They believe your continued concealment in the warp contradicts the Blood God's will. Just as Abaddon and Kaibwa were deliberating how to maintain the balance of the Black Legion and ensure the troops remained obediently within the warp, it was the Devourers who chose to leave first. The Devourer's warband had originated from the Empire's early incursions on Terra, composed largely of recaptured tribal warriors. After Ongran joined this warband, it was renamed the Devourers, adopting the Butcher's Nails. During the Horus Heresy, this warband aligned with Chaos, and Ongran himself became the demon pre-March of Khorne, later being exiled back to the warp by the Empire. This force favored brutal melee combat, drop-pod assaults, and direct engagements with enemy lines, often wielding the chain axe of Khorne to slay, even turning upon themselves in their bloodlust. If any unit within the Black Legion was most impatient to leave and offer their allegiance to the Dark Gods, it was undoubtedly the Devourers. Upon hearing such news, Abaddon, with a mere exertion, crushed the armrest of his chair. He had not anticipated that these accursed Blood God cult's chaotic space marines would succumb so swiftly. They could hardly endure even the briefest of intervals. Shall we deploy forces to retrieve them or annihilate these traitors? Asked Farkas Kaibwa, who did not require anyone else to voice this concern before he did. The actions of the Devourers were undeniably treacherous. Such acts of betrayal warranted severe retribution. Otherwise, Should others within the Legion follow suit? How could the Black Legion withstand such disintegration? Farkas Kabojan, having been instrumental in the creation of the Black Legion alongside Abaddon, held a deep affection for this force and was unwilling to witness its collapse. However, contrary to his expectations, upon hearing his suggestion, Abaddon ceased to sweat profusely and exhibited a glimmer of sagacity. No need to send troops after them. Let them go. War Master? Farkas Kabojan could not comprehend why Abaddon would voice such a sentiment. If such acts of treachery went unpunished, what would become of the others? Growing anxious, he hastened to Abaddon's side, eager to discern his thoughts. Kabojan, you see, I have received a prophecy, one that pertains to my very existence. I cannot fathom the origin of this threat, which seems intent on claiming my life. While I fear not death itself, I am apprehensive of the unknown. The lurking threat within the galaxy troubles my mind, and since the Devourers are part of our Black Legion, why not use them as bait? The warning extends beyond merely my life being at stake. Indeed, the very existence of the Black Legion hangs in the balance. Since they have disobeyed orders and acted independently, let them do so. It will allow us to discern what enemy has set its sights upon us. Abaddon articulated his thoughts, revealing his inherent strength. If the Devourers refuse to comply, so be it. If this disobedient force could be employed to probe the identity of the enemy, it would be most advantageous. Hearing this, Farkas Kabojan ceased to argue. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Abaddon. Given the Devourers' insubordination, the Black Legion shall utilize them as a means of probing. Orders were dispatched for all to closely monitor the whereabouts of the Devourers. It was imperative to ascertain who had their sights fixed upon the Black Legion. We must determine the nature of our enemy to possess the capability to engage them. Otherwise, all shall be lost. Abaddon placed great significance on his prophecy and warnings, believing they bore weighty truths, thus making the most prudent choice available at this juncture. The forces of the Black Legion began to observe the Devourers, and as the latter departed from the subspace lanes, they were promptly detected by Zhou Qing. Report. The Grand Marshal has identified a contingent of the Black Legion. Judging by their numbers and insignia, they are likely the Devourers. We may attack them and see if we can draw out Abaddon. A young naval officer approached Zhou Qing. It is DOS. Proceed as per your plan. Should any issues arise, I shall guide you. Yes, Grand Marshal. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will ensure this battle is executed flawlessly. The youthful officer's face radiated with reverence and delight, eager not to let Zhou Qing down. Dos Santos was the name of the young naval officer reporting to Zhou Qing. A distinguished graduate of the Naval Officer Academy, he was under Zhou Qing's mentorship. Although the Human Empire boasted many seasoned naval commanders, the command of the Human Federation's Navy over the Imperial Navy was rather tenuous. Consequently, Zhou Qing was compelled to initiate his naval officer training program. Dos Santos was the most outstanding graduate of the previous year's naval training initiative, and Zhou Qing held great hopes for him as he was poised to become the commander of a patrol fleet. Chapter 122. Narlis shall never fall into the hands of the chaotic foe. After receiving Zhou Qing's approval, Dos Santos boldly issued his commands. This marked his inaugural occasion to give orders in the absence of Zhou Qing's directives. He commanded the fleet to advance at full speed towards the direction of the Devourers, maintaining a distance of 400 light-years, while activating their cloaking systems to prevent detection by the Devourers. Let us observe their intentions and movements as they seek to uncover the Black Legion. The rationale for seeking the Devourers extended beyond merely annihilating this small contingent of the Black Legion. Zhou Qing's objective was to decisively eliminate Abaddon. Thus, a direct assault on the Devourers would prove futile. It was imperative to first ascertain the enemy's intentions and subsequently analyze their subspace navigation to uncover their origins, which was of paramount importance. Under his command, the fleet began to cautiously advance towards the location of the Devourers, with their cloaking systems now engaged. Zhou Qing's patrol fleet was mobilized due to the appearance of the Devourers, yet the Devourers remained entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. They were focused solely on delivering slaughter and battle in devotion to their blood god. The blood god cared not for the identity of the heads claimed. What mattered was whether they were obtained through valiant combat. In the nebulous star realm, on the side of the Great Rift, no world shone more resplendently than the 108 worlds under Zhou Qing's command. Even the least populous of these worlds boasted a staggering population of 160 billion. The surrounding imperial worlds were well aware of this fact. Thus, the fearsome Devourers' warbands were cognizant that to appease their blood god, they required a target of sufficient numbers for their sacrificial onslaught. When the Devourers departed from Abaddon's command, they mustered the strength of over 10 warbands, each comprising between 500 to 3 warriors. The combined might of these 10 war bands exceeded 15,000 warriors. Additionally, they possessed a portion of war machines. Some war bands may have had access to demon engines, such as the Forge Fiend and Skull Cannon, and Chaos Titans, like the Khorne Lord of Skulls, albeit in limited numbers, each war band possibly possessing only a few. Each war band enslaved numerous human thralls, mutants, and chaos cultists as expendable forces, with their numbers potentially exceeding that of the Space Marines by a factor of 5 to 10. The ranks of expendable units, including cultists and enslaved mutants. Within this Devourer contingent numbered as many as 350,000, and this figure was expected to grow as war broke out. During combat, these Devourers could summon their demon allies to aid in battle, further bolstering their numbers. At the very outset of the conflict, the Devourers could call forth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of demons from Khorne. Each war band could potentially command 12 capital ships, such as Slaughter-class cruisers and Reaver-class battleships, meaning that the 10 war bands combined would possess 16 capital ships, with a number of battleships alone reaching 10. Each war band may possess up to 510 small warships, such as Sword-class frigates and Hellblade-class assault ships, totaling 87 vessels. Aside from these combat naval ships, the Devourers rely heavily on jump warfare. Consequently, there will be a substantial number of assault craft, landing pods, and raider vessels, potentially numbering up to 600, albeit with relatively diminished combat capabilities. This fleet, were it not for the extraordinary emergence of Zhou Qing, would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable force. They could effortlessly launch assaults on any world within the Empire. With the exception of Terra, most planets would be unable to withstand their offensive. With over 10,000 Space Marines accompanied by a plethora of auxiliary forces and war machines, this Devourer contingent possesses ample audacity to target the 108 worlds under Zhou Qing's command, with a vast Imperial population exceeding 10 billion. Should they offer these souls as sacrifices to the Terror, they can scarcely fathom the blessings that would bestow upon them. Thus, the fleet's objective is unequivocally clear. As they set their course towards one of Zhou Qing's worlds, the Hazy Star System, the industrial world of Nehru's. Nehru's, an industrial world among the 108, boasts a staggering population of over 180 billion Imperial citizens, alongside an exceptionally robust industrial capacity. Supported by Zhou Qing, this world has reached the capability to produce all heavy tanks, including the Venom Blade, and possesses its own starport for shipbuilding. Due to the inadequacy of the Empire's naval vessels, Zhou Qing has designed a new class of frigate, the Sentinel class. This frigate, a synthesis of human Imperial technology and that of the Myriad Stars, measures 896 meters in length. Its bow-mounted main weapon, L-Slot, features a magnetic railgun, while the broadside armaments, S-Slots X4, consist of 2 pulse laser cannons and 4 automatic guns, supplemented by a point defense system, P-Slots X2, known as the Firefly Point Defense Matrix. This frigate is a versatile vessel, marking Zhou Qing's inaugural design of a multi-purpose frigate for the human empire. It is poised to significantly enhance planetary surface defenses, with this industrial world tasked with its production. This frigate will not be directly integrated into the Federal Fleet's patrols. Rather, it will serve as a locally constructed vessel for the planetary governor's use, ensuring that the local world has a semblance of self-defense capability in the face of space warfare, rather than relying solely on orbital defense installations. The industrial world of Nehru's, with its planetary production capabilities, can manufacture one of this class of frigate within a mere 4 months. While such production speed and capacity may pale in comparison to the construction capabilities of Zhou Qing's Ark Fortress, it remains a formidable presence for an Imperial world. During the time Zhou Qing has brought them under his banner, they have already constructed 3 frigates of this class. Thus, when the Devourer warband ships first entered their star system, they quickly detected this fleet. Alarms blared across the planet as Governor Ignatius Dorn initiated preparations for war mobilization. Ignatius Dorn, as the planetary governor, is an evident admirer of Dorn. His admiration compels him to emulate the Imperial fist, resolutely defending his planet. Summon the planetary general at once, and notify our local Space Marine forces. I need to confer with them regarding the enemy situation. Nehru's shall not fall into the hands of the chaotic foe. Chapter 123. I must ascertain the situation at the Bastion. Why does Nehru's possess the audacity to remain here in defense of its world? On one hand, as the planetary governor nurtured by Zhou Qing's Ministry of Internal Affairs, he bears the responsibilities befitting his station. On the other hand, he commands a contingent of Space Marines, 10,000 strong, stationed on his world, safeguarding this Imperial Bastion, watched over by the demigods of the Empire. The sheer scale of such imperial demigods is an unimaginable force for this ordinary planetary governor, and it is precisely this presence that imbues him with considerable courage. 10,000 space marines. Such a notion of engaging in a battle of such wealth had never crossed his mind. Minutes later, the local planetary defense force members, along with Space Marine Chapter Master Deus Krieger and the planetary general, convened within the governor's palace. At this moment, the planetary general, in the presence of the Space Marine Chapter Master, had little authority to speak. Command naturally lay with the Space Marine Chapter Master, rendering the planetary general devoid of any notable standing. Chapter Master Krieger, it is an honor to welcome you to my governor's palace. I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries and promptly relay the challenges we face. Ignatius Dorn, a testament to Zhou Qing's training, eschewed the meandering tendencies of other governors and swiftly addressed the matter at hand. We possess a total of 3 frigates to safeguard our orbit. Yet such combat strength is clearly insufficient against the enemy. The scale of their fleet is immense, and they will reach our orbit in merely 2 standard tera-hours. The administration has made contact with the patrol fleet, and their response dictates that we must hold our ground. No reinforcements will arrive in the immediate future. This fleet belongs to the Black Legion, and the Grand Marshal requires it to draw out the main forces of the Black Legion and strike at the enemy. Thus, our current predicament is that our Navy cannot contend with the enemy, and we will not receive support from the Navy. We must rely on ourselves. Ignatius Dorn conveyed the current situation to the chapter master before expressing his stance. My position is clear. Your forces are the Space Marines. Therefore, our military will cooperate with you in battle. All planetary defense forces will fall under your command, and I, as the planetary governor, will not interfere with your leadership. Should you require logistical support, please do not hesitate to inform me of your needs. I shall do everything within my power to ensure that any supplies you require arrive in a timely manner. Ignatius Dorn's declaration of support was a rare occurrence among planetary governors in the Empire. Conventional planetary governors often embody a more abstract notion, and it is a rare breed indeed that openly pledges unwavering support at any cost. Deus Krieger's superhuman intellect swiftly assimilated this information and conducted a brief analysis, ultimately concluding, in summary, our Navy currently cannot contend with the enemy, and we will not receive support from the Navy. We must focus on defense, delaying tactics, and devise a means to draw out the Black Legion. Undoubtedly, this predicament is exceedingly grave. I have perused the data you provided, and the size of the opposing fleet is overwhelmingly vast. Should they advance to the orbital bombardment phase, our forces will be rendered powerless to resist. Therefore, if we are to safeguard this world and unveil the existence of the Black Legion, the orbital cannons on Naluris, along with the planetary generation shields, will be of paramount importance. I shall dispatch 2 battalions to protect the locations of the planetary shield generators and the orbital cannons. And I request that you muster at least 10 regiments of the planetary defense forces to be stationed at these 2 critical sites. The remaining troops must remain poised to act, allowing our planetary defense fleet to descend from orbit to the planet's surface, avoiding engagement with the enemy in the void of space. As you rightly pointed out, we possess merely 3 frigates, while the enemy's capital ships significantly outnumber us. Thus, we must judiciously employ every ounce of our strength. Deus Krieger, endowed with an extraordinary intellect, initially proposed several concepts. After articulating these plans, he posed another inquiry. Governor Ignatius Dorn, since you have indicated that the Grand Marshal is unable to dispatch troops for our support in the immediate future, I now require information regarding the scale of the military presence on the planet. The enemy's numbers far exceed our expectations, and to maintain control over the entire planet, the quantity of PDF must be sufficient. Additionally, I have never confronted the forces of chaos before. I am uncertain of their methodologies. According to our operational guidelines, I can only inform you that engagements with the forces of chaos generally lead to the corruption of the underhive populace. I implore you to candidly disclose how many individuals remain in the underhive of our planet and whether they have been adequately resettled. Engaging the forces of chaos, particularly the Chaos Astartes, poses challenges not merely due to their inherent combat prowess, but more so because of the relentless emergence of cultists once they arrive. Where do these cultists originate? Naturally, they emerge from the underhive. Although the mysterious star domains, 108 worlds have fallen under Zhou Qing's dominion, and he has provided them with abundant resources and support from a Ministry of Internal Affairs. Each planet harbors a population exceeding 100 billion, with an incessant influx of individuals from other worlds. This perpetual flux relentlessly strains Zhou Qing's established internal governance system. The vast population has thwarted Zhou Qing's prior efforts to entirely eradicate the underhive, as many require shelter, and the newly constructed urban sectors are woefully inadequate. Very few worlds within the mysterious star domain have succeeded in eliminating the underhive. Only those colonies directly administered by Zhou Qing have managed to do so. Chapter 124. It is now time for the citizens to repay the Grand Marshal. Ignatius Dawn, confronted by this query, began to whirl in thought, his superhuman intellect racing. After 2 minutes of contemplation, he arrived at an answer. I regret to inform you, esteemed Commander Duskrig, that I have fallen short of the Grand Marshal's expectations. As of now, we have yet to complete any census regarding the population within the underhive. Presently, the number of individuals residing beneath our hive is estimated to be around 2 billion, although we are striving to resettle these people. You are aware that those void ships continue to make short-range jumps from subspace, depositing substantial numbers of individuals here. Even if the crew members of these void ships are accounted for, the wretched souls of the ship's base are not. I apologize for referring to them as wretched, as I understand that it is not an appropriate term. However, it is merely a descriptor. Their numbers are simply overwhelming. Whenever a single void ship docks in our system, at least several 100,000 of the destitute infiltrate our underhive, rendering accurate statistics impossible. Duskrig fell silent upon receiving this response. He was acutely aware of what the Empire once was, and he understood just how remarkable the world his Grand Marshal had forged truly was. For the average citizen of the Empire, everything here was akin to paradise. They basked in the Emperor's divine light. This was the place they had longed for, even in the depths of the underhive. While the residences in the underhive may not have been constructed or modified by Zhou Qing or the local planetary government, they possessed a crucial distinction compared to other worlds. Zhou Qing provided them with relief supplies, and the local planetary government faithfully enforced this decree. Each month, they regularly delivered copious amounts of food to the underhive to ensure that its inhabitants would not starve. This was done in an orderly fashion, with PDF forces tasked with protection and distribution, while law enforcement patrolled the lower levels to maintain order. Furthermore, personnel from a Ministry of Internal Affairs descended into the depths of the underhive to select a portion of the populace, allowing them to transition into the middle levels and reside in newly established urban districts. Although this selection was limited, as many more individuals continually entered these worlds, it represented a glimmer of hope, a precious hope. In the grim darkness of the Warhammer universe, witnessing such hope within the human empire is invaluable. They are willing to wait for this hope, willing to risk their lives for it. At the very least, after daring to board the void ships to reach these worlds, they will not face starvation. While they may not partake in gourmet delicacies, ordinary protein and energy bars are amply available. As long as these individuals can arrive on these worlds, they need not fear the specter of starvation. To not perish from hunger is akin to experiencing a paradise. This silence endured for several minutes, but due to the urgency of the situation, Duskrig ultimately broke the stillness. Well, you and I both know that the Grand Marshal's policies are indeed alluring. The citizens of the Empire could hardly fathom such a reality. The situation in the underhive is not your fault, but it must be brought under control. On the world of Neluris, I recall there being a total of 6 billion PDF troops. Deploy the PDF forces and assign them to patrol the underhive daily to prevent the emergence of cultists. Should any cultists appear, they must be swiftly eradicated. We cannot allow them to proliferate. Simultaneously, recall all retired PDF personnel and those who have undergone military training. Reintegrating them into the various units as we prepare for service, we need to bolster our ranks. Given that we currently cannot expect reinforcements, we must expand our military to confront the formidable enemy forces. Their number of space marines far surpasses our own, and my battle group may not stand a chance against those devourers. Although admitting this is quite humiliating, I must concede that the number of devourers far exceeds the stationed space marine forces, with over 10,000 devourers facing off against a mere 10,000 space marines, making their odds of victory considerably higher. Moreover, the adversary possesses the ability to summon demons. Considering that his contingent of Imperial Space Marines had merely been PDF a few years prior, there exists an undeniable disparity in their elite status compared to that of the enemy. Thus, he resolved to voice his thoughts. Ignatius Dorn chose to act as if he had heard nothing at all. For a Space Marine to admit his shortcomings is a stark acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. As a planetary governor, he possessed the requisite political acumen not to utter such a statement that would provoke the ire of the opposing chapter master. I comprehend your concerns. Henceforth, I shall command the PDF to proceed as such. The remaining matters will rest in your capable hands. while I will instruct the factories to recommence full-scale production. I am aware that this decree may contravene the Grand Marshal's directives and undermine his initial intentions. However, I implore you to understand that all of this is to prevent our world from succumbing to the forces of chaos, all to safeguard humanity. Ignatius Dorn spoke with sincere resolve. The expansion of our military cannot be achieved merely through rhetoric. The procurement of the necessary equipment, weaponry, and ammunition must originate from the factories. With war looming over the planet, it is imperative that the factories operate beyond their usual hours. The continuation of the Grand Marshal's mandated 8-hour workday is evidently untenable. Deus Krieger, I hope you can grasp the implications of my forthcoming actions in domestic policy. I also request that you refrain from unnecessary interference, just as I am entrusting you with complete military command. Narrows, had it not been for the Grand Marshal's emergence, this world would have long since fallen into the clutches of chaos. It is the Grand Marshal who has infused vitality into our realm, who has rescued it from despair. As a planetary governor, I cannot stand idly by while our world is engulfed by the forces of chaos. I shall not allow the Grand Marshal's glory to be tarnished at this critical juncture. Therefore, I must fulfill my responsibilities. If this world is destined to fall to chaos, I would rather see it destroyed. The citizens have enjoyed the Grand Marshal's mercy. Now it is time for them to reciprocate. Ignatius Dorn's gaze was resolute. Deus Krieger remained silent, observing the planetary governor before him. The governor's words served as a cautionary prelude, and his silence was tantamount to acquiescence to the warning issued. Chapter 125. The Speech in the Tavern. The Ministry of the Interior's latest directive. From now on, all factories shall extend the 8-hour workday to 16 hours. Furthermore, all workers' wages shall be halved, with the reduced wages allocated to sustain military expenditures, to protect this world, to better safeguard the realm forged by the Grand Marshal. All food rations shall likewise be halved, with the surplus replaced by energy bars or protein powder. For the Grand Marshal, for the Emperor. Ignatius Dorn was acutely aware of the implications of the chapter master's silence, and thus he no longer hesitated. He articulated his intentions. The work hours will be directly doubled to 16. Ultimately, I am being merciful. After all, within the imperium of man, when the world is under siege, extending the workday to 22 hours would not be an unreasonable sacrifice. However, I am only mercifully raising it to 16. Deus Krieger regarded the planetary governor before him. His lips moved, yet he refrained from protest. The true embodiment of the pure human federation was but Zhou Qing, who upheld the lofty moral standards of humanity and endeavored to impart these values to his subordinates. He succeeded. Under his influence, his followers treated ordinary citizens with increasing kindness. Even the Space Marines displayed exceptional tolerance towards the populace. Nonetheless, they all hailed from a universe steeped in war, having experienced the suffocating darkness of the past. And thus they all acknowledged a singular truth. Sacrifice is the bedrock of the Empire. There are sacrifices that are intolerable and betrayals that are inexcusable. Now that the enemy has arrived, the forces of chaos are upon us, and to preserve this world and fulfill the Grand Marshal's plan. What is the harm in asking the citizens to make certain sacrifices? It is merely a matter of requiring them to work 16 hours. Is that excessive? In many ordinary worlds, a 16-hour workday is the norm, with most forges and industrial worlds operating for 18 hours. Thus, increasing the hours to 16 seemed quite reasonable to Deus Krieger. Moreover, although wages would be halved, this reduction was ultimately for the sake of the world. Under Zhou Qing's governance, Narrows enjoyed wages 4 times higher than those of other prosperous imperial worlds. Even having their wages, they would still earn double compared to other worlds. As for food, they could still consume genuine sustenance. In other worlds, they could barely subsist on corpse starch. Such conditions are hardly harsh. Those who have truly experienced darkness would never consider such conditions excessive. They remain remarkably generous. Importantly, the planetary governor did not announce a cessation of food supplies to the lower hive. Rations would continue, ensuring that the denizens of the lower hive would still be well fed. Such treatment would be hailed as saintly on other planets, a veritable living saint. With the consensus reached between the chapter master of the Space Marines and the planetary governor, the directive was swiftly approved by the Ministry of the Interior and disseminated across the globe. However, the ramifications of this decree far exceeded the expectations of both Deus Krieger and Ignatius Dorn, occupying elevated positions. One as the chapter master of the Space Marines, akin to the highest military commander of the planet, and the other as the planetary governor, responsible for guiding the planet's development. They possessed a broader understanding than the average citizen. They believed their policy to be rational and acceptable, and, in comparison to other imperial worlds, it was indeed far more benevolent. They continued to uphold the Grand Marshal's tradition of mercy. Yet, the common populace held an entirely different perspective. Zhou Qing's tenure had been too brief. He had not yet instituted universal education for all, nor had he ensured that everyone comprehended the value of literacy, knowledge, and critical thought. The laborers, who had enjoyed over a year of relative prosperity, reacted to this news as if struck by a thunderbolt. An increase in work hours to 16, a halving of wages, and a reduction in food rations replaced by protein powder and bars. This situation transcends the realm of ordinary tyranny, manifesting instead as a blatant oppression, a persecution of the populace. A segment of the imperial citizenry is acutely aware of this reality. Their circumstances, despite the current disarray, remain vastly superior compared to what they might have faced elsewhere. Among them are individuals endowed with sufficient knowledge and insight, alongside others who have recently been resettled from alternate worlds. These latter souls have directly experienced the profound darkness of existence, and they retain vivid memories of that bleakness. They recognize that the present conditions, while still harsh, are infinitely preferable to their previous tribulations. Yet, the common folk are unlikely to share this perspective. The passage of merely a year can effectuate considerable change. Ignatius Thorn and Deus Krieg had not anticipated that their decree would precipitate an uprising ahead of schedule, nor facilitate the flourishing of heretical cults. Within 2 hours of the Interior Ministry's notification of their directive, a throng gathered in a tavern, having spent their meager savings on copious drink within an establishment owned by a cultist. Observing the deep-seated resentment etched on the faces of these laborers as they clocked out, the cultist recognized an opportunity had arisen. As the majority of the workers succumbed to inebriation, this cultist ascended the tavern's bar and boldly commenced his tirade against the planetary government. "Comrades, brothers, deceived, exploited, and betrayed fools," he bellowed, arms wide open, his visage contorted, yet appearing benign and compassionate to the untrained eye, his voice resonating with fervor. "Look at yourselves. Examine your hands. They are calloused, marked by blisters. They're stained with oil and sweat. Your hands, which ought to yield wealth and enjoy its fruits. Yet what have you received in return?" He pointed vehemently out the window towards the distant, towering governor's mansion. 16 hours. 16 hours of grueling labor. Halved wages. Reduced rations. And what of them? Those lofty lords. What delights do they indulge in? Exquisite meats. Fine wines. Delicacies that you shall never taste in your lifetime. Once, under the emperor's benevolence and the Grand Marshal's grace, we were granted all of this, but now they seek to strip it from us. Are you content? Are you willing to allow what rightfully belongs to you to be so effortlessly taken away? Chapter 126, The Rebellion Begins. The crowd stirred restlessly at his words, a cacophony of enraged growls echoing through the tavern. They claim this is sacrifice. They say it is for the emperor. But I ask you, what has your sacrifice yielded? Longer hours, lesser pay, inferior sustenance. And what of them? Their palaces remain resplendent, their tables overflowing with delicacies. He leaned forward, lowering his voice, yet infusing it with venom. Do you recall a year ago? Remember that benevolent Grand Marshal? He offered you hope, dignity. But what now? He remains. Yet his heirs hasten to unveil their true faces. They are eager to declare, "You are unworthy. You are fit only to be slaves." This proclamation incited greater fervor than any preceding remarks. The kindness once bestowed upon them by Zhou Qing was an unfamiliar concept to these commoners, and it was precisely this kindness that rendered their current plight so intolerable. Had this order originated from Zhou Qing, perhaps the response would have differed. At least the cultist would have needed to employ subtler rhetoric. However, it was a command issued by the planetary governor. Some began shattering glasses. Others shouted curses at the governor's mansion. They tell you this is for war. But I ask you, whose war is it? Yours? No. It belongs to those exalted officers, to those interstellar warriors, to the lords of the governor. They fill their ambitions with your sweat and blood. And you cannot even secure a decent loaf of bread. He raised a glass high, shattering it against the ground, shards scattering like scattered hopes. They believed you would obey. They thought you would grovel like dogs. But you are human, living, breathing beings. You have the right to be furious, the right to resist. Comrades, brothers, are you truly content? Content to be deceived? Content to be exploited? Content to live as cattle? A thunderous roar erupted from the tavern. No, absolutely not. Then let it be known that it is time for them to understand who truly holds dominion over this world. He leaped from the bar, and those among the crowd who were already cultists emerged, advancing to the forefront. They rallied behind the words of the cultist, declaring, "Come with us. Let those lords hear the fury of the workers, how fearsome it can be." Fueled by Zhou Qing's prior benevolence and the sudden reduction in rations from the planetary governor, the cultists successfully incited these not particularly astute citizens. One by one, the drunken patrons of the taverns spilled forth, some of whom were typically docile laborers by day, while others were the very parasites dwelling within the factories. Parasites exist everywhere, even within the universe of Warhammer 40k, and they remain present here as well. These parasites, upon entering the factories, had not been the most diligent workers. They received inflated salaries which they squandered on gambling and frivolous expenditures. And now they found themselves deep in debt. The planetary governor's abrupt decision to reduce rations and wages was a catastrophic blow to them. Within the crowd, these individuals were the most agitated and fervent, for the reduction in their provisions signified a return to a life of misery and despair. They were in debt, and without this income, their financial lifeline would be severed. In society, all types of individuals emerge. No matter how commendable the policies from a planetary government, nor how benevolent those from Zhou Qing, they cannot alter the reality that, as long as education remains inadequate, there will always be fools among humanity. They do not ponder the implications. They live for the moment, indulging in excess, even if it means borrowing or gambling, accruing debts they cannot possibly repay. Humanity is perpetually impulsive, and in moments of heated passion, they make decisions that haunt them for a lifetime. Just as now, under the influence of alcohol and the chaotic magic of the cultist, they were about to commit actions they would forever regret. Previously, in a moment of folly, they had accumulated substantial debt, needing this wage to repay it, and now, within the hallowed halls of the taverns, a multitude of such individuals surged forth. They united, brandishing banners of resistance and protest, advancing towards the police station, intent on opposing the planetary government. Among them were cultists, brandishing automatic weapons and other arms, bolstering the morale of the crowd and sustaining their fervor. Such behavior naturally drew the attention of the local police department, leading to a substantial presence on the streets. It would have been astonishing had they not taken notice. When hundreds of thousands raised banners of protest and resistance, some even bearing arms, the alarms at the police station were triggered. The sirens pierced the night sky, and the red and blue lights flickered amidst the steel canyons of the city. Riot police swiftly assembled, clad in heavy exoskeletal armor, wielding riot shields and stun batons, forming a formidable steel barrier in front of the police station. "Everyone, cease your advance immediately. This assembly is unlawful. Dissolve at once." The voice blared from the police loudspeakers, but the only response was an escalation of furious roars. "Frauds! Traitors! Return our wages! Return our food! The Grand Marshal will not permit you to treat us this way." Among the crowd, the eyes of the followers of terror flickered with a crimson glow as they hissed softly, pushing against the throng ahead, further intensifying the simmering rage. "They seek to crush us with the law. They wish for us to remain their slaves. Charge forth. Let them witness our might." A stone hurtled toward the police line, followed by a second, then a third, the dull thud of impacts echoing against the riot shields, pushing the officers' nerves to their limits. "Final warning. Withdraw immediately. Otherwise, we shall use force." Yet, the warning bore no weight. In the tumult, a follower of terror suddenly raised a stolen automatic rifle, aimed it toward the police, and pulled the trigger. "Blood for the blood god! For the blood god! Slay them all!" The gunfire erupted, bullets tearing through the air, and one riot officer gasped as his armor was penetrated, blood spraying forth. "Fire! Open fire!" It was not the gunshot that shattered the police's last semblance of calm, but the ominous chant, "Blood for the blood god." The meaning of this phrase was not lost on the officers stationed on the front lines. It signified that those before them had been tainted by chaos, transformed into cultists. The implications of this slogan, heard as the fleet of terror prepared to invade, were all too clear, severing the last thread of restraint in the officers' minds. Chapter 127. Do not let rage cloud your judgment. The officers' laser rifles began to fire indiscriminately, beams striking the surging crowd. Explosive rounds were unleashed, annihilating large swathes of the mob. Truth be told, when the phrase "blood for the blood god" was uttered, some had begun to realize their manipulation. Certain workers understood they had been used. However, even those who comprehended their plight found it too late, as most remained oblivious, ensnared by the influence of chaotic magic. Even within the reach of purification devices, the magic of chaos prevailed. After all, these ordinary individuals had yet to awaken their psychic abilities. To combat the corruption of chaos, one must possess psychic energy. Under the shroud of chaotic magic, Even those who had regained a semblance of clarity were soon engulfed once more, plunging into madness. Blood for the blood god. Slay them all. The riot police's defenses began to crumble under the onslaught of the frenzied mob. Those workers seduced by chaotic magic had eyes aflame, muscles grotesquely bulging, and blasphemous runes surfacing upon their skin. They no longer feared bullets. Some even caught the incoming projectiles barehanded, laughing maniacally as they charged toward the officers. For the blood god. Skulls. More skulls. One follower of terror swung a rusted chainsaw axe, his body twisted and contorted, his spine protruding like a blade. He charged into the ranks of the police, the axe cleaving through exoskeletal armor, blood and entrails splattering onto the steel ground of the city. Despairing cries filled the police communication channels, requesting backup. Repeat, requesting backup. We cannot hold them. These are not ordinary people. They are. The transmission was abruptly severed amidst the sounds of flesh being torn apart. Meanwhile, at the heart of the chaos, a sinister figure stood elevated, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, his eyes glinting with a blue, malevolent fire. He murmured incantations, tracing bizarre symbols in the air. Very well. Let the fury burn even brighter. As he spoke, the lights of the city began to flicker, shadows revealing grotesque forms. The bodies of workers utterly corrupted by chaotic energy began to disintegrate, flesh and blood reconstituting into horrific chaotic eggs. Their skin peeled away, exposing writhing muscle, limbs twisting into sharp bone blades, emitting inhuman howls. No, no, this is not what we desired. A few workers, still possessing some semblance of reason, retreated in terror. But it was too late. The chaotic eggs lunged at them, claws rending flesh, transforming former comrades into new sacrifices. The insurrection, born from the chaos cult, erupted even before the fleet of the Devourer had arrived on the planet. Over 600,000 cultists surged into a residential area, assaulting the local police station and exterminating all 1,000 officers inside. Even though these officers donned exoskeletal armor and wielded newly manufactured automatic rifles of tremendous power, they were utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of cultists. Among them, the followers of terror led the charge, relentlessly attacking other locations. The cultists achieved a temporary triumph. Yet this was far from an ordinary imperial world, nor a typical imperial nest. Moreover, their rebellion was merely a minor uprising, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. 600,000 was but a drop in the bucket compared to the trillions populating the planet. This was the miasmic star domain, World 108, governed by Zhou Qing, a realm crafted by him, where no inch of land would be relinquished, especially for such a small-scale insurrection. As the residential area fell and news of the police station's siege reached the planetary governor, Ignatius Thorne gazed at the holographic communication dispatched by his subordinates. His expression gravely troubled. As planetary governor, he was acutely aware of the distinctions between his world and others within the empire. Was it merely a matter of extending work hours to 16? How much better was that compared to other imperial worlds? How dared they act in such a manner? How dared they? Let alone their 16-hour shifts, he, the planetary governor, had been working nearly around the clock, in the dead of night. While other planetary governors and officials typically rested, he had transformed his own schedule to accommodate 23-hour workdays. He led by example, dedicating himself to the affairs of the planet without respite since receiving news of the Devourer Legion's arrival. As planetary governor, he was genuinely furious, though he could not quite articulate the source of his anger. He understood the people's desire for rest, their discontent with the current circumstances. He could comprehend it all. If they had grievances, why not come speak to him directly? Why not seek a representative? Under the governance of Zhou Qing, each planet possesses parallel administrative bodies, allowing them to form unions and present their suggestions to the highest authority, the planetary governor. The planetary governor is both obliged and compelled to meet with these representatives elected by the citizens and engage in dialogue with them. Thus, the governor trained by Zhou Qing is acutely aware of this responsibility. Since assuming office, he has conversed on numerous occasions with the grassroots populace about various issues, providing satisfactory answers and resolutions. It is perplexing that, despite achieving such a rapport, he, as an imperial planetary governor, is willing to negotiate with the common citizens and foster mutual understanding. Yet this time they have been swayed by cultists without even a willingness to negotiate. Has the Grand Marshal not treated them well enough? Has he not shown them sufficient kindness? Can they truly enjoy such a prosperous existence in other worlds of the Empire? There is no betrayal so minor that it can be forgiven, nor sacrifice so great that it cannot be accepted. These individuals must pay the price for their treachery. It It is the inevitable consequence of their betrayal. His wrath will not extend to other residential areas or citizens, but the families of these rebels must bear the consequences. Anger began to engulf the mind of Ignatius Dorn. The long-standing demands of his position had already left him weary. And how could he not feel fury upon hearing such news? Just as he was consumed by rage, a cold hand rested upon his shoulder. It was Duskreg. Ignatius, calm yourself. These people are merely misled by the chaotic cultists. This situation ultimately stems from a failure in our policies. They have been deprived of the Empire's former lifestyle for too long. Our administrative personnel have not adequately explained the rationale behind our policies, allowing those chaotic cultists to exploit the situation. We must reflect upon this. The immediate priority is not to contemplate how to punish these individuals, but rather to suppress this insurrection instigated by the cultists. Mobilize the PDF. I will dispatch a battalion of 1000 interstellar warriors to assist you. Quell this minor rebellion, and we shall address the remaining matters tomorrow. Chapter 128. The successful resuppression of the rebellion. Under the guidance of Duskreg, Ignatius Dorn gradually regained a semblance of calm. He is the planetary governor, trained by Zhou Qing. He reminded himself to remain composed and slowly restored his former tranquility. You are right. We must first suppress this rebellion. You send a battalion. I believe one regiment will not suffice. Let us mobilize 30 regiments. He understood that this was not their true intent. They were merely ensnared by chaos. However, we must also make them witness the consequences of betrayal, demonstrating that the strength of our planet cannot be altered by their actions. Duskreg did not counter the governor's assertions this time. He nodded in agreement. The use of force is essential, lest the chaotic cultists exploit the populace of the capital. An order was issued, and the PDF forces began to mobilize. The 140th to 170th regiments of Nehru's PDF, comprising 30 regiments, were summoned. Equipped with armaments previously exclusive to the Imperial Astromilitarum, the 30 PDF heavy infantry regiments assembled within 3 hours. They were no longer the traditional planetary defense forces. They donned finely crafted power armor, wielded the latest laser rifles, and were backed by the roaring Lehman Russ tank battalions and Scorpion self-propelled artillery. With each PDF regiment outfitted with 6 venom blades, in the name of the Emperor, in the name of the Grand Marshal, for the glorious destiny of mankind. The purification begins. With the commander's order, the first wave of heavy armored troops trampled over the barricades erected by the rioters. The main cannon of the Lehman Russ unleashed devastating flames, reducing the chaos-corrupted structures and the traitors within to ashes. Each shot from the venom blade obliterated anything resembling cover, incinerating the traitors inside. Identify targets. Prioritize the elimination of mutations. The PDF soldiers formed a dense network of firepower. Amidst the roar of explosive rounds, the rioters, marked by profane runes upon their skin, fell in droves. Yet, more terrifying were the chaotic spawn that lunged forth from the shadows. These abominable creatures tore through the front lines of the advance with astonishing speed. Damn it! A large mutation has appeared at 3 o'clock, requesting assistance. The communication was abruptly interrupted by a piercing shriek. A heretical acolyte hovered in midair, his body disassembling and reassembling, 8 octopus-like tentacles extending from his back, each covered in writhing eyes. Foolish ants, do you believe you can defy fate? His voice resonated with 1,000 overlapping echoes, causing several PDF soldiers to scream in terror. Blue flames erupting from their orifices. In this moment of crisis, for the Grand Marshal, a crimson figure descended from the heavens. The power sword carved a searing arc, severing the tentacles of the heretical demon at their roots. Duskreg, personally leading the battalion of interstellar warriors, arrived on the battlefield. Amidst the thunderous blasts of explosive rounds, the cultists howled with excitement. The blood god grants us worthy foes. Yet their fervor swiftly transformed into despair. These interstellar warriors may not have been seasoned veterans, but this engagement comprised the strongest 1,000 out of 10,000 interstellar warriors. As they surged into the throng of ordinary cultists, the battle became overwhelmingly one-sided. The interstellar warriors crushed the rebels as one would harvest wheat. Power fists shattered skulls, melted guns vaporized flesh, and even the mightiest of chaotic spawn were torn to shreds in mere seconds. The chaotic cultists began to falter against the combined assault of the interstellar warriors and the PDF. The infantry and armored units advanced further into the district. To be honest, when the PDF received the order to suppress the insurrection, their fury was no less than that of the governor. The planetary defense forces under Zhou Qing required ample education. Thus, they were knowledgeable, They understood how hard-won their current existence was. They also recognized their duty to protect their world and planet. Like the governor, the ordinary planetary defense soldiers were acutely aware of the dire conditions beyond the misty star domain in other worlds of the Empire, in the shadows of the Empire, where lives were lived in despair. To go hungry was the least of their worries. The most terrifying prospect was the uncertainty of survival. After death, their souls would be seized by the chaotic gods, condemned to eternal torment, unable to return to the golden throne, destined to become mere playthings of demons. This was the most dreadful fate. Outside, they found no escape, but here, Zhou Qing offered them a path to life, a hope for survival, where they could live as human beings. In other imperial armies, canned fruit was a luxury reserved for officers of the Astra Militarum, even for political officers, allocated only monthly. Yet here, each of them could enjoy canned fruit daily, and what they consumed was not mere protein bars, but genuine food. Their families have also been able to partake in genuine sustenance, securing employment, and their lives are on the mend. They are resolutely unwilling to allow their newfound happiness to be disrupted or interrupted. The fighting spirit of the PDF has far exceeded the imaginations of the Space Marines. Logically, the Space Marines should have been at the forefront, followed by the PDF in support. However, the current scene has surpassed all expectations. The PDF soldiers have no intention of lingering behind. Instead, they advance in squads ahead of the Space Marines, systematically eliminating the cultists who pose an imminent threat. They aim to unleash their fury upon these traitors, who must be met with the harshest of penalties, the white phosphorus death sentence, as retribution for their transgressions. Even if they were to perish 1,000 times, it would not suffice to atone for their sins. As dawn breaks, the insurrection has been quelled. The streets are strewn with charred corpses, while fire trucks extinguish the last remnants of flames. Survivors are gathered at makeshift shelters to undergo purification checks by the psychics. Although the PDF is seething with anger and longs to eradicate the traitors, they choose to rescue the innocent residents, acknowledging their lack of culpability. The rebellion in the streets has been successfully suppressed, yet the bodies of those corrupted by chaos remain untouched by purification. Instead, aided by several psychics, they're sealed away and paraded throughout the entirety of the hive. These individuals must be displayed publicly to inform others of their heinous deeds, serving as a cautionary tale for the residents of the hive to avoid succumbing to the taint of chaos. Simultaneously, this serves as a mark of shame for Nerlis. All inhabitants of Nerlis must remember this disgrace and the fact that some chose treachery. The Space Marine forces incurred no losses during this operation. Thus, they swiftly returned to their respective posts, while the PDF gathered the remains of their fallen comrades. In the course of the evening suppression, 600,000 cultists were annihilated. Yet over 2,000 PDF soldiers sacrificed their lives in service to the Grand Marshal and the God Emperor. Field chaplains offered their final prayers, while the souls of the departed were collected by the soul reclamation devices to prevent them from falling into the hands of chaos demons. Within these devices, they could continue their existence until their souls ultimately dissipated, marking the end of their lives. Each soul reclamation device serves as a world in which they can continue to live anew. Chapter 129. The alluring Gaia world. The rebellion within the hive has been effectively suppressed. Although the cultists inflicted some damage upon Nerlis, these losses remain manageable. To prevent a recurrence of such events, the PDF has intensified patrols in the lower and middle hives, dedicating all efforts to safeguard these areas against chaos contamination. While the losses are tolerable, accepting them equates to the complete obliteration of an industrial block. This block was essential for the production of Lehman Russ components. The destruction of this sector will inevitably result in a decrease in the output of Lehman Russ tanks. The cultists of chaos are indeed cunning, seeking not only to trouble the human empire, but also to diminish the industrial output of this world, thereby minimizing damage when the terror of war descends. Moreover, the act of parading the traitors has yielded certain advantages. With the patient persuasion of PDF officers and bureaucratic officials, the populace has become increasingly aware of the dangers posed by the cultists. This realization undoubtedly hampers the cultists' ability to recruit followers. Yet the cuts in rations are a tangible reality. The citizens of the human empire, particularly those in the lower hive, are predominantly from the most destitute strata, lacking in wisdom. While the state religion incessantly promotes the God Emperor and the Grand Marshal, the chaos cultists also exploit the same rhetoric to mislead the populace. Thus, when faced with deception, many remain susceptible, perpetuating the flames of conflict in the lower and middle hives. This circumstance underscores how Zhou Qing regards these human citizens as individuals, stemming from his origins in the Human Federation. He perceives the citizens of the Empire as fellow humans. However, his benevolence hinges on the ability to foster stable development and elevate their understanding without unforeseen disruptions. Yet, amidst the chaos of war, those who have gained even the slightest benefit are unwilling to sacrifice their interests, with many still clinging to their own gains. With a population exceeding 160 billion, it is inevitable that a spectrum of characters exists, including those who harbor such thoughts, even if they comprise merely a fraction of a thousandth. That still amounts to over 1 million individuals susceptible to the machinations of cultists. How could it be otherwise? The notion that such individuals would only represent 1,000th is implausible. Even under the most lenient assumptions, at least 1% would be affected, translating to billions. Thus, as the Devourer fleet advances toward this industrial world, the planetary defense forces find themselves relentlessly engaged in suppressing cultist uprisings in various hives, alongside local law enforcement. However, control remains feasible, as the general populace lacks combat effectiveness. The PDF's equipment is indeed commendable, encompassing Lehman Russ tanks, petrified lizards, and Emperor's poison blades. With such formidable armaments, they are well equipped to confront the misguided cultists. As the Devourer Legion's fleet draws closer to the planet, true warfare is on the horizon. At the heart of this joint fleet, aboard the flagship Bloodied Land, stand 10 Chaos Lords from the Devourer warbands. The Bloodied Land, once an Imperial-class battleship, has undergone chaotic transformation since the Devourer's betrayal of the Empire, emerging as the most formidable vessel among the 10 warbands. Caruso, let us hasten our fleet. I sense the call of the Dark God beckoning me. I shall be the first to offer slaughter to the Dark Deity, exclaimed one Chaos Lord, positioning himself beside the commander of the United Warbands. However, chaos is not synonymous with harmonious cohabitation. The audacity of the Chaos Lord to approach Caruso prompted a swift response. Caruso extended his massive hand and delivered a resounding slap to the Lord's face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed as the audacious Chaos Lord was sent sprawling. Such an episode exemplifies why he is the leader among the 10 Chaos warbands, distinguished not merely by charisma, but by overwhelming combat prowess capable of subduing others. Who do you think you are to speak beside me? Only when I permit it can you utter a word. Otherwise, you may as well embrace death. The chastised Chaos Lord managed to rise, nodding profusely and muttering, "Yes, yes." Caruso paid no heed to the coward beside him, instead directing his gaze through the warship towards the planet before him. The verdant orb appeared to him in all its splendor. He felt as though this celestial body possessed some enchanting allure, beckoning him forth, and undeniably, it was a realm of extreme habitability. Although Nerlis was not a planet directly under the command of Zhou Qing, it was nonetheless a prominent world within the illustrious Misty star domain. Having undergone certain enhancements and modifications, due to resource constraints, it had yet to be entirely transformed into a Gaia world. However, even this partial transformation was sufficient to evoke a sense of livability among the Devourers. It was a planet suitable for all beings. Not only would the Chaos Space Marines find it hospitable, but even the Chaos Demons would feel remarkably at home upon its surface. Every species could thrive on such a planet, exemplifying the might of Gaia worlds. How exquisite this planet was. If only it could be seized and established as a stronghold for his warband, it would be a boon indeed. The allure of Gaia's habitability drew him in, momentarily overshadowing his allegiance to Khorne and his intentions of devotion and slaughter. Theoretically, someone might leap forth to scoff at his proclamation, yet the reality was quite the opposite. As he uttered his thoughts unabashedly, the other Chaos Lords turned their attention towards the planet. With a mere glance, they too were ensnared by its captivating presence. Its formidable trait of being suitable for all species drew them in with equal fervor. A collective gulp echoed in the ears of the Chaos Lords as they exchanged glances, each witnessing the other's desire manifest in their expressions. The allure of the Gaia planet was overwhelming. They shared a knowing look and simultaneously shifted their gaze towards Caruso. The implication was unmistakable. Perhaps they should forego the so-called corruption and instead bring this planet under the dominion of several Chaos warbands. Even in the realm of chaos, no world could rival the livability of this one. If they could inhabit such a planet, it would surely be a delight. Chapter 130. They have never seen the light. You have given them light. Caruso was acutely aware of the attention directed towards him. Truth be told, he found himself in a quandary regarding whether to pursue the so-called chaos ritual or preserve this planet. Truly, this planet appeared extraordinarily inviting, and he was reluctant to inflict harm upon it. At that moment, the inexplicable fleet of devourers abruptly halted its advance. They stood frozen, contemplating whether to bring this planet under their rule, an enticing prospect indeed. After prolonged deliberation, they arrived at no definitive conclusion. The Devourer Legion was ill-suited to address such matters. What should be done? They had best capture the planet before considering their next steps. Caruso commanded, "Fleet, accelerate. Blood for the Blood God." His proclamation was imbued with fervent emotion. His desire for the planet was palpable. The fleet, comprising 10 Devourer warbands, surged forward with vigor. Traversing the void 400 light-years away, where Zhou Qing's patrol fleet lay anchored. Fishing. They were here to fish, yet Zhou Qing found himself in a moment of introspection. The presence of stellar technology on Nerelis allowed him to witness the events of that year. He observed how the forces of chaos had corrupted his human citizens. He saw ordinary individuals stirred into rebellion by mere words. Such occurrences left a profound mark on Zhou Qing's heart, something he had never encountered within the Human Federation. Such events were unheard of in the Federation, where humanity was proud, holding a disdainful equality towards all races. Regardless of whether one was a so-called chaos god or something else entirely, they would not place their faith in deities. Despite humans achieving ascension through extraordinary means, it was merely a means to elevate all to greatness. Within the Federation, deities were nothing more than bureaucrats. Hence, Zhou Qing, raised in the Human Federation, found it difficult to comprehend the happenings on this distant colonial world. What on earth was transpiring? Why was this occurring? It defied reason. How could humanity so easily succumb to the machinations of chaos? Where was their pride as humans? Where was their dignity? This was not Zhou Qing's first encounter with chaos demons. However, past dealings had always been direct confrontations, either through mobilizing armies to engage in battle or confronting them head-on in the Webway. Each clash with the demons had been a fierce contest, devoid of instances where the demons infiltrated his planet and instigated widespread corruption. As for the outbreak of hostilities during the siege of Terra, Zhou Qing had not witnessed the complete picture. Although Korn's followers had corrupted the populace of Terra and summoned vast hordes of chaos, he had attributed the situation to the ordinary citizen struggles and the overwhelming strength of the enemy, recognizing that their capacity for corruption was beyond the reach of mere mortals. Ultimately, it was not a fault of humanity, but rather the formidable nature of the enemy and the deficiencies of the government. It could not be that these humans had lost their pride, yet the current scene revealed a clear loss of dignity. How could they be so easily swayed by mere words? "Teacher, what troubles you?" Dos Santos approached Zhou Qing, noticing his mentor's bewilderment. Even this omnipotent figure appeared caught in uncertainty. "Teacher, is there truly anything in this world that can confound you?" "It's you, Dos." Zhou Qing acknowledged his student's call, slowly lifting his gaze to meet the spirited countenance of his pupil. "It is nothing, merely contemplation on why humanity has lost its pride." Zhou Qing was a level 10 scientist, unparalleled in the realm of science, with only one individual in the Human Federation surpassing him to lead the Academy of Sciences. His research in sociology was substantial, yet the peculiarities of the human empire were starkly different from the pride he held as a human, leaving him perplexed. "Do you believe you can fathom why those individuals would turn to chaos?" Dos Santos fell silent for a moment, peering through the viewport towards the distant Nerelis planet. Though separated by 4 million years, he could only gaze in the general direction rather than perceive the planet itself. He lacked that capability. Yet he nonetheless focused on that direction. "Teacher, your presence within the Empire is a mystery. I know not from whence you hail. But your moral standards do not align with what one might expect from our human empire. I humbly beg your pardon for my audacious presumption, esteemed teacher. You must have been born into a luminous civilization of humanity, where societal order prevails, untainted by persecution. In comparison to us, you possess a certain pride, one that embodies the innate dignity humanity ought to wield. You hold in disdain all that exists, even the chaotic deities, regarding them with contempt. Though I struggle to articulate this sentiment, your demeanor suggests that you perceive them as mere insects. In your eyes, even the chaotic gods ought to bow in fealty to humankind. That is their rightful place. Everything about you seems so natural, as if it were destined to be this way. Yet here, the people of the Empire have been mired in suffering since birth. At this point, a bittersweet smile graced my face. It is only in your presence that I dare utter such words. Do you truly consider the Empire a commendable nation? I venture to assert that this human empire is neither great nor glorious. Yet humanity continues to safeguard it with their blood and souls, ensuring its survival. It lacks greatness, honor, and glory. Nevertheless, we remain willing to support and protect it, for it represents human civilization, Without the Empire's protection, our standing in the cosmos would plummet even further. Zhou Qing furrowed his brow, for as a product of the Human Federation, he found it difficult to fathom humanity's potential descent into such a plight. The audacity of alien beings riding atop humanity's shoulders undoubtedly crossed a line for Zhou Qing. Dos Santos continued, "You have bestowed upon them hope, allowing them to savor the essence of freedom. Yet when that hope is suddenly snatched away, the ensuing despair is far more harrowing than never having possessed it all. The chaotic deities excel in exploiting such disparities. You have granted them a life beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary folk, and having experienced this unimaginable existence, those who once struggled for sustenance may now indulge recklessly. A moment of indulgence could cost them a lifetime, and this is not your fault. It is merely that the populace of the Empire has never known such prosperity. It is precisely because they have never enjoyed or attained it that, upon receiving it, they squander it without restraint. Their reckless extravagance renders them ill-prepared for any upheaval. They dread the possibility of losing the gifts you have conferred upon them, fearing the planetary governor's deprivation. They revere you, yet harbor distrust towards the planetary governor. Born into darkness, they could endure it before experiencing light, but you have illuminated their path. In moments of brightness, they will do everything in their power to cling to that illumination. You have observed even the followers of these chaotic deities, when attempting to deceive these citizens, must do so under your banner, under the Emperor's flag. Perhaps that is one reason, dear teacher. Chapter 131. The first step of planetary landing was obstructed by the planetary shield. Zhou Qing, a distinguished scientist, effortlessly grasped the implications of a student's words. His formidable intellect allowed him to ponder these matters with ease. Upon understanding, his expression towards his student softened with benevolence. Who would have thought that one day I would require your guidance? Indeed, the ancient adage holds true. In the company of three, one shall find a teacher. Though you are my student, you have imparted insights I had never contemplated. Zhou Qing never hesitated to bestow praise, given his student's exceptional performance. He was more than willing to commend him. Dos Santos blushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple, unsure of how to respond. He had not anticipated his teacher's candid approbation. You flatter me, honored teacher. Surely, you could have arrived at such conclusions moments later. I merely displayed my naivete in your presence, Dos Santos said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do not underestimate yourself. My decision to mentor you signifies your potential. Otherwise, why would I choose you over others? While humility in a student is commendable, Zhou Qing sensed an underlying lack of confidence in him. Perhaps it was the disparity in status. Or perhaps his own brilliance made Dos Santos feel unworthy of being his pupil. Thus, Zhou Qing occasionally endeavored to bolster his student's self-esteem. Now, let us cease this discussion and refocus on observing the actions of the Devourers in this battle. We must ascertain whether we can draw a batten out. Zhou Qing halted their prior dialogue, redirecting his attention to the pressing matters at hand. It was imperative to eliminate Abaddon, above all else. Since arriving in the human empire, Zhou Qing maintained his moral compass, yet his heart had grown notably colder. Or perhaps it is the nature of a level 10 scientist to exhibit some degree of detachment. War has never been devoid of casualties, and Zhou Qing had witnessed many sacrifices within the crucible of battle. Thus, he had learned to cultivate a certain coldness. Humanity is of paramount importance. Human citizens possess the right to survive. However, in this dark cosmos, they are destined to receive treatment far inferior to that of Federation citizens. Abaddon must be dealt with. Zhou Qing could not tolerate such a menace threatening his colonies. Even knowing that such actions would cost the planet dearly, he resolved to proceed. Moreover, he believed in the resilience of the worlds under his dominion, confident they could withstand the assault of this force. His aim was to unleash humanity's wrath upon the traitor when Abaddon and the Black Legion emerged, ensuring that this renegade would pay a bloody price. Zhou Qing's gaze returned to the ship's detection system, scrutinizing the movements of the Devourers. Meanwhile, the fleet of the Devourers had begun to reach the orbital path of the planet Nerus. As they beheld the verdant sphere below, the Devourers grew increasingly exhilarated. The closer they drew to the planet, the more they sensed its suitability for them. It was akin to the sensation of returning to the womb, embraced by their mother. This feeling even momentarily liberated the Chaos Space Marines, who had long surrendered to the faith of their Dark Master. Gaia is indeed a wondrous world. Yet ultimately, they had languished in their devotion to their dark god for far too long. Even a fleeting moment of freedom could not prevent their eventual return to depravity. As the fleet of Devourers landed upon the planet's surface, they encountered no resistance from any warships. Everything transpired with remarkable ease. Caruso observed the planet below, succumbing to temptation, and subsequently issued the first command: deploy auxiliary forces for a tentative aerial drop to gauge the enemy's firepower and prepare for orbital bombardment. The first wave shall consist of 100 Chaos Space Marines to test the waters. This contingent of 100 Chaos Space Marines, while not an insignificant number, is certainly inadequate for conquering a colossal planet. However, as an advance force, it is perfectly adequate, given their observation of planetary shields on the surface. These warriors refrained from initiating orbital bombardment. Attacking areas protected by planetary shields would be an act of futility, as such shields cannot be easily breached by ordinary warships. The Chaos forces sprang into action, deliberately avoiding the vicinity of the nests, which are fortified with formidable anti-aircraft weaponry. Should a warship brazenly appear in orbit and linger ostentatiously, it would spell disaster. Standard strike cruisers could be obliterated within mere minutes or hours by the defensive firepower above the nests, a risk few would dare to undertake. The fleet cautiously approached a sector of space between two nests, discovering a desolate mountainous region, theoretically lacking any substantial anti-air defenses. Indeed, upon reaching this barren expanse, they encountered no intercepting fire. Subsequently, a squadron of Space Marines was airdropped, accompanied by 100,000 ordinary cultist auxiliaries. Caruso's gaze was fixed intently on this deployed force, which would serve as their vanguard to probe the enemy's combat capabilities. Other Chaos Space Marines mirrored his focus, yearning to join this esteemed advance party. For it represented a significant honor. As all eyes converged, the airdrop capsules and assault craft collided with an invisible shield, repelled upon nearing the planetary surface. Caught unprepared, they were abruptly deflected back. The airdrop capsules resembled marbles striking the ground, only to bounce back, ensnared by the planet's gravitational pull, crashing once more against the shield before being repelled again. The scene left the Devourer War band members agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. What was this? In typical conflicts against the human empire, although void shields may manifest on planetary surfaces, they are usually passable. A deceleration in speed allows one to traverse through. However, the phenomenon before them was inexplicable. Their airdrop capsules had been meticulously calculated to decelerate as they approached, enabling them to penetrate the void shield. This was all part of their design. Theoretically, it should not manifest in such a manner. Why then? Had their airdrop failed to breach the void shield and instead been flung back? Caruso, despite being seasoned and battle-hardened, found himself confronting an unprecedented situation. The first batch of airdrop Space Marines was enduring a harrowing fate. In the cosmos, gravitational forces are negligible, save for those exerted by planets. The airdrop capsule initially descended under a downward force, only to be launched upwards by the shield, subsequently pulled back by the planet's gravity, creating a perpetual cycle of collision with the shield. Thus, before their momentum waned or prior to breaching the shield, this initial group of Space Marines would remain ensnared in a futile game of tag with the planetary shield. Moreover, the critical condition for this scenario was that the shield must maintain its current non-harmful state. Were the shield to inflict damage, the Space Marines would perish instantly. Of course, this was all assuming there was no external interference. Yet, the absurdity of the situation was not lost on Caruso, commander of the 10 Devourer warbands. Despite the madness, he was not without intellect. Thus, before addressing the immediate issue, he issued a command: retrieve our warriors with the assault craft. We cannot allow them to be eliminated in this trivial game. Indeed, we must change our trajectory. We need to devise a strategy to breach this shield. Otherwise, this planet shall remain beyond our grasp. The allure of Gaia was too compelling for him to concede defeat, and even with the shield's obstruction, he was determined to find a way through. The entire fleet resumed its operations, unleashing a barrage of macro cannons and beams upon the planetary shield. The impacts caused ripples upon the shield's surface, but it was evident that such assaults were insufficient to compromise it. The planetary shield, forged from a combination of void and psionic shields, was far beyond the capacity of warships to dismantle. Thus, the Devourer fleet found itself thwarted by the shield. This predicament left Caruso in a somewhat awkward position. Caruso, this cannot continue. You selected this target, and now we are thwarted by its planetary shield. Pray tell, how do you propose we proceed? The spectacle prompted discontent among the leaders of the other two warbands. They craved bloodshed to appease their dark god, not to be thwarted by a radiant barrier, rendered impotent in battle. Caruso turned his fierce gaze upon the two dissenting leaders. What? Do you harbor objections? Or perhaps you wish to challenge me? His crimson visor glimmered ominously, his modified vocal cords emitting a low, threatening growl. The atmosphere on the bridge grew tense. The leaders of the Blood Harvesters, Gorger, and the Skull Rippers, Ulrich, instinctively placed their hands upon their respective weapons. You think we fear you, Caruso? Gorger roared first. We joined you not to linger in the subspace, but to bask in the glory of slaughter for our blood god. Not to be obstructed like fools by a luminescent wall. If you cannot command effectively, relinquish the reins to me. I shall shatter this barrier. His outburst momentarily startled Caruso, who paused to contemplate. After a moment of reflection, he chose not to reprimand Gorger further, instead taking a step back. If you believe you can succeed, then prove it. Should you triumph, the spoils of this planet shall be yours to claim first. But heed my warning. Should you fail, your warband will fall under my command. Caruso's words carried a menacing undertone, for he remained the strongest among the 10 Chaos warbands, despite the current inability to breach the shield. The Devourers are undeniably pragmatic, revering strength above all else. Although he may be unable to breach this shield, as the mightiest among them, he still wields control over the entire legion. Gorga stepped forward with a menacing grin, his power armor adorned with flayed skins and skulls, the chainsaw axe in his grasp humming ominously. Excellent, Caruso, remember your promise. He turned towards the communications array on the bridge, his voice booming like thunder. Bring forth the chaotic relic of our warband. Deliver that weapon to the flagship. This command echoed through the communications array to his warband, while the leaders of several other factions continued to wait expectantly. A chaotic relic? If such a relic exists, it could indeed shatter this planetary shield. After all, the Great Rift had been torn open, allowing the chaotic god's power to interfere with the material realm. Thus, the chaotic lords of the various warbands began to await in silence. After a span of over 10 minutes, a dozen Devourers arrived at the flagship, presenting an axe-like artifact. Gorgith stepped forward under the watchful eyes of the other leaders and grasped the subspace relic bestowed by Khorne himself, proudly raising the blood-soaked axe high. He introduced it to the other leaders. Behold, the Blood Skull Cleaver. This artifact has been granted to me by the war god, specifically designed to cleave through any shield. It is bestowed upon the most ferocious champions, intended to obliterate those cowards who hide behind their shields. The axe blade was forged from the core of a sacrificed titan, its handle crafted from the spines of an entire chapter of Space Marines. The blade bore intricate carvings of the shields it had shattered, growing ever more crimson with each breach. With the chaotic relic in hand, Caruso felt a surge of confidence, even beginning to share details about his own chaotic artifact with the other leaders. As he spoke, the leaders of the other warbands, including Caruso himself, could hardly contain their envy. Regardless of whether this subspace relic was crafted by Khorne himself, the prospect of shattering shields was a tantalizing advantage. Chapter 133. The Avatar of the Blood God personally shatters the planetary shield. Witnessing Gorgitha's newfound arrogance due to the artifact's presence, Caruso felt a surge of dissatisfaction. After Gorgith finished his introduction, Caruso could no longer contain himself. Cease your boasting. If it truly has power, then wield it now. Otherwise, know that chaos artifacts are not solely your domain. This relic will not aid you in defeating me. Caruso's fiery words, rather than instilling fear in Gorgith, only served to bolster his arrogance. While it was imperative to breach the planetary shield, Gorgith made it clear that activating the axe's full potential required certain sacrifices on the part of the leaders. Caruso's expression darkened further. The appearance of the chaotic relic had stripped away Gorgitha's respect for him, bordering on outright insult. Yet, with no means to breach the planetary shield himself, he begrudgingly acquiesced. State your demands swiftly. If you dally further, do not blame me for ending you first. I assume this artifact is not exclusive to you? Gorgith let out a low, throaty chuckle, the blood running along the axe blade seeming to echo his elation. He raised the Blood Skull Cleaver, the skull engravings on its surface glowing a deep crimson. To unleash its true power, a sufficient blood sacrifice was required. I have already conducted the blood ritual, but it requires a catalyst. Gorgitha's gaze swept across the bridge, finally settling on Caruso. Not the blood of mere slaves, but the blood of a formidable warrior, such as that of a warband leader. The atmosphere on the bridge grew tense, with Ehrlich and the other warband leaders instinctively taking a step back, hands hovering over their weapons. Caruso's visor narrowed dangerously, the power gauntlet humming with energy. You dare, he rasped, his voice like sandpaper. No, no, no. It is not your blood I seek, Gorgith hastily clarified, though his tone dripped with mockery. It is the axe that craves the blood of the strong. Just a few drops from you as a catalyst. Suddenly he spun around, the axe slicing through the air. Crack! A Devourer warrior from Caruso's faction, standing behind him, was cleaved in two before he even had a chance to react. Blood splattered onto the axe blade, swiftly absorbed. In an instant, the unfortunate warrior vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed, evaporating from this world. In exchange, the Bloodskull cleaver emitted a satisfied hum, its crimson glow intensifying. And now, a warrior's entire life. Gorgoth cackled, "It is ready." Caruso struggled to suppress his fury, acutely aware of Gorgoth's provocation. Yet at that moment, breaching the shield remained the paramount objective. He extended his power gauntlet, deliberately slicing the sharp edge, allowing several glimmering drops of blood to fall upon the axe's surface. He was on the brink of ascension, for he merely required a sufficient ritual and sacrifice to achieve it. Otherwise, he would not be the mightiest among these devourers. It was precisely this ascendant blood that endowed the chaotic artifact with formidable power. The moment the blood touched the axe blade, it erupted in a blinding red radiance. The entire weapon seemed to come alive, the vertebrae along the handle writhing, while the titan core within the blade pulsed with a thunderous heartbeat. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Gorgoth roared, charging towards the observation window, facing the planet shrouded in its protective shield. "Let us see how you withstand my might." The shockwave reverberated even through the fleet in space. Every vessel shook violently, energy readings fluctuating wildly. Most terrifying of all, the avatar of Khorne manifested in that moment. The chaotic artifact had indeed summoned forth the specter of the blood god. In the next instant, the Chaos Space Marines beheld their deity raise a colossal bronze great axe, then strike fiercely at the opposing planet. The devastating power unleashed by Khorne directly impacted the planet's defensive shield. In an instant, the void shield above the planet shattered, and the energy shield entered a state of extreme overload, an immense flow of energy surging into its defenses. Under such a deluge of energy, the shield exhibited unprecedented strength, bracing itself against the onslaught of Khorne's avatar. However, this was Khorne, and the weapon he wielded was specifically designed to breach shields. Thus, after merely 30 minutes of resistance, the planetary shield succumbed and vanished. The shield was shattered, obliterating the greatest obstacle faced by the Devourer Legion. As the avatar of Khorne dissipated, he cast a contemplative glance at the planet. Although merely a specter, the fact that a planetary shield could withstand his assault for a full 30 minutes was astounding. Such a spectacle compelled Khorne to regard this place with renewed interest. Simultaneously, he sensed the gaze of another upon him as his avatar began to fade, his eyes turning towards the distant figure of Zhou Qing, hundreds of light years away. In the next instant, his silhouette vanished entirely. As the terrifying phantom of dread dissipated, the overwhelming pressure that had nearly crushed the bridge also receded. All the devourers, including Caruso and Gorg, instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief, though none would admit to their fear of the blood god. After a brief silence, the communication channel erupted with frenzied shouts and battle cries. "The shields have fallen. The path to the bountiful world is now open. For the blood god. Skulls for the throne. Blood sacrifices to the blood god. Annihilate them all. Plunder everything." Gorg was the first to react, raising the still humming Bloodskull Worldbreaker axe, his voice hoarse with excitement. "Do you see it? The blood god favors me. It is I who shattered this shell. All warriors of the bloody harvest, charge with me. I shall be the first to tread upon the ground. All glory and skulls shall belong to us." His fleet surged forward like sharks, scenting blood, engines roaring as they raced towards the now unprotected planet. Gorg could already envision the endless slaughter unleashed upon the city, the earth drenched in blood, and mountains of skulls offered as tribute to terror. In that moment, his power would be unparalleled, even surpassing Caruso. Caruso coldly observed Gorg's fleet charging towards the planet. His inner fury had not subsided with the shattering of the shields. Rather, it intensified. Gorg's arrogance, the artifact he wielded, and the last contemplative gaze cast by the Phantom of Dread all filled him with profound unease. The planetary defense shield had withstood the Primarch's assault for 30 minutes. What a staggering feat. He was not a brash fool like others. He was the true champion of terror, chosen by Dread, endowed with wisdom. "Caruso, what are we waiting for?" Ulrich's voice interjected, tinged with urgency. Would they truly allow Gorg, that fool, to claim all the glory and spoils? The other warband leaders were equally restless, the hum of chainsaw axes resonating on the bridge, their thirst for bloodlust nearly overwhelming their reason. Under the collective desire to attack, even he, despite his superior strength, had no choice but to acquiesce and issue the command. "Advance! Blood sacrifices to the blood god. Skulls for the throne." Chapter 134. The Outbreak of War on Nerlis. Everything occurring on Nerlis was observed by Zhou Qing. even from hundreds of light years away, as the equipment aboard the warship was no mere decoration. Simultaneously, he sensed the gaze of terror directed towards him. One could only commend the malevolence of the subspace's dark deity, a chaotic god driven to such extremes by the human empire. Their combat capabilities were indeed formidable. Managing to perceive him from such a vast distance, Zhou Qing silently elevated the chaotic god's status in his mind. To annihilate such a being would undoubtedly require extensive deliberation. This was not solely due to the formidable combat prowess displayed by terror. Rather, it was the familiar aura he sensed emanating from it. That was the unmistakable essence of the abomination of world devouring. Once, the Human Federation had traversed the path of psionic ascension, dispatching psychics and divine entities to establish contact, among which were 5 chaotic gods. These 5 were the instruments of desire, the abomination of devouring, the knowledge tower of life, the whisper of the void, and the end of rebirth. These 5 entities had once aided and obstructed the Human Federation on their ascension journey, ultimately resulting in the draining of energy from the entire subspace, after which they had not encountered these 5 chaotic gods again. Speculation arose that as the energy of the subspace was depleted, these 5 chaotic deities vanished alongside it. This hypothesis held considerable traction among the Human Federation, and even Zhou Qing had once subscribed to this belief, thinking that the Federation had eradicated these 5 gods. After all, the Federation owed a debt to the Round God. Had they not been eliminated, would the end of rebirth not come seeking repayment? Yet, it seemed that circumstances had shifted. Now, in this unfamiliar universe, he once again sensed the essence of the abomination of devouring, which was unsettling. The transgressions of the Human Federation against the denizens of the subspace would likely infuriate the gods to no end. Encountering such a presence now posed a grave concern. If the entire Human Federation were present, Zhou Qing would harbor no fear. However, he was alone, a scientist devoid of military technology, which rendered the situation rather absurd. Zhou Qing's expression grew abstract as his extraordinary mind began to ponder the conundrum at hand, seeking solutions and resolutions. Should 4 petty traitors align with a Round God? The implications could be catastrophic. This was untenable. The notion of deploying psychics to punish these entities would likely need to be postponed. At the very least, a top-tier psychic legion would be required, and the forces he currently commanded were woefully inadequate. However, amidst Zhou Qing's tumultuous thoughts, his remarkable mind provided him with another insight. No, if these truly were the chaotic deities of the subspace, their power should not be so feeble, and the demons within the subspace appeared somewhat too weak, wouldn't they? Another question began to emerge in Zhou Qing's mind. For the time being, he was fated to remain unable to unravel this mystery. Thus he resolved to seal this query away and observe the conflagration upon the planet's surface. With the planetary shield's protection lost, true war erupted on Nerlis. The Devourer legions, organized into war bands, commenced their assault on the entire planet. Devourer warband fleets began to execute orbital bombardments, while the planet's orbital cannons retaliated against the Devourer fleet on the surface. A deluge of weaponry unleashed upon the warships in the sky, with Gauss cannons also brought into play. The Devourer legions barely withstood the first wave of attacks with their void shields, but by the second wave, they opted to retreat. The Gauss cannons equipped for Zhou Qing's forces were no ordinary weaponry. Such weapons, with a single volley, nearly overloaded the void shields of a battleship. In a galaxy, naval fleets were paramount. Thus, to safeguard the remaining combat power of their warbands, these fleets began to withdraw from their orbits. Orbital bombardment was no longer an option. They could only strike the planet below aimlessly. Regardless of precision, the Devourers were outnumbered, and launching artillery fire was preferable, given the lower likelihood of hitting their own forces compared to the enemy. Waves of cannon fire began to rain down, and the planetary defense forces also joined the fray. Caruso, Gorg, and other leaders of the Devourer warbands descended upon their respective strongholds and initiated their attacks. Upon arriving at the 108 worlds, the most prosperous of the mysterious star domain, Caruso was momentarily struck dumb. What he beheld was not the typical sights of an imperial world. The grand Gothic architecture was conspicuously absent. Instead, he found clean, orderly, and highly technological communities. The location from which he leapt is the bustling capital of the Nyrus world, which also holds the distinction of being the first nest to undergo transformation by Zhou Qing. The appearance of this nest momentarily left the leader of the Devourer warband in a state of astonishment. However, this moment of distraction nearly led to his catastrophic demise, as 2 Imperial executioners swiftly locked onto him, unleashing a volley of projectiles. Concurrently, the Space Marines stationed on this planet joined the fray, unleashing a barrage from their Gauss rifles, directed at Caruso, thanks to the grace bestowed upon him by the god of fear, along with the near ascension to demonic power. The effect of these range assaults was considerably diminished, merely resulting in him being blasted away by the explosive rounds of the Imperial blades. However, evading the Gauss rifle fire proved to be a more daunting task. Despite the blessings of the god of fear, his power armor suffered significant damage. The metallic projectiles shattered his arm, and barely moments after making his entrance, he found himself bereft of a limb. This disheartening spectacle left the Chaos Space Marines, poised to launch their attack behind him, utterly dumbfounded. What demanded their immediate contemplation, however, was the sight of a formidable contingent of Space Marines emerging before them. An estimated 300 of these elite warriors stood ready, a number that sparked confusion among the Devourers. Although this world was reputed to be one of the wealthiest within the mists of the stars, it raised the question, why would such a capital possess over 300 Space Marines? The Devourers' battle mentality had yet to adapt, as they remained blissfully ignorant of the war that had transpired within the Webway. Were they to ally with the treacherous Chaos Space Marines? They might have pondered whether this situation posed a problem, but the followers of the god of fear harbored no such doubts. Why ponder so much? Let us slaughter them all. Blood sacrifice to the blood god is the ultimate truth. The Devourers roared, chanting, blood sacrifice to the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. With that, they surged forward towards the Space Marines. Chapter 135, a fair treatment from the god of fear. Due to the blessings of the god of fear, the ranged attacks against the Devourers were significantly mitigated. Thus, while the Gauss rifles continued to fire in an effort to eliminate the charging Devourers, the impact was considerably weakened under the divine favor. As the distance between the two sides diminished, Zhou Qing's Space Marines abandoned their Gauss rifles altogether, opting instead to draw their power swords. Their Gauss rifles rapidly transformed through nanotechnology into shields that they wielded in their hands. The combination of sword and shield met the relentless charge of the Devourers. The chained words of the Devourers could not possibly match the quality of the power swords wielded by Zhou Qing's Space Marines. Consequently, after merely 2 exchanges of blade against blade, the chain's words were cleaved in 2. The Devourers found their weapons severed, leading to a moment of clarity amidst their struggle. In the next instant, power swords swept across their necks, sending severed heads soaring into the air. The battle between the over 300 Space Marines and the Devourers raged fiercely, with both sides achieving victories and losses. Yet, this was merely a small skirmish. More crucially, the Devourers commenced a ritual of chaos. While the middle nest and upper nest remained out of reach, they discovered a multitude of individuals in the lower nest. They swiftly concentrated a large number of people and, alongside their cultists, began the summoning of demons. Upon venturing forth, they realized their thrall army was insufficient, thus requiring the assistance of demons to seize this world. The symbol of the Chaos 8-pointed star began to materialize over the industrial world of Nyrus. The moment this symbol manifested, Zhou Qing, who awaited the arrival of the Black Legion from a distance, could no longer remain composed. It wasn't the emergence of the chaotic demons that alarmed him, but rather the arduous task of cleansing the ensuing chaos energy that would follow, a burden he wished to avoid. Most crucially, Zhou Qing did not wish to engage in battle within a cesspool of chaos energy, as it would render the conflict akin to fighting in a sewer. His brow furrowed in concern, a sight noted by Dose beside him, who approached with a query. Grand Marshal, shall I issue the order for our forces to initiate an assault? Although he was uncertain of the source of his mentor's distress, he understood it was intrinsically linked to the Devourers, prompting him to suggest a direct strike to eliminate them. There is no need for that. Do not allow my current demeanor to cloud your judgment. Such behavior is unbecoming of a competent commander, Zhou Qing replied, declining the suggestion while indicating to his student the importance of independent judgment. As the future admiral, you must cultivate your own discernment, rather than simply acquiescing to my wishes. We have waited far too long. If our sole objective is to eradicate these Devourers, then our patience would be in vain. Zhou Qing did not hesitate to impart this lesson to his valued fleet commander, Understood, Master, dos replied. A man of intelligence who grasped the gravity of Zhou Qing's words and resolved to act accordingly. The fleet continued to observe the unfolding events on the planet from over 400 light-years away, while the intensity of the battles on the planetary surface escalated. A rift in the ether appeared over Nyrus. A multitude of bloodthirsty chaos demons began to materialize, launching an assault alongside the Devourers against the forces of the human empire. The overwhelming chaos corruption began to exert its influence over the PDF forces, and in an instant, those on the front lines who had been firing to resist the Devourers halted their barrage. Only about a third of the PDF forces persevered, striving to fend off the onslaught of the Chaos Demons. These mortals, fortified by their indomitable will, overcame the encroaching chaos corruption. Due to Zhou Qing's benevolence towards them, the number of those who would rise in rebellion, akin to the mindless denizens of the lower nest, was minimal. The majority remained grateful for the prosperous lives Zhou Qing had bestowed upon them. Furthermore, with the emergence of insurrection in the lower nest, the PDF forces felt a deeper sense of desecration. Although they were not the instigators of the rebellion, the fact that their planet was witnessing such turmoil was an affront to their honor. Thus, they resolved to atone for the transgressions committed by those who had rebelled. In this light, the combat resolve among the PDF forces became even more steadfast. They now resembled the Kriegers, determined to atone for the sins committed by their planetary brethren. What was chaos corruption in the ether? There were still mortals who could surmount it through sheer willpower. Additionally, mere 5 minutes after the emergence of the etheric corruption, the purification facilities established at the planetary governor's residence swiftly began to function. A brilliant ray of white light emanated from the governor's residence, subsequently enveloping the entire planet. Wherever this radiant beam traversed, everything succumbed to a thaw. Even the chaotic demons found themselves momentarily subdued. Once the purifying white light had completely shrouded the planet, it eradicated all traces of corruption from the chaos and other forms of oppression. Following an initial pause, the PDF forces resumed their barrage. A deluge of artillery fire and laser weaponry erupted forth once more. There was no need for political officers to urge them on. The PDF soldiers, driven by an unwavering determination, relentlessly fired upon the enemy, refusing to cease their combat. Even as the bloodthirsty vampires charged the PDF positions, some soldiers engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the terrifying demons, wielding phased bayonets. Blood for the blood god, a skull for the skull throne. The vampires cried for the glorious destiny of humanity. The terror of the battlefield was equitable. It favored the valiant. Thus, when these PDF soldiers audaciously launched a counter-offensive against the demonic horde, the gaze of the terror deity fell upon them. Glimmers of red light began to manifest upon certain PDF soldiers, marking them as the blessed of the terror god. These individuals, imbued with divine favor, wielded their weapons with fervor, striking back against the malevolent demons. Their steadfast resolve, born from humanity's noble destiny, compelled them to refuse any compromise. For the sake of humanity's radiant fate, the Gnarless Defense Forces would never yield. They would not retreat. Chapter 136. Could it be that the Master of Change has erred? As the god of war, the terror deity truly embodied equality, particularly when humanity displayed audacious bravery. Engaging in close combat with demons while brandishing bayonets, he joyously bestowed an array of blessings upon them. Such interventions undoubtedly rendered the battle more arduous for the chaotic demons. After all, they had already faced challenges when confronting humanity. Now, these humans had gained enhanced close-quarters capabilities through the terror deity's blessings. The Devourers were incensed, acutely aware that their god's attention seemed diverted by some unforeseen factor. Upon witnessing the red glow emanating from the PDF soldiers, their fury intensified. Who could they blame? They had come to this planet to offer blood sacrifices to the blood god, only to find their deity bestowing blessings upon its inhabitants to oppose them. The Devourers felt a headache coming on, while the chaotic demons experienced a sense of discomfort. Initially, their equipment had surpassed that of the PDF. Their combat prowess was comparable. Now, with the added advantage of their god's blessings, the demons could only exclaim in frustration, "What? Are they not human?" The chaotic demons seethed with rage, while the humans, bolstered by the terror deity's favor, became even more formidable in battle. Each PDF soldier donned finely crafted shell armor. Although it paled in comparison to the power armor worn by space marines, or even the mundane variants, it still conferred upon them a modicum of combat effectiveness, allowing them to hold their ground against minor demons. Equipped with phased bayonets, they could effortlessly slice through the ranks of chaotic demons. The conflict raged on for over 3 days, with the Devourers leaving behind more than 2,000 fallen space marines and an uncertain number of demons. Their cultist forces and thralls were entirely depleted in the fray, and they found themselves unable to reach their nests. The PDF had effectively sealed off their descent. In this brutal engagement lasting 4 days, neither side could even approach a single nest. Such outcomes instilled a sense of foreboding among the chaotic lords of the Devourers. It was clear that relying solely on their war bands would not suffice to win this battle. They now faced two choices: retreat or seek aid from their warlord. As chaotic warriors of the Terror faction, they were reluctant to acknowledge their inadequacy. Yet the evidence lay before them. The Terror deity not only admired courage, but also valued wisdom. If they were aware of their inferiority in combat, and yet continued to recklessly engage without seeking auxiliary support, what merit would they possess to earn the favor of the war god? Caruso's words resonated with the values of the Terror faction, and the other chaotic lords of the Devourers expressed no dissent, tacitly agreeing with his sentiment. Well, given that we are all in accord, I shall request aid from the warlord, Caruso declared, making his decision. They did not concern themselves with the fact that they had acted without Abaddon's permission, launching an assault on the Imperial world, a betrayal of Abaddon in essence. What of it? Could Abaddon truly disregard over 10,000 Chaos Space Marines? A message was transmitted via subspace from the Devourers to seek assistance from Abaddon's Black Legion. With the aid of subspace, their message traveled swiftly, reaching Abaddon in no time. Abaddon, with his bald head and a single topknot, scoffed at the message he received. What a joke. This bunch of fools goes off to provoke others, and now, when they find themselves outmatched, they dare to ask me for help? I have never heard a more ludicrous tale. Where do they conjure such audacious thoughts? After uttering this disdainful remark, Abaddon redirected his focus to matters that truly piqued his interest. Kairos, have we uncovered any forces targeting the Devourers? Their only purpose would be to clear the path for our Black Legion. The fate of the Devourers held little significance for him. After all, disobedient minions were of no use. What concerned him more was which entity had set its sights on the Black Legion. Farkas Kairos shook his head. Apologies, warlord. But thus far, we have detected no forces observing our Black Legion. The Devourers' operations have proceeded smoothly, without any interference. The only peculiarity lies with the planet they are targeting, known as the Misted Star Domain 108. The resistance forces there are exceedingly formidable. We estimate at least 10,000 Space Marines are stationed on that world. Upon hearing this, Abaddon displayed no change in expression. He had been thoroughly beaten before and was unfazed by the Empire's seemingly endless supply of Space Marines. Thus, he regarded this revelation with indifference. We shall address the issue of Space Marines later. The origin of the Empire's multitude of Space Marines poses a question worthy of contemplation. However, it does not constitute crucial intelligence. After all, have we not already encountered a sufficient number of foes? Indeed, this was a point that Farkas Kaiwa acknowledged with a nod. It is true that no one knows from whence the Empire has summoned so many Space Marines. Yet their intelligence indicates a significant presence of these warriors. Moreover, the Black Legion has encountered quite a few of them, thus rendering this information seemingly devoid of value. War Master, if the intelligence regarding these Space Marines cannot be deemed significant, I fear we may lack any other pertinent information. According to our prior intelligence assessments, the only anomaly on that planet is the presence of 10,000 Space Marines. Aside from that, there is little else of concern. War Master? Farkas Kaibwa ventured timidly, as if recalling something. Could it be that the Master of Change has made an error? After all, circumstances are in constant flux. Perhaps the Master merely seeks to toy with you? Farkas Kaibwa was uncertain if he was attempting to comfort himself or Abaddon with his words. Given the sheer number of Space Marines already present, if they're not the cause of their impending doom, what then could that crisis entail? Chapter 137. The Apocalypse? The arrival of the apocalypse on Nerlis is imminent. No, that cannot be. The Master of Change has no reason to jest with me. The matter at hand is far too significant, and our assault on the human empire aligns perfectly with their desires, does it not? Abaddon is no ordinary individual. He is the mastermind behind 13 Black Crusades, and he does not require such tactics for self-reassurance. They are devoid of meaning. He is the War Master of Chaos, the chosen of the 4 Chaos Gods. Only his father has previously achieved such a feat thus. He does not believe that the trickster would employ such tactics to mislead or intimidate him. For do not his actions align precisely with the desires and needs of the Godslayer? With Abaddon's declaration, Farkas Kaibwa found it difficult to continue the conversation. After all, Abaddon's logic was sound. Indeed, the Chaos Gods have no reason to treat Abaddon in such a manner. His Black Legion's actions against the Empire satisfy the demands of the Dark Deities. Very well, War Master. Let us redirect our primary focus back to the matter at hand. Those Devourers have failed to ascertain what is observing our Black Legion, and they seem to be struggling against the local Imperial forces. Should we dispatch reinforcements? If we intend to probe the enemy's situation, we must deploy sufficient forces. These Devourers are woefully weak. I never expected them to be so easily ensnared on a single planet. If we do not mobilize our troops, I fear they may not last long before retreating. Farkas Kaibwa attempted to steer the conversation back to the question of whether to support the Devourers. Just as Abaddon wished to rely on these Devourers to ascertain who lurked in the shadows, these Devourers require assistance before their objective is achieved. Otherwise, their demise would serve no purpose. Abaddon remained silent. Truth be told, he was not inclined to aid these Devourers. After all, these wretches had already set a poor precedent. He had refrained from directly dispatching troops to eliminate them, recognizing some value in their existence. Now, to be compelled to send forces to support these fools would be akin to striking his own face. This would merely encourage his subordinates to believe they could operate freely. Such a scenario is far from ideal. It would only set another poor precedent, one that Abaddon wished to avoid. Yet, he could not ignore the matter, for these Devourers were integral to his inquiry regarding the enemy situation. War Master, I implore you not to hesitate. The Devourer Legion has sustained severe losses, indicating a shift in the influence of the Terror faction. If you wish for the Legion to endure, it is imperative to rebalance the factions within. In my view, since the Devourers have mobilized over 10,000, the other 3 factions of the Chaos Gods must also deploy their forces. You mentioned that the enemy is targeting the entire Black Legion. This implies that the dispatched troops are unlikely to survive. The losses on the Devourer's side have already disrupted the balance between the Blood God faction and the others. Therefore, why not go all out? Let the other factions also deploy 12,000 warriors. Although this decision would undoubtedly inflict severe losses upon our Black Legion, it would simultaneously maintain the balance of our forces. Moreover, once you issue this command, the entirety of the Black Legion as strength 1-4 will be dispatched. Such a formidable force may indeed fulfill the prophecies of the god of deception and intrigue, revealing to us the true nature of our adversary. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly, while the participant is blinded by the fray. As the targeted individual, Abaddon's thoughts did not flow as swiftly as those of his most trusted aides. Ultimately, Farkas Kaibwa, concerned that Abaddon might lack decisiveness due to the pains of troop losses, added, War Master, do not lament the losses of our troops. With the Empire fielding so many Space Marines, surely some among them will fall to chaos. When that time comes, we can reclaim them as our own. Your renown has already resounded throughout the entire subspace and galaxy. When new Space Marine legions ascend to chaos, we shall naturally welcome them into the Black Legion. Farkas Kaibwa had considered every angle, and with this reassurance, Abaddon ceased his hesitation and accepted his counsel. So be it. We shall proceed as you suggest. The matter has reached this juncture, and failing to deploy troops would render the Devourer's sacrifices meaningless while disrupting the balance of power. Thus, we shall send forth our forces. Just as my subordinate suggested, with the Empire fielding this many Space Marines, it is only a matter of time before some betray their own. As the War Master of Chaos, should I not fear that my ranks will lack sufficient forces? Under Abaddon's command, the Black Legion once again dispatched numerous colossal fleets. The other 3 factions of the Chaos Gods similarly mobilized vast fleets, each contributing no less than 12,000 Chaos Space Marines. Crucially, unlike the Devourers, they did not merely bring a small contingent of servitor armies. They too brought forth substantial legions of servitors. The combined number of cultists across the 4 factions reached 600 million. Additionally, several corrupted titans of chaos and hell beasts were incorporated into this operation. This was truly the scale befitting an apocalyptic war, with nearly 60,000 Space Marines and over 100 million various cultist armies. Alongside colossal combat units, such as Chaos Titans, such a scale of warfare truly lived up to the name of Apocalypse. The forces of the Black Legion had just emerged from the subspace node when they were detected by Zhou Qing's fleet. The Grand Marshal had already pinpointed the subspace node from which the Black Legion's warships had manifested, allowing us to enter the node and utilize our scanners to ascertain their precise location within subspace. Dors immediately reported this development to Zhou Qing, his face alight with excitement. After witnessing their home planet being relentlessly assaulted by the chaotic Black Legion for so long, it was finally time for them to retaliate. Since the enemy had been discovered, there was no need for further reports. He commanded the troops to launch an offensive, preparing to annihilate that so-called Abaddon and his subordinates of the Black Legion. This farce had dragged on long enough. It was high time to bring it to an end. He ordered the PDF forces from other planets to mobilize a portion of their troops to prepare for combat on Nerus, and the same applied to the Space Marine chapters. Each planet was to dispatch a contingent of their Space Marines to train for battle here. Without the experience of war, it was impossible to forge an elite force. Thus, Let us send representatives from each of our divisions to engage in this military exercise. He commanded the patrol fleets currently stationed in the solar system to return to our world, ready to eradicate those Black Legion warships. The forces from the 28th world need not be mobilized, as their troops were already excessively prepared. If they were to deploy, the war would conclude too swiftly to serve as effective training. Zhou Qing issued a series of commands. Knowing that the location of the Black Legion was about to be grasped, there was no reason to linger here any longer. However, the situation at hand also required resolution. The arrival of chaotic forces presented an opportunity for his troops to hone their skills. An army that has not experienced battle cannot truly be considered an army. This was the perfect occasion to refine his own legions under controlled circumstances. Understood. I will immediately relay your orders to all worlds. The communications officer promptly began transmitting Zhou Qing's directives throughout the Misty Star Domain's 108 worlds. Chapter 138. Indeed, these individuals are troubling. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention the resplendence of the 108 worlds within the Misty Star Domain, governed by Zhou Huihui. Unlike any world within the human empire, their administrative efficiency was remarkably high. Upon the issuance of Zhou Qing's commands, these worlds were mobilized without delay. Each world promptly dispatched 1 million PDF troops, while simultaneously selecting formidable PDF candidates from their respective worlds and planets to participate in the conflict. Each planet's stationed Space Marine units sent forth a substantial contingent of their elite warriors to provide support. The total number of Space Marines stationed across the 108 worlds amounted to a staggering 1.08 million, from which 108,000 were dispatched. This formidable assembly prepared to partake in an apocalyptic-level conflict, comprising 10.8 billion PDF troops alongside 108,000 Space Marines. Concurrently, each world would dispatch 2 Warlord-class Titans and 1 Emperor-class Titan as colossal combat assets, with an array of tanks, artillery, and other military apparatus at their disposal. The Battle of Nehru's was poised to become the largest apocalyptic confrontation between the human empire and the chaotic forces since the Battle of Cadia. Such extensive preparations and troop mobilization naturally caught the attention of the Lion King, who was preparing to lead the imperial forces against chaos within the Misty Star Domain. The Lion King, Leon, was one of the original beings of the human empire. He was the progenitor of the First Legion and the Dark Angels, having once led his forces to personally obliterate his homeworld. Nevertheless, during the Horus Heresy, he rendered invaluable service to the empire by dismantling the rebellion's final stronghold, forcing the insurrectionists into a position of desperation. Now, after millennia, he had returned to the human empire. At this moment, he began to amass the empire's military strength, even granting amnesty to the fleeing Dark Angels, transforming them into the Forgiven Angels. Leon initially sought to identify a planet upon which to raise the banner of resistance, aspiring to make it the brightest star in the Misty Star Domain and to rejuvenate the morale of the imperial forces. However, amidst a series of events, he learned of the 108 worlds within the Misty Star Domain. The name 108 worlds bore a striking resemblance to Ultramar, piquing Leon's interest. Just as he was contemplating this, he received news of a coordinated assault by 10 war bands of the Devourers, which had launched a combined attack on an industrial world. Nehru's, a planet teeming with Chaos Space Marines, was now dubbed the new 108 world of the Misty Star Domain, and Leon was resolute that a massive conflict would soon unfold there. Thus, he made his way to the planet, accompanied by a cadre of 12 Forgiven Angels he had gathered during this period. The Lion King and his entourage appeared directly within the capital of Nehru's, the Nest, and upon their arrival, they found themselves at the upper tier. Their ability to materialize in such a location was undoubtedly linked to Leon's innate capabilities. Once they arrived at the upper tier, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The orderly city was a stark contrast to any world within the empire. The steel-like urban landscape left Leon perplexed, but there was no time for confusion. He needed to seek out the planetary governor to reveal his identity and assume command of the impending battle. The noble lion had matured. He refrained from rushing to the front lines to engage directly in combat, instead opting to take charge from strategic position. However, it was evident that even as the progenitor of the Empire's First Legion, arriving in an unfamiliar world left him disoriented. He required a guide to navigate to the planetary capital. In light of his predicament, the captain of the Forgiven Angels, Cain, promptly stepped forward. He scanned the meticulously maintained street and soon spotted an individual who appeared to be a civil servant. Cain hastily approached and seized the man. The civil servant, upon being grasped by Cain, felt no anger but turned with a smile to face his captor. However, he was soon confronted with a most peculiar sight. Kane and his companions were cloaked in dark hoods and capes, shrouded in obscurity to evade recognition by the Empire's populace. Yet to the civil servant, it was evident that these individuals harbored secrets. The moment he laid eyes on Kane, his mind began to race, recognizing the potential threat they posed. It was unusual for anyone of good standing to traverse the streets enshrouded in such dark attire. He needed to devise a plan to alert the planetary defense forces or the space marine units to apprehend them. Stealthily, the civil servant activated his personal device to notify the space marines, while simultaneously preparing to stall the intruders. Upon noticing the 12 others cloaked in black behind Kane, he realized this was no mere coincidence. They were evidently a coordinated group. No one could ascertain what these shadowy figures intended, but their silent approach to the upper tier indicated that their combat prowess was likely formidable. 13 individuals, who knew what kind of chaos they might unleash. He must hold them back, even if it means sacrificing his own life in this place. He is an officer of the Ministry of Internal Affairs selected by the Grand Marshal, trained in the Grand Marshal's Academy. It is imperative for him to delay these elements that may pose a threat to humanity for the sake of the Grand Marshal and the divine mandate of mankind. Kane never anticipated that his actions would arouse the vigilance of the ministry officials. Instead, he assumed a demeanor of nonchalance, preparing to engage in conversation with the officials, and to request their guidance to the location of the planetary governor's palace. "Esteemed sir," Kane's voice, muffled by his mask, carried a low and indistinct tone. "We mean no harm. We seek to proceed to the governor's palace to discuss urgent matters with His Excellency. Please guide us." This matter was pivotal to the outcome of the war. He implored them to consider the greater good of the Empire. The arrival of the Lion King must remain concealed at all costs. As he and his companions had yet to rejoin the First Legion, he could not reveal his identity as an Astartes, thus he spoke in veiled terms. He believed his words to be adequate, yet to the officials of the ministry, they conveyed an entirely different implication. Indeed, their objective was the governor's palace. Were they plotting an assassination or inciting chaos? They must not succeed. The divine mandate of humanity must not be tarnished by these traitors. Chapter 139. I am Leon Johnson, the Emperor's son. The professional smile on the ministry official's face appeared almost welded to his features, and his wariness of these individuals surged to the forefront of his thoughts. At this moment, the official was increasingly convinced that these individuals harbored ill intentions. While discreetly verifying the small icon on his data pad indicating that support had responded, he replied with an exaggeratedly enthusiastic tone. Of course. The governor's palace is heavily guarded, and the paths are complex. It is my honor to escort you, esteemed gentlemen. He deliberately emphasized the phrase heavily guarded, attempting to serve as both a warning and a deterrent while subtly gesturing towards a broad yet indirect route. This path would have fewer pedestrians and would take them farther from the governor's palace, thus better suited for dealing with these suspicious individuals. The flames of war must not directly engulf the innocent. Hence, this route would incur minimal loss. Please follow this way. This avenue leads to the central administrative district. Although it is somewhat farther, the road is smooth, allowing one to appreciate the magnificent sights of our Nestle. Furthermore, while the journey may be longer, the smoothness of the path will enable us to hasten our pace, perhaps even reaching the governor's palace more swiftly. His intentions were unmistakable, to buy time and lead this group of dubious characters into a predetermined encirclement. Kane furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the official's odd demeanor. He also recognized the validity of the official statement. After all, as space marines, their speed would indeed be enhanced on a flat road compared to one that was less traversable. He glanced back at Leon, whose expression beneath the hood was inscrutable, merely nodding slightly to indicate to continue. The Seraphim squad, like silent phantoms, encircled Leon, following the official, whose steps were composed despite the tension within. The procession advanced silently for approximately 5 minutes, the bustling splendor of the Nestle flanking them, orderly to the point of awe, yet permeated by an intangible atmosphere of tension. Suddenly, the sharp sound of piercing air erupted from all directions. Dozens of searing plasma beams and explosive projectiles instantaneously sealed off all spaces around the group. Ion and laser fire struck the ground just ahead of the Seraphim, scorching the earth in his smoking craters, creating a warning line of fire that curiously did not target the crowd directly. In that very instant, from atop the towering buildings flanking the street and from the shadows of alleyways, a multitude of PDF soldiers clad in finely crafted shell armor, some even in powered infantry suits, emerged. Their weapons were steadfastly aimed downward. Amidst the low rumble of engines, 6 venom blades, and 8 Crusher medium tanks. Designed by Zhou Qing, burst through the decorative walls of the street corner, their massive barrels rotating to lock onto targets. The ominous sound of heavy footsteps resonated from both ends of the street. 4 squads of 12 Space Marines each, a total of 24, appeared like moving iron fortresses, marching in unison with an oppressive cadence. The leading Space Marine sergeant, his visor flashing red, intoned emotionlessly through his powered armor's voice system. In the name of the world of Nerlis, the Nerlis Warband, and the planetary governor, assume a crouched position with your hands on your heads, disarm, and remove all disguises. You have 10 seconds to comply. Any movement will be regarded as hostile, and you will be eliminated without hesitation. The 48 Space Marines raised their Gauss rifles, aiming directly at Leon and the 12 Seraphim behind him. Should these individuals dare to resist or exhibit any aggressive behavior, the Space Marines would open fire instantaneously, as would the nearby PDF troops, numbering over 3,000 in total. Kane and the Seraphim instinctively shifted into perfect tactical formation, shielding Leon in their center. Their hands hovered over the concealed grips of their weapons, exuding a chilling silence that countered the deadly atmosphere surrounding them. With but a single command from their leader, this prosperous district would transform into a bloody slaughterhouse. However, Leon moved. He gently pushed aside Kane, disregarding the multitude of lethal weapons pointed at him, and strode forward with measured calmness, as if not encircled by a hail of gunfire, but rather surveying his own courtyard. He approached the scorched line of plasma fire, halting before it. His gaze swept over the poised PDF soldiers, glancing past the colossal armored tanks, ultimately resting upon the 48 Space Marines. Then, he raised his hand and slowly removed his hood. As the hood fell away, it revealed a visage that seemed to have emerged from myth. Resolute as granite, regal as an emperor, his deep-set eyes harbored the calm of ancient glaciers and the wisdom of eternal warfare. Without uttering a single word, the unique and monumental presence of the pre-march, along with the genetic pressure inherent to his being, surged forth like a tangible tsunami. Instantly, the PDF soldiers felt the impact. After all, this was the aura of a pre-march, and they were not entirely immune to its effect, yet they steadfastly maintained their aim at Leon. The will of mortals should not be underestimated. Their resolve to protect their homeland fueled an indomitable fighting spirit, and they remained resolute. Likewise, the Space Marines did not lower their weapons, keeping their sights firmly trained on the individual who had revealed his face. I am Leon Johnson, the commander of the 1st Legion of the Empire, the Emperor's son. I have returned, he declared. Your vigilance and responsiveness are worthy of the world you safeguard. Leon, remarkably, did not withhold his commendation and admiration. The mortal forces of the Imperium displayed such unwavering resistance, exhibiting a response time that was nothing short of commendable. Kane, oblivious to the warning given by the official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, failed to realize that Leon was intentionally present to gauge the responsiveness of the troops here. To be encircled by this battalion so swiftly brought him immense satisfaction, particularly when his true form revealed itself. The soldiers, undeterred, steadfastly aimed their weapons at him, which only deepened his contentment. Such valiant soldiers, deserving of this flourishing world, and this flourishing world was equally worthy of his arduous journey across star systems to safeguard this imperial realm. Chapter 140 confirmed Leon's identity. Although the Lion King proclaimed himself, the local Nerlis Planetary Defense Force and the Space Marines maintained their weapons trained upon him, unfazed by his declaration. Who could discern the truth of his words? Who could ascertain if he was merely trying to deceive them? They were the guardians of this planet, and could not afford to be so gullible. The PDF resolutely continued to aim their weapons at the Lion King, while the Space Marines recalled a previous command from the Grand Marshal. All personnel were to seek out the pre-march Lionel Johnson of the 1st Legion. This directive was well known among the Space Marine ranks, and they had etched it in their minds as they prepared to locate this pre-march. Now, with someone claiming to be the pre-march appearing before them, it elicited a strange sensation. However, since he had come to them, it would be illogical not to verify his identity. 48 Space Marines exchanged glances, and then the sergeant leading the squad stepped forward. On what grounds should we trust your words? What proof do you possess to substantiate your claim? You must provide us with a sample of your biological tissue. We require verification of your genetic lineage to confirm your identity, the sergeant stated. They needed to ascertain Leon's identity. Otherwise, what if he were an enemy? They could not bear such a grave responsibility. Moreover, he was merely a pre-march. He could not wield significant influence. If not for the Grand Marshal's orders to find Leon and return him to Terra to assist Gilliman, they would not be seeking him out. The Imperium currently relied solely on Gilliman to manage affairs, which was exceedingly burdensome. Thus, Zhou Qing was endeavoring to capture Leon to aid Guilliman. Preposterous! Leon had yet to speak when Cain could no longer contain himself. To request a genetic sample for lineage verification was nothing short of sacrilege. Which chapter do you belong to? And from which Primarch's lineage do you dare utter such blasphemous words? Enraged, Cain also inquired about the chapter from which the Space Marines hailed and which Primarch they descended from. The terms chapter, Primarch, and lineage were part of the Astartes lexicon, and the ordinary Space Marines were perplexed by the convoluted jargon. Chapter? The Narrowless Space Marine chapter has no parent chapter. We are a chapter established on this planet, dedicated to its defense. Primarch? The only Primarch we know of is the Lion King, Lion L. Johnson, whom the Grand Marshal instructed us to seek, and the Regent Guilliman, who is currently laboring on Terra. We are unaware of any other Primarchs, so how are we to respond regarding this lineage? The term lineage was easier to address. However, their chapter comprised 10,000 Space Marines from 10,000 distinct households. How could they provide a unified answer? This was exasperating. Thus, under such scrutiny, the sergeant reiterated his request. Regrettably, we cannot answer your questions, nor do we comprehend their meaning. Our sole demand is for you to surrender a portion of your biological tissue for genetic verification. Otherwise, we cannot ascertain the truth of your claims. The sergeant maintained a serious demeanor, insisting on the submission of biological samples for genetic verification. Nevertheless, given the possibility that he might indeed be the Lion King, he offered an explanation. The forces of chaos have already invaded Narrowless. There can be no unforeseen incidents in the governor's domain, as that would plunge the Imperium's command into disarray. We cannot afford to take such risks. We will not accept the destruction of our homeland by the forces of chaos. If the forces of chaos were to seize Narrowless, we would rather raze this planet entirely. If it does not belong to humanity, then it shall not belong to chaos. The resolute conviction in his words was evident to all present. This was an unyielding declaration. This planet could not suffer any misfortunes. Leon perceived that if the forces of chaos were to conquer this place, the sergeant's ominous words would undoubtedly come to fruition. They would annihilate the planet. He raised his hand, halting the impending outburst from Cain. His penetrating gaze scrutinized the sergeant and all the steadfast, Narrowless defenders behind him, weapons unwavering. Far from feeling affronted, he recognized in their obstinate, even sacrilegious demand, a quality he had not witnessed in the Imperial forces for a long time, an unwavering, selfless loyalty and sense of duty. Their allegiance was not to a lofty individual title, but to humanity itself and the world beneath their feet. This pure and extreme resolve to protect reminded him of himself and those who had sworn to safeguard Caliban. Leon had aged over the millennia. Time had inevitably worn him down, yet this aging had also imparted maturity. He was no longer the once mighty lion, no longer the obstinate, headstrong king. He had grown to listen to others and to respect them, particularly those soldiers who would spare no effort to defend their homeland and the borders of the Imperium. Calm down. Cain, Leon's voice resonated with authority, instantly quelling the captain of the Angels of Redemption's ire, who took a step back, though his vigilant gaze remained locked on the Space Marines. The Lion King redirected his attention to the sergeant. Your vigilance and perseverance are commendable in these dark times. Suspicion is the bedrock of survival. He spoke slowly, extending his unloved, battle-scarred yet powerful right hand. Take what samples you require. Verify with your most stringent methods. But be swift. Chaos will not afford us much time. His willingness to cooperate left the sergeant and the surrounding soldiers momentarily stunned. They had anticipated resistance, conflict, even the revelation of his chaotic essence in a fit of rage. Yet they had not anticipated such forthright compliance. After a moment of silence, the sergeant nodded to a technician beside him, equipped with precision instruments. The technical sergeant advanced with remarkable swiftness and professionalism. With a sterile sampler, he deftly pricked Leon's fingertip, the needle penetrating the skin with minimal resistance to extract several drops of blood. Immediately, the sergeant retreated and commenced operations on-site using a portable gene sequencing analyzer connected to a datapad. The entire procedure was executed with such efficiency that it took no more than 10 seconds. Chapter 141. Please leave with us immediately. This place is perilous. All eyes were fixated on the diminutive datapad, and the air in the street seemed to freeze, leaving only the faint hum of the instrument. The PDF soldiers maintained their weapons aimed forward, but their grips had relaxed considerably. The Space Marines stood like statues, their visors intently focused on the progress bar displayed on the datapad screen. Seconds ticked by, and a gentle breeze swept through the upper echelons of the hive city, stirring up a hint of dust. Suddenly, A sharp and piercing alert blared from both the analyzer and the datapad. The screen was inundated with a torrent of data streams and comparative information, eventually stabilizing beneath a colossal, rotating emblem of the Imperial Aquila, accompanied by a strikingly prominent, flickering line of golden Gothic script. Gene sequence comparison confirmed. 100 match. Identity confirmed. Leon L. Johnson, pre-March, Lord of the First Legion. Supreme Commander S. Highest Order. Upon locating the Lion pre-March, he is to be sent to the capital world and directly return to Terra to assist Guilliman in labor. Confirmation of the Lion pre-March S appearance has been transmitted to the Adeptus Custodes, who are mobilizing troops to escort him away. The warriors of the Nerylus Battle Company must ensure the safety of the Lion pre-March. A cascade of messages erupted forth, and even Leon himself caught sight of this notification. The phrase about assisting Guilliman in labor momentarily eluded his comprehension. However, he understood well enough that the Adeptus Custodes were mobilizing troops. Confusion etched itself upon the majestic countenance of the Lion pre-March, his imposing figure now adorned with a multitude of question marks. Leon L. Johnson, pre-March of the First Legion, who had weathered the annihilation of Caliban and endured the bloody tumult of the Horus Heresy, faced the most formidable foes of chaos in the cosmos, and even battled countless nightmares during his prolonged slumber. Yet, at this moment, as he gazed upon the impeccably clear golden script on the datapad, particularly the lines assist Guilliman in labor, and the Adeptus Custodes are mobilizing troops to escort the Lion pre-March, a rare moment of stillness washed over his millennia-frozen visage. It was an expression of profound complexity, intermingling disbelief, deep confusion, and a fleeting sense of astonishment stirred by this absurd directive, one that even he had yet to fully grasp. It was as if a lion poised to pounce on its prey had suddenly been informed of an invitation to a tea party in the garden, with the theme revolving around the art of basket weaving. Help, Guilliman labor, the Custodes, mobilizing to take me away, the Supreme Commander as Highest Order. Each word resonated with familiarity. He recognized Guilliman, the Lord of the 13th Legion, as his brother. He was aware that the Custodes were the Emperor's personal guard, and he had learned that Zhou Qing was the new Lord Commander of the Imperium. Each individual mentioned, every name, held a fragment of recognition, with Zhou Qing being the least familiar. Yet, this did not hinder his understanding that Zhou Qing was indeed the Imperium's warlord. However, when this series of well-known names coalesced, combined with the familiar terms, it rendered the Lion pre-March momentarily bewildered. The Custodes had set forth from Terra to find him. Yet what did it mean that he was to be returned to assist Guilliman in labor? He had never anticipated that upon validating his identity, he would not receive the authority to command the war, but rather a directive reminiscent of a parcel collection code from the Supreme Commander, the purpose of which was to transport him back to Terra to assist Guilliman in labor, and the Custodes, those golden guardians of the palace, whose duty was to safeguard the Emperor's residence, now mobilizing troops for such a purpose. This was more unfathomable than the Chaos Gods performing a ballet. Leon remained silent for a full 3 seconds, standing there, gazing at the datapad as if attempting to recalibrate his understanding of the universe. The atmosphere around him grew heavier with his silence. While Leon may have been contemplative, the Space Marines remained unaffected. The sergeant stepped forward once more. My Lord Leon, your identity has been confirmed. You are recognized as the pre-March of the First Legion, and your status as the pre-March has been validated. Therefore, you must leave with us immediately. You must depart this planet at once. It is unsafe here amidst the ongoing battle against the forces of chaos. We will dispatch a fleet to escort you to the capital world and await the Custodes' arrival to return you to Terra. Please, we must leave now. The next fleet will arrive in 4 days, at which point you will be able to return to the capital world and then to Terra, where Guilliman is awaiting you. As the Emperor's pre-March, as the Lord of the First Legion, it is paramount that we ensure your safety from the threat of chaos. For the sergeant, Leon's disposition was of little consequence. His singular mission was to execute the orders given to him by Zhou Qing to ensure the Lion pre-March's return to Terra. Leon's silence was shattered, not by the sergeant's words, but by the absurdity of the command itself, which suggested that the battlefield was too perilous for him, necessitating his departure to safeguard his safety. How could a pre-March, especially one forged in the crucible of war, fear danger? Though the Lion had matured significantly over millennia, his pride remained intact. He was still the haughty and noble Lion of Caliban. He was unwilling to be belittled, even less so to accept that someone would tell him it was dangerous and urge him to retreat while troops were dispatched to protect him. Leon gradually lifted his head, his eyes, capable of dimming the stars, fixed upon the sergeant, the earlier confusion and astonishment evaporating as though cast into a furnace. In their stead emerged a palpable, suffocating authority. The very air surrounding him seemed to warp beneath his gaze, instilling an indescribable terror in the PDF soldiers, as if they were prey in the sights of an ancient behemoth, rendering their breaths laborious. After all, they had faced the forces of chaos and had managed to maintain their composure. But mere seconds later, the PDF soldiers, drawing upon their mortal resolve, overcame the weight of the Primarch's scrutiny. Do not underestimate the mortals. The Space Marines remained steadfast, although they too felt the impact of Leon's gaze. They maintained their posture of obedience to the command. For these Space Marines, executing orders is their present duty, rather than succumbing to Leon's gaze. Officer. Leon's voice no longer held its low timbre. You, the one who issued this command. War Master? Leon emphasized the title with a heavy inflection. The Solar Lord seemed to have misunderstood certain matters. Chapter 142. Now make your choice. Leon took a step forward. Just one step. And his immense presence and oppressive aura caused the entire encirclement to seem to contract momentarily. I, Leon Elzonson, am the Emperor's Angel of Death, the Primarch of the First Legion, the embodiment of war. I have returned not to sit behind a desk in the administrative halls of Terra, mired in endless paperwork. Leon's voice rose gradually, akin to a brewing storm. I have returned to immerse myself in the places where the Imperium of Man needs me most, the battlefield, to thoroughly cleanse the filth of chaos from the Empire's domain. My presence will manifest on the battlefields where the Imperium is most desperate, where danger lurks. He gestured towards the void and the ravaged earth beyond the Nest cities. And now, an apocalyptic war looms before us. The forces of chaos are assaulting this world. Yet you tell me to board a transport ship like a discarded waste, to leave here, to assist? A cold, almost mocking curve formed at the corner of Leon's mouth. Tell me, officer, whose command is this? Is it Gilliman's? Or that Solar Lord Zhou Qing, whom I have never met? Do they believe my worth lies in handling paperwork rather than crushing the skulls of my enemies? The Lion of Caliban was furious. His ire stemmed not merely from Zhou Qing's desire to send him back to bureaucratic duties alongside Gil Lyman, but from the apparent denial of his own value. A denial that belittled his status as the Primarch of the First Legion. What does it mean that an apocalyptic war is about to erupt here? That danger lurks. Thus, he should be evacuated for his safety? Threatening his safety? Such words directed at him. The Lion of Caliban? Leon could not accept such dialogue. What danger could possibly threaten him? None, absolutely none. He had come here for war, and now that war was imminent, these Space Marines wished to send him away? That was utterly inconceivable. Yet even as the Lion of Caliban displayed his fury and exhibited his overwhelming presence, the Space Marine officer remained resolute, advancing a step despite Leon's immense pressure. What you say, I have no authority to verify, nor do I have the right to allow you to remain here amidst the war. My orders are to ensure your safety and facilitate your return to Terra to assist your brethren. The apocalyptic war outside is manageable. The Imperium has sufficient forces to contain it. Therefore, there is no need for you to worry. Our task now is to escort you from this place. The officer did not yield to the Lion of Caliban. Rather, he stood firm against the lion's wrath and articulated his stance. Unafraid of authority, he pressed forward, drawing the lion's attention. What is your name, officer? Lyle. My name is Lyle, my Lord Primarch, the officer replied, maintaining his composure in the face of the lion's inquiry. Officer Lyle, you are commendable. I hold you in high regard. Your subordinates exhibit commendable composure as well. However, my stance remains unchanged. I cannot abandon this planet. The Imperium calls to me. This planet needs me. The lion's fury was somewhat quelled by Lyle's demeanor. And after millennia of experience and self-reflection, Leon ultimately suppressed his anger and resumed the dialogue. After pondering for a while, Leon interjected, Gil Lyman may require assistance. But Terra does not lack bureaucrats. And here, he stamped his foot heavily, intending to crack the ground to demonstrate his might. However, the ground remained unmoved, an unfortunate reality, as these nest cities were fortified structures crafted by the Human Federation. How could Leon's stomp easily rend the floor? Although not achieving his intended display of strength was somewhat embarrassing, Leon chose to disregard it. This place needs me. What is lacking is a leader capable of guiding you to victory. The lion's gaze swept across all the Space Marines and soldiers. Look at you. Well-equipped, well-trained, resolute in spirit. You're a perfect blade. Yet now, someone wishes to sheath this blade's hilt in a treasury rather than wield it against the enemy. How absurd. If you were ordered to leave your home planet at a time when it desperately needs you, under the pretext of protecting you, would you acquiesce? Leon posed this question to the Space Marines, prompting them to contemplate whether they would agree to be removed from Nerlis for their supposed safety. The answer was naturally negative. The Space Marines shook their heads, as they could not abandon their home planet at such a critical juncture. If there were a more pressing battlefield in need of us, we would follow orders, but if it is merely for the sake of keeping us safe, we would find it difficult to accept. The officer answered candidly, but as these words left his lips, a smile appeared on Leon's face, only for the officer to add, "The Grand Marshal would not do such a thing. However, if the Grand Marshal did, there must be a reason behind it. Though reluctant, we would still execute the orders. We are soldiers, and soldiers must obey orders. Trusting in the Grand Marshal's directives, only then can we achieve ultimate victory. Our planet was redeemed by the Grand Marshal. We believe the Grand Marshal will never act against humanity, and we will always trust him." Leon's smile abruptly froze. He had not anticipated such a turn of events, nearly causing him to wrench his back. The Lion took a deep breath, striving to adjust his emotions and not let the officer's words affect him. After a moment, he fixed his gaze back on the officer, making a decisive proclamation, his tone resolute and impervious to contradiction. "Listen, soldier, I cannot make the same choice as you, for I cannot shirk my responsibilities, nor can I place my faith in your so-called Grand Marshal. Return and inform your superiors. Relay to all who can hear me through the communication chain. I, Leon Elzonson, will not leave Nerlis. I will not go to the capital world, nor will I return to Terra under the escort of the Adeptus Custodes. My battlefield is here. My command post will be established at the planetary governor's office. If that Solar Lord, that Imperial War Master, has any objections, let him come to Nerlis and speak with me." His gaze bore down upon each guardian as if it were a tangible weight. "Now, there lie two paths before you. To heed the commands of your genetic progenitor and follow me in reclaiming this expanse of stars for humanity, or to attempt the absurd directive of escorting me away with the weapons you wield. Make your choice." Now, Chapter 143, Communicating with Guilliman to Understand the Lion. Leon endeavored to prompt these interstellar warriors to make their decision at once. He did not anticipate the presence of many interstellar warriors on this planet. It was estimated that the 48 warriors he faced constituted nearly half of the total on this world. If he could persuade them, the difficulty of assuming command over this planet would diminish significantly. Thus he persisted in his efforts. The words of the noble Lion carried a certain gravitas, even possessing a degree of incitement, which swayed some of the interstellar warriors. In summary, if their communication capabilities were as inadequate as those of the Empire's interstellar warriors, making direct appeals would be impossible, and they might indeed yield. However, Leon miscalculated. The equipment of these interstellar warriors was far superior to that of their Imperial counterparts, boasting exceptionally advanced communication devices. Consequently, as soon as Leon's words were uttered, the message was promptly relayed to the battle group's commander. Commander Deus Krieg heard the Lion's declaration in its entirety. After a moment of contemplation, he presented this dilemma to Planetary Governor Ignatius Dawn. Both deliberated, then spoke in unison. "Perhaps we should escalate this matter. We cannot decide, and it is best left to the Grand Marshal." Their agreement left no room for hesitation, and they swiftly initiated communication with Zhou Qing, given that there were only around 100 colonial planets under their command. Establishing communication with each planetary governor was not an insurmountable task for Zhou Qing, whose intellect was more than capable of handling such trivialities. Just as Zhou Qing's fleet was poised to enter the warp to pursue Abaddon, a communication from Nerlis arrived. "I have received your message. State your concerns." As the figures of the two appeared on the communication interface, Zhou Qing wasted no time, signaling for them to voice their issues. Reporting to the Grand Marshal, "We have discovered the whereabouts of the Lion, Leon, the genetic progenitor you instructed us to monitor. He is currently on our planet." "Ah, splendid. In that case, we shall simply return him to Terra. Guilliman is in need of assistance." Zhou Qing expressed his satisfaction at the emergence of Leon, but upon noticing the somber expressions of his battle group commander and planetary governor, he inquired further. "Indeed, Grand Marshal, we have encountered a predicament. Leon is reluctant to return to Terra and requests to remain on Nerlis to command operations." The planetary governor's phrasing remained relatively modest, framing Leon's demand as a request. "Command operations?" Zhou Qing did not immediately address the questions posed by the planetary governor and battle group commander. Rather, he promptly connected with Guilliman. "Guilliman, I require all data regarding the Lion, Leon. I have located him, but he has requested to remain in command of operations." Known for his decisiveness, Zhou Qing did not waste time exchanging pleasantries with Guilliman, instead articulating his needs directly. "Request?" Guilliman's expression flickered upon hearing Leon use the term request. Leon requesting something? Why had this noble Lion ever uttered such words? It seemed improbable. However, being a man of political astuteness, Gilliman understood that this was likely a euphemistic expression crafted by those beneath him. No problem. I will send you Leon's information immediately. Gilliman first acquiesced to Zhou Qing's request before continuing. If he truly wishes to remain there to command operations, perhaps you should allow him to do so. His capacity for governance is virtually non-existent. Returning him to Terra may not yield any assistance. Reflecting on his brother's character and the potential scenarios that would arise should he return to Terra to manage affairs, Gilliman ultimately conveyed this sentiment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing found himself puzzled. The genetic progenitor he had sought assistance from was Gilliman. Now that a new progenitor had been discovered, why did Gilliman not want him to contribute? Zhou Qing sensed that the answer might lie within the data regarding Leon. Thus, he promptly reviewed the information and analyzed it with his prodigious intellect. By the stars, Gilliman, are your brothers truly so abstract in nature? Is there not a single ordinary individual among them? You are correct. Such a person is indeed ill-suited to return and assist you. Zhou Qing conceded. I believe he could manage command operations adequately. Let him give it a try. After all, we currently lack exceptional commanders. If he can prove his worth, allowing him to lead operations is not out of the question. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that there was something amiss in Leon's education. You should convey my concerns regarding this matter to that human compatriot of yours. How is it that he has raised his offspring in such a manner? Clearly, there were shortcomings in his early education. Upon examining Leon's data and circumstances, Zhou Qing agreed to permit him to continue commanding operations. It was only fitting to place him in a role suited to his abilities. However, after reviewing the entire dossier, Zhou Qing could not help but express his incredulity. How did that individual seated upon the golden throne educate his own children to become so abstract? I cannot fathom this approach. It is evidently flawed. Gilliman's expression turned awkward at Zhou Qing's remarks. The thought of being tasked with critiquing his father was daunting. Who among the cosmos would dare to question the emperor? Only Zhou Qing possessed the audacity to do so, contemplating the audacity of challenging the emperor's parenting. With an embarrassed demeanor, Gilliman felt no obligation to defend himself. Let us leave this matter be. The chances of conveying such sentiments to my father are exceedingly slim. We shall revisit this when I return to Terra. You continue your duties. I will assign additional administrative personnel to you. Hold on a little longer. I am currently addressing issues related to genetic modification. In a few years, once I refine this technology, I shall ensure you receive the enhancements necessary to shoulder this responsibility. With those parting words, Zhou Qing severed the communication with Gilliman, leaving him on Terra with a bittersweet smile. Work awaits. Chapter 144. Leon ascends to command of Nyeralis. I trust you have already heard my discourse with Regent Killamot. In light of this, let us proceed in accordance with the resolutions we have deliberated upon. The command of Nyeralis shall initially be entrusted to the esteemed commander of the First Legion, allowing him to demonstrate his capabilities. Of course, you both remain cognizant that should any issues arise during his command, it is imperative to contact Killamon forthwith. If complications ensue, let him make the necessary decisions. We must never allow the chaos to proliferate. As for the Imperial Guard poised for departure, I shall instruct them to halt. After all, if Killamon has expressed such sentiments, would Zhou Qing persist in escorting Leon back? Naturally, that is out of the question. Let us allow Leon to command the operations and prove his mettle. The conflict on Nyeralis is merely a training exercise, a means to hone the skills of our troops. The scale of this apocalyptic war remains manageable. Upon issuing these directives, Zhou Qing concluded his communication with his subordinates and redirected his focus towards Abaddon. His fleet was now prepared to enter the warp. Once within, he would analyze the trajectory of the Black Legion and ascertain their fleet's position. Orders from Zhou Qing were dispatched to the planetary governor and battle group, who readily accepted the command. Shortly thereafter, a new message was conveyed to Lyle. Officer Lyle, the Grand Marshal's orders have been amended. Henceforth, command of this conflict shall be vested in Leon. Your troop assignments have been adjusted. From this moment, you shall serve as my aide-de-camp, coordinating our forces in support of the line's movements. Should he wish to visit the planetary governor's office, you shall escort him there, and we shall be prepared to welcome his arrival. As the new orders were conveyed, Lyle, who had been awaiting directives from above, breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving them. Maintaining silence under the lion's imposing presence was no trivial task, and now he could finally relay the outcome to the formidable figure before him. Stepping forward once more, Lyle performed the eagle salute to the mighty lion. Thanks to your unwavering resolve, my Lord Leon, matters have taken a favorable turn. I have received new directives from the Grand Marshal, appointing you as the new commander of Nyeralis. The Imperial Guard assigned to escort you has ceased their preparations, and you now stand as the highest authority on this planet. If you wish to proceed to the governor's office, I can take you there at once." Upon Lyle's pronouncement, the PDF forces, who had maintained their weapons trained on him with resolute determination, lowered their arms, and the Space Marines similarly relaxed their defensive postures. A smile graced Leon's countenance. For the Caliban Lion had achieved his objective. He could now continue to lead the Imperial forces against the encroaching chaos, a most fortuitous development. Even the captain of the Sanctified Angels, tasked with his protection, bore a smile, relieved that matters had resolved favorably, allowing them to let go of past grievances. Having endured millennia of relentless pursuit by the Dark Angels, the Sanctified Angels welcomed a situation where mutual respect prevailed. They were not the deluded Dark Angels of the First Legion. They had endured countless trials and tribulations. As the PDF and Space Marines sheathed their weapons, Leon stepped forward to express his sentiments. "I shall overlook your previous transgressions, and I assure you that victory in this battle shall belong to humanity." Although the Lion's assurances were unnecessary for the soldiers, they nonetheless united to perform the Eagle Salute in solidarity. For the glorious destiny of humanity. The utterance of this phrase transported the Lion back to the epoch of the Great Crusade. Prior to his arrival on this planet, he had traversed numerous Imperial worlds where their forces would not utter such sentiments, all dedicated to the Empire and the God Emperor. The resounding cries for the glorious destiny of humanity echoed as a veritable relic of the past. In the wake of this rallying cry, Leon found himself joining in. For the glorious destiny of humanity. The Sanctified Angels, hearing their commander echo the sentiment, joined in unison. For the glorious destiny of humanity. This declaration, a hallmark of the Emperor's vision during the Great Crusade, sought to restore humanity's splendor across the galaxy. However, following the failures of that grand venture, such proclamations had faded, replaced by the ignorance of state religion. Now, they were poised to reclaim the pride of humanity, rallying once more for their glorious destiny. The fervor of shouting slogans to bolster morale would not last long. Soon after, Lyle took the lead, guiding the Lion toward the planetary governor's office. As Nihilus' new supreme commander, it was essential for him to familiarize himself with the local military forces and establish rapport with the planetary governor and general to ensure effective coordination. Lyle walked alongside the Lion, while the PDF and Space Marines, initially poised to eliminate him, now ensured his security alongside the Sanctified Angels. The Interior Ministry official, who had summoned the forces to apprehend the Lion, found himself walking alongside him as well. Clearly, this act of bravery had garnered the Lion's favor. Though the official had initially aimed to target him, the Lion bore no ill will. The official's timely warning to the Imperial forces during a critical moment had undoubtedly caught his attention. The Empire needed such officials. The Lion was no longer the haughty figure he once was. He desired to elevate this Interior Ministry official, recognizing his worth and potential. The procession made its way toward the planetary governor's office, and along the journey, the Lion sought to comprehend the current situation on this world. Chapter 145. Is there a problem? Why do Imperial forces hold the advantage? For Leon, it was imperative to ascertain the military dynamics of this world. Thus, as they traversed the path, he began to inquire of the officer beside him. "Officer Lyle, could you enlighten me regarding the current state of the Imperial forces on Nihilus?" The Lion understood that grasping the situation on this planet was his utmost priority. Understanding the condition of the Imperial forces was essential for his command. In response, Officer Lyle began to utilize his authority as the battle group's aide-de-camp to compile the necessary information. After perusing the data, he commenced his report. Report to the Legion Commander. "Your Excellency, first, I must rectify an important detail. My rank has now been elevated to that of adjutant, due to my responsibility to escort you to the governor's palace. This rank permits me to facilitate the mobilization and examination of the current military situation. I shall now provide you with an overview of our present military circumstances." Lyle conveyed his change of rank to the Lion and proceeded to elucidate the military forces present on the planet. Nehru's currently boasts a single chapter of Space Marines, with a total strength of 9,613 individuals. The planetary defense forces comprise a staggering 4.2 billion troops, supplemented by approximately 1.3 billion police officers, who can also be deployed in times of war, albeit primarily for maintaining order. Furthermore, as a result of the successful completion of our current objectives, the Grand Marshal has commanded the dispatch of additional Imperial forces for support. Within the forthcoming 10 days, an astonishing 10.8 billion PDF troops, along with over 108,000 Space Marines, will arrive to bolster our ranks. Intelligence indicates that you have been in slumber for millennia, and thus, you may be unaware of the current state of the Empire. I implore you not to underestimate the PDF forces, particularly. The PDF troops from the 108 worlds of the mysterious star domain will not falter against any renowned astral legion. As you would be aware, the current imperial military composition on this planet is estimated to consist of around 400 million astral troops, with an impending total of 110,000 space marines. Additionally, a considerable number of war titans and imperial titans will join this conflict, culminating in an apocalyptic level of warfare. According to the intelligence gathered thus far, no fewer than 2,000 war titans and imperial titans will be deployed to the battlefield. Lyle accurately reported the current situation to the Lion, who found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon learning of the military strength on this planet and the impending reinforcements. Even the Seraphim, typically composed, appeared momentarily stunned by the magnitude of the forces described. What? Lyle, I implore you, repeat that. How many space marines did you say? The Lion could not afford to inquire again, as it would tarnish his dignity. However, his subordinate, the captain of the Seraphim, adeptly compensated for this by asking incredulously for clarification. Certainly, if you did not quite grasp it, I can reiterate. Currently, there exists one chapter of Space Marines on Nehru's. Our Nehru's chapter, which consists of 613 individuals. In 10 days, more Space Marines will arrive, bringing the total to approximately 110,000. Additionally, there will be 8 billion PDF troops and Titan legions coming to our aid. Lyle reiterated the forthcoming military presence on the planet. Both the reinforcements arriving in 10 days and the current numbers of Space Marines left Leon momentarily dazed. During the zenith of the Dark Angels, the entire Legion strength did not exceed 300,000, yet now, nearly one-third of a Legion's might was set to converge upon this Imperial world. Even during the Great Crusade, few Legions could muster more than 100,000 Astartes. And now, over 100,000 Space Marines were poised to engage in battle on this very planet. This realization weighed heavily upon Leon. His burden stemmed not from the psychological strain of commanding such a force, but rather from the gravity of the impending conflict. He had traversed the realms of the human empire and understood that the Astartes Codex, decreed by Gilliman, typically comprised only 1,000 warriors within most chapters. The fact that the Empire had amassed tens of thousands of Space Marines suggested the immense significance of this impending battle. Moreover, the mobilization of so many Titan legions was unprecedented. Perhaps even during the Siege of Terra, such a number of Titans had not been summoned. Leon felt his anxiety intensify, fully aware that the challenges ahead would be extraordinarily formidable. Very well, I comprehend the situation regarding the Empire's military forces. Now, please enlighten me about the scale of our adversaries. Though he harbored little hope for local intelligence, believing the enemy would possess a clearer understanding of their own forces, every piece of information was invaluable to him. Naturally, as our commander, it is imperative that you are apprised of the enemy's military situation. Allow me to report. Presently engaged in combat are the Devourer Legion, comprising around 15,000 members across 10 warbands. However, over 3,000 of them have already been slain by our forces. They have failed to establish a cultist army on our planet, resulting in a relatively small number of cultists, merely a few million. The troubling aspect is that chaos has descended upon us, with an unending tide of demonic entities emerging from the warp. Recently, we have banished 4 greater demons, and the numbers may continue to rise. Furthermore, we have received new intelligence indicating that the Black Legion has dispatched additional reinforcements, numbering between 40,000 to 50,000 Chaos Space Marines. As for other factions, we have yet to acquire precise intelligence for accurate assessment. This encapsulates the current state of the conflict. Lyle meticulously conveyed the intelligence at hand to the Lion, who began to synthesize the information. In 10 days, he would command approximately 500 million astral troops and over 100,000 Astartes. The term war band seemed inadequate. It was more appropriate to refer to them as legions. He would be confronting an estimated 50,000 to 60,000 Chaos Astartes, alongside a multitude of demons and cultist forces. As he compared the forces of both sides, confusion washed over Leon. Was there a discrepancy? Why did it appear as if the Empire held the advantage? This cannot be right. Why does it seem that our forces are superior? Is the influence of the Empire still formidable in the mysterious star domain? Speak frankly with me. Have I misinterpreted something? Please provide me with the true state of our forces, rather than this misleading intelligence. Leon's initial instinct was to question the accuracy of the information. I need you to be candid with me. Has the Empire truly gathered such a formidable contingent to support this world? Can the Empire genuinely draw upon such a vast number of Astartes? His piercing gaze was fixed intently upon Lyle, seeking any sign of deceit or exaggeration in the adjutant's demeanor. He had witnessed the Empire's most glorious Great Crusade and the subsequent fracturing and protracted decline following the Horus Heresy. In his understanding, the notion that the Empire could assemble over 100,000 Astartes on a single planet, alongside billions of elite astral troops and thousands of Titans, seemed utterly fantastical, more akin to a delusion spun by one ensnared by the whispers of chaos. It is fundamentally impossible. The Empire, even during the Great Crusade, would never deploy such a vast number of troops to defend a single planet. This place is not Terra. How could there be so many forces stationed here for defense? Lieutenant Lyle, faced with the original entity's skepticism, displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he stated matter-of-factly that the number of troops was indeed adequate for this operation, and there was no need for deception regarding our forces. Of course, should you feel that our troop strength is insufficient and that more reinforcements are required, you are welcome to directly request additional support. I believe the Empire's forces would respond positively. Among the 108 worlds in the nebulous sector, ours is the only planet under attack by the forces of chaos. If necessary, other worlds can still dispatch further reinforcements. If you still feel that we are lacking, you might even seek support from the core worlds, which can mobilize additional troops to assist. The core worlds, directly governed by Zhou Qing, house a staggering 60 million space marine warriors across 28 colonies. Although ordinary space marine soldiers might not be privy to the exact number of troops stationed there, they have often been told that should they find themselves in dire straits, requesting aid would not be an issue. Help would surely arrive. Hearing Lyle's seemingly ordinary remarks, particularly his assertion that if they deemed the troop numbers inadequate, they could request support from the Empire, left the Lion utterly bewildered. Had he arrived in the wrong place? Was he not in the 40K era, but rather transported back to the 30K Great Crusade? Was this planet not one of the empires in the nebulous sector, but instead the capital, Terra? Otherwise, how could there be such a substantial military presence? And whose progeny were these space marine troops? Were they perhaps those of Gilliman? The Lion found himself engulfed in confusion, mirrored by the Seraphim. Yet their pace towards the governor's mansion remained unbroken. All questions would surely be answered once the mighty host arrived at the governor's residence. The procession advanced in silence. Yet the atmosphere had undeniably shifted. The PDF soldiers and space marines transitioned from a state of alertness to one of highest honor, their gazes filled with reverence for this legendary original entity, alongside a palpable sense of pride that was almost universally apparent. It was as if they were showcasing to the original entity, "Behold, this is the world we now protect. This is the power we possess." As for the reverence, it stemmed from a lifetime of hearing the priests of the state religion extolling the virtues of mythic figures, instilling in them a lingering awe. As they traversed through layers of fortified districts, a magnificent structure loomed at the end of their sight, a colossal edifice merging Gothic spires with futuristic alloy architecture. The previous governor's mansion had been quite aesthetically pleasing. Thus, Zhou Qing could not possibly raze it entirely and start anew. Naturally, modifications were made to enhance the existing structure, thereby conserving resources and funds. Thus, this distinctive architectural style emerged. Yet regardless of the approach, it remained the planetary governor's mansion of Nerlis. Simultaneously, it served as the military command center for the entire planet. Its vast scale and formidable defenses exceeded Leon's expectations for a typical industrial world governor's mansion, resembling more a headquarters of significant star systems. Before they reached the main entrance, a group of elegantly dressed yet composed individuals with sharp gazes approached swiftly. Among this assembly were space marines clad in power armor. At the forefront stood Governor Ignatius Dorn and the chapter master of the Nerlis Battle Company, Deus Krieger. They had issued the orders and were naturally aware of the Lion's impending arrival. Thus they had prepared to extend their greetings as a matter of etiquette. Lord Leon A.E.L. Jorgensen, Governor Dorn stepped forward first, offering an exceedingly formal and respectful salute. The Nerlis world welcomes your arrival. Your presence is a boon to the Empire and a harbinger of victory in this battle. His words brimmed with the fervor of a politician. However, having dealt with politicians on numerous occasions, Leon was not swayed by superficial appearances. It was evident that his declarations were insincere, mere platitudes. Chapter Master Krieger, on the other hand, saluted in the Astartes manner, his right fist striking heavily against his chest plate, producing a resonant sound. "My lord, the Nerlis Battle Company stands ready to follow your commands, As per the warlord's orders, matters concerning the military were decidedly simpler than those of politics. The Astartes merely executed orders without unnecessary discourse. The contrasting attitudes did not ruffle the lion. Rather, he found the situation entirely normal. After all, if the planetary governor lacked capability, how could he govern such a formidable world? Leon's gaze swept over the two men, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Your Excellencies, we may dispense with pleasantries for the moment. I require immediate clarity on 3 matters. First, all known and anticipated intelligence regarding the enemy forces. Second, the precise deployment, combat capability, and timeline for reinforcements of our troops. Third, he paused, his tone growing more serious. I need everything regarding your Grand Marshal Zhou Qing and the 108 worlds he oversees in the nebulous sector. His demands were straightforward and without circumlocution. Leon had a premonition that the changes in the nebulous sector were likely linked to Zhou Qing. He needed to discern what manner of individual Zhou Qing was and whether he posed a threat to the Empire. Governor Dorn and Chapter Master Krieger exchanged glances, seemingly having anticipated the original entity's inquiry. Of course, my lord. Everything is prepared, Governor Dorn replied, stepping aside to lead the way. Please proceed to the strategic room. All information has been compiled there. We can discuss matters as we walk. However, regarding the Grand Marshal situation, you will not be able to ascertain details from us. To learn about the Grand Marshal, you must return to Terra and the throne room. Such information can only be disclosed with the Emperor's consent. They could readily agree to the first 2 requests, but the third could only be revealed with the Emperor's approval. Upon hearing this, the lion appeared momentarily taken aback. What could possibly require his father's permission? Yet it was clear that neither the chapter master nor the governor could provide answers to his confusion, and he had no choice but to set this query aside. In that case, the third matter is null. I will seek an opportunity to return to Terra for my inquiries. The lion had aged, but had indeed matured. His concession eased the tension among those present.